Transcending into the Uchiha clan, I fortuitously witnessed the dark transformation of Obito as he tormented Uncle Yukio. The scene was nothing short of hellish, drenched in blood and flesh. Meanwhile, Kakashi lay beside us, blissfully asleep, resembling a large-eared creature. I found myself contemplating whether to partake in this contest. Thus, I performed a hot-swapping procedure on Kakashi, trimming a bit of white, feeling somewhat sticky, and submitted it to the clan, hoping to delve into the study of interstitial cells and alleviate the suffering caused by the red-eye condition. That I offered the most sincere blessings for head pats to the world, ensuring I was prepared for any imminent missions. Uchiha Fugaku interrupted the incantation, inquiring about the matter at hand. A question mark appeared above my head as I learned that the Hyuga clan had encountered a mishap. Their Byakugan had been extracted. Thus, deep within the tranquil forest, I clutched a gleaming shard of bitterness. My left eye, adorned with 3 scythe-like tomo, whirled in a captivating dance. As a member of the Uchiha clan, this eye faced no limitations. Even the chakra I refined had seen a significant enhancement. Truly, it was the kaleidoscope. Uchiha Fugaku's judgment proved accurate. Just as I reclined, I received a daunting mission. Infiltrate the land of fire and seize the Byakugan from the Mist Ninja, preventing its flow to the outside world. For this task, I had no intention of exerting myself unduly. After all, the higher-ups in Konoha would never grant the Uchiha clan access to the Book of Seals or provide a handful of jutsu. What was the point of risking my life? Thus, I wandered along the borders of the land of fire. Perhaps my earlier encounter with Uchiha Obito had exhausted all my luck, or perhaps Murphy's Law was in effect whatever one fears tends to manifest. On that day, as I pretended to track the movements of the Mist Ninjas, I noticed a commotion in the dim forest. 2 figures clad in the garb of the Mist Umbu emerged. I quickly fixed my gaze on the individual with gray-blue hair. If memory serves me right, he was the Mist Jonin who had seized the Byakugan in the original narrative. Ah, another fool seeking death. The Konoha brat was truly bothersome. Before Ao could utter a word, his companion began barking like a dog. Ao, do not underestimate him. This is no ordinary brat. He is a child of the Uchiha clan, a descendant sealed by our ancestors as Ashura. Let us not engage him as the elite forces of the mist. They swiftly formed hand signs. The concentrated azure water transformed into a whirling blade. The Mist Ninja named Ao closed in with a body flicker technique, brandishing the water blade in an offensive maneuver. A sound echoed, not of my laughter, but of a head severed. I felt an indescribable pain in my neck, helplessly clutching it as my consciousness slowly faded into darkness. Who instructed you to meet my gaze? As an Umbu, you have failed. Despite not activating my Sharingan, Ao's fear and confusion engulfed him as he succumbed to the illusion. His awareness faded, while I coolly regarded Ao, who had retreated 2 steps. My chakra was already primed and crackling with energy. Ao's eyes widened in horror as he realized his comrade had silently fallen victim to the Jinjutsu, instinctively applying jutsu to his own neck. Fortunately, he had only spoken without action, while I had genuinely charged forward. This was troublesome. Although the Uchiha child was young, his strength was formidable, capable of ensnaring a Jonin without even activating the Sharingan in the depths of Qing's heart. Thoughts of retreat had begun to take shape. What are you waiting for? The final scene, a thunderous roar echoing in the ears, was accompanied by a flash of blue light as swift as lightning. Confronting the Sharingan unknown, escape was imperative. This was the bitter experience of the bloodshed in the Sand Village. After having his body thoroughly inspected, Qing discovered a sealed scroll. Possessing the Sharingan, unraveling the seal was inevitable. Indeed, within a vessel filled with a pale green liquid, he beheld a Byakugan. A smile curled at the corner of my lips. It was my rightful claim. If I had never encountered it, it would have been for the best. However, now that the Byakugan was in my grasp, there was no reason to return it to the Hyuga clan. The potential of the Byakugan was entirely unremarkable. Under the gaze of the Sharingan, the Rinnegan existed at the same echelon. Once the Sharingan evolved into the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, it could fuse with the chakra of Indra and Ashura to manifest the chakra of the Sage of 6 Paths, thereby transforming into the Rinnegan. Similarly, the Byakugan could merge with the chakra of the Tsutsuki clan, evolving into the Rinnegan. Compared to the intricate steps required for the birth of the Rinnegan, the process for the Rinnegan was much more straightforward. To speak candidly, I believe the Rinnegan possesses greater strength in battle than the Rinnegan. After tidying the battlefield, I continued to meander along the border. After all, no one was aware that the Byakugan had fallen into my possession. Why not prolong the duration of this mission? Alas, fate took an unexpected turn. I had barely fished for an hour when suddenly, with a resounding bang, a brilliant firework exploded above the forest several hundred meters away, an urgent distress signal from the Leaf Village. Before I could react, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and 3 boys, around 12 or 13 years old, were sprinting through the dense woods. One of them donned a green bodysuit, resembling a green-skinned kettle lid. Upon seeing them, I realized the gravity of the situation. These 3 were none other than Might Guy, Naruto, and Ebisu. Given the backdrop of the Third Shinobi World War and the invasion incident involving the 7 ninja swordsmen, the rustling sounds confirmed my suspicions. 7 men, each with distinct appearances, emerged from the depths of the forest, positioning themselves in various orientations, their expressions a cruel mockery as they subtly encircled the 3 below. What to do? These individuals were the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. We were no match for them. Ebisu anxiously glanced at Might Guy, who wore a grave expression. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly noticed that the 7 ninja swordsmen had shifted their gaze towards him. Behind the 3, a boy bearing a sword stood upon a branch, his crimson Sharingan fixated on the 7 ninja swordsmen ahead. The unexpected delight of the Sharingan was palpable. Peepa just grinned, his mockery evident as he spoke. Just right, there's a nick on the blade. Let's see how the quality of the blade, bloodied by the Uchiha clan, holds up. Observing that our 7 ninja swordsmen did not flee at the first opportunity, Suijitsu Zuki coldly remarked, "It appears our reputation as the 7 ninja swordsmen is still insufficient. Enough with the chatter, let's not forget what our mission is." With a swift motion, Li Qianquan brandished his long knife, stitching through the air. In an instant, he appeared before Might Guy, the blade poised perilously close to his head, a mere 0.01 centimeters away. Suddenly, a bolt of blue lightning descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Li Qianquan. The earth erupted in a violent upheaval, as he was forcefully driven into the ground by a foot crackling with thunderous energy. "Keep your distance," I thought, not even glancing at the struggling Li Qianquan beneath my feet. His ambush had proven futile, he was as good as finished. Such was the consequence of underestimating others. Upon hearing my words, Might Guy and his companions shook themselves from their stupor, nodding in agreement. As they began to retreat, Might Guy, filled with concern, shouted, "Elder Uchiha, please be extremely cautious. They are from the Mist Village, the 7 ninja swordsmen, all elite Jonin." Without uttering a word, I simply nodded in acknowledgement. The 7 ninja swordsmen were no ordinary ninjas, they were the creme de la creme among Jonin. Just moments ago, Li Qianquan had fallen victim to a surprise attack, but the remaining 6 would not be so easily dispatched. Even with a Sharingan at my disposal, I harbored little confidence in emerging unscathed from encirclement. I needed to devise a plan to separate them. While my mind wandered through strategies, my hands moved with purpose, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A vast expanse of flames surged forth, resembling a tumultuous ocean, cascading towards the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. As I transitioned to wine style, pressure damage, a tempest arose within the forest, and in that moment, the fire, fueled by the wind, transformed into a cataclysmic sea of flames. Poised to engulf the entire woodland, the Uchiha clan was renowned for its immense chakra reserves, and few in the ninja world could rival my OWN as a transmigrator. My spiritual energy was extraordinarily vast, far surpassing that of a typical Jonin. Thus, I dared to unleash such a grand scale of ninjutsu from the outset. From 100 meters away, Might Guy and his companions stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide as they beheld the spectacle, murmuring in disbelief, "Is this the power of the Uchiha clan's genius? It's truly breathtaking." Chapter 5. Confrontation with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Might Guy murmured in astonishment. "Is this the power of the Uchiha clan's genius? They only look a few years older than us." In front of the raging sea of flames, Suijitsu Hozuki shouted, "Water style, exploding water shockwave." Hiss, hiss, hiss as water and fire collided. Endless scorching steam enveloped the surrounding area within seconds. The steam appeared quickly and dissipated just as fast, blown away into the sky by Uchiha Ming's continuous wind-style attacks, forming large clouds. Release. Accompanied by a loud shout, a massive blue light blade sliced through the misty wind, threatening to split the forest in two. Although the light blade was fast, Uchiha Ming was even faster. With a blinding flash of lightning, Uchiha Ming's figure vanished, instantly reappearing 100 meters away, accompanied by a tremendous roar. The gigantic blue blade of light flashed and extended to the horizon, making it seem as if the entire primitive forest had been cleaved in two. The ominous voice of Jinin Akabino emerged from the smoke. Lightning burial. Feast of lightning. In the next moment, dense lightning bolts burst forth from the cloud of dust, striking directly at Uchiha Ming, who was on the move. Uchiha Ming's Sharingan whirled. Electric sparks crackled around him, and his hands also shimmered with dazzling blue lightning. As he waved his arms, the lightning chakra countered Jinin Akabino's lightning style. In the next instant, a large sword wrapped in ropes burst from the smoke, emitting a whistling sound as it fell from above. This was part of the blunt sword technique of the Kusanagi. Clang, a crisp sound rang out, and Uchiha Ming had no choice but to draw his ninja sword to block the strike. Kusanagi had timed his attack perfectly, seizing the moment when Uchiha Ming was at his weakest. In the next moment, Kusanagi swung the hammer part of the blunt sword with a sinister grin and struck down on the back of the sword. Clang, a sharp sound echoed, and Uchiha Ming's bright ninja sword snapped in response to the impact of a large sword. With a splat, the large sword, struck by the hammer, sliced into Uchiha Ming's side, cleaving him in half. Then, in the next instant, Kusanagi's grin froze as Uchiha Ming, whose body had been sliced, transformed into a dazzling flash of lightning, enveloping Kusanagi. This was Uchiha Ming's lightning clone, with a whoosh accompanied by the sound of a blade piercing flesh. Uchiha Ming burst from the ground, wielding a kunai wrapped in invisible wind-style chakra, piercing through Kusanagi's chin and into his head. Then, Uchiha Ming made a swift cut, and blood and brain matter erupted from the wound as the kunai withdrew. Bang! Kusanagi fell to the ground with a muffled sound. In the distance, Mangekyō Sharingan and Ebisu were already dumbfounded. Wow, amazing! No wonder Sunagakure said that when you encounter Uchiha ninjas on the battlefield, you must run in one-on-one situations. Sharingan dropped the 1,000-armed kunai he was holding and stared blankly at the battlefield. In such a short time, the 7 ninja swordsmen had already lost 2 members. If Kurasame was careless at the beginning, then Kusanagi was simply overwhelmed by strength. The fact that the 7 ninja swordsmen had such a reputation meant that these 7 were certainly not ordinary. This further highlighted Uchiha Ming's strength. Ebisu's sunglasses were askew as he murmured, "Incredible! Are all members of the Uchiha clan like this?" Mangekyō clenched his fists, a determined expression on his face. "One day, I will become this strong to protect everyone." At this moment, Uchiha Ming moved on the battlefield, completing his hand seals in the blink of an eye. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Instantly, 4 long, lifelike fire dragons, each over 10 meters long, charged towards Jinin Akabino. Meanwhile, the remaining 7 ninja swordsmen had already scattered. Perhaps out of pride, they hadn't engaged Uchiha Ming immediately. But now, seeing Kusanagi defeated by Uchiha Ming, they finally ceased their arrogance and converged from all directions. Suigetsu, Hozuki, and Pakken simultaneously attacked. Water style, Great Waterfall Technique. Pakken spat out a massive water sphere that transformed into a rushing river, surging towards the fire dragons. Water style, Water Barrier Pillar. Suigetsu, as the wielder of the sword Samahata, had an exceptional amount of chakra. He unleashed a torrent of water like a flood. Hiss, hiss. Hiss accompanied by the rising steam, the forest turned into a lake. Water style inherently has an advantage over fire style, especially when employed by 2 masters. In an instant, Uchiha Ming's fire was extinguished. Standing on the surging lake, Uchiha Ming's crimson Sharingan turned, giving no opportunity for a sneak attack. Lightning style, Lightning Fong. At that moment, Jinin Akabino launched his attack, opting for a full-on assault. Blinding blue lightning erupted from the lightning blade, and with both blades unfurled, 2 arcs of lightning surged through the air. Just then, a green light flashed through the forest. A figure, moving faster than the eye could see, charged into the battlefield. As the green light passed, the lightning style unleashed by the lightning blade was shattered by the green light, dissipating into countless blue sparks. Mangekyō and the others felt a gust of wind sweep past, and then everything before their eyes blurred, revealing a familiar figure on the battlefield. The newcomer was Mangekyō, who had opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates. At that moment, Mangekyō was enveloped in a green glow, powerful gusts of wind emanating from him, causing the lake beneath to ripple. "Dad!" Mangekyō's eyes widened, astonished as he looked at his father, who stood in front of Uchiha Ming, poised to strike. "Uchiha, little brother," Sorry to keep you waiting. Might Dai turned to Uchiha Ming, grinning widely, revealing his big teeth. And he gave him a thumbs up. Little brother, I'll take it from here. You really worked hard just now. As Kai's father, I want to thank you. Saying this, Might Dai turned his body, looking gravely at the remaining 5 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The 8 gates formation, and you've already opened the 6th gate? Are you planning to use the 8th gate? Uchiha Ming's crimson Sharingan spun, instantly perceiving Might Dai's current condition. The Sharingan can see chakra, so Uchiha Ming could clearly observe the flow of chakra within Might Dai's body. At this moment, Might Dai's voice came through. There's no choice, as a perennial genin. This is the only technique I can use. Now is the time to burn my youth. I think if we work together, you won't need to open the 8th gate, allowing your youth to continue. Uchiha Ming spoke up. Given the current situation, opening the 7th gate was sufficient for Might Dai. After all, the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were nothing like the exceptional Kisame Hoshigaki. Uchiha little brother, they're not ordinary opponents. If I only use the 6th gate, I won't be able to crush them. I can probably only handle 2. Might Dai's serious voice came through. That's enough. As the two were conversing, the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen surrounded them. Might Dai's earlier performance had made them wary. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with flickering green light and blue electricity, and even with 5 people surrounding them, they couldn't gain the upper hand. Chapter 6. 8 Gates of Dunjia. The shot gate with a loud explosion. Might Dai, enveloped in green steam, was sent flying. Looking at Might Dai, who seemed to be mostly unharmed, Naruto felt quite displeased and flicked the explosive knife back onto his shoulder. The explosive knife is a ninja blade that perfectly combines with explosions, making it highly effective against taijutsu-based ninjas. Naruto initially thought he could deliver a first kill to Might Dai using the knife's properties. However, Might Dai's reaction speed was much stronger than he had anticipated. Although he looked like a rare beast, his strength should not be underestimated. A cold sweat broke out on Might Dai's forehead. The situation had been extremely dangerous, and if he hadn't reacted at the last moment, he would have been seriously injured. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Uchiha Akira was currently being besieged by Kakashi, Black Hole Raya, Tsukiyama Fugu, and Mamoru Hayato, making the situation appear perilous. It was as if he was walking on a tightrope. A slight misstep could lead to being cut to pieces by 4 infamous ninja blades. The group fought while retreating, having long since exited the lake created by Tsukiyama Fugu, heading deeper into the forest. In the next moment, a vast white mist enveloped the battlefield where Uchiha Akira was located. Kakashi seized the opportunity, forming hand seals to execute the mist concealment technique. Uchiha Akira was indeed in a perilous situation. Even with the Sharingan, he felt somewhat overwhelmed, especially after Kakashi used the mist concealment technique. He fell into a completely passive position. The holders of the decapitating sword, Kakashi, the Thunderblade, Black Hole Raya, the large sword, Tsukiyama Fugu, and the dual blades, Mamoru Hayato, were all highly skilled in taijutsu. Even with the Sharingan and using lightning release to stimulate his body for increased speed, Uchiha Akira gradually felt outmatched. In the thick fog, he was very passive. Black Hole Raya, also a master of lightning release, was equally fast. His interference greatly restricted Uchiha Akira's speed, preventing him from performing at his best. Kakashi and Tsukiyama Fugu wielded their powerful techniques with ferocity. Faced with these two, Uchiha Akira often retreated upon contact, never holding his ground. There was also the ever-ready dual blade user, Mamoru Hayato. Uchiha Akira considered the dual blades to be one of the most threatening ninja tools, not inferior to the large sword. Once unleashed, the dual blades were incredibly dangerous, and without Susanoo for defense, Uchiha Akira did not dare to take them head-on. The mist concealment technique rendered much of his Sharingan abilities ineffective. He needed to find a way to break the deadlock. Although these 4 were cold-blooded, their cooperation was unexpectedly good. A flash of crimson light flickered in Uchiha Akira's eyes, and a ninja blade in his hand seemed to condense into a pool of thunder. In the next moment, the thunder-wrapped ninja blade was thrust into the ground, and then the thunder spread out like tree branches in all directions. Seizing this opportunity, Uchiha Akira completed the hand seals, wind release, gale spiral. Uchiha Akira pushed his hands forward, and a massive amount of chakra erupted, transforming into a white whirlwind that swept outward. In an instant, the dense fog covering a radius of hundreds of meters, along with the surrounding trees, was sucked into the white tornado. Dual blades, release, came a low shout. A burst of blue chakra erupted, accompanied by a loud boom. As a blue chakra cannon shot through the forest, directly shattering Uchiha Akira's wind release technique. In the next moment, Kaki Shizu broke through the still dissipating whirlwind, wielding the decapitating sword that gleamed with a chilling light. However, Uchiha Akira seemed to have anticipated this. The lightning flickered in his hands, and a ninja blade embedded in the ground was instantly enveloped in a layer of blue lightning, appearing in his grasp. With a clang, the existing notch in Kaki Shizu's decapitating sword was shattered. If it were a one-on-one battle, Kaki Shizu would have been in dire straits, as the lightning on the ninja blade had already paralyzed him. However, Kaki Shizu had 3 allies. Dual blades, release. Mamoru Hayato swung the dual blades, and a blue chakra beam suddenly surged forth, barreling directly toward Uchiha Akira. Lightning ball. Black Ho Rhea crossed his thunderblade and swung it fiercely, sending a massive lightning ball hurtling toward Uchiha Akira. Water release. Water flow whip. Sukeyama Fugu completed his hand seals and lashed out a ghostly blue whip at Uchiha Akira. In the moment of their close-quarters exchange, the attacks from all 3 arrived. In an instant, as Kaki Shizu was momentarily paralyzed, Uchiha Akira completed his hand seals, unleashing a terrifying chakra. Lightning release. Thunderstorm. Boom! The entire forest was illuminated by a blinding flash of lightning. Centered on Uchiha Akira, the thick chakra lightning transformed into razor-sharp lightning swords that spread out in all directions. In an instant, a massive rumble echoed, and the forest within a radius of several dozen meters turned to nothingness amidst the blinding lightning, with large amounts of dust swirling and obscuring the sky. Amidst the dust, 3 figures and 1 flickering lightning figure clashed continuously. In the heat of battle, the flickering lightning figure broke through the dust first, looking extremely grave. At this moment, Uchiha Akira was somewhat charred. He had not escaped unscathed from the collision with the 3. The power after the release of the dual blades was greater than he had imagined. Although he had successfully incapacitated Kaki Shizu, he himself had also sustained injuries. Just then, Might Guy's low roar echoed. 8th gate of Dunjia. The shock gate opened. Then a wave of blue energy surged through like a fierce wind, quickly dispersing the thick dust. As the dust settled, Kaki Shizu lay on the ground, charred and powerless, unconscious. The remaining Black Ho Rhea, Mamoru Hayato, and Sukeyama Fugu stood in different positions, their faces looking very grim. The infamous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had lost 3 members to a Uchiha boy who was not even 20. This was a tremendous humiliation. They had originally come to make a name for themselves on the battlefield, even aiming to break through the Konoha defenses. Now, the situation had them feeling furious and ashamed, wishing they could devour this Uchiha brat alive. If word got out, their so-called 7 ninja swordsmen would become a laughingstock. Just then, Might Guy launched his attack on Narashinta. Swish! Narashinta only felt a blur in front of him as Might Guy, who had just been in sight, vanished. In a panic, he could only raise the explosive knife to intercept in front of himself, while the knife naturally unfolded and the explosive scroll activated. Responding to him was Might Guy's low roar, steel fist, dragon strike. In the next moment, Might Guy's figure became clear, appearing dozens of meters away from Narashinta. He clenched his fists and unleashed hundreds or even thousands of blows in an instant. The fist light scraped through the air, and in a blink, a massive blue dragon's head roared toward the sky, swallowing Narashinta whole. Boom! In the shocked gaze of the crowd, after the blue dragon's head engulfed Narashinta, it transformed into a blue shockwave, instantly overwhelming a large area of the forest ahead. Endless dust was blown far away by the shockwave. In an instant, a massive fan-shaped pit with a width of several dozen meters was formed. Chapter 7. Illusion K. Isn't your dad a Chunin? How's he so strong? The sunglasses of Hebe Shu had already fallen to the ground, and everyone was stunned. Narashinkai swallowed hard, staring blankly at Might Guy. K, your dad is so powerful. Why didn't you say anything? Are you afraid we might steal his techniques? Might Guy also wore a look of shock. He never expected that his father, who only shouted about youth in his memories, would be so formidable. Haikuzai Rhea, Suka of Mountain Fuguoni, and Mamoru Hayato, witnessing such a terrifying scene, broke out in cold sweat. They realized that their group, the 7 ninja swordsmen, had kicked a steel plate. In a flash of thought, they grasped their swords and turned to flee, not looking back. However, Uchiha Akira was prepared. He quickly formed hand seals, and a shadow clone appeared. The two Uchiha Akira clones then pursued Suka Mountain Fuguoni and Mamoru Hayato, respectively. The remaining Haikazai Raya was already taken care of by Might Dai, who had transformed into a blue streak of light and caught up. As he closed in, he shouted to Uchiha Akira, "Brother Uchiha, in this state, I can only launch one more attack at most. The rest is up to you." The speed of Suka Mountain Fuguoni and Mamoru Hayato was not particularly fast among Jonin, and Uchiha Akira quickly caught up with the two. His shadow clone targeted Suka Mountain Fuguoni, while his main body went after Mamoru Hayato. Clearly, Uchiha Akira intended to deal with the dual-wielding Mamoru Hayato first, as he would be easier to handle compared to Suka Mountain Fuguoni, the wielder of the Great Sword Samahata. As the owner of the Great Sword Samahata, Suka Mountain Fuguoni possessed a terrifying amount of chakra and could use various large-scale water release techniques. Water release is extremely effective against fire release, and if possible, Uchiha Akira planned to leave him for last to focus on dealing with him. Mamoru Hayato's chakra was not weak, but it was still considerably less than that of Suka Mountain Fuguoni. Under the Sharingan, Uchiha Akira could see clearly, without the support of his teammates. Mamoru Hayato no longer made Uchiha Akira wary. The dual-wielding sword was not known for its speed, and with Uchiha Akira closing in, he could not fully unleash the power of his swords. Under Uchiha Akira's lightning-fast attacks, Mamoru Hayato soon found himself covered in wounds. Meanwhile, although Haikazai Raya was fast, Might Dai, after opening the 8th gate, was even faster. He dashed like a blue streak across the land, catching up with Haikazai Raya in just a few breaths. Realizing that he could not compare to Might Dai's speed, Haikazai Raya quickly fused his Thunderblade with his chakra. Lightning release, Thunder Armor. Lightning release, Lightning Dragon Tornado. In the next moment, a thick layer of blue lightning enveloped Haikazai Raya. Then a massive lightning bolt erupted from his body, transforming into a gigantic lightning dragon that roared and charged toward Might Dai. Dragon Strike. In response to the lightning dragon, Might Dai unleashed countless punches that created air cannons in the air, boom accompanied by a deafening explosion. The lightning dragon could not withstand even a second under Might Dai's barrage and was instantly engulfed by the shockwave of the dragon strike. In an instant, a large area of the primeval forest where Haikazai Raya was located vanished without a trace. On the other side, witnessing this scene, Suka Mountain Fuguoni and Mamoru Hayato were alarmed, but found it impossible to shake off Uchiha Akira's pursuit. The large-bodied Suka Mountain Fuguoni swung his great sword Samahata in frustration. This Uchiha kid seemed to know the characteristics of the great sword Samahata very well. He never engaged him directly or used ninjutsu to clash, but instead threw shurikens and kunai from all sorts of tricky angles. Even he could not afford to be careless against the Uchiha clan's throwing techniques. Moreover, the most crucial point was that the Uchiha kid was attaching elemental chakra to the weapons, randomly alternating between wind and lightning. He found it impossible to find an opportunity to form hand seals. Adding to that, with the dangerous Sharingan Jinjutsu of the Uchiha clan, Suka Mountain Fuguoni felt an overwhelming power within him that he could not unleash. This kind of frustrating battle was a first for him. Damn Uchiha clan, damn Sharingan. Suka Mountain Fuguoni screamed in anger, his bulky body rolling like a ball, dodging shurikens coming from all directions. His orange hair acted like hard tentacles, continuously swatting away the incoming shurikens. When they collided, they produced metallic vibrations. This can't go on. After the rage passed, Suka Mountain Fuguoni regained his rationality. In the next moment, his massive chakra erupted, causing his orange hair to become long and hard, spreading out to form a giant orange umbrella. The powerful projectiles thrown by Uchiha Akira could not be blocked even by his hair, enhanced by chakra. With a few puffs, the kunai with faint yellow auras swiftly pierced through Suka Mountain Fuguoni's round body, leaving a trail of blood. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Suka Mountain Fuguoni formed hand seals. Water release, hidden mist technique. In the next moment, Suka Mountain Fuguoni opened his mouth and spat out a thick mist that quickly enveloped the surrounding forest for hundreds of meters. The mist, infused with rich chakra, could obscure even the vision of the Rinnegan, and the Sharingan was no exception. At the same time, several electrically charged shurikens pierced through his defenses. In a critical moment, the great sword Samahata behind him expanded and exploded, blocking the electrified kunai. Seizing this opportunity, Suka Mountain Fuguoni quickly vanished from his original spot. After being obscured by the hidden mist technique, Uchiha Akira realized that it would likely be impossible to capture Suka Mountain Fuguoni today. Even if he was injured, he would still be formidable. As the wielder of the great sword Samahata, as long as he had enough chakra, he would be an eternally tireless warrior. That sword could provide powerful recovery capabilities, surpassing even the top-tier medical ninjutsu in speed and effectiveness. Furthermore, the hidden mist technique was not something that could be dispersed by ordinary wind release techniques. Given Suka Mountain Fuguoni's chakra levels, his shadow clone could not use a similarly leveled wind release to blow away the mist. After a brief pursuit, Uchiha Akira's shadow clone abandoned Suka Mountain Fuguoni and focused all attention on the remaining Momotaro Hayato. Originally, the situation for Momotaro Hayato, the dual-wielding sword user, was already precarious. He was not known for his speed among Jonin, and, comparatively, the dual-wielding sword was not a fast weapon either. The dual-wielding sword was more about delivering powerful strikes than speed. It was more like a cannon that fired chakra projectiles. As Uchiha Akira's shadow clone arrived to assist, Momotaro Hayato found himself in a genuine life-or-death crisis. Chapter 8 After the war, even though Uchiha Mei's shadow clone was only responsible for interference from the side, it greatly distracted Momotaro Hayabusa's attention. As the situation became increasingly dangerous, Momotaro Hayabusa began to grow anxious. Damn Uchiha! Momotaro Hayabusa almost bit through his sharp teeth. He had never experienced such a suffocating battle since his birth. Uchiha's little brat, I'm going all out with you. Momotaro Hayabusa's chakra erupted, recklessly pouring all his chakra into his dual knives, Flatfish. The dual knives, infused with a large amount of chakra, instantly burst forth with a dazzling blue light, and a massive amount of chakra spewed from the holes in the blades, quickly forming a gigantic chakra cannonball. In the next moment, holding the liberated dual knives, Momotaro Hayabusa suddenly froze as he saw a pair of crimson, sinister eyes, and instantly, the world in his eyes changed. It became a world of black and red, with a crimson Sharingan spinning in the sky, while he found himself bound to a tree stump, surrounded by raging flames like a paper doll. I actually fell into the illusion of the Sharingan. As the flames burned fiercely, Momotaro Hayabusa's consciousness fell into darkness. In reality, Momotaro Hayabusa, wielding the liberated dual knives, crashed to the ground with a bang. At the same time, the chakra spewing from the liberated dual knives disappeared as they fell to the ground with a clatter. Having lost their wielder, looking at the fallen Momotaro Hayabusa, Uchiha Mei reached out and summoned 4 shurikens into his hand. With the sound of cutting through the air, the 4 shurikens pierced into Momotaro Hayabusa's limbs. After incapacitating his limbs, Uchiha Mei walked over and knocked him out completely. Then, picking up the dual knives, he dragged Momotaro Hayabusa's body toward Mado Gai and the others, who were tidying up the battlefield over there. At this moment, Mado Dai, who had opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates, was exhausted and leaning against a rock, breathing heavily. For him, the 7th gate was not easy. It was quite difficult to control, seeing Uchiha Mei dragging Momotaro Hayabusa and carrying the dual knives over. Mado Dai smiled and shakily raised his hand to give him a thumbs up, revealing a mouthful of shining white teeth. In response, Uchiha Mei also smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Receiving Uchiha Mei's response, Mado Dai was very happy, as if he had received some kind of acknowledgement. Throwing Momotaro Hayabusa and the dual knives aside, Uchiha Mei looked at him and asked, "Are you okay? What's your name?" "I am Uvumi." Mado Dai, with a radiant smile, replied, "Uchiha, my youth is not over yet. It's just taking a break for now, and I will recover soon." "That's good." Uchiha Mei nodded and sat down on a piece of rubble to rest. Battling against the 7 ninja swordsmen had put a lot of pressure on him. If they hadn't underestimated him at the beginning, things wouldn't have ended so easily. Even so, he still felt a degree of fatigue. High-intensity combat inevitably puts pressure on the mind. Soon, Mado Kai, Narashikamaru, and Ebisu returned with the ninja swords. Upon seeing Uchiha Mei, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Ebisu murmured softly, "Amazing. They actually captured one alive." Of course, when Kai's dad wasn't there earlier, the seniors single-handedly held off all 7 of them. Capturing one alive is quite normal, right? Narashikamaru said nonchalantly, chewing on 1,000 books. Thanks to the senior this time, otherwise we would have been doomed. As the 3 approached, they thanked Uchiha Mei right away. Uchiha Mei waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Any leaf ninja would have acted in that situation. Besides, isn't there Kai's father? With his strength, he could have saved you all easily." Uchiha Mei shrieked. Mado Dai smiled bitterly and looked at Uchiha Ming. Uchiha, if it weren't for you, I would have had to open the 8th gate and turn into a red beast. Uchiha Ming said nothing, simply giving him a thumbs up. Kai, wasn't that just your dad's full strength? Ebisu said in disbelief. Mado Kai, seeing his dad show off earlier, was a bit happy and said, that move can only be used when he's desperate. Under normal circumstances, that was my dad's limit just now. As someone who has trained in the 8 gates, he was very aware of the technique's power. The 8th gate is a guaranteed death, a one-time opportunity in a lifetime. Nara Shikamaru's 1,000 books fell from his mouth as he stared blankly at Mado Dai, saying, Kai, does your dad take on disciples? I think I can give it a try. Huh? Take on disciples? Mado Kai was surprised and hesitated. But my dad is just a lower ninja. What's wrong with being a lower ninja? Nara Shikamaru said dismissively. That last move took out a Jonin. Even if the Hokage came, it would be about the same. Mado Dai, hearing their words, quickly spoke up. How can I compare with Lord Hokage? Lord Hokage is the god of ninja, the strongest Hokage. I'm just a lower ninja. Far from it. Nara Shikamaru laughed awkwardly and said, I was just joking. The 3rd Hokage is indeed the god of ninja. That's true. Ebisu nodded, full of admiration, and said, I really can't imagine the strength of Lord Hokage. If it weren't for him needing to guard the village, the war should have ended by now. Senior Mei, what do you think? Ebisu said, looking at Uchiha Ming, who was resting. This question, Uchiha Ming rubbed his chin, hesitated for a moment, and said, probably the strength of Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed hard to say. As a traveler, Uchiha Ming couldn't really gauge his power. He remembered that Sarutobi Hiruzen's 2 most glorious performances were driving the 9 tails out of the village with a single staff and clashing with Obito's 5 natures. It's really hard to say what his exact strength is. Just as the group was chatting, a golden flash appeared in the forest. This golden light jumped several times and, in the blink of an eye, landed in front of the group, transforming into a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, handsome in appearance. The newcomer was Namikaze Minato. Seeing the group unharmed amidst the devastated battlefield, a gentle smile appeared on his face. I'm so glad you're all okay. Namikaze Minato looked at the group and then glanced at the ninja swords beside Uchiha Ming, surprised. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? It's them. Uchiha Ming nodded, a hint of regret on his face. It's a pity that we let Suigetsu escape. Hearing his words, Namikaze Minato looked at Mado Dai, amazed. I didn't expect that 6 out of the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist would fall at your hands. Mado Dai sighed. It's all thanks to Uchiha. He took out 4 of them by himself. Chapter 9 Confession. It was just luck, taking advantage of their righteous surprise attack. Uchiha had waved his hand. There is no such thing as luck on the battlefield. Minato Namikaze's smile grew wider as he said, I can't even imagine how happy Fugaku will be when he finds out this news. His girlfriend Kushina and Uchiha Fugaku's wife Mikoto are close friends. And through this relationship, he gained the support of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, the stronger the Uchiha clan becomes, the happier Minato Namikaze is. The stronger the Uchiha clan becomes, the less restraint he faces after ascending to the Hokage position with their support. During the 3rd Shinobi World War, the Uchiha clan first had their leader Fugaku Uchiha earn the name Dreadful, then Shursui Uchiha gained the name Shunshin Shursa on the battlefield. It seems that Uchiha Akira will soon make a name for himself as well. At the Konoha camp, in the tents where the Uchiha clan was stationed, Fugaku Uchiha wore a broad smile as he walked from the command tent, unaware of how many envious gazes he received from Konoha ninjas. Knowing that Uchiha Akira killed 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist made Fugaku very happy. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, the emergence of strong ninjas like Uchiha Akira and Shursui Uchiha is the best affirmation of his achievements. At this moment, Uchiha Akira had just finished dealing with the clan members who came to inquire about him and had only sat down for a few minutes when Fugaku arrived. Akira, you really did it. Fugaku Uchiha's serious face showed a gratified smile as he said, I never thought your strength would reach this level. Even I couldn't have done better. Uchiha Akira shook his head. Leader, if you say that, you're just flattering me. The strength of the Uchiha clan's leader cannot be weak. Even if Fugaku Uchiha is not the strongest among the Uchiha clan, he is certainly among the top 3. Otherwise, the members of the Uchiha clan would not obey this leader. Moreover, Fugaku might have already awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. If he really has awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, Akira believes Fugaku might be the strongest among the Konoha Uchiha clan. Shursui Uchiha is still too young and appears somewhat immature. Honestly, Fugaku shook his head and smiled. Your current strength is not inferior to mine. You can compete with sure sway. I'm afraid there's still a gap compared to sure sway. Uchiha Akira shook his head. Although sure sway is several years younger than him, he is a true genius of the Uchiha clan, having awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Akira believes that his Mangekyō alone has a definite gap in ocular power. After all, it's still a single Mangekyō Sharingan. The Sharingan, as a bloodline limit, needs a pair to unleash its true power. Akira. At that moment, Fugaku's serious voice came. Looking at Uchiha Akira with a grave expression, have you awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan? Uchiha Akira, with a strange expression, made a decision in his mind and said, sort of, to increase his standing within the Uchiha clan and better promote certain matters. Uchiha Akira decided to confess truthfully. At present, his displayed weight is still somewhat insufficient. The Mangekyō Sharingan is a great bargaining chip. Sort of? Fugaku Uchiha frowned, puzzled. What do you mean by sort of? Uchiha Akira pointed to his left eye with a finger and said, only my left eye has become a Mangekyō Sharingan. My right eye is still in the three-tomo form. Fugaku's serious face showed a look of shock as he incredulously said, how is that possible? There has never been such a precedent in the records of the Uchiha clan awakening their eyes. Leader, please look. Uchiha Akira shrugged, and then the pattern in his left eye changed, forming an interlocking scythe pattern. It really is. After seeing the pattern in Uchiha Akira's eye, Fugaku let out a long sigh and murmured, I can't believe this. Only one eye has awakened the Mangekyō. Then he looked at Uchiha Akira with a regretful expression. Akira, you have indeed set a precedent, but it's a bit of a pity. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he knows well the difficulty of awakening this legendary pair of eyes. Having the chance to do so, even once in a lifetime, is already quite good. When the second opportunity arises, the emotional impact may not be as strong as the first time. Uchiha Akira shrugged and said, I am already very satisfied. Even if it's just one eye, it has brought about tremendous changes in me. Saying this, he looked at Fugaku and asked, Leader, you must have awakened this pair of eyes too, right? Fugaku Uchiha was silent for a moment, nodded, and said, that's right. I awakened this pair of eyes amidst blood and tears. The leader indeed awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Akira showed a knowing expression. It seems you had your suspicions. Fugaku chuckled and said, that kid Shursui also awakened this pair of eyes. Including you. Our clan has 3 people who have awakened this pair of eyes. I could guess. After all, Shursui is so young, yet his strength is so formidable. It doesn't make sense otherwise. Uchiha Akira nodded. Fugaku Uchiha nodded and said solemnly, do not tell anyone about the awakening, not even to the members of our Uchiha clan. I understand, Uchiha Akira nodded. Since awakening, every time he uses this pair of eyes, it heavily burdens his body and also leads to blindness. Fugaku Uchiha looked at Uchiha Akira seriously and warned, Akira, you must use your Mangekyō Sharingan cautiously in the future. Do not use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Is there a way to solve it? Uchiha Akira still asked. Yes. Fugaku nodded and said, the Mangekyō Sharingan is not the pinnacle of our Uchiha clan. The true pinnacle is the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, which can only be awakened by transplanting another pair of Mangekyō Sharingan. Moreover, the risk of failure is extremely high. In the history of the Uchiha clan, only Madara Uchiha succeeded in obtaining the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan after transplanting his brother's eyes. Fugaku continued, we speculate that the closer the blood relation, the higher the chance of successfully obtaining the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan after transplantation. Saying this, Fugaku showed a look of regret and said, the blood relation between you, me, and Shursui is too distant. It is impossible for us to reach the true pinnacle of the Uchiha clan. I see. Thank you for clarifying, leader. Uchiha Akira expressed his gratitude. It's nothing. Fugaku Uchiha shook his head and said, it's my duty as the leader to share this information with you. It's what I should do. Chapter 10. Betting. After a brief conversation, Uchiha Fugaku looked at the 4 famous ninja swords placed on the ground. They were the twin blade of Flounder, the decapitating sword, the long sword of sewing needle, and the dull blade of Digai. These 4 ninja swords belonged to a ninja who was killed by Uchiha Itachi, making them his trophies. Uchiha Itachi noticed that Uchiha Fugaku seemed hesitant to speak, so he asked, Leader, do you need these for ninja swords? Hearing him take the initiative to speak, Uchiha Fugaku felt relieved. These 4 ninja swords were not ordinary. They could create 4 powerful elite genin. Now, at the end of the war, with the defeat of the 7 ninja swordsmen and the arrival of Minato Namikaze, The defeat of Kirigakure was already foreseeable. After their defeat, Kirigakure would certainly try to find a way to reclaim these 4 ninja swords. Therefore, these 4 ninja swords held certain political significance. The Uchiha clan was currently fully supporting Minato Namikaze and naturally wanted to find ways to give him some leverage. After pondering for a while, Uchiha Fugaka spoke. Itachi, I believe you've heard some rumors. After this war ends, the 3rd Hokage will step down, and we will elect a new 4th Hokage for Konoha. I know the higher-ups have already hinted at this. Uchiha Itachi nodded, looking at Uchiha Fugaku, and said, Is our Uchiha clan planning to bet on the Golden Flash? Exactly. Uchiha Fugaka nodded and said solemnly, Orochimaru is one of the legendary 3 ninjas, and he has many vassals and followers. Our Uchiha clan approaching him would only be icing on the cake and may not be taken too seriously. Minato is a rising star. His foundation in Konoha is far inferior to Orochimaru's. Our Uchiha clan providing support to him would be like a timely help, mutually beneficial. As Uchiha Fugaka spoke, a smile appeared on his face. Although Orochimaru was famous in Konoha, after Minato repelled Iwagakure and Kumogakure, the title of Golden Flash had already surpassed the legendary 3 ninjas in terms of actual weight. On the battlefield, the deterrent power of the Golden Flash far exceeded that of the legendary 3. Finally, Uchiha Fugaku said, Moreover, although Orochimaru is one of the legendary 3 and is well known, he lacks popularity. In this competition for the 4th Hokage, I do not have high hopes for him. Uchiha Itachi nodded in agreement. Orochimaru indeed lacks popularity. In contrast, Minato is like a warm sun in the hearts of the people of Konoha after the war. They need a sun to illuminate their path forward. As he spoke, he looked at the 4 ninja swords in the corner and said, Since these can serve as our Uchiha clan's betting leverage, leader, take them. The future Hokage is worth our bet. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Uchiha Fugaka smiled and then said seriously, Itachi, you won't be giving this away for nothing. I will fight for 1 or 2 of the sealing techniques recorded in the scrolls for you. These 4 ninja swords were crafted with great effort by Kirigakure and held immense value. Mastering them would not be a problem for becoming an elite J-nin. It would be a loss to exchange them for just 1 or 2 sealing techniques. Most techniques recorded in the sealing scrolls are extremely difficult to learn, even forbidden techniques. The techniques recorded are powerful. The Flying Thunder God technique created the Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze, and the Body Flicker technique created Tsunade's boyfriend, Dan Kato. However, Uchiha Itachi was not too concerned about these. After all, even if he obtained them, he might not be able to learn them. Sometimes, it was unnecessary to be overly calculative. Are we waiting for the Golden Flash to take office? Uchiha Itachi asked. This year marked the 50th anniversary of Konoha, and after the war ended, Minato would immediately take office as the 4th Hokage. The time was not far off, and Uchiha Itachi was patient enough to wait. That's right. Uchiha Fugaka nodded and said solemnly, The 3rd Hokage has become somewhat indecisive with age, and you will need to be patient for a while. Leader, don't worry. I still have this bit of patience. Uchiha Itachi nodded. By the way, leader, is there any progress on the matter of the Byakugan being stolen for the Hyuga clan? Uchiha Itachi asked. Hee. Uchiha Fugaka laughed and said, What progress could there be? The Kirigakure ninjas who set the trap were very slippery, and our Konoha ninjas couldn't find any trace of them. It was as if they had evaporated. I believe it's a foregone conclusion that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan has fallen into the wrong hands, Uchiha Fugaku said with a gloating smile. After hearing his words, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but laugh. The Byakugan was in his hands. Although he didn't know what use it would have as a traveler, he instinctively wanted to collect good things. The Byakugan was indeed a treasure worth collecting. After receiving Uchiha Itachi's permission, Uchiha Fugaku took the twin blade of Flounder, the decapitating sword, the long sword of sewing needle, and the dull blade of D-Guy and headed towards the tent where Minato Namikaze was located. The news of the near annihilation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure quickly spread across the battlefield. After the news spread, when people learned that it was a group of more than a dozen youths from the Uchiha clan and a lower ninja from Konoha who had taken down 6 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, they were left in shock. For a time, the fame of Uchiha Itachi and Might Guy Sword spreading across the 5 great shinobi villages, making them the center of attention. Uchiha Itachi was fine. The Uchiha clan itself was synonymous with strength, and during the 3rd Shinobi World War, many powerful ninjas emerged from the Uchiha clan. Among them, the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, was quite renowned, while Uchiha Shursui was infamous on the battlefield of Kirigakure. Therefore, Even though Uchiha Itachi was only in his teens and had killed 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, people found it reasonable, with Uchiha sure sway as a precedent. The emergence of another Uchiha Itachi was normal. However, the revelation of Might Guy's information was astonishing. A lower ninja, who could only use taijutsu, had displayed such powerful strength, taking down 2 elite genin in just 2 moves, catching everyone's attention. The situation on the battlefield was completely one-sided. After Minato Namikaze arrived, Kirigakure was retreating steadily. As the saying goes, when the army collapses, it falls like a landslide. Konoha, riding the momentum of defeating Iwagakure, was advancing, and with Kirigakure having lost 6 of his 7 ninja swordsmen, they could no longer withstand Konoha's onslaught. The defeat of Kirigakure was already determined, and Uchiha Itachi had the rare opportunity to rest for 2 days. After 2 days of rest, Uchiha Fugaku came to find him with a new task. The new task was to escort a group of wounded back to Konoha for treatment. The conditions on the battlefield were ultimately limited, and many injured could only receive simple treatment. Uchiha Fugaku smiled at Uchiha Itachi and said, "By the way, I have spoken with Minato. Once he becomes Hokage, he will allow you to choose 2 ninjutsu from the ceiling techniques to practice." "Thank you, leader," Uchiha Itachi nodded. Being able to choose any 2 ninjutsu was beyond Uchiha Itachi's expectations. This carried far more weight than being given 2 designated techniques. The techniques in the ceiling scrolls were powerful, such as the Flying Thunder God technique, of course. There were also techniques like the Shadow Clone technique, which were not too difficult, but could be considered forbidden techniques for ordinary people. Now, being able to choose any 2, he would need to think carefully about it later. Chapter 11, Escort Mission. The task of escorting the injured was rated as an A-level mission, and it was not only Uchiha Ming who was executing it. A total of 12 ninjas were assigned to this mission, organized into 3 teams. After gathering, Uchiha Ming saw some familiar faces: Might Guy, Ebisu Narashikamu, and Hatake Kakashi. The higher-ups placed great importance on the injured, which is why this escort team was of exceptionally high quality. Not only did it include experts like Uchiha Ming and Might Guy, but also members of the Hyuga clan responsible for reconnaissance. The number of injured was significant, and with the temporary medical ninjas included, the size of the escort team reached over 100 people. With such a scale, coupled with the injured, it was impossible to conceal their movements. However, everyone present was not worried about this, believing that the enemy would not be foolish enough to attack them. With the Hyuga clan's Byakugan responsible for reconnaissance, and with Uchiha Ming and Might Guy, who could take on the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist single-handedly, everyone felt a deep sense of security. The front lines were not to be taken lightly. Taking down such a team could not be done by just a few jonin. "Dai-senpai, it's good to see you again." On the way, Uchiha Ming took the initiative to greet him. "Uchiha-kun, what a coincidence. I didn't expect we would be on the same mission," Might Guy said cheerfully, brimming with energy. "It really is a coincidence." Uchiha Ming nodded and smiled. "You should be able to get promoted to jonin soon when you return, right?" Hearing Uchiha Ming's words, Might Guy showed a hint of excitement and then shyly said, "Although Jonin Minato said he has already recommended me, I feel that I still have a gap compared to true jonin, so I don't plan to become one." As he spoke, he scratched his thick hair and laughed. "I'm quite satisfied being a chunin. Then I can take on some good missions. But Uchiha-kun, you should be promoted to jonin soon, right?" Might Guy gave a thumbs up, revealing a shiny white smile. Uchiha Ming shrugged and said, "Maybe." The 2 chatted casually at the back of the team. Next to them, Might Guy, Narashikamu, and Ebisu were also chatting. Kakashi, having just experienced the death of Rin Noera a few days ago, exuded a cold aura that kept others at bay. Even Might Guy could only manage a few words with him, while Kakashi hardly acknowledged anyone else. Hokage Minato was concerned that Kakashi might let his hatred cloud his judgment during the war with the Mist, which was why he had him participate in this mission, also allowing him to return to Konoha. Since the war was about to end, it would be better to let some people return to Konoha first. "Kakashi, you didn't see Uchiha Ming-senpai fighting against the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. If I had that kind of strength, it would be great," Might Guy said, looking at Kakashi with envy. Upon hearing Might Guy's words, Kakashi's dead fish eyes flickered as he looked at Uchiha Ming, who was chatting with Might Guy not far away, and thought to himself, "This Uchiha Ming is different from Obito and the others from the Uchiha clan. He isn't foolish and clumsy like Obito, nor is he proud like the other Uchiha. He is somewhat like Sensei Minato." Might Guy did not feel disheartened by Kakashi's silence, and continued, "Kakashi, do you think Uchiha Ming-senpai's strength is enough to deal with tailed beasts?" "Tailed beasts," Kakashi's heart stirred as he recalled the incident a few days ago when the mist sealed the three tails into Rin no Era. Thinking of this, he felt a pang in his heart, secretly resenting his own weakness, unable to fulfill the promise he made to Obito. Kakashi looked at Might Guy and said indifferently, "You could just ask him yourself." Might Guy, seemingly oblivious to Kakashi's cold attitude, excitedly walked over to Uchiha Ming and asked, "Mei-senpai, with your strength, can you deal with tail beasts now? I heard that tail beasts are one of the trump cards of the major ninja villages." Guy. Might Guy looked at his son with a serious expression, saying sternly, "Guy, is that something you can ask?" Indeed, such questions concerned a ninja's personal privacy. And under normal circumstances, even good friends wouldn't ask such things. They weren't even friends with Uchiha Ming. Might Guy's question was indeed a bit presumptuous. "Uchiha-kun, please don't mind Guy's question," Might Guy said, patting his thick black hair, looking quite embarrassed. Hearing his father's words, Might Guy realized he had said something inappropriate and awkwardly apologized. "Mei-senpai, I'm really sorry." Not far away, Shikamaru and Ebisu, who had been eavesdropping, sighed in regret, as they were also very curious about the answer to this question. It had been a year since they had been on the battlefield, and they had heard about the tailed beasts, the trump cards of the major villages, and had indirectly witnessed their power. Although they had never faced a tailed beast directly, they had seen the deep craters created by tailed beast bombs. "It's fine," Uchiha Ming smiled. Might Guy, seeing that Uchiha Ming didn't seem to mind, gained a bit more courage and whispered, "Mei-senpai, your strength should be enough to deal with tailed beasts, right?" Guy. Might Guy shot his son a disapproving glare. His child had grown up a bit, but was straying off the path of youth. Uchiha Ming chuckled, stroked his chin, and pondered for a moment before saying, "Although there are differences in strength among tailed beasts, with my current strength, I might have a chance against some of the slightly weaker tailed beasts." "That's amazing," Might Guy exclaimed. "If it were your dad, maybe he could handle all but the 9 tails." Uchiha Ming said with a chuckle, "Dad, you're that strong?" Might Guy looked at Might Guy in surprise. The 9 tails was said to be the strongest of the tailed beasts, a true disaster for ninjas. Hearing Uchiha Ming's words, Might Guy was genuinely shocked. Might Guy shook his head repeatedly. "Uchiha-kun, I'm not that strong. Even if I open the 8th gate, it will be difficult to deal with a tailed beast. I'm still far from that. If it were Hokage-sama, I believe he could handle even the strongest 9 tails." Might Guy said with a hint of admiration. To this, Uchiha Ming only smiled and did not express any opinions. Sarutobi Hiruzen might be able to confront the 9 tails for a while, but that would only be a confrontation. He had no real way to deal with the 9 tails. The raw strength of the wild 9 tails was not something ordinary tailed beasts could compare to, and without special offensive means, it would be very difficult to handle. Uzumaki Kushina had more methods to deal with the 9 tails than Sarutobi Hiruzen did. Just as the group was chatting, the Hyuga clan's Jonin, Hinata Hamura, arrived beside them. Hinata Hamura looked at Uchiha Ming and Might Guy with a serious expression and said, "In the 10 o'clock direction ahead, 1 kilometer from our position, I have detected 13 ninjas from amidst, one of whom has an enormous chakra level, suspected to be a Jinchuriki of the 6 tails." Chapter 12. 6 Tails Jinchuriki Kai. Hyuga came in, and Ebisu, you go ahead and halt the team. Uchiha Akira looked at the several Jonin present. The teacher of these 3, Akimichi Choza, was still fighting on the front lines of the battlefield. Although Uchiha Akira was only a Chunin, his glorious achievements gave him significant authority within the team, making him almost like a Jonin. "What should we do now?" Hyuga came in, looked gravely towards the 10 o'clock direction, where a presence that resembled Jinchuriki exerted great pressure on him. "That Jinchuriki. No, I will handle it." Might Guy's words were interrupted by Uchiha Akira. Uchiha Akira looked at Might Guy and said, "The Mist Village currently only has the 6 tails Jinchuriki. It's not something that can be easily dealt with. Senior Guy, it's better for you to concentrate your firepower with the other Jonin to deal with the Jonin from Mist." Saying this, he turned to the Chunin present. "The Chunin and medical ninjas will be responsible for protecting the injured. This time, we have the advantage. Although Konoha only has 12 people, 3 small teams, our high-in-combat power is actually greater than that of Mist. Each of the 3 small teams is effectively equipped with a Jonin. This means that excluding Uchiha Akira and Might Guy, Konoha still has 3 additional Jonin. There were no objections to Uchiha Akira's arrangements from those present. Although his ninja rank was not high, his strength was formidable. In this situation, where the opponent seemed to have summoned a Jinchuriki, it was wise to follow the arrangements of the strong. If something went wrong, there would be someone to take the blame, so why not? Hyuga came in, looked at Uchiha Akira, and said in a deep voice, "Then you need to be careful. If they dare to bring out a Jinchuriki, It means that the Jinchuriki can already wield the power of the tailed beast. I will be careful, and you all should be careful too. The mist ninjas that can infiltrate this place should not be ordinary, Uchiha Akira reminded. My guy looked at Uchiha Akira and said solemnly, Uchiha, this time I will do my best to defeat the opponent, so please hold on until then. Uchiha Akira nodded and said, I will try to keep myself away from the battlefield with the Jinchuriki. At that moment, Hyuga Kamen's eyes narrowed, and the veins around his Byakugan bulged as he quickly said, They are moving. They're charging towards us. As his voice fell, 5 figures rushed out. Hyuga Kamen, Kakashi, Chiba Ryu, Might Guy, and Uchiha Akira. Konoha's high-end combat power all emerged, aiming to swiftly crush the invading mist enemies. After racing hundreds of meters, the two sides met in the dense forest. Uchiha Akira's gaze immediately locked onto a middle-aged man with brown hair, wearing a loose blue robe, holding a device for blowing soap bubbles. Clearly, this person was not the Six Tails Jinchuriki that Uchiha Akira was familiar with, but rather the previous Six Tails Jinchuriki, named Yuri, who was related to the current one, Bubble. Uchiha Akira's Sharingan could clearly see the massive chakra within this somewhat similar middle-aged man. His chakra was not inferior to Uchiha Akira's. Apart from the fourth Reikage and Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Akira had not seen anyone whose chakra could firmly suppress his own. Might Guy immediately opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates and, with a swing of his fist, launched air cannons towards the 13 mist ninjas opposite them. Boom, a huge roar erupted, and the battlefield instantly fell into chaos. Each of them directly engaged their respective opponents. Kakashi, Hyuga Kamen, and Chiba Ryu faced off against a Jonin each. Might Guy, on the other hand, unleashed his brutal assault on the Mist Jonin. Uchiha Akira and the Six Tails Jinchuriki only exchanged a few probing moves before flying hundreds of meters away from the battlefield. Clearly, both sides were intentionally distancing themselves from the fight. Uchiha Akira's Crimson Sharingan focused on the Six Tails Jinchuriki, and in an instant, he completed the hand seals. Fire release, great fire destruction. Layers of flames transformed into a sea of fire, instantly engulfing a large area of the forest ahead. Water release, water encampment pillar. The Six Tails Jinchuriki was not slow either. He quickly completed his hand seals and spewed forth, unleashing a torrent of water that collided with the raging sea of fire. Boom, a tremendous roar sounded, and a dark red chakra beam shot into the sky, stirring up a violent chakra storm. Accompanied by the dark red chakra storm, the surrounding trees were uprooted like straw, forming a large yellow pit in an instant. A figure with 6 dark red tails, resembling a human form, appeared in the pit, continuously emitting low growls. Layers of dark red chakra circles rippled from the semi-tailed beast-formed Six Tails Jinchuriki. Semi-tailed beast transformation. It seems Mist has indeed done profound research on wielding tailed beast power. Uchiha Akira was quite surprised. The power of the tailed beast was already formidable at this level. Whoosh! Uchiha Akira felt a blur before his eyes, and in an instant, the semi-tailed beast transformed Six Tails Jinchuriki Yuri appeared before him, a dark red chakra claw striking down with immense force. Quickly, Uchiha Akira showed no signs of panic on his face. Blue electric sparks burst from his body, and his figure vanished from the spot. Several dozen meters away, Uchiha Akira's figure materialized from a blur. Cracked the next moment, the ground beneath him cracked open, and densely packed dark red chakra tendrils burst forth like swords. Blue lightning erupted again, and Uchiha Akira's figure disappeared. Fire release, flame dragon song technique. In midair, Uchiha Akira completed the hand seals and unleashed 4 crimson fire dragons that attacked the Six Tails Jinchuriki Yuri from 4 directions. Roar! The semi-tailed beast-formed Yuri seemed to be influenced by the Six Tails chakra. He opened his mouth and spat out a dark red bubble that exploded, sending an invisible shockwave that struck the 4 fire dragons. The 4 fire dragons were instantly dispersed, transforming into a vast sea of flames that surged into the sky, coloring the entire sky red. Sizzle the next moment, a sizzling sound came from beside the Six Tails Jinchuriki, and Uchiha Akira appeared next to him without him noticing. Lightning release, lightning blade. In an instant, Uchiha Akira wielded a ninja sword forged from lightning and stabbed towards the heart of the Six Tails Jinchuriki. This was one of Uchiha Akira's self-created lightning release techniques, rated B rank. It maximized the sharpness of the ninja sword and extended a blade made entirely of lightning chakra. Extremely sharp since entering the battlefield, nothing had been able to withstand Uchiha Akira's strike. Swish! Uchiha Akira immediately sensed something was wrong. The lightning blade barely penetrated the Six Tails Jinchuriki's chest by less than 2 centimeters, evidently failing to truly breach the tailed beast defenses. The next moment, Six Tails behind Yuri howled through the air, striking down towards him. Sizzle! Uchiha Akira transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished, appearing several dozen meters away. Watching the Jinchuriki roar at the sky, Uchiha Akira thought, it seems normal ninjutsu cannot deal with a semi-tailed beast transformation to this extent. I must create a terrain advantage and use the environment to my benefit. Chapter 13. Lightning release. In the next moment, Uchiha Ming moved. He leaped into the air and completed the hand seals in the blink of an eye. Fire release. Great fire destruction. A massive amount of chakra gathered in his chest. And Uchiha Ming opened his mouth to unleash a gigantic fireball, dozens of meters in size, crashing down like a burning meteor. Roar. The Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, Yuri, let out a deep roar. In this state, he couldn't use water release. He inhaled deeply, and dark red-tailed beast chakra gathered in his mouth like waves. Then he exhaled, releasing a pale red-tailed beast chakra bubble that collided with a massive fireball with immense force. Boom! With a loud explosion, the chakra bubble burst the giant fireball into pieces. In an instant, flames spread like celestial flowers in all directions, painting the sky a bright red. Sparks flew, igniting the surrounding forest within hundreds of meters, setting the entire primitive forest ablaze. Such a commotion caught the attention of those fighting on the other side of the battlefield, and they turned to look. One intense battle. Hyuga Hayashi's Byakugan focused, and he naturally saw the half-tailed beast transformation of the Jinchuriki. In the next moment, multiple fire dragons soared into the sky from the other battlefield. The sky changed, quickly accumulating thick dark clouds. Meanwhile, this part of the battlefield was shrouded in a dense mist. The Mist Ninja used the mist technique to envelop the battlefield in a fog rich with chakra, aiming to limit the Byakugan and Sharingan, hoping to create a terrain favorable to the Mist Ninja. However, the idea was beautiful, but reality was harsh. Even the fog. The Mist Ninja were only slightly more familiar with a misty environment than the Konoha ninjas. The Konoha ninjas were true elites, and in terms of hard power, they were stronger than the Mist Jonin. Even in the thick fog, they had their own corresponding methods and were not afraid of the environmental disadvantage. Within the dense mist, the 3 Konoha Jonin each had their own countermeasures. They were not in a hurry to kill the Mist Jonin, but patiently waited for openings. In the white mist, Might Guy's green steam boiled violently, and the green light spread out, clearing the mist within a radius of several meters. Huh! With a low shout, Might Guy's fists erupted with light, spreading in all directions. The friction of his fists with the air burned away a large amount of mist, accompanied by several screams. Within a radius of several dozen meters centered around Might Guy, the mist was completely cleared, revealing the Mist Ninja holding a ninja sword, rushing toward him. After the indiscriminate attack, just now, 3 Mist Ninjas had already been hit and lay on the ground, their life signs unknown. As he saw several Mist Ninjas charging at him, Might Guy remained unfazed and let out a low shout. Then, in the terrified eyes of the Mist Ninjas, his figure transformed into a green light, darting across the battlefield. With Might Guy's movement, sounds of bone cracking and screams followed. In no time, 9 Mist Ninjas lay dead on the ground, having lost their life force. At this moment, Might Guy's attention was drawn to the commotion from Uchiha Ming and the Six Tails Jinchuriki fighting in the distance. He looked over, where even the weather had changed. Dark clouds rolled above, and below was a sea of flames. An extremely ominous chakra emanated from the center of the battlefield, causing Might Guy's heart to sink. Might Guy's eyes flickered as he sighed. The quality of the tailed beast chakra is very high. Even from this distance, it has a suffocating feeling. I really can't adapt. He then shifted his direction towards Chiba-ryu. According to the original plan, he was to help Konoha's Jonin deal with the Mist Jonin and then support Uchiha Ming. On the other side, Uchiha Ming was using fire release to create an updraft, forming cumulonimbus clouds, thus leveraging natural forces to unleash his strongest ninjutsu at the moment. This was inspired by the S-rank lightning release Kirin from the future Sasuke, creating another S-rank lightning release ultimate technique. The overall idea of the two was similar, but the final lightning forms were different, with significant variations in their transformations. Fire release, great fire elimination. Uchiha Ming formed hand seals again, instantly unleashing another area attack of fire release. In an instant, flames surged like seawater, creating towering waves of fire that rushed toward the half-tailed beast, transformed Six Tails Jinchuriki, Yuri. Wherever the flames passed, the air twisted, and the bright firelight illuminated the dark clouds. Even the half-tailed beast, transformed Jinchuriki, dared not confront such a terrifying fire release head-on. Crack, 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 accompanied by the sound of the ground cracking. A roar echoed as a massive rock over 20 meters long was lifted by Yuri's chakra tail that was embedded in the ground. It blocked the oncoming sea of fire like a giant brick. In an instant, the torrential sea of flames was split apart by the massive brick, surging in both directions and flowing into the forest, burning fiercely behind. The next moment, the fire gradually weakened, and the dark red chakra around Yuri swirled, causing his figure to vanish, shooting towards Uchiha Ming at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. What was invisible to the average person was very clear to Uchiha Ming's eyes. Lightning release. Lightning piercer. Seeing Yuri approaching, Uchiha Ming's palm crackled with lightning as he gripped a spear-like bolt of thunder and charged forward. Roar. The half-tailed beast transformed. Yuri's eyes flashed red. He did not evade but swung his massive chakra arm towards Uchiha Ming. With a loud boom, the blinding lightning and dark red-tailed beast chakra illuminated half the sky. In the next moment, Yuri, who was in a stalemate with Uchiha Ming, moved. The six tails behind him emitted howling sounds as they shot forward. With a whoosh, the six tails pierced through Uchiha Ming. Before Yuri could feel joy, the next moment, the pierced Uchiha Ming transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning, enveloping Yuri. In the air, a flash of lightning appeared, and Uchiha Ming was suddenly beside Yuri. Uchiha Ming's chakra boiled as he swung his fist, crackling with lightning, towards Yuri's heart. Extreme speed would inevitably bring immense power. With one punch, the half-tailed beast transformed Yuri was sent flying 100 meters, crashing into the flames. An enraged roar erupted from the sea of fire, and the violently surging tailed beast chakra created a large shockwave, forming a vacuum isolation zone of over 10 meters. In the next moment, the half-tailed beast transformed. Yuri howled at the sky, and as he roared, even his jaw dislocated, forming a massive mouth. Then, visibly, purple-black and blue yin-yang chakra flowed into the gaping mouth. It was clear to see that a black sphere was forming. Chapter 14. Six Tails Rhinoceros Dog. Previously, Uchiha Ming's ninjutsu had been constantly interfering with Yuri, preventing him from using the tailed beast bomb, an S-rank technique. Just now, Uchiha Ming had sent him flying with a punch, giving him the opportunity to unleash this decisive move. Seeing that the half-tailed beast host Yuri was gathering the tailed beast bomb, Uchiha Ming smirked. I want to see whether your tailed beast bomb is faster or my lightning speed. Then, a flash of lightning surged from Uchiha Ming's body as he leaped into the air. Lightning release, thunder punishment sword. With his right hand raised, a bolt of lightning plunged into the dark, swirling clouds. In the next moment, boundless lightning flickered within the dark clouds, gathering above him in an instant. Endless thunder intertwined, and then a sword made of lightning, 100 meters long, spanned the sky. This level of lightning release. On another battlefield, with the help of Might Dai, Konoha's Jonin had already killed the Mist Village Jonin and were about to rush to assist Uchiha Ming when they witnessed a shocking scene. The lightning sword that spanned the horizon nearly shattered Kakashi and the others' understanding. A technique of this magnitude and scale had never been seen even on the battlefields of the Third Shinobi World War. At this moment, Hinata Hayashi, who was watching the battlefield, spoke with a serious expression. The Six Tails Jinchuriki from the Mist Village has entered the half-tailed beast transformation state and is gathering the tailed beast bomb. We need to move quickly. Whether it's Uchiha Ming's attack in the sky or the tailed beast bomb, we might be affected within this range, and we could be injured. As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning punishment swords that spanned the horizon vanished as if they had never existed. Meanwhile, Kakashi quickly finished the hand seals and pressed down hard on the ground. Earth release. Multiple earth wall. With a loud rumble, several thick walls rose from the ground, surrounding the few people present. On the other side of the battlefield, as Uchiha Ming's right hand waved downwards, the thunder punishment sword above him instantly disappeared. Then, the sword flickered and jumped, appearing directly above Yuri, who had nearly completed the gathering of the tailed beast bomb and was about to unleash it. With a thunderous explosion that echoed through the heavens, endless lightning erupted, shattering the entire area under the thunder's assault, instantly illuminating the sky with blinding light. Boom! Then, a more intense explosion resonated as the tailed beast bomb detonated under the lightning attack. Endless light and heat erupted, consuming the sky's lightning in an instant, forming a massive mushroom cloud in the world. The ground trembled, and the earth churned. An area within 1,000 meters was directly engulfed by the light and heat from the explosion. On the other side, Might Guy and his companions, who were tending to the wounded, stared dumbfounded at the battlefield. The shockwave that just swept through was akin to a level 10 typhoon. If they hadn't used Earth Release to weaken the wind force, some injured might have been blown away. God, did you see that? Ebisu nudged Might Guy. That lightning release. What kind of enemy could force Senior Mei to use that level of lightning release? No era, Kakashi murmured. It can't be the tailed beast, right? That chakra pillar that shot up into the sky. Might Guy whispered. They weren't the only ones discussing it. Dozens of injured and medical personnel present were also talking about the enormous commotion. The lightning sword that spanned the sky could be seen even by them. Believe in our Konoha Jonin. There is nothing to worry about. They are from the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan. That's right, with them here, we will definitely win. Although they said that, everyone unanimously turned their gaze towards that battlefield. Feeling the howling energy storm, Kakashi and Might Guy looked gravely at the battlefield. Anxiety etched on their faces. What's going on over there, Hayashi? Chiba Ryu asked Hinata Hayashi. With his Byakugan, Hinata Hayashi could clearly see the situation on that battlefield. Not good. Hinata Hayashi's face showed a hint of fear as he said gravely, the Jinchuriki from the Mist village has lost control. The Six Tails has broken free from its seal and gone berserk. Hearing his words, the Jonin present turned pale. A tailed beast was not something they could handle. And even Jonin might not be able to do anything against it. Among them, only Might Guy might be able to deal with it. What? The Six Tails broke the seal. The others looked at Hinata Hayashi in disbelief. Hinata Hayashi swallowed hard and said with difficulty, it's true. The Six Tails Jinchuriki chose to go all out at the moment of certain death and release the Six Tails. What do we do now? Hinata Hayashi looked at the others. We need to quickly support Uchiha Ming and then retreat. A complete tailed beast is beyond our capability to deal with. Might Guy said with a serious expression. Can we use a summoning technique to notify Jonin Minato to come over? This situation clearly exceeds our ability. Jonin Chiba Ryu looked at Kakashi. No, my teacher's summoning beast is a toad from Mount Mayaboku, and mine is a ninja dog. Kakashi shook his head, his expression grim. Wait, Dai, maybe we don't need to go over there. At this moment, Hinata Hayashi looked at Might Guy with a look of uncertainty on his face and said incredulously, it seems like the Six Tails is being controlled by Uchiha Ming's Sharingan. What? The others showed expressions of surprise, collectively recalling the legend of Uchiha Madara controlling the Nine Tails. Kakashi murmured softly, the Sharingan can really control tailed beasts. That's great. Might Guy breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ming, slightly charred, walked from the distant forest. The earlier use of the Thunder Punishment Sword was just a shadow clone. For a technique with a lethal range of 1,000 meters and a throwing distance of 500 meters, using a shadow clone was the norm. At this moment, the battlefield had turned into a massive pit several hundred meters wide. A gigantic creature, entirely snow-white and resembling a slug with 6 tails, stood in the deep pit, its surface covered in a viscous liquid. However, large patches of black char marred its snow-white body, as if it had been bombarded. At a critical moment, the Six Tails broke free from its seal. Uchiha Ming's scarlet Sharingan narrowed. Yuri was surely done for. Under the onslaught of the lightning and the tailed beast bomb, there was no chance of survival. However, at a crucial moment, it was unclear whether he had intentionally broken the seal or if the Six Tails sensed a life-and-death crisis and forcibly broke through the already unstable seal. This resulted in the Six Tails breaking free, and now it had completely escaped the seal, becoming a complete tailed beast. Seeing Uchiha Ming approach, the Six Tails rhinoceros dog let out a low growl. Looking at the enraged Six Tails, Uchiha Ming smiled. If you hadn't come out, I would have had much of a way to deal with you. Now that you're out, just right. His left eye, with 3 black tomos spinning, transformed into a kaleidoscope pattern. In an instant, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan locked onto the Six Tails. In an instant, the howling Six Tails came to a halt. The entire tailed beast seemed to malfunction, standing blankly in place as if it had lost consciousness. Chapter 15 Bold Ideas. It turns out that the ability of the kaleidoscope Sharingan to control tailed beasts is not a rumor, but a reality. After transplanting the cells of Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Obito's ocular power became so strong that he could even control the perfect Jinchuriki, Kurama. Even the strongest Nine Tails could not escape this fate. Uchiha Akira did not transplant Senju Hashirama's cells. and his ocular power was not strong enough to reach the almost eternal kaleidoscope level of Uchiha Bido. However, the Six Tails is not the Nine Tails. Currently, the Six Tails, Saiken, is in a wild state since its Jinchuriki, Yuhi, is dead, and Uchiha Akira was able to control it with just one glance. After using the kaleidoscope Sharingan Jinjutsu to control the Six Tails, Uchiha Akira frowned and murmured, "The ocular power consumed to control the tailed beast is quite excessive. And this is just the Six Tails. If it were the Nine Tails, wouldn't it break free immediately? The strength of the Nine Tails is in a completely different dimension compared to the other 8-tailed beasts. A regular kaleidoscope Sharingan that can control other tailed beasts may not necessarily be able to control the Nine Tails." According to Uchiha Akira's calculations, with his current single kaleidoscope Sharingan's ocular power, he could only control the Six Tails, Saiken, for a maximum of 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, once the ocular power was exhausted, the Six Tails would inevitably break free from the Jinjutsu and go completely berserk. What to do? Uchiha Akira looked at the Six Tails, Saiken, standing in the deep pit and felt troubled. 3 minutes was clearly not enough time to take it back to Konoha. If Minato Namikaze were here, he could try to take it back and have Kushina Uzumaki seal it. In the current situation, it was quite awkward. Kill it? Uchiha Akira rubbed his chin, contemplating the feasibility of this idea. But that wouldn't work either. 3 minutes wouldn't be enough to create a cumulonimbus. And that lightning release technique might not necessarily kill the Six Tails. Uchiha Akira showed a conflicted expression. Of course, he could kill the Six Tails using the left eye's kaleidoscope technique, Kamui. However, this would cause some damage to the kaleidoscope Sharingan, which is why Uchiha Akira was cautious about this matter. Should he kill the Saiken or let it go free, allowing it to return to the wild state? Just as he was struggling with this dilemma, a green light burst forth from behind. The person was Might Guy, having opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates. He moved with incredible speed and was the first to arrive at the scene. "Little brother, you're amazing." Might Guy gave a thumbs up, his face beaming with a bright smile. "I didn't expect even a tailed beast would not be your opponent. The Sharingan is truly a terrifying bloodline limit." Uchiha Akira shook his head and said seriously, "Guy-senpai, I can't control it for long, at most 3 minutes. You all need to quickly evacuate the injured. The farther away, the better." "What?" Might Guy's expression changed as he looked seriously at Uchiha Akira. "I understand, Uchiha. I'll head back right away to evacuate the injured." Without wasting any more words, Might Guy transformed into a green light and rushed back towards Kakashi and the others. "Jonin of the Fire Gate, Kakashi, and other Jonin, we must return to evacuate the injured. Uchiha-kun can only control the Six Tails for 3 minutes. We must move the injured to a safe distance within that time." "What?" Upon hearing Might Guy's words, Kakashi and the others, who were rushing over, immediately stopped in their tracks. Then, without any hesitation, they dashed toward the location of the injured in Konoha. 3 minutes is a very short time. Every second counts in evacuating the injured. The tailed beast stands dozens of meters tall, a true behemoth. Even if this giant disaster moves slowly, it is still faster than them carrying the injured. If the tailed beast goes berserk and randomly launches tailed beast bombs, it would be a huge problem. Therefore, during these 3 minutes, not a second can be wasted. They must take the injured far enough away, at least out of the attack range of the Six Tails tailed beast bomb. While Might Guy and Kakashi could leave, Uchiha Akira could not. If he left, the Six Tails Saiken would break free from the Sharingan Jinjutsu and go on a rampage. Damn it, the Saiken was struggling more and more, and Uchiha Akira couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. It's such a pity. There's no time to learn sealing techniques. Uchiha Akira sighed. Sealing techniques are not particularly difficult for the Uchiha clan, who possess the Sharingan. As long as they use the Sharingan to copy some sealing techniques and gradually understand them, they can master advanced sealing techniques over time. However, sealing techniques were not prioritized in the Uchiha clan. The only core was the Sharingan, and fire release was merely supplementary. Uchiha Akira has been reincarnated for over a year. Although he wanted to learn, there was no time on the battlefield for him to study sealing techniques slowly. If at this moment, Uchiha Akira had enough mastery of sealing techniques, he could completely seal the Six Tails, Saiken, inside his own body and become its Jinchuriki. With a kaleidoscope Sharingan in hand, Uchiha Akira wouldn't fear the Six Tails resisting. A single glance would make it obedient. The benefits of becoming a Jinchuriki go without saying. At least he wouldn't have to worry about exhausting his chakra. Although his chakra volume is considerable, it still pales in comparison to that of a tailed beast. It is impossible to leave empty-handed. Having already controlled it, it would be too wasteful to just let it go. Uchiha Akira thought, appearing behind the six tails. And then a dazzling lightning light flickered on his hand. A blue lightning bolt extended out, transforming into a sword that swept across the tail of the six tails. With a thud, a several-meter-long segment of the six tails' tail was severed. Then, Uchiha Akira took out a sealing scroll and placed the severed tail into the storage scroll. This type of scroll has limited volume and can be used to store living beings, as seen in the original work. It is quite expensive. The scroll Uchiha Akira had on hand was the largest sealing storage scroll available on the market. Storing this 4-meter-long tail was its limit. It's not that Uchiha Akira doesn't want to take more tail beast flesh, but he simply doesn't have more sealing storage scrolls, carrying only one with him. It's such a pity. If only he could take back such a large-tailed beast. Uchiha Akira sighed. Wait. Just as Uchiha Akira was about to leave, he suddenly paused. He thought of something. Looking at the snow-white Saiken, Uchiha Akira thought, since Uchiha Madara could forcibly contract the nine tails and make it his summoning beast. Can I do the same? Force the six tails, Saiken, to become my summoning beast. This was the thought that had just crossed Uchiha Akira's mind. In this way, he wouldn't have to consider what to do with the six tails, Saiken, after killing it. Chapter 16 Contract with the six tails, given the current situation. The six tails is likely to remain a wild-tailed beast for some time. It will undoubtedly be captured eventually, whether by Konoha or the Mist. Capturing a wild-tailed beast is certainly not an easy task. It requires preparation. If Uchiha Ming forcibly contracts the six tails and makes it his summoning beast, then there is room for operation. After some preparation, Uchiha Ming can directly summon the six tails and complete the capture. There is a possibility of actually making the six tails his possession before Konoha and the Mist take action. The difficulty of creating a summoning contract scroll is not high, and Uchiha Ming just happens to have blank scrolls on hand. In just a minute, he wrote a complete summoning contract on the blank scroll, creating a summoning contract scroll. The materials for drawing the contract were sourced directly from the environment, using the blood of the six tails. After creating the summoning contract, Uchiha Ming forcibly used his Mangekyō Sharingan to control the six tails and make it leave its name on the large scroll. Then, Uchiha Ming wrote his own name on the scroll, formally completing the contract. After finishing all this, 2.5 minutes had passed. As time went on, the six tails struggled more and more, making it increasingly difficult for Uchiha Ming to control. A tailed beast, being a chakra creature, is composed of chakra itself, and even with a complete Mangekyō Sharingan, it is hard to maintain control for a prolonged period. It seems that retreating is the only option now, and Uchiha Ming can only hope that Konoha and the Mist won't act too quickly. At that moment, his left eye's power erupted. In an instant, the previously struggling six tails became completely quiet, like a silent, lifeless object. The next moment, blue lightning flashed around Uchiha Ming, and his figure disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he dashed over 100 meters away, using his fastest speed to flee into the distance. As Uchiha Ming left the scene, the illusion cast by the Mangekyō Sharingan on the six tails lost its source of chakra and eye power. 20 seconds later, the six tails let out an angry roar, and a vast amount of chakra erupted from its body, sending a shockwave of chakra that kicked up clouds of dust. By this time, Uchiha Ming had already dashed a kilometer away. The six tails looked in the direction where Uchiha Ming had left, displaying a hint of fear. Clearly, when Uchiha Ming trapped it with the illusion, its experience within the illusion was not pleasant. The intelligence of tailed beasts is not inferior to that of humans. The long-lived six tails understood that the Uchiha ninja had not used all his power. As a wise being that has lived for a long time, it had learned many secrets, including the abilities of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Therefore, it had no intention of pursuing and instead quickly ran deeper into the forest after determining the direction. After the Jinchuriki tore apart the seal, it regained its freedom. The six tails no longer wished to return to the dark seal of the past. It only wanted to preserve its freedom. Sensing that the six tails had not pursued, Uchiha Ming let out a sigh of relief. Although he still had some chakra left, conventional ninjutsu was not very effective against tailed beasts. If the six tails had truly pursued him, Uchiha Ming estimated that he would have had to use Kamui to send it on its way after a struggle. After dashing several kilometers, Uchiha Ming returned to the Konoha team. Uchiha, are you okay? Dai immediately came up to inquire. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the others, who were on alert, also turned their gaze towards Uchiha Ming. When they saw that Uchiha Ming only had some charred marks on him, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I'm fine. Uchiha Ming shook his head and said, the Six Tails has already left this area. I don't know where we'll run off to. Upon hearing that the Six Tails had moved away, everyone present let out a sigh of relief. The pressure that the tailed beast brought was indeed immense. This uncontrollable creature was very threatening. One-tailed beast bomb could directly send everyone present back to the afterlife. Good to be gone, Hyuga Hayashi murmured, greatly relieved. This incident was sudden. Should we send someone back to the front line to report? Meido Dai looked at the 3 Jonin present and said, after all, a tailed beast that has completely regained its freedom could change the situation on the battlefield if it appears. Dai-senpai, you worry too much, said Chiba Ryu, who was dressed in a Jonin vest and looked ordinary. Tailed beasts are not ordinary creatures. Their intelligence is not inferior to ours, so they wouldn't recklessly run onto the battlefield. Notification is still necessary. Hyuga Hayashi shook his head and looked at Kakashi. Kakashi Jonin, what do you think? I believe we should inform the front line. We must be cautious of a free-tailed beast, Kakashi replied solemnly. Although he was younger, he had just independently killed a Mist Jonin in the previous battle without relying on Meido Dai's help. Therefore, Hayashi and Chiba Ryu did not regard Kakashi as a child. He was a Jonin whose strength was even above theirs. I'll go, Meido Dai said. Uchiha, you just fought with the Six Tails and need a rest. He looked at the others and said seriously, once I open the 8th gate, my speed will be very fast. At this rate, I can return to the front line in half a day. That would be troubling for you, Dai-senpai. Uchiha Ming had no intention of taking on the task. He indeed needed a rest. The battle with the Six Tails Jinchuriki had taken a toll on him, consuming most of his chakra. Seeing Meido Dai take the initiative, Hayashi and the others nodded in agreement. Meido Dai's speed was indeed faster than anyone else present, except for Uchiha Ming, making him suitable for this task. As they watched Meido Dai disappear, Uchiha Ming and the others continued to escort the injured villagers back towards Konoha. As they got closer to Konoha, there were no further disturbances for the time being. On the other side, after rushing for half a day, Meido Dai returned to the front line. The battlefield commanders had a very grim expression upon receiving the news. The extent of the Mist's madness exceeded their expectations. They had silently thrown their Jinchuriki into the battlefield. The borders of the Land of Fire were too long, making it impossible for them to provide comprehensive protection. Penetrating the borders was incredibly easy. The Mist has gone this far, Minato Namikaze sighed, then looked at Uchiha Fugaku and said with some relief, Fugaku, it's a good thing you suggested having Uchiha Ming follow along. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand, saying, Minato, I only suggested it as a precaution. I didn't expect the Mist to be this insane. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the battlefield commanders present, including Minato, Narashikamaru, and Akimichi Choza, and asked, by the way, regarding the Six Tails, what should we do about this tailed beast that is still in our Land of Fire? Chapter 17. Baru, after Narashikaku pondered for a moment, he said, since Kirigakure has already sent the Six Tails into battle, and the host of the Six Tails has died, resulting in the Six Tails appearing within our Fire Country, we cannot sit idly by, whether it is for the safety of the people or the interests of the village. As long as we capture the Six Tails, Konoha will be able to gain greater benefits in negotiations with Kirigakure. Even if Kirigakure does not intend to redeem the Six Tails, Konoha will not suffer any losses. The value of a tailed beast is immeasurable. It can serve as a deterrent. That's the reasoning. After agreeing with a nod, Minato Namikaze shifted the topic, saying, however, tailed beasts are not something ordinary ninjas can deal with. Currently, there are not many people on our side who can handle a tailed beast, and according to intelligence, it seems that the third Mizukage of Kirigakure intends to go to the battlefield. Narashikaka nodded. Fugaku, do you have any thoughts? At this time, Minato looked towards Uchiha Fugaku, who was silently standing with his arms crossed. Hearing Minato's words, Uchiha Fugaku's serious face showed a contemplative expression. After a moment, he said, Minato, why not let our Uchiha clan's Uchiha Shursui go to find the Six Tails that is within the Fire Country? Fugaku, this is a tailed beast, Minato said solemnly. Shursui is still the same age as Kakashi. We can't let such a child handle this matter. Indeed, Fugaku, I also do not agree with letting Uchiha Shursui go. Although he is quite renowned on the battlefield, facing a tailed beast is still too dangerous, Narashikaku added. Akito Choza and Yamenka Inoichi, although they did not speak, shook their heads in disapproval. They knew of Uchiha Shursui's name, although he was about the same age as Kakashi. He had already made a name for himself on the battlefield and would undoubtedly become a pillar of Konoha in the future. However, they all agreed that Uchiha Shursui was still too immature to deal with a calamity-level existence like a tailed beast. Fugaku, even if he can handle the six tails? Does he have the sealing techniques to temporarily seal the six tails? Minato pointed out a crucial matter. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. He was indeed a bit anxious to have Shursui gain greater fame. He then said, in that case, it seems this matter still has to be handled by you, Minato. Let us take care of the advance on this front. Capturing the six tails and advancing the front do not conflict. Minato shook his head and said, the six tails still needs to be found. As long as we locate it, everything else will be easier to handle. For someone with the flying thunder god technique, like me, the most troublesome part is finding the trace of the six tails. Everything else is not complicated for me, whether it's capturing or temporarily sealing it. Neither is a challenge. Minato, won't that be too much of a burden for you? Narashikaku asked with a hint of concern. This time, regarding the choice of siding with the Hokage, the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans also chose Minato. Therefore, they definitely did not want anything to happen to him. It's fine, Minato said with a gentle smile. We must end this war as soon as possible. Konoha cannot afford to drag it out any longer. Dai, do you know the direction the six tails escaped? He looked towards Might Guy, who was quietly waiting at the side. Upon hearing Minato's words, Might Guy immediately perked up and said, according to what Uchiha Kira said, the six tails should have gone towards the Ayakawa mountain. Minato nodded and then looked at the others present. Almost a day's time has passed. The six tails may have changed direction. Hizashi, this time I'll trouble your Hyuga clan. For the sake of Konoha, this is what we should do. Hyuga Hizashi, who had been silent, nodded solemnly. While they were discussing how to deal with the six tails, Uchiha Akira and the others had traveled a good distance, and there were only about 2 days' journey left to Konoha. Due to the presence of injured members, their speed of travel was not fast. At night, according to the plan, Kakashi and Uchiha Akira were responsible for the night watch. After recently experiencing the incident with Rin Noera, Kakashi was reluctant to engage in too much conversation with outsiders and simply sat silently beside the campfire. Out of the corner of his eye, Kakashi saw Uchiha Akira stirring the fire with a stick, which reminded him of the events of the day. Rin. Remembering Rin Noera, Kakashi felt a sharp pain in his heart. At that time, Rin was worried that upon returning to Konoha, the three tails sealed within her body would bring great destruction to Konoha, so she chose to commit suicide. Now it seems that Rin's thoughts were completely mistaken. How could a mere three tails destroy Konoha? Even the six tails was captured single-handedly by Uchiha Akira. What would happen if the three tails were released in Konoha? The village had the strongest Hokage in charge, and his mentor, Kushina Uzumaki, was well-versed in sealing techniques. A three tails could hardly stir up any trouble. Thinking of this, Kakashi was filled with regret, while also secretly resenting his lack of understanding of the village's high-end combat power, which led to Rin's tragedy. I'm truly damned. Kakashi lamented. However, he did not know that Rin was destined to die at that time, whether it was by his hand or at the hands of the pursuing forces from Kirigakure. To ensure that Uchiha Bido would awaken his Mangekyō Sharingan and fall into darkness. Becoming the agent of Uchiha Madara, Rin was undoubtedly doomed. There was no possibility of her returning to Konoha, just as Kakashi was drowning in his feelings of regret. Uchiha Akira suddenly looked up towards the dark forest and softly said, Kakashi, someone is coming. Kakashi was startled, instantly snapping out of his regretful emotions, and his gaze turned cold as he looked into the depths of the dense forest. A series of footsteps approached, and then the two saw a man with shoulder-length white hair, handsome features, and wearing a beige turtleneck coat walking out from the dark forest. Seeing the newcomer, Uchiha Akira frowned. He felt that this person looked familiar, with a strong sense of deja vu, as if he had seen him somewhere. But he could not recall at the moment. Just as Uchiha Akira was deep in thought, Kakashi's expression turned wary, and he spoke in a low voice. Buru, what do you want as a rogue ninja? Bairuhu? Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Uchiha Akira finally showed a look of realization. It turned out to be this person. Bairuhu, a friend of Konoha's legendary three ninjas, but lacking in talent compared to them, secretly researched forbidden techniques to keep up with them and created the Ghost Loam technique, which was discovered by the third Hokage, leading him to become a rogue ninja. The Bairuhu in Uchiha Akira's memory was vastly different from the current Buru. The Bairuhu in his memory was a small boy wrapped in bandages, incredibly ugly. The current Bairuhu, however, was handsome and tall, a proper pretty boy. Bairuhu looked at Kakashi with an infatuated gaze and said, Kakashi, I have come here for you. Feeling Bairuhu's obsessive gaze, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, as if 1,000 ants were crawling over him. Chapter 18. Illusion Control. Uchiha Ming looked at the rogue ninja, Biryu, with a strange expression. Is this person a bit out of his mind? Has the current rogue ninja become so arrogant? Can't he see his own worth? With your Sharingan, my ghost Luo Bud can truly achieve perfection. At that time, surpassing the Sannin and obtaining true immortality will no longer be a luxury. Biryu gazed at Kakashi with an obsessive look, his eyes burning with intensity. Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine and looked at Biryu with a strange expression. Is the information on rogue ninjas that outdated? He wants the Sharingan. This person beside me is the most orthodox from the Uchiha clan. Why is he fixated on me? Why are you looking for me? My Sharingan was transplanted, Kakashi said with a peculiar expression, looking at Biryu as if he were a fool. It is precisely because your Sharingan was transplanted that I sought you out. This indicates that your adaptability is extremely strong, making you perfectly suited for my Ghost Luo Bud technique. Biryu seemed quite patient. Seeing this, Uchiha Ming immediately realized that this rogue ninja really didn't understand the current situation. His appearance of having both of them in his grasp made Uchiha Ming secretly laugh. Ghost Luo Bud technique? Kakashi looked at Biryu in confusion. Hearing Kakashi's puzzled tone, Biryu laughed proudly. The Ghost Luo Bud technique is my masterpiece. The specific effects of the technique will be explained later. Saying this, he looked at Uchiha Ming beside Kakashi. Today is quite fortunate. There happens to be a member of the Uchiha clan here. What a coincidence. Don't you know who he is? Kakashi looked at Biryu with a strange expression, as if he were looking at a clown. Does it matter who he is? Under my Ghost Luo Bud, what can he do? Biryu said nonchalantly. Just a kid from the Uchiha clan, not Uchiha Fugaku. What can he do? Uchiha Ming spoke calmly. I've heard that you have a good relationship with the Sannin. I just wonder how much strength you have with them. Upon hearing Uchiha Ming's words, Biryu's expression darkened instantly. This was his eternal pain. During the Second Shinobi World War, the name of the Sannin spread throughout the world, while he remained just a mediocre Jonin in Konoha. At this moment, Biryu felt an immense jealousy towards the Sannin's towering figures. Unwilling to remain mediocre, he studied forbidden techniques and developed the Ghost Luo Bud technique, which could seize others' bloodline limits. Biryu's face grew cold, and he said in a chilling voice, Uchiha brat, you'll soon witness my strength. It's up to you, Senior Mei. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Ming. The next moment, a blue bolt of lightning appeared in the dark forest. With a muffled bang, Biryu caught off guard, could only barely raise his hand to defend himself, and was directly sent flying into the forest by Uchiha Ming's strike. ZZZ. Uchiha Ming transformed into a bolt of lightning, with dazzling blue light, and vanished into the dark forest. Kakashi merely glanced in the direction Uchiha Ming disappeared before returning his gaze. He had complete confidence in Uchiha Ming. Although Biryu was a Jonin during the Second Shinobi World War, longevity and strength are not the same in the ninja world. He himself was the best example. Becoming a Jonin at the age of 12 and being able to freely use his created Raikiri made him relatively strong among Jonin. However, Uchiha Ming's ability to take down tailed beasts meant that even the Sannin would not necessarily have an advantage against him. Thus, Kakashi felt no worry, instead becoming more focused and alert. Kakashi, what's happening? With the sounds of battle, Hinata Hayashi and Chiba Ryu, who were resting, woke up and came fully armed to Kakashi's side. I don't know if it's good luck or bad luck. A rogue ninja has shown up, Kakashi said calmly. A rogue ninja? Hinata Hayashi opened his Byakugan and immediately saw Biryu fighting fiercely with Uchiha Ming in the forest. Biryu, a friend of the Sannin, Kakashi explained. A friend of the Sannin? Should we go support him? Chiba Ryu looked at Hinata Hayashi. Hinata Hayashi shook his head and said, no need. That rogue ninja named Biryu won't last much longer. Under Uchiha Ming's assault, he will soon be finished. A friend of the Sannin, and so weak? Chiba Ryu murmured. It seems this guy hasn't made any progress after defecting for so many years. How dare he attack us? Chiba Ryu shook his head in disbelief. Don't forget, this is a battlefield. If rogue ninjas don't have underground black market channels, the flow of information isn't timely, and it often lags behind, Hinata Hayashi shrugged, laughing. In his view, Biryu was just asking for trouble. Chiba Ryu looked at Hinata Hayashi and asked, what is going on? Has Biryu been taken down? Hinata Hayashi shook his head and said, I underestimated Biryu. His ninjutsu is something I've never seen before, and it can actually fuse with summoning. Then, Hinata Hayashi exclaimed. Biryu transformed into a summoning beast and escaped. Uchiha Ming chased after him and has disappeared. A look of regret appeared on his face. Should we still follow him, just in case something unexpected happens? Kakashi suggested. There won't be any unexpected events. Hinata Hayashi shrugged lightly and said, Biryu is already heavily injured. And at most 10 minutes, Uchiha Ming will be able to finish him off. Chiba Ryu didn't say anything. He knew that the Hinata clan and the Uchiha clan had always been in a subtle conflict. It was understandable that Hinata Hayashi didn't want to go. Do as you wish. Seeing Hinata Hayashi's attitude, Kakashi didn't want to say much. He still had confidence in Uchiha Ming and didn't believe a rogue ninja like Biryu could turn the tide against him. Meanwhile, Biryu was in a state of extreme embarrassment. He had fused with his summoning beast, transforming into a giant beast over 10 meters tall, rampaging through the forest. Uchiha Ming, on the other hand, had transformed into a blue lightning bolt, frequently darting around the winged giant beast. From time to time, blue lightning erupted, striking the giant beast and preventing it from taking off. Biryu was extremely furious. He never expected to hit a wall right after arriving. He came to this battlefield between Konoha and the Mist Village to scout for suitable bloodline limits to practice the Ghost Luo Bud technique. After wandering around the battlefield for a long time without finding a satisfactory bloodline limit, he unexpectedly discovered Kakashi, which was a pleasant surprise. He was just about to cast a puppet curse on him to facilitate capturing Kakashi in the future and completing the Ghost Luo Bud. The Sharingan was one of the bloodline limits he had originally targeted. Chapter 19. The Art of Ghostly Lotus Bud. However, he never expected that Uchiha Akira, who was by Kakashi's side, was so powerful. If he had known, he would have gone underground to exchange information at the Gold Exchange first. He was filled with anger. Byakugan had already been a Jonin during the Second Shinobi World War and had fused many powerful summoning beasts using the Ghostly Lotus Bud technique. Yet he was so easily defeated in front of this Uchiha clan member. Even the legendary Sannin were not this strong at his age. Byakugan was extremely furious. In the next moment, the giant beast that was rampaging through the forest suddenly froze, and the world before below turned into a dark red hue. In the sky, a sinister three-tomo Sharingan was spinning. He looked down and found himself bound to a gigantic tree stump. The Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. Terror appeared on Byakugan's face. Before he could react, his consciousness fell into darkness. With Byakugan being controlled by the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, the Ghostly Lotus Bud technique also became ineffective. Byakugan's true form separated from the giant summoning beast, returning to the appearance he had when they first met. At this moment, Uchiha Akira's left eye had already transformed into a kaleidoscope Sharingan. To completely control Byakugan, he had used a considerable amount of his power this time. Previously, when controlling the Six-Tails Rhinoceros, it had been no different. Unlike controlling the Six-Tails Rhinoceros, Byakugan was a ninja, lacking the massive chakra of a tailed beast, allowing Uchiha Akira to control him for a longer time. The reason for this was, of course, Byakugan's Ghostly Lotus Bud technique. The potential of this ninjutsu was undeniable. It could plunder Kekkei Genkai, turning others' Kekkei Genkai into one's own. After fusing 5 types of Kekkei Genkai, one could even gain immortality, which shows just how great the potential of this ninjutsu is. With careful combinations of the 5 fused Kekkei Genkai, completing the Ghostly Lotus Bud would allow one to leap into becoming a top-tier powerhouse in the shinobi world without question. The potential of this ninjutsu depends on the Kekkei Genkai being fused. Upon discovering that it was Byakugan, Uchiha Akira set his sights on the Ghostly Lotus Bud technique. This forbidden technique, with its immense potential, would have been fine if it remained undiscovered. Now that it was practically delivered to him, Uchiha Akira had no choice but to take action. Looking at Byakugan, who was under the control of the Jinjutsu, and standing still, Uchiha Akira took out a blank scroll and a pen and threw them over, instructing, "Write down your Ghostly Lotus Bud technique and all the key points for practicing it." Without hesitation, Byakugan, controlled by the Jinjutsu, bent down and began writing on the blank scroll. 5 minutes later, Byakugan stopped his movements, standing dazedly in place. The blank scroll was filled with text, detailing the method of practicing the Ghostly Lotus Bud technique and various precautions. Seeing this, Uchiha Akira smiled. With a glance of his Sharingan, he instantly recorded the contents of the scroll. Then, he put away the scroll containing the Ghostly Lotus Bud technique. Hand seals. A massive fireball directly turned Byakugan into a pile of ashes. "I told you, there's no need to go over. Look, he's back." Upon seeing Uchiha Akira appear, Hinata Hayashi shrugged and looked at Kakashi and Chiba Ryu. Kakashi glanced over but said nothing, turning to Uchiha Akira, who was walking over, asking, "What happened, Akira-senpai?" "Resolved. A fire technique turned him to ashes," Uchiha Akira replied. "Turn to ashes?" Kakashi was somewhat surprised. Turned to ashes, Uchiha Akira nodded, looking at Hinata Hayashi. The Jonin should be able to see. Hinata Hayashi shook his head. I didn't see it. My Byakugan can't see that far. Chiba Ryu looked at Uchiha Akira and Kakashi. Speaking, since there's nothing wrong, I'll go back to rest. We'll come out again to keep watch later in the night. After saying that, he didn't wait for the two to respond and walked toward his tent, slipping inside. Soon, only Kakashi and Uchiha Akira remained by the campfire. The scene returned to silence. And Kakashi had no intention of speaking again, staring blankly at the fire, his thoughts drifting somewhere unknown, having just acquired the ghostly lotus bud technique. Uchiha Akira also had no intention of conversing with Kakashi. His mind was captivated by the ghostly lotus bud technique he obtained from Baruho. The ghostly lotus bud technique has great potential. Browsing through the memories of the ghostly lotus bud technique, Uchiha Akira was greatly moved. No wonder Baruho would later have the confidence to declare war on the 5 great nations. While there was an element of arrogance and a lack of self-awareness, the effects of the fully mastered ghostly lotus bud technique were indeed powerful. Fusing summoning beasts or other ninjas was merely a superficial application. To truly master the ghostly lotus bud technique, one needed to fuse 5 ninjas with Kekkai Genkai under favorable conditions, thus achieving mastery over this technique and obtaining immortality. The 5 types of Kekkai Genkai, of course, should be as powerful as possible. However, it doesn't mean any random 5 will do. One must consider their interactions. If the compatibility of the 5 Kekkai Genkai is poor, resulting in hindering each other, that would be problematic. If one were to truly practice this ghostly lotus bud technique, then careful thought must be given to the selection of these 5 Kekkai Genkai. Uchiha Akira pondered. In his view, the wood release inherited from Senju Hashirama was definitely a must. Hashirama's cells would allow his left eye, this kaleidoscope Sharingan, to be used without restraint. Therefore, wood release must occupy one position. Fortunately, he already possessed a Sharingan, which freed up that slot. Uchiha Akira thought to himself. Coincidentally, he had a Byakugan on hand. Uchiha Akira recalled the Byakugan obtained from the Mist Ninja Jonin. The potential of the Byakugan was undeniable. It could evolve into the Tenseigan, a powerful Kekkai Genkai that was not inferior to the Rinnegan, making it a viable option. The strength of wood release varies from person to person. In the hands of Senju Hashirama, it was invincible, even overpowering Uchiha Madara, who was accompanied by the 9 Tails. However, in the hands of Yamato, it was quite average. It belongs to the category of ninjutsu that requires great effort for miraculous results. Fundamentally, wood release is a Kekkai Genkai resulting from the fusion of water and earth attributes and is not inherently stronger than other Kekkai Genkai. The might comes from Senju Hashirama, from Ashura's chakra, not from wood release itself. For Uchiha Akira, what he truly desired was not wood release, but the life force contained in Senju Hashirama's cells. The remaining 3 Kekkai Genkai needed careful consideration. Uchiha Akira momentarily couldn't think of any suitable choices. Chapter 20. Selection of bloodline limits according to Uchiha Ming's thoughts. The 5 bloodline limits that integrate Guelia must be carefully selected, and there must be no waste. Which 5 bloodline limits should be chosen? Uchiha Ming pondered, feeling a bit confused and unable to make a decision. There aren't many famous bloodline limits in the ninja world. A significant portion is cultivated through later training. The naturally inherited ones are not many. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, the Kagaya clan's Shikatsumiyaku, the CHCH clan's Blood Dragon Eye, and the Yuki clan's Ice Release, etc. Although the well-known Senju and Uzumaki clans come from noble lineages as descendants of the Sage of 6 Paths, they do not have any bloodline limits inherited in the conventional sense. Therefore, Uchiha Ming doesn't have many options for bloodline limits to choose from. Uchiha Ming quickly ruled out the bloodline limits developed through later training, such as Scorch Release and Steel Shield. These later developed bloodline limits have low potential and cannot be compared with the ancient inherited bloodlines of the Sage of 6 Paths. The Uchiha and Hyuga clan's bloodlines originate from the Sage of 6 Paths, from Kagaya, Otsutsuki, and the God Tree, containing the most fundamental secrets of the ninja world. So their potential is certainly not comparable to that of later developed bloodline limits. Thus, Uchiha Ming immediately focused on the bloodline limits related to the Sage of 6 Paths and Kagaya Otsutsuki. He wondered if the ability that Xiangling awakened, which allows her to recover quickly from a bite, could be considered a bloodline limit. Uchiha Ming's thoughts began to expand. Then he thought of Chongwu, who is naturally able to absorb natural energy and can be said to have the body of a sage by birth. Uchiha Ming thought, perhaps this could also count as a bloodline limit. If the awakened special abilities of the Uzumaki lineage and Chonwu's sage transformation can be considered bloodline limits, then they could be included as options. Uchiha Ming nodded in his heart. Without sage mode and the ability to use natural energy, he would be left helpless when facing certain beings in the later stages, such as the Ten Tails and the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. He had already decided that after returning to Konoha, once the war was over, he would use the power of the Uchiha clan to find Xiangling and Chonwu and bring them to Konoha. That would leave only the last bloodline limit undetermined, Uchiha Ming thought. It now seemed that he could only tentatively choose the Shikatsumiyaku of the Kagaya clan. After thinking it over, Uchiha Ming still couldn't find a more suitable option. In the end, he could only temporarily select the Kagaya clan, one of the descendants of Kagaya Otsutsuki. The Kagaya clan, the Hyuga clan, the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan, and the Uchiha clan are exactly the 5 major branches descended from Kagaya Otsutsuki, plus Chonwu's sage body. Uchiha Ming felt that this was a good combination, and once he completed the Guelia technique, there might be a big surprise waiting. There are about 6 years left until the solar eclipse, and with the help of the Uchiha clan's power during this time, he should be able to find his targets, Uchiha Ming thought. The Guelia technique needs to be activated during the solar eclipse at Mount Sumeru to complete the final fusion ceremony, taking advantage of the timing and location. The next solar eclipse phenomenon will occur in the 56th year of Konoha, and if he misses this opportunity, he will have to wait another 12 years. If he misses this opportunity in the 56th year of Konoha, then Uchiha Ming will have to wait until the 68th year of Konoha for a new solar eclipse. Uchiha Ming thought, time is not very abundant, and there are many things to do in the meantime. The development of biological technology needs to be advanced quickly. After finding Xiangling and Chonwu, Uchiha Ming certainly wouldn't treat them like the original Baruhu and directly use them as fusion materials. Uchiha Ming's plan is to develop biological cloning technology vigorously with the help of the Uchiha clan after the war ends. By then, he can use their clones. Using the originals still feels a bit off to him. A blank clone is more in line with his wishes. On the way back to Konoha, there were no unexpected events. After spending 2 days, Uchiha Ming and his team successfully escorted over 100 injured back to Konoha. As they approached the gates of Konoha, Uchiha Ming and the others saw the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, waiting in front of the gates with a group of medical ninjas. Thank you for your hard work, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, wearing the Hokage's ceremonial robe and hood. Looking not aged, and although not tall, he gave off a strong presence. Uchiha Ming and the others responded, "This is what we, as Konoha ninjas, should do." Sarutobi Hiruzen discreetly glanced at Uchiha Ming and then turned to the medical ninjas beside him, saying, "Take the injured back to the hospital for treatment." The frontline battle reports had already been sent back to Konoha, so Sarutobi Hiruzen was not unaware of Uchiha Ming's remarkable performance on the front lines. While observing Uchiha Ming, he thought to himself, another genius has emerged from the Uchiha clan. He looked at Uchiha Ming and the others and said with a smile, "You should go rest for now, and once you're rested, submit your mission report." "Yes, Lord Hokage," Uchiha Ming and Kakashi responded in unison. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Ming was warmly welcomed by his clan members. His deeds on the battlefield were already known among the clan, so when he returned, both ninjas and ordinary people rushed out to greet him. After dealing with the enthusiastic clan members, Uchiha Ming let out a sigh of relief. If the Uchiha clan's ninjas were somewhat proud and still concerned about the so-called ninja's dignity, not showing excessive enthusiasm, the ordinary people of the Uchiha clan were just like ordinary villagers, with no difference. Because they were all part of the Uchiha, they were genuinely warm and welcoming. What should have been a few minutes' walk took Uchiha Ming nearly half an hour. The next morning, Uchiha Ming gathered with Kakashi and others and headed to the Hokage building to report on the mission. "Hokage-sama, this is the detailed situation of this mission," Kakashi reported seriously. "I didn't expect that after encountering the attack from the Mist Village, you would also encounter an attack from both." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slowly, his expression serious, and said, "You have worked hard on this escort mission. The mission level has been upgraded to S rank. This is what we, as Konoha ninjas, should do." Uchiha Ming and the others said. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Ming and asked, "Ming, are you sure Baruhu is dead?" "Hokage-sama, based on the current situation, I can confirm that Baruhu is dead." Uchiha Ming nodded. Upon hearing his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a satisfied expression and praised. Not bad. Byrahu was already a Jonin during the Second Shinobi World War. You did well. Eliminating rogue ninjas is the duty of every Konoha ninja. Uchiha Ming said calmly. Hearing his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at the others present. You all should rest well, be ready at all times. Although the overall situation on the battlefield is settled, changes may occur, so be prepared to head to the front lines at any time. Yes. The others responded solemnly before turning to leave the Hokage's office. Shortly after they left, Danzo wrapped in bandages entered the Hokage's office. Chapter 21. Unforeseen circumstances. Danzo got straight to the point. Looking seriously at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said solemnly, Hiruzen, this time we must capture the Six Tails. Watergate has already started working on this matter. And since the Six Tails has come to us, we naturally want to be polite. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo and said lightly, at that time, it could also serve as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the Mist Village. Danzo walked to Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage desk and said seriously, Hiruzen, do you still plan to return the Six Tails to the Mist Village? Sarutobi Hiruzen deeply looked at Danzo and replied, we'll see how it goes. It depends on how much the Mist Village is willing to sacrifice. Danzo snorted coldly and said, what negotiating power does the Mist Village have now? The Three Tails is already dead, and the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails is also dead. What can a mere third Mizukage accomplish? I think if we capture the Six Tails, there will be no need to return it to the Mist Village. It would be better to keep in my route. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen confidently. With the methods of my route, Konoha can have an extra trump card in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and said lightly, whether we can keep it depends on the attitude of the other ninja villages. It's not just up to us. Do you think the Rock, Cloud, and Sand villages will let Konoha have another tailed beast? Sarutobi Hiruzen rested his chin on his hand and said lightly. What Sarutobi Hiruzen said was indeed true. Tailed beasts are regarded as the trump cards of major ninja villages, and other villages will certainly not allow Konoha to have another one. Danzo sneered and said, isn't this matter simple? I have ways to make the Mist Village voluntarily give up the Six Tails. You better behave and not think about causing trouble for me. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen shot Danzo a cold glare and said sternly, now is the end of the war. This conflict cannot be prolonged any further. After consecutive battles, Konoha urgently needs to recuperate. Hiruzen, at this time, we should keep the tailed beasts in Konoha. The stronger we are, the more they will behave. Danzo's expression turned grim, and he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting in the Hokage position. If you return the Six Tails to the Mist Village, you will regret it sooner or later. Danzo, your vision is still too short-sighted. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered and said, I am a Hokage. You. Danzo was left speechless, then turned away with a cold face filled with anger. Watching Danzo leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Danzo's short-sightedness might be fine for dealing with some inconvenient matters, but when facing real significant issues, he lacks a broader perspective. In the current situation, can tailed beasts be taken as one wishes? How could other ninja villages possibly agree to that? If things go wrong, it would definitely lead to a full-scale ninja world war. Some things cannot be done just because one wants to. Although Konoha is strong, it would not easily withstand the attacks from other ninja villages. This is not the era when the first Hokage could sweep through the ninja world alone. Konoha may seem to be producing high-level combatants continuously and appears to be thriving. But as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen understands that Konoha's backbone, the Chunin and Genin, have been severely depleted due to the ongoing wars. In this war, Konoha has fought against Cloud, Rock, and Mist villages with significant casualties among lower-ranked ninjas. The speed at which the Ninja Academy trains Genin cannot keep up with the rate of loss in the war. If this continues, Konoha will face a situation where it has no soldiers to use. However, the Uchiha clan. Thinking of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen unconsciously tapped on the table, murmuring, this clan truly produces exceptional talents. First, there was Uchiha Fugaku, then Uchiha Shursui, and recently, another Uchiha Itachi has emerged. Since taking office, Sarutobi Hiruzen has not fully trusted the Uchiha clan. The main reason is their past actions, which make it difficult for him to have complete faith in them. During Senju Tobarama's tenure as Hokage, the Uchiha clan had attempted a coup. Although the coup was easily suppressed, the impact of this event was profound, leading to a lack of complete trust in the Uchiha clan by the higher-ups. During the second Hokage's term, there was an Uchiha clan member, Uchiha Kagami, who served as a bodyguard for the Hokage and was barely able to enter the core. However, by the time of the third Hokage, the Uchiha clan had been completely excluded from Konoha's core system. With such past lessons, Sarutobi Hiruzen has always remained vigilant towards the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan has placed all their bets on Watergate. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze deepened, his thoughts racing. It's fine. If Watergate is elected, then the issue of the Uchiha clan can be left to him to resolve. Namake's Minato is a very promising ninja, and if all goes well, the choice for the fourth Hokage will likely be between Namake's Minato and Orochimaru. That guy Orochimaru is a bit too close to Danzo. Remembering his favorite disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Danzo is always up to something. Getting involved with Orochimaru certainly won't lead to anything good. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. He must be kept in check. If he wants to become Hokage, he must walk in the light, not lurk in the shadows. On the other hand, after Uchiha Itachi returned home, he immediately used a summoning technique to summon a ninja cat. They're longtime partners of the Uchiha clan, serving as their intelligence sources and weapon suppliers. Uchiha Itachi's purpose is to use the channel of the cat elder to purchase containers for cultivating the six tails' severed flesh and blood. Such medical instruments are basically unavailable in Konoha. It is well known that blood and chakra separated from tailed beasts can be cultivated again. This is not a secret. Orochimaru had previously used powder scraped from the eight tails' horns to successfully cultivate a horn of the eight tails. Later, the guardian ninjas of the 12 guardians collected the chakra released by the nine tails during the Night of the Nine Tails, and after cultivation, they created a pseudo-nine tails Jinchuriki. This shows that it is not an overly secret matter. The difficulty does not lie in the methods of cultivating tailed beast flesh and chakra, but rather in how to obtain the flesh or chakra of the tailed beasts. Once the chakra of the tailed beast has solidified into a flesh form, it does not dissipate but stabilizes. While Uchiha Itachi was waiting for the cultivation containers for the six tails to arrive in a certain hidden underground cave, Uchiha Obito, who had transformed into Uchiha Madara, was quietly listening to his subordinate Black Zetsu's report on the war situation. Black Zetsu looked at Uchiha Obito, who was wearing a tiger-striped mask, and said, "Obito, should we go and capture the six tails? This is a very good opportunity. I am Uchiha Madara now." Uchiha Obito, with the mask, cast a cold glance at Black Zetsu and said, "Do you know where the six tails is?" A hint of a smile appeared on Black Zetsu's dark face as he respectfully replied, "Lord Madara, White Zetsu has already found the hiding place of the six tails." "Good." Uchiha Obito nodded and said, "Let's consider the six tails as a gift for meeting Nagato. It wouldn't be good to go empty-handed." Chapter 22, the end of the third war. Black Zetsu heard Uchiha Obito's words and chuckled, thinking that meeting empty-handed wasn't a good idea. Uchiha Obito clearly intended to use the six tails to intimidate Nagato. This six tails, the Saiken, was meant to be a deterrent against Nagato. At this moment, Black Zetsu spoke up. "Madara-sama, in the past 2 years, many experts have emerged from the Uchiha clan. To ensure the smooth implementation of our plan, I think we should pay attention to the Uchiha clan." "Uchiha," Obito murmured softly, falling into deep thought. After a while, he said, "Let's put aside the Uchiha matter for now and focus on capturing Nagato first. What's the situation with Nagato now?" Obito looked towards Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu laughed ominously. He's still wandering around the land of rain with that Yahiko guy, trying to achieve peace through mutual understanding among people. "How naive." Uchiha Obito chuckled lightly and muttered to himself, "Well, being a little naive makes it easier to control. First, I'll capture the six tails, and then I'll go to the land of rain to make contact with Nagato. Madara-sama, with Yahiko around, Nagato probably won't be easily subdued," Black Zetsu reminded. Uchiha Obito scoffed, saying, "In an environment like the land of rain, someone like Yahiko will soon perish, that's for sure. Aren't the ninjas from several major countries still engaged in battle in the land of rain?" Obito turned to the standing White Zetsu. "Yes, Madara-sama," White Zetsu respectfully replied. "Ninjas from several major countries are still engaged in small-scale battles in the land of rain. Surprisingly, Danzo's route is also active there." "Danzo?" Uchiha Obito nodded, softly saying, "This guy can be utilized at a critical moment to make Nagato completely turn to our side. I'll go capture the six tails now." With that, Uchiha Obito disappeared before Black Zetsu. The speed of Kamui's teleportation was incredibly fast. The single-eye Kamui was only slightly slower than the Flying Thunder God technique of Minato Namake's. The double Kamui was even faster than the Flying Thunder God technique, surpassing even the speed at which Madara used his Rinnegan. In the next moment, At the border of the Land of Fire, in a boundless primeval forest, Uchiha Obito, dressed in the Akatsuki's armor, appeared atop a giant tree. A few dozen meters ahead, a massive creature, completely snow-white with 6 tails and covered in viscous fluid, was resting in the forest. As soon as Uchiha Obito saw the 6 tails, the 6 tails also saw him. Panic was clearly visible on the large face of the 6 tails, as it had recently experienced the evil chakra and ocular power of this person. The ocular power and chakra now emanating from this person were even greater than what it had encountered a few days ago. Beast, submit to the brilliance of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Obito's Mangekyō Sharingan unleashed its power. The 6 tails, which was about to flee, immediately froze in place. Its consciousness completely immersed in the illusion world of the Mangekyō Sharingan. In the next moment, Uchiha Obito appeared above the head of the 6 tails. The massive body of the 6 tails then transformed as if it were liquid, being directly absorbed into the space-time of Kamui by Uchiha Obito. After implanting the cells of Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Obito's Mangekyō Sharingan power was far beyond that of an ordinary Mangekyō Sharingan. His Mangekyō Sharingan power was almost at the level of an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, making it not difficult to control a tailed beast for an extended period. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi was still waiting in Konoha for the arrival of the cultivation container he had purchased. He had no idea that the 6 tails he had been longing for had already been captured by Uchiha Obito. However, even if he knew, he could only helplessly shrug. There was no way around it. Uchiha Obito, with the cells of Senju Hashirama, was simply too unscrupulous. With White Zetsu, who came and went without a trace. Once the 6 tails was targeted, capture was highly likely. A few days later, Uchiha Itachi put the severed tail he obtained from the 6 tails into the prepared cultivation container for storage. The second cultivation of tailed beast flesh had its limits and could not grow infinitely. Therefore, it was unrealistic to think that he could cultivate a complete tailed beast from just a bit of tailed beast flesh through secondary cultivation. After properly storing the severed tail of the 6 tails, Uchiha Itachi began to practice sealing techniques. Although the Uchiha clan was not as specialized in sealing techniques as the Uzumaki clan, they still had some fundamental techniques. With the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan had accumulated some sealing techniques over time. The Uchiha Fire Flame Formation was a barrier technique created by the sealing technique masters of the Uchiha clan. This was not a sealing technique for tailed beasts, but rather a protective barrier technique similar to the 4 Purple Flames Formation and the 4 Red Yang Formation. Although the difficulty of this barrier technique was only B-level, its strength was very high, and even the complete 8 tails could not break through it. Given Uchiha Itachi's current status, he easily obtained various sealing techniques that had been accumulated by his clan. The Uchiha clan had only a clan leader and no so-called elders. Aside from the clan leader, the stronger one's strength was the more support they would receive from the clan members, thus gaining more influence within the clan. After a simple registration, Uchiha Itachi acquired the inheritance accumulated by the clan. This was completely different from the Hyuga clan. In the Hyuga clan, aside from the main branch of the clan leader, there were many main branches of the family. In the Hyuga clan, the head of the family could not have the final say. To Uchiha Itachi's surprise, he initially thought that the highest level sealing technique inherited by the Uchiha clan was the Uchiha Fire Flame Formation, a B-level barrier technique. Unexpectedly, he discovered the 5 elements sealing technique, which was a sealing technique with an A-level difficulty. The 5 elements sealing technique was very difficult to learn and required proficient use of the 5 chakra natures to master. Correspondingly, this technique was also strong enough to seal tailed beasts. In the original story, the guardian ninja of the 12 guardian ninja, Kamizuki Izumo, used this sealing technique to seal the 9 tails chakra he cultivated into his son, making him a pseudo 9 tails Jinchuriki. Of course, based on the original story, using this sealing technique to seal a tailed beast and becoming a Jinchuriki was somewhat forced. However, for Uchiha Itachi at this moment, the difficulty level of this ninjutsu was just right, making it very suitable for him to learn. The sealing techniques copied by the Uchiha clan using the Sharingan were mostly not high level, primarily at C and D levels. Completely immersed in sealing techniques, Uchiha Itachi did not notice the passage of time. 10 days passed, and on this day, Konoha was filled with thunderous cheers. The joy of all Konoha villagers could not be concealed. The war was over. Listening to the cheers coming from outside the window, Uchiha Itachi raised his head to look at the bustling street outside the window, and even members of the Uchiha clan were celebrating in the streets. Chapter 23 Decision: The war has ended, and Konoha has achieved a great victory over the Mist Village. The golden flash of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, defeated the Mist forces with an overwhelming presence, driving them out of the Land of Fire. Even the 3rd Mizukage was defeated, ultimately having to retreat alongside the remnants of the Mist Village in disgrace. However, this only signifies that the situation on the front lines has been decided. A formal peace treaty has yet to be signed. It can only be said that the large-scale war has ended, which does not mean that peace has arrived. Previously, Konoha had defeated the Rock and Cloud villages, but no peace treaties have been signed with them either. Konoha had merely defeated them on the battlefield, and to this day, small-scale conflicts continue to occur between Konoha and both the Rock and Cloud villages, especially with the Rock village. Konoha and the Rock are still engaged in small skirmishes within the Land of Rain, although the peace treaty has not yet been signed. The majority of Konoha's forces have returned, leaving only a small number of ninjas stationed at the front lines as a precaution. On this day, Konoha was bustling with activity, with nearly all the villagers spontaneously lining the streets to welcome back the returning heroes. Uchiha Akira was naturally among them, blending in with the Uchiha clan as he watched the returning troops approach. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, stood at the forefront, flanked by his advisors, Kobayudatane and Hamura Midokado. Behind the two advisors were Jiraiya, with his white hair, and Orochimaru, who had a cold demeanor and rarely smiled. The group stood in front of the gates of Konoha, smiling as they looked at the approaching troops. Leading the troops was Minato Namikaze, followed by Uchiha Fugaku and Nara Shikaku, among others. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, their faces beamed with radiant smiles as they waved continuously. That day, Konoha held a grand welcome celebration, and everyone was immersed in joy. Later that night, after the celebrations, many members of the Uchiha clan who had returned from the battlefield gathered in the basement of the Uchiha Shrine. This was not a conspiracy to plot a coup. Although the Uchiha clan was dissatisfied with the higher-ups, it was merely dissatisfaction and had not escalated to a desire for a coup. Gathering in the shrine's basement was simply an old tradition that continued. Someone excitedly looked at Uchiha Fugaku and loudly asked, "Clan leader, will you participate in the election for the 4th Hokage this time? We will definitely support you wholeheartedly. Our Uchiha clan has gained a great reputation on the battlefield and has made numerous contributions to the village. Surely this time, you will have a place in the Hokage election. The Hokage position is about to pass to the 4th generation. It's time for our Uchiha clan to have a Hokage too, right? After all, we were also co-founders of the village along with the Senju clan. Who says otherwise? The Hokage position has been passed down through the Senju clan for 3 generations. It's about time our Uchiha gets a turn." Quiet. Uchiha Fugaku raised his hand to signal for calm and then said solemnly, "I will not participate in the Hokage election this time. Compared to the Yellow Flash and the legendary 3 ninjas, I still fall far short." Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, the person who had just shouted fell silent. The names of the legendary 3 ninjas and the Yellow Flash carry undeniable weight, which is not something that 80 Demonic Eye Fugaku can compete with. Really, looks like we can only pin our hopes on the 5th Hokage. The 5th Hokage should belong to our Uchiha clan. We have outstanding talents. Now that Shursui is only 12 years old, he will be just right to run for the 5th Hokage. Akira, what do you think? Uchiha Akira, who was lost in thoughts about sealing techniques, heard the call. He looked up to see Uchiha Toharu talking to him. The two could barely be considered friends. Uchiha Akira shrugged and said, "I think we should focus on improving our strength. As long as we are strong enough, everything else will follow. Other things are just illusions. Strength is what is real." Uchiha Akira chuckled and added, "If someone from our Uchiha clan had strength comparable to the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, will we even need to consider the Hokage position? They would voluntarily give up the position for us." Uchiha Toharu twitched his mouth awkwardly and said, "Akira, what you're saying is obvious. Everyone knows that strength is fundamental. But in the ninja world, there has only been one Hashirama Senju. Even Uchiha Madara, with the strongest tailed beast, the 9 Tails, was not a match for the 1st Hokage. To elevate our strength to that level." He shook his head helplessly. Uchiha Akira shook his head, feeling a bit speechless. He realized that the people of the Uchiha clan seemed to have very simple minds. It felt like a black and white mentality, like a diode. He helplessly said, "What I mean is, as long as we elevate the overall strength of our Uchiha clan, the closer we will be to the Hokage position. We just need to wait." Exactly. The Hokage line can't just produce a qualified successor at any time. Uchiha Toharu's face lit up with realization. Uchiha Toharu looked at Uchiha Akira and said, "Now we have Shursui, clan leader Fugaku, and you. As long as our Uchiha clan grows stronger, The higher-ups will have to consider the next Hokage candidate. You're understanding it well enough. Uchiha Akira patted his shoulder. Although the understanding was somewhat off, it was still close enough. After venting their grievances, the basement of the shrine soon became empty. In the end, only Uchiha Akira, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Mikoto remained. Clan leader, Mikoto-san. Uchiha Akira greeted them. Now it was time to discuss serious matters. Akira, the Six-Tails trace has disappeared. Uchiha Fugaku did not waste time and directly revealed a significant piece of news. Disappeared? Uchiha Akira was taken aback. Yes, it has disappeared. Uchiha Fugaku nodded seriously and said, Our people found traces of the Six Tails deep in the forest. It seems to have flown away. Out of the 9-tailed beasts, only the 7 tails has the ability to fly. Could it be Uchiha Obito at work? Uchiha Akira's mind stirred as he thought of Uchiha Obito. With the power of Zetsu and Kamui, Uchiha Obito could capture the Six Tails without anyone noticing. There were no signs of battle at the scene. The Six Tails had no capacity for resistance. Uchiha Fugaku continued. Uchiha Fugaku looked seriously at Uchiha Akira. Akira, you must have thought of something, right? Uchiha Akira nodded and said, The person who annihilated Kakashi and Rin from the Mist Village not only had Wood Release, but also possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan. The combination of Wood Release and Mangekyō Sharingan in one person? Uchiha Mikoto's face showed shock, finding it hard to believe. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at her and said seriously, Although it sounds absurd, based on various speculations, this is true. I never expected that the Konoha higher-ups not only regained Wood Release, but also mastered the Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Mikoto frowned and said, The appearance of Wood Release and Mangekyō Sharingan in one person. I can't imagine how powerful that would be. Uchiha Fugaku sighed and looked at Uchiha Akira with seriousness. Perhaps the research on the first Hokage Hashirama Senju's cell transplantation needs to be prioritized. Chapter 24. Framing the Black Pot. Uchiha Mikoto looked at her husband in shock. She never expected that her husband would want to do something like this. As the wife of the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Mikoto was not weak herself. She was a Jonin of Konoha. She had some understanding of the things that Konoha had done in the past. In order to bring back the Wood Release of the first Hokage, Konoha had conducted large-scale human experiments. The experiments continuously failed, resulting in the deaths of many volunteers. With no hope of success in sight and repeated failures leading to severe personnel losses, the higher-ups of Konoha had no choice but to order the termination of the experiments and seal everything away. Fugaku, this is too dangerous. There's no need to go this far, right? Uchiha Mikoto said seriously. The chances of Minato becoming Hokage are very high. There's no need for us to take such risks at this time. The transplantation of Senju Hashirama cells was absolutely forbidden in Konoha. Once discovered, the entire Uchiha clan would be implicated. This would inevitably tarnish the reputation of the Uchiha clan, turning 1,000 years of honor into nothing. Hearing Uchiha Mikoto's words, Uchiha Fugaku showed a hint of hesitation on his face, feeling conflicted in his heart. Just as she said, given the current momentum, it was highly likely that Namake's Minato would be elected as the 4th Hokage. With the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Namake's Minato, it was clear that the Uchiha clan would enter the power center of the village at that time. At such a time, touching Konoha's taboo was indeed not a wise move. Mei, what do you think? Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment before looking at Uchiha Mei. Uchiha Mei naturally wanted to push this matter forward. To master the Ghost Luo Yi technique, whether it was the transplantation of Senju Hashirama cells, biological cloning technology, or directional organ cloning technology, these all required a massive investment of resources. It couldn't be solved by him alone. Substantial financial support from the Uchiha clan was essential. Uchiha Mei spoke. Clan leader, Mikoto-san, I believe this matter still needs to be pursued. Please explain your reasoning. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slowly. Uchiha Mikoto also looked at him with a probing gaze. Clan leader, Danzo is very close to one of the legendary 3, Orochimaru. Uchiha Mei looked at the two, hinting, I believe both the clan leader and Mikoto-san know that Orochimaru is not only a powerful ninja, but he has also overseen many of Konoha's research projects, particularly in the field of biological research. Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku murmured quietly, his eyes flashing with cold light. It was well known that Danzo did not get along with the Uchiha clan. As the clan leader of the Uchiha, Uchiha Fugaku was naturally familiar with Danzo. There had been Uchiha Jonin who went missing, and various signs indicated that it was the work of Danzo's root. However, since he was an aide to the Hokage and controlled a force not inferior to the Anbu, the Uchiha clan, lacking substantial evidence, could only swallow this bitter pill. Are you suggesting that the ninja who possesses both the Mangekyō Sharingan and would release was created by Danzo and Orochimaru working together? Uchiha Fugaku said, thoughtfully. There's a high possibility. Uchiha Ming nodded, sneering. Danzo is a person who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. His route is quite interesting. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed, exclaiming, Mei, have you ever infiltrated Danzo's route? Uchiha Makoto looked at Uchiha Mei with concern, saying, This is too dangerous. Route is not an ordinary place. Uchiha Mei chuckled. Clan leader, Makoto-san, you're overthinking it. I'm not that impulsive. That's good. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto sighed in relief. They were afraid that Uchiha Mei might not know his own limits and act recklessly. Why do you say route is interesting? What are Danzo and Orochimaru doing? How do you know? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Mei with confusion. Seeing the puzzled looks on their faces, Uchiha Mei smiled and then took out a scroll, placing it in front of them. With a bang, accompanied by a burst of white mist, a light green glass vial filled with liquid appeared before them. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the contents of the vial, astonished. A pristine Byakugan? Mei, how do you have a Byakugan? Uchiha Makoto's beautiful eyes widened. In the ninja world, obtaining a complete Byakugan was even more difficult than acquiring a Sharingan. Due to the existence of the Hyuga clan's caged bird, obtaining a Byakugan had become an extremely challenging task. After the death of a branch family member, the Byakugan would automatically be damaged, and the main family would not easily go to battle. You intercepted a lost Byakugan on the battlefield? After a brief moment of confusion, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly recalled this matter. That's right, Uchiha Mei nodded, saying, I was lucky at the time. While tracking, I discovered a Mist ninja, and this Byakugan was an unexpected gain. I see. Uchiha Makoto realized. As a Jonin, Uchiha Makoto had also participated in this war. So you saw all this with that Byakugan? Uchiha Fugaku slowly nodded, feeling that he understood everything. Of course, Uchiha Mei had not actually used the Byakugan to observe route. After all, Uchiha Fugaku would never truly say to transplant the Byakugan or to genuinely observe route. He did this purely to enhance the credibility of what he was saying, to make Uchiha Fugaku resolute in his decision. Uchiha Makoto looked at Uchiha Mei with a serious expression, asking, Mei, what exactly did you see? Danzo and Orochimaru are secretly conducting wood-release transplantation experiments, human cloning transplantation experiments, and directional organ cloning experiments, Uchiha Mei said. Upon hearing Uchiha Mei's words, Uchiha Fugaku's expression immediately darkened. For the Uchiha clan, this was indeed not good news. Danzo, the Hokage's aide, wielded power not inferior to the Hokage's EMBU. Orochimaru, the Hokage's favorite disciple and one of the legendary three, was renowned in Konoha and had many followers. Both were high-ranking figures in the village, and their collaboration would undoubtedly create a colossal force. More importantly, were these research projects sanctioned by the Hokage? While the wood-release transplantation experiment and human cloning experiment could be overlooked, the directional cloning experiment was something Uchiha Fugaku knew all too well. It was nothing more than targeting the Sharingan and Byakugan, types of Dojutsu-related bloodline limits. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's grim expression, Uchiha Mei decided to stoke the fire further, saying solemnly, Clan leader, Danzo has transplanted a Sharingan. What? Uchiha Fugaku exploded in anger, his crimson Sharingan unconsciously appearing. I'm going to find a third Hokage right now, Uchiha Fugaku said as he prepared to leave the shrine. Clan leader, does the Hokage really not know about this? Uchiha Mei's words brought Uchiha Fugaku back to calmness. Whether the third Hokage knew or not was not important. What mattered was that, in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed an informed party. Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth and growled, How dare they? Chapter 25. The plan Uchiha Ming pointedly said. Danzo is an aide to the Hokage and also a close friend of the third Hokage, and we have no evidence. Uchiha Fugaku's figure stiffened in place, his chest rising and falling irregularly, clearly indicating that his anger had accumulated to a certain extent. His face fluctuated between gloom and brightness, and his crimson eyes were filled with cold light. After standing there dazed for several minutes, Uchiha Fugaku helplessly exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Ming and asked, What are your thoughts on researching wood release? Hearing this, Uchiha Ming's heart was filled with joy, and he spoke, My plan is to directly acquire a biopharmaceutical research company, continuously invest funds, and recruit a large number of researchers to study these. Individual strength is certainly no match for a group, Although ordinary people are not ninjas in terms of research, ninja scientific capabilities are definitely not as strong as those of properly trained researchers. Ordinary people? Uchiha Fugaku frowned, looking at Uchiha Ming with some suspicion. Is that feasible? They are not ninjas and have no understanding of chakra. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ming immediately showed a strange expression and asked in confusion. Were all the previous research in Konoha led by ninjas? Pretty much. Most of the research was led by our own medical ninjas, with hardly any ordinary researchers hired from outside. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. This, Uchiha Ming was immediately at a loss for words, muttering, "This is too insular and underestimates those outside of ninjas. After all, they are not ninjas and have no chakra," Uchiha Fugaku said dismissively. What medical ninjas can do effortlessly, they have to prepare painstakingly to accomplish. Uchiha Fugaku's mindset actually represented the mindset of ninjas. Compared to ordinary people, ninjas who master chakra are indeed far more convenient. Taking surgery as an example, ordinary people need to prepare various medicines and medical equipment and require the cooperation of various medical staff to perform an operation. However, medical ninjas can perform surgeries almost anytime and anywhere. Just after graduating, Noera Rin could directly perform an eye transplant for Kakashi. Moreover, after completing the eye transplant, the patient could use it immediately. As for normal surgeries, not to mention whether they can even perform an eye transplant, even if they could, recovery would not be so quick. This is a dimensional blow to those who do not master chakra, completely on a different level. Uchiha Ming said solemnly, "Do not underestimate the strength of ordinary people." As a transmigrator, he deeply understood the power of collective strength. When a group is unified and their wisdom is awakened, even without extraordinary power, they can unleash earth-shattering strength. Uchiha Ming looked at Uchiha Fugaku and earnestly reminded him, there are still too few ninjas, far fewer than ordinary people. A large base means that there will definitely be real geniuses among them. As long as we seize those geniuses, our research will definitely be smoother than in Konoha. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but think of the television and other appliances at home, all of which were developed by ordinary people who do not master chakra. Ninjas, aside from killing, have made no contributions to this world. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly had this thought. Then let's give it a try. I'll have someone do it as soon as possible. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, looking at Uchiha Ming. Where should we set up our research base? It's a bit concerning to place it in Konoha. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan is too dangerous. There's no need to hide it. We can openly set the research institute in the place where our clan resides, Uchiha Ming said. This was something he had already thought about and not a spur-of-the-moment idea. Isn't that a bit too risky? Uchiha Mikoto said. Mikoto, we are a legitimate company and will not violate any laws or regulations of Konoha or the Land of Fire. Uchiha Ming said with a smile. Cloning technology is not prohibited. We can conduct the research on the cell transplantation of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, under the guise of researching biological cloning technology. Konoha's ninjas are certainly experts and elites in killing, but in the field of biological research, they are completely amateurs. If they can detect anything during normal inspections, that would be strange. As for Senju Hashirama cells, without Sharingan or Byakugan, it is impossible to identify them at a glance. More importantly, the Uchiha clan controls the Konoha Police Department, responsible for maintaining the security of Konoha, which means that such inspections are led by the police department. Catching them cells would be ridiculous, right? As long as we don't conduct direct human experiments, it shouldn't be a big problem. The distance between where the Uchiha clan resides and where the Hyuga clan resides is not close, exceeding the range of Byakugan's vision. Given the current relationship between the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan, people from the Hyuga clan would not come to the Uchiha clan at all. I understand. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. With the police department's cover, there shouldn't be any issues. No one would think that our Uchiha clan would research the wood release of the first Hokage. This is a blind spot in thinking, Uchiha Ming said. Uchiha Fugaku smiled wryly. The glory of the Uchiha clan has been thrown away by us. The Uchiha, who prides itself on the Sharingan, would actually covet the power of the Senju, truly facing our ancestors in a pure land without words. Fugaku, it's not your fault. The situation is stronger than the individual. The survival of the clan is fundamental. We Uchiha must grasp stronger power. Uchiha Mikoto gently comforted him. Uchiha Fugaku sighed and looked at Uchiha Ming, saying, as for human experiments, we will directly get some death row inmates from the prisons of the Land of Fire. But the experimental site still cannot be in Konoha. Of course, Uchiha Ming nodded. Danzo has always been looking for an excuse to deal with us. We can't let him catch hold of any leverage. By the way, Uchiha Ming seemed to remember something and looked seriously at Uchiha Fugaku, clan leader. We should not reveal what we are truly doing to too many people, especially Shursui. Of course, until we achieve certain results, only a few people will know about this. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, puzzled. Why do you specifically mention Shursui? Does he have a problem? He is too close to the third Hokage and other high-ranking officials. The will of fire has already seeped into his bones. It's better that he doesn't know about our matters, Uchiha Ming explained. Are you worried he will expose our plans to the higher-ups? Uchiha Fugaku raised an eyebrow, somewhat unconvinced. Surely not. Although Shursui is young, he is quite mature and shouldn't do such a thing. Just a precaution, Uchiha Ming shrugged and said, Isn't the third Hokage planning to let Shursui enter the Yambu? This is the only exception for the Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku slowly nodded. All right, I won't let Shursui know about this. Chapter 26. Pharmacist Yanoyu, I will have someone start the acquisition of the biotechnology company tomorrow. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Akira and asked, Is there anything else? Uchiha Akira, who was about to leave, felt a stir in his heart, thought of something, and asked, Clan leader, do you know about the walking priestess? I don't know how strong Yanoyu's research abilities are, but I assume they should be average. Although she is very proficient in medical ninjutsu, she is ultimately from a spy background. She is a top-class spy, but in the field of research, she may not excel. Being skilled in medical ninjutsu does not equate to being good at research. However, her adopted son, Yakushi Kabuto, is different. He later became Master Dreamer. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, if Yakushi Kabuto had not been present, the intensity of the conflict would have been reduced by half. Like Orochimaru, Yakushi Kabuto is a well-deserved genius. Of course, Yakushi Kabuto is still just a 6 or 7-year-old child now, but the future looks promising. Such a highly potential individual is worth courting in advance. The walking priestess? Uchiha Fugaku showed a thoughtful expression and said, I remember she used to be part of the Root organization. It is said that she has already left Root and is now running an orphanage. Why? Is there a problem with her? Uchiha Mikoto asked, puzzled. There is no problem. Uchiha Akira shook his head and said, I just think we need to bring this person on board. Our Uchiha clan cannot continue to act alone. It is impossible to become Hokage without enough support. Uchiha Akira looked seriously at Uchiha Fugaku. She is not only a top spy from Root, but she is also very skilled in medical ninjutsu, making her a good candidate for us to recruit. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Uchiha Mikoto frowned and looked at the two. Will our blatant recruitment raise the vigilance and defenses of the third Hokage and Danzo? If it were an ordinary person, it would be fine, but Yanoyu is not an ordinary person. She was once a top operative in Root and knows many secrets. So what? Uchiha Akira shrugged and said nonchalantly, We are not doing anything forbidden by Konoha. We are merely hiring her as a researcher for a newly established pharmaceutical company. You act as if she will definitely come to us. Uchiha Mikoto shook her head and laughed. Don't forget, she was once an elite from Root. Would she be willing to associate with us, Uchiha? She will be willing. Maintaining that orphanage is not easy, and according to my understanding, the orphanage's funds are severely insufficient. Uchiha Akira said confidently. Then I will leave this matter to you. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said to Uchiha Akira, I will notify you immediately after the acquisition is completed. The Uchiha clan's efficiency is very high. With the help of the Sharingan, the process that could have taken months was shortened to 10 days. A pharmaceutical company named Shinten was acquired by the Uchiha clan. It is an enterprise that integrates research and sales, and its strength is not weak. Acquiring such a company of considerable scale is not a significant burden for the Uchiha clan. After all, the Uchiha clan has a long-standing heritage and has accumulated a vast amount of wealth over the years. The people of Konoha did not react much to the Uchiha clan entering the pharmaceutical industry, thinking that they were merely trying out a new side business. In this great ninja war, weapon dealers and pharmaceutical merchants made a fortune. Among the various ninja clans in Konoha, who doesn't have a side business? It is impossible to support a large family solely relying on missions. The Nara clan's antler products are famous in the ninja world, and the Yamanka clan excels in growing flowers and medicinal herbs. In an orphanage located in the forest on the outskirts of Konoha, Yanoyu sat behind her desk, her brows knitted with deep anxiety. The orphanage's funds would last at most 3 days, but there were still 2 months until the village's next funding allocation. Yanoyu's face was full of worry. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and a plump middle-aged woman appeared in the doorway. Sister, someone is looking for you. It's a ninja from the Uchiha clan, and he is currently in the orphanage's hall. The Uchiha clan? What do they want? Yanoyu frowned slightly and stood up to walk outside. In the hall of the orphanage, a handsome young man with black hair and black eyes, carrying a ninja sword, was looking around. I am Yano. May I ask what the matter is? Yano put on her habitual smile. I am Uchiha Akira. Uchiha Akira got straight to the point, sister. We have a job offer for you. Are you interested? Sorry. Yano shook her head and said, I'm not a ninja anymore, and I have no interest in the job you mentioned. In her view, the Uchiha clan's visit was merely due to their interest in her abilities as a spy. She had long grown tired of the life of a spy, and now only wanted to save more war orphans. You misunderstood. It's not about making you return to your old profession. Uchiha Akira shrugged and said, We Uchiha plan to enter the biopharmaceutical industry, having acquired a company called Shinten, and we would like to hire you as a researcher. Hearing his words, Yano breathed a sigh of relief. The Uchiha clan is a huge entity in Konoha, and their people are proud. She did not want to deal with them. Maintaining the orphanage was already very difficult, and offending the Uchiha clan would make her future days even harder. Then she said, I am the director of this orphanage and need to take care of the children here. I am afraid I won't have time to work for your biopharmaceutical company. Uchiha Akira pointedly said, Sister, as far as I know, your orphanage has a significant funding gap, right? The allocations from Konoha are completely insufficient to maintain the orphanage. Yano fell silent, as Uchiha Akira had pointed out the truth. The funding from Konoha was indeed not enough to cover the orphanage's expenses. On ordinary days, she had to lead some children to work to earn money, just to barely keep the orphanage running. Our Shinten offers very high salaries for researchers. Uchiha Akira raised an eyebrow and said casually, You wouldn't want your orphanage to close down, would you? After a moment of silence, Yano spoke. I want to know what my job responsibilities will be. Don't worry, sister. It's not anything taboo. Uchiha Akira spoke, smiling. It involves biological cloning and targeted organ cloning. For him, this was the most important, not the research on transplanting Senju Hashirama cells. For someone with the ability to use the ghostly root technique, even just cloning would suffice. As long as he completed the ghostly root technique, he could naturally obtain Senju Hashirama cells. Chapter 27 Current Situation. The pharmacist Yano murmured softly, a contemplative expression on his face. He was known as a walking priestess, highly skilled in medical ninjutsu. Being proficient in medical ninjutsu, he was not unfamiliar with the various cutting-edge research in the ninja world. The concept of cloning had been proposed for over a decade, and the corresponding research had not ceased. As someone who ranked second in medical ninjutsu in Konoha, only beneath Tsunade, Yano was not without understanding of this technology. In her view, the true purpose of the Uchiha clan should be directed cloning, with cloning technology being a secondary consideration. The ninja world was not far from breaking through cloning technology. Based on the current development pace, it would only take a few years. This was indeed not a forbidden matter. Yano looked at Uchiha Akira and said, I can accept your Uchiha clan's invitation, but I have one request. What request? Uchiha Akira looked at her in confusion. Yano continued, I believe you have investigated my identity and know my past. We do know your former identity. Uchiha Akira nodded. Hearing his words, Yano nodded and said, My request is that if Danzo forces me back to his roots in the future, your Uchiha clan must help me stop him. This orphanage cannot leave me. Rest assured about this matter. Uchiha Akira smiled and said, Since you have left the roots and joined our Uchiha clan, we will naturally provide you with protection. And one more thing, Yano said, feeling a bit embarrassed as she looked at Uchiha Akira and whispered, Could I advance some salary? Just as you said, the orphanage is severely underfunded and is about to be unsustainable. After saying this, Yano's face turned slightly red. She wanted to advance her salary before even signing a work contract, which felt a bit pushy. Uchiha Akira nodded and said, Sure, I can advance you 6 months' salary. How about 1 million? If that's okay, you can come to our Uchiha clan to collect it tomorrow. Yano showed a look of surprise. This was enough, and she was very grateful. She thought to herself, the Uchiha clan is indeed the first noble family of Konoha. An ordinary Jonin would not earn this much money even after a year of missions. In Konoha, the reward for an S-rank top-secret mission is typically around 1 million, and that is not the money received in full. This amount still needs to be shared with the village and teammates, so getting 10,000 is already good. Other S and B ranked missions yield even less, and there aren't many A or S rank missions in a year. That's good. With things settled, Uchiha Akira was in a good mood. The salary offered to Yano was definitely worth it. With her abilities, it was a guaranteed profit. If there are no other issues, then it's settled, Uchiha Akira said with a smile. Wait, Yano spoke up, feeling a bit shy, and said with a blush. I don't know what my position in the company will be. That hasn't been determined yet. Uchiha Akira hesitated for a moment and said, the specific position will depend on your abilities. But rest assured, the salary of 2 million a year is just a baseline. What is the salary if I am the project leader? You looked at Uchiha Akira with burning eyes. Uchiha Akira was intrigued and asked, do you have some knowledge of cloning technology? You showed a gentle smile and confidently said, I have some understanding. I have executed related missions before. Upon hearing her words, Uchiha Akira's face showed a look of realization. It must have been a task assigned by Danzo. Danzo had always coveted the power of the Nine Tails and had been secretly doing many things to control it. The Sharingan and Senju Hashirama cells were just two of them. The annual salary for the project leader is 5 million, Uchiha Akira stated, then changed the subject. However, if there are no results within 2 years, the project leader's salary will be halved the following year. 5 million. Yu's eyes lit up, murmuring, if it's 5 million, then the orphanage can expand. And the children inside won't have to work early. They can grow up peacefully. What do I need to do to become the project leader? Yu's gaze was fervent as she looked at Uchiha Akira. Uchiha Akira pondered for a moment and said, that depends on individual ability. Yu nodded slowly. I will prove my abilities. Finally, Uchiha Akira said to Yu, specific details will be discussed with you by professionals once the company establishes the research center. Returning to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Akira went directly to the patriarch's residence where Uchiha Fugako lived. Did Yu agree? Uchiha Fugako asked. She agreed. Uchiha Akira nodded. A smile on his face. She seems to have some accomplishments in the field of cloning. This is quite a pleasant surprise. Uchiha Fugako nodded. What about the current situation? Will the fourth start campaigning? Uchiha Akira brought up the matter at hand. The village's main focus is still on wrapping up the war. The third intends to sign a peace treaty first. Uchiha Fugako said. Uchiha Akira slowly nodded, saying, what about the Land of Rain? Is the village still engaged in small-scale battles with a Wagakure? Not just a Wagakure. Uchiha Fugako nodded. Ninjas from various great nations are present in the Land of Rain, treating it as a small-scale battlefield. Uchiha Akira raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, is Hans not taking action? Not at all. Uchiha Fugako also felt puzzled. According to intelligence from the ninja cats, the Wagakure has been very active in the Land of Rain, destroying many villages there. I really don't know what Hans is thinking. Uchiha Fugako seemed to remember something and said, by the way, to promote peace. The third dispatched Danzo to lead his routes to the Land of Rain a few days ago. Danzo led the routes to the Land of Rain to promote peace? Uchiha Akira's face showed a thoughtful expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen's order was to promote peace, but after Danzo arrived in the Land of Rain, he disguised himself as a ninja from another village and caused significant disruption to the peace negotiations, completely opposite to Sarutobi Hiruzen's command. It was unclear what his intention was in believing that a peace treaty could not be signed, thus preventing the war from truly stopping. Given the current situation, Uchiha Akira could not think of a reason to continue fighting with other ninja villages. Firstly, there were no benefits to be gained. Secondly, Konoha's current state was not that favorable and needed to recuperate. If nothing unexpected happens, Danzo's actions in the Land of Rain would likely lead to the death of Yahiko, directly resulting in the birth of pain. Chapter 28. Starting research. Why don't we take this opportunity to deal with Orochimaru? A glint of cold light flashed in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. I want to see how Orochimaru participates in the Hokage election after his human experiments are exposed. That might not be possible. Uchiha Akira shook his head and said, Orochimaru's laboratory is in the root. Danzo's root is the dark side of the Hokage, with more power than the police department. Under normal circumstances, the police department cannot interfere with Root's affairs. Of course, there are ways for the police department to get involved, such as if clues about missing persons point to Root. However, doing so would definitely break the facade, and such tactics should not be wasted casually. They should be used at critical moments to maximize benefits. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed, and after a while, he exhaled. Then forget it. I thought we could deal with Orochimaru directly and let Minato ascend to the Hokage position. I think we can save this matter for a critical moment in the future to strike a fatal blow at Danzo and Orochimaru, Uchiha Akira said. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. That's not a bad idea. While the third Hokage is in power, this matter might not significantly impact Danzo. Back at home, Uchiha Akira summoned the ninja cats and entrusted them with the task of finding Kyuko and Shugo. The research on cloning technology has already begun, so it's time to find Kyuko and Shugo to prepare for the ghostly root technique. Ninja cats are the information source of the Uchiha clan. Cats are spread all over the world and are natural information collectors. As long as they pay a little attention, they can discover many things that aren't too secretive. Uchiha Akira is somewhat confident in the intelligence capabilities of the ninja cats, as the people he is looking for are not within the 5 great ninja villages, and the ninja cats have a good chance of finding them. Although Kyuko has not yet been born, her mother has a high probability of already entering the grass ninja village, so they just need to wait. Finding Shugo is more challenging. Shugo's sage-like characteristics may not be unique, but rather a form of bloodline inheritance. Uchiha Akira does not know which village he specifically comes from. Therefore, Uchiha Akira could only inform the ninja cats about the characteristics of Shugo after his transformation into a sage and ask them to pay attention to any groups that exhibit such traits. Time passed, and 3 months flew by. It was now August. During these 3 months, the Shuntian Biological Company, acquired by the Uchiha clan, officially started its research work on the outskirts of Konoha. The Uchiha clan truly deserves its reputation as a famous family in the ninja world. Once the recruitment information was released, many relevant researchers came to apply. The names of Konoha and the Uchiha clan are still quite useful, and in a short time, Shuntian Biological managed to recruit enough researchers. At present, Konoha can be said to be the safest place in the ninja world, having experienced 3 major wars in decades, with wandering ninjas rampaging everywhere. Ordinary people certainly want to settle in a safe place. However, entering Konoha to live is not easy. It is not a place where just anyone can settle. Now that the Uchiha clan has set up their company headquarters in Konoha, it is an excellent opportunity for ordinary people. Currently, Shuntian Biological is mainly focused on 3 major research areas. First, cloning. Second, further extension of cloning, directed cloning. And finally, the transplantation of cells from Senju Hashirama under the project name Solving Organ Transplant Rejection, hidden within these 2 projects. Besides these 3 major projects, Shuntian Biological's original pharmaceutical business has not been abandoned, and after extensive recruitment, the development of new drugs is ongoing. Of course, the direction has changed slightly. The previously researched drugs targeted ordinary people, while the current drugs are leaning towards use by ninjas. Compared to ordinary people, ninjas can generate more profit. However, research on drugs for ordinary people has not stopped either. The focus for adults is to cover all bases. To Uchiha Akira's surprise, the pharmacist Nanoyu is not merely knowledgeable about biological cloning, as she claimed. In fact, she has conducted extensive research in this field. After spending a month, she successfully convinced the other members of the project team and became the lead responsible person for the project. At this time, the entire Konoha knew that the 3rd Hokage was about to step down and preparations for the 4th Hokage election were underway. Contrary to most villagers' expectations, there were only 2 nominations for the 4th Hokage. One was Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, and the other was the Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze. One of the popular candidates for Hokage, Jiraiya, did not participate in this election. As the news spread, the entire Konoha was in turmoil, preparing for the 4th Hokage election. Although small-scale skirmishes along the border of the Land of Fire were still ongoing, the war had generally come to an end, and the dawn of peace was approaching. While Konoha was eagerly preparing to welcome the 4th Hokage, in the Land of Rain, the Akatsuki organization was about to experience a rebirth. Above a canyon, Danzo coldly observed the scene below, a slight smirk appearing on his lips, a proud smile flashing briefly. After 2 months of plotting, they were finally going to engage in real conflict. Now he just needed to wait and reap the benefits. Let me see the power of the Rinnegan, Danzo thought to himself with a sneer. 3 months ago, he arrived in the Land of Rain to sabotage the peace negotiations. He had members of Root disguise themselves as ninjas from other villages and wreak havoc in the Land of Rain. To his surprise, Hans did not send anyone to clear out the destructive Root ninjas or protect the common people of the Land of Rain. Instead, a newly emerging organization within the Land of Rain, known as Akatsuki, sent out personnel to protect those villages. This surprised Danzo during a chance ambush. He unexpectedly discovered that one of the leaders of this organization, named Akatsuki, possessed the legendary eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths, the Rinnegan. After witnessing the monsters summoned by the Rinnegan, Danzo conceived an idea to let the newly formed Akatsuki fight against Hans's Mangekyō, hoping to take the opportunity to eliminate Hans, or the one who possesses the Rinnegan. After 2 months of effort, Danzo first bribed Hans's deputy, Kanzo, then had Root ninjas attack Mangekyō, and finally set up Akatsuki. The events unfolded so smoothly that Danzo could hardly believe it. Hans had directly bought the story. In the pouring rain, at the bottom of the canyon, Yahiko and Nagato stood facing each other. On a raised platform, Hans, holding Konoha hostage, coldly gazed down at the two. Hans looked down with a chilling gaze at Nagato and Yahiko, surrounded by Mangekyō ninjas. Red-haired kid, kill Yahiko, and I'll spare your life and let this girl go. Chapter 29. Yahiko's new life. Yahiko looked at Nagato, who was trembling with a kunai in hand, a bitter smile on his face. It was only at this moment that he realized how naive his ideals were. Jiraiya-sensei, can mutual understanding between people really achieve peace? At this moment, Yahiko's heart was filled with confusion. Forget it. Since things have come to this point, nothing is more important than letting Nagato and Conan live. With this thought, Yahiko turned to Nagato and said solemnly, Nagato, kill me. Nagato. The red-haired Nagato revealed only one purple Rinnegan. His hand holding the kunai trembled continuously, his face full of struggle. In the next moment, with a whoosh, Yahiko instantly appeared beside Nagato, and the kunai in Nagato's hand pierced directly into Yahiko's heart. Looking at Nagato, whose pupils had dilated and whose body was shaking uncontrollably, Yahiko managed to pull out a faint smile and said weakly, Nagato, you must live well with Conan. You are the savior of this world. Perhaps you really. Yahiko, looking at Yahiko, collapsed on the ground. Nagato's expression went blank. Hanzo, seeing Nagato standing still, immediately shouted, move. As soon as he finished speaking, the ranged shinobi beside him threw kunai and shuriken towards Nagato below, accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air. The shining kunai reached Nagato in the blink of an eye. Instinctively, Nagato raised his right hand. An invisible barrier appeared, and with the sound of metal vibrating, the thrown weapons shattered as if they had hit an iron wall. That was the Rinnegan. At this moment, Hanzo narrowed his eyes and finally saw the patterns in Nagato's eyes. He was indeed not an ordinary kid. In the next moment, Nagato vanished from his position and appeared beside Hanzo. Hanzo seemed to have anticipated this and instantly moved away. As Hanzo left, the ground where he had stood began to writhe, and yellow explosive tags surged toward Nagato, sticking directly to his calves. Boom, with a violent explosion. After a cloud of smoke, Nagato's calves were left a bright red, with bloody flesh exposed. Seeing this, Hanzo and Danzo immediately waved their hands, and the shinobi around them rushed toward Nagato like raindrops. Summoning technique, outer path, Getomazo, Nagato shouted, and a massive humanoid statue broke through the ground, swinging its gigantic hands as if swatting flies at the surrounding shinobi. As black rods inserted into Nagato's body, a pale purple chakra dragon emerged. Wherever the chakra dragon went, the chakra of all souls was directly extracted, resulting in immediate death. Seeing the situation going awry, Danzo immediately took his root shinobi and left the scene as soon as the statue appeared. With the emergence of the chakra dragon, the ranged shinobi were mostly dead or injured, leaving only the extremely fast Hanzo. In an unnoticed corner, Obito and Zetsu, wrapped in black, were watching everything unfold below. Nagato summoned the shell of the 10 tails. White Zetsu's slightly comical voice came through. Lord Madara, Nagato's life force has been drained by the statue. This won't affect capturing the tailed beasts, will it? Black Zetsu's hoarse voice followed. Not at all. Under the white vortex-like wrapping, Obito's mouth curled up. This is better. In this state, it will be easier for me to control him. But this will affect capturing the tailed beasts, right? His leg was blown off by Hanzo's explosive tag. Black Zetsu remarked. That's fine. Obito said indifferently, disdainfully, at worst, I'll step in. A mere tailed beast is nothing more than livestock in front of the Mangekyō Sharingan and would release. All right, let's go. After experiencing this incident, Nagato should understand how naive Yahiko's idea of mutual understanding leading to peace really is. Obito looked at the departing figures of Nagato and Conan, confidently stating, this time, he won't refuse me again. I can feel that when Yahiko died, his thoughts underwent a fundamental change. On the other side, Danzo led his root shinobi and ran for over 20 kilometers. Seeing that Nagato did not pursue them, he ordered his subordinates to remain on alert. Danzo, wearing a Jonin vest, squinted his left eye slightly, a flash of greed passing through, and said, I didn't expect the power of the Rinnegan to be so strong, even surpassing the Sharingan and Byakugan. It truly lives up to the legend of the Sage of Six Paths. Danzo's deputy, Oil Girl Ryoma, approached wearing black sunglasses and quietly asked, Lord Danzo, what should we do next? Danzo said in a deep voice, We can no longer stay in the land of rain. Our objective has been achieved, and it will definitely become more chaotic here. Let Hanzo and the Akatsuki dogs fight out. Lord Danzo, will Hanzo be defeated by the Akatsuki leader who possesses the Rinnegan? Old girl Ryoma implied. Danzo pondered and replied, although Hanzo is old, he is still a figure at the pinnacle of shinobi, once called a demigod. He was the one who gave the name 3, sent into those 3 disciples of Hiruzen Sarutobi. So he shouldn't be easily defeated. However, we can still utilize the situation in the land of rain. A cold light flashed in Danzo's left eye as he said coldly, the recent emergence of too many geniuses from the Uchiha clan makes me quite uneasy. Old girl Ryoma realized. Lord Danzo wants to drive the wolves to eat the tiger? Exactly. Danzo nodded and said, Teacher Tobarama once said that the Uchiha clan is a naturally evil clan. They have always been restless, and with the emergence of these geniuses, they probably have some thoughts that shouldn't exist. Old girl Ryoma thought for a moment and asked, but how can we lure the Uchiha clan's experts into the land of rain to fight Hanzo and even the Akatsuki? This is easy. Danzo's mouth curled up. As long as Hiruzen is still Hokage, this matter will be easily resolved. Seeing that Danzo had no intention of explaining further, old girl Ryoma did not press the issue. As Danzo's deputy, he knew Danzo's character well. Some matters, even as Danzo's deputy, he was not qualified to know. Danzo's silence indicated that this matter involved certain secrets, most likely related to the third Hokage. Chapter 30. Driving the wolf and devouring the tiger 3 days later. Danzo returned to Konoha with his root members. In the Hokage building, Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting at his desk, focused on writing documents. As his retirement approached, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not relax. Instead, he became even busier. Just then, a familiar sound of footsteps approached, and upon hearing it, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew his old friend had returned. Sure enough, as the footsteps drew nearer, Danzo's figure appeared at the office door. Why hasn't a peace treaty with Sanagekyo been signed yet? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked sternly, taking the initiative to question Danzo. It's been months. What have you been doing in the land of rain during this time? Situations have changed, Danzo replied, his expression unchanged and without a hint of panic. It's not that I don't want to sign a peace treaty with a Wagakure, but someone is obstructing us, sabotaging our relationship with a Wagakure, trying to provoke us into continuing the battle. What do you mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, taking a deep puff from his pipe. Is Hanzo the one sabotaging our peace negotiations with a Wagakure? Danzo did not answer directly, but instead posed another question. Hiruzen, have you heard about a new organization that has appeared in the land of rain recently? A new organization? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo in confusion. Organizations emerging in the land of rain were not enough to capture Hiruzen's attention. As Hokage, especially at the end of a war, he had too many things to focus on. A new organization in a small country wasn't significant enough for him. A group advocating for mutual understanding among people, promoting dialogue instead of war, believing that true peace can be achieved through mutual understanding. Danzo briefly described the Akatsuki's ideology. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. This ideology sounded familiar. Wasn't it just Jiraiya's idea? The young people may be a bit naive, but their intentions are good. Hiruzen nodded, pondering. Their ideology is commendable. It might bring some changes to the land of rain. Is there a problem with this organization? That's just the surface. It appears glamorous, but it's actually deceitful, Danzo sneered. Hiruzen, as Hokage, you must understand this principle, right? Hiruzen's expression turned cold as he replied, what have they done? The organization called Akatsuki has disguised themselves as ninjas from various villages, rampaging through the land of rain, while also attacking ninjas from the major villages. What is their goal? Danzo's expression was icy, his gaze chilling as he stated, they do not want us to halt the war among the 5 great nations. What about Hanzo? What is he doing? Why isn't he taking action against such an organization in the land of rain? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked solemnly. Hanzo has been defeated, Danzo said lightly. This nonchalant statement shocked Sarutobi Hiruzen, who found it hard to believe. Hanzo has been defeated? The Akatsuki's strength has grown to such a level? Danzo narrowed his eyes, his expression serious as he said, indeed, I witnessed it myself. As a result, my route has lost 3 squads, which is a significant loss. What is Hanzo's current condition? Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed further. I don't know the specifics. I only know that he hasn't sustained any serious injuries. Danzo shook his head and added, but I believe Hanzo can hold on for a while. After all, he was once known as the demon of the salamander. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen lost in thought, Danzo spoke up, The situation in the Land of Rain is treacherous. We must be cautious of this organization called Akatsuki, which has great ambitions. What do you know about Akatsuki's intelligence? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo. Almost nothing. Danzo shook his head. Nothing at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in frustration, taking a deep puff from his pipe. Hiruzen, Danzo looked at him seriously and said, we cannot afford to ignore such a dangerous organization. Although Hanzo is old, he is not easy to deal with. Even if we cannot eliminate this organization, we should at least understand it. Isn't this what your root specializes in? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo and said, isn't it time for your root to play its role? Hiruzen, don't you think the Uchiha clan's recent momentum is a bit too strong? Danzo shifted the topic, bringing up the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and said solemnly, what do you mean? With Uchiha Fugaku, then Uchiha Shursui, and now another Uchiha Itachi emerging. I've heard that Fugaku's son, Uchiha Itachi, is a rare genius who has already followed Fugaku to the battlefield before even starting school. Don't you think the Uchiha clan seems to be flourishing a bit too much? Danzo said meaningfully. In contrast, we only have one Golden Flash, and the Sannin are all from the older generation. It seems there are no new talents emerging. While the Uchiha clan indeed has many geniuses, it's a good thing for us in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied calmly. Shursui is a descendant of Kagami, different from other Uchihas. He is a Konoha ninja who possesses the will of fire. I have observed Uchiha Itachi. He is a child with a strong Hokage mindset, which is good for us. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. As for Uchiha Ming, Sarutobi Hiruzen absent-mindedly tapped the desk, pondering. Uchiha Ming is different from the other Uchihas. I can't quite gauge his true intentions. He said nothing about Uchiha Fugaku, as they all knew his personality. Indecisiveness was the best description of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen said confidently, but with Minato around, no matter who they are, they won't dare to show their heads. Danzo sneered. Minato is quite close to the Uchiha clan. Kushina and Mikoto have a very close relationship. You'd better remind him to be cautious. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and said lightly, Minato will naturally be cautious. He doesn't need my reminder. We should think about who to send to the Land of Rain to gather intelligence on that organization. Who else could it be? Of course, it should be someone from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha ninjas are powerful and most suitable for gathering intelligence in the current Land of Rain, Danzo said casually. The Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly nodded and said, that is an idea. I suggest we immediately recall Uchiha Shursui from the front lines and have him and Uchiha Ming enter the Land of Rain to gather intelligence on the Akatsuki organization. Danzo said with a serious expression. That won't do. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, Shursui is too young. Such a task requires experienced ninjas. His strength is adequate, but he lacks experience and cannot be sent. Glancing at Danzo, he continued, I have decided that when Shursui returns, I will recruit him into my umbu so that he can experience the will of fire more intimately. Then Uchiha Ming will do. I've heard he single-handedly repelled the Six Tails, and his strength is not inferior to Hanzo's current state. Danzo spoke up. For him, being able to eliminate the unstable factors within the Uchiha clan is also a good thing. Very well, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, Uchiha Ming is strong. It is fitting for him to investigate in the Land of Rain. Chapter 31. Mission. Danzo's gaze sharpened as he stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Are you planning to let him go alone? According to your statement, the Akatsuki organization is currently at war with the Rain Village. The Land of Rain is extremely dangerous right now, and even a Jonin would face huge risks. We cannot let the lives of Konoha ninjas be wasted in the Land of Rain. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied lightly. This matter is not appropriate. Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly. You can't even see through Uchiha Akira. It's uncertain how much weight Konoha holds in his heart. What if he becomes complacent after entering the Land of Fire? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a thoughtful expression. You're right. We need to assign him a small team. Do you have any personnel recommendations? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and looked at Danzo. Although it's dangerous to send someone into the lion's den, it shouldn't be too obvious, Danzo thought. He then spoke. Just go with the standard team composition. But I need to place one of my root members in the team to prevent them from slacking off once they enter the Land of Rain. Do you have specific recommendations for Uchiha Akira's team? Sarutobi Hiruzen said lightly. You are the Hokage. I want to interfere with your arrangements. Danzo said with a teasing smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. If you won't interfere, then don't send anyone from your root. Hiruzen you. Danzo was suddenly at a loss for words, the smile on his face freezing. Tell me which ninja from your route you want to send. Sarutobi Hiruzen said flatly. Yamanaka Shikaku, a rare talent from the Yamanaka clan, especially a Jonin, Danzo replied. All right, that's it. You can leave now. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand to dismiss him. Danzo took a deep breath, feeling very frustrated. He knew his old friend was quite dissatisfied with his lack of progress in negotiations over the past 3 months. Now, the pent-up irritation had nowhere to go. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Danzo's retreating figure with narrowed eyes, his intuition telling him that Danzo was hiding many things from him. What exactly is Danzo concealing? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a while and finally shook his head helplessly. His direct Umbu had been dispatched to gather intelligence from other major countries or to clean up foreign ninjas entering the Land of Fire, leaving him with no thought to pay attention to what was happening in small countries. Knock knock. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently tapped the table. An amassed Umbu with a dog face appeared before his desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed, you go notify these individuals to come over. Have them make time to visit the Hokage's office today. Yes. The Umbu disappeared from the Hokage office as soon as he finished speaking. Before long, Uchiha Akira arrived at the Hokage office. The Hokage's face still needed to be respected, even though he had said it was fine to come today. Upon entering the Hokage office, Uchiha Akira immediately greeted, Hokage-sama, I'm here. Ah, Akira, you've come, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, lifting his face filled with smiles to look at Uchiha Akira. There's a mission that requires you to execute. Although Uchiha Akira was puzzled, he knew that all he had to do now was nod. A task assigned personally by the Hokage left no room for refusal, at least not for him at present. I understand. I will fulfill the village's important duty. Uchiha Akira nodded solemnly. The situation is as follows. Something happened in the Land of Rain. An organization called Akatsuki is disguising itself as ninjas from our major countries and attacking ninjas from various countries, while also vandalizing the villages in the Land of Rain, deliberately reigniting conflict among our major nations. According to reliable information, Hanzo is at a disadvantage in this confrontation. Sarutobi Hiruzen briefly conveyed what Danzo had said to Uchiha Akira. Therefore, I want you to lead an elite team from Konoha to the Land of Rain to attempt to gather intelligence on the Akatsuki organization. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Akira with a serious expression. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Uchiha Akira showed a look of astonishment. The development of events was completely different from what he had understood. Had the butterfly effect already spread this far? The third Hokage knew about the Akatsuki? Logically, the third Hokage should have only learned about this dangerous organization on the day of the Uchiha massacre when Itachi told him he was going undercover in a very dangerous organization. According to his memory, wasn't the Akatsuki organization one that inherited Jiraiya's philosophy, believing that mutual understanding among people could bring world peace? Why had it now turned into an organization that disguises itself as foreign ninjas and disrupts peace? It was completely reversed. What had happened? Uchiha Akira's thoughts became a bit chaotic for a moment. Could it be that Danzo was reversing black and white? Uchiha Akira pondered. If that's the case, then this mission needs to be approached with caution. Seeing Uchiha Akira's surprised expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that what he said had impacted him too much. So he said, Akira, this is unavoidable. I looked around and realized that you're the only one in Konoha who can go to the Land of Rain right now. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Akira with an apologetic expression. That guy Jiraiya has disappeared again, and I don't know where he's wandering off to. By the time we find him, everything will be too late. Minato and Orochimaru are preparing for the Hokage election, and the other candidates are not suitable either. Hokage-sama, leave this matter to me. I will complete the mission, Uchiha Akira said solemnly. Hearing his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Then I can rest assured, with you, I am very confident in this mission. Hokage-sama, will this mission be carried out by me alone or in a team? Uchiha Akira inquired. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of smoke, and soon the office was filled with mist. His voice emerged from the smoke. Considering the extreme danger of this mission, I have assigned you a standard team. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Akira expressed his gratitude. Just don't assign me any useless members, Uchiha Akira thought to himself. Sometimes, having more people doesn't necessarily mean greater strength. In situations where they drag each other down, it would be better for him to go alone. At least he could come and go freely without worrying too much. If he wanted to slack off, he could do so, and he could complete the mission according to the circumstances. After all, he had a deep understanding of the Akatsuki, At worst, he could reveal some intelligence about the Akatsuki. If he was assigned teammates, then he couldn't be negligent in the open. At least he had to maintain appearances. Of course, with the Mangekyō Sharingan in hand, Uchiha Akira could easily use Genjutsu to immerse his teammates in an illusion. There would always be a way to slack off. Chapter 32 Research Progress Oil Woman Shurgang. Special Jonin, skilled in the secret insect manipulation techniques of the Oil Woman clan. Nichika Katsu, Special Jonin, from the Hyuga branch family, proficient in gentle fist. Yamanaka Shoryo, Special Jonin, adept in the Yamanaka clan's secret technique, mind-body switch technique, and possesses sensing abilities. After Sarutobi Hisashi introduced Uchiha Mei's 3 teammates, he looked at Uchiha Ming. These 3 are all excellent ninjas, capable of handling this mission. Uchiha Ming nodded. Based on their resumes, they were indeed competent. All of them at the Special Jonin level, and their strength wouldn't be weak. Ordinary Umbu are only Chunin, while the elites among Umbu are Jonin. When he returned to Konoha earlier, his ninja rank was only Chunin. Of course, Uchiha Ming had already been promoted to Jonin. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps approached, and 3 individuals entered the Hokage's office one after another. One wore a black cloak with a hood and black sunglasses, emanating a cold aura that discouraged strangers. Another was dressed in a white kimono, with black hair and white eyes, looking stunningly beautiful and indifferent, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old. The last one wore a Jonin vest, had orange hair, looked to be in his 20s, and wore a serious expression. Hokage-sama. Upon entering, the 3 spoke almost simultaneously. The reason for calling you here is that there is a daunting mission assigned to you. Sarutobi Hisashi looked at the 3 with a serious expression. A group called Akatsuki has appeared in the Land of Rain, this organization. Sarutobi Hisashi briefly described the mission objectives and continued. This is Uchiha Ming, your team leader for this mission. I will leave the specific details to him, and you can discuss further on the way. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hisashi's words, the 3 present turned to look at Uchiha Ming, each reacting differently. Oil Woman Shurgang and Nichika Katsu showed no change in expression, as if nothing could stir their hearts. Yamanaka Shoryo's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. Uchiha Ming was no longer an insignificant figure. His name was known across the 5 great nations, and he was particularly renowned in Konoha. Realizing Uchiha Ming was the team leader, he understood that this mission was certainly dangerous. Understood. Hokage-sama. The 3 ninjas responded respectfully. Sarutobi Hisashi nodded and said, Go back and prepare. Your mission officially starts tomorrow. After acknowledging, the few individuals left the Hokage's office. Back at the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Ming summoned a ninja cat and asked it to inform Cat Granny to prepare some ninja tools and explosive tags for him. Following that, Uchiha Ming went to the residence of Uchiha Fugaku and explained the mission details to him. For a task of this level, it was necessary to report to the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Ming seriously and warned him. The target of the investigation is someone capable of defeating Hanzo. You need to be careful this time. I understand. Uchiha Ming nodded. Although he was strong enough to not fear tailed beasts, he couldn't claim he could handle Nagato now, since Nagato had already defeated Hanzo. It meant he had at least produced the Deva Path and mastered the 6 paths of pain techniques and yin-yang release. Although Nagato's strength was certainly not as formidable as when he attacked Konoha, Uchiha Ming did not have enough confidence to take him down. If the opportunity arises, Uchiha Ming would naturally not miss the chance to defeat him. The Land of Rain is rainy all year round, which gives Uchiha Ming a geographical advantage. In any case, be cautious. Danzo has been in the Land of Rain for several months, and we don't know what traps he has laid there. Uchiha Fugaku reminded him again. I will be extra careful on this mission. Please rest assured, clan leader. Uchiha Ming nodded. Then he continued, Clan leader, while I am on the mission, I hope you can follow up on the matter of the Divine Being. There should be results coming soon. Uchiha may have been tracking the Divine Being project, while Uchiha Fugaku was more focused on the affairs of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Uchiha Ming's words, a hint of joy appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's face. Is it about to yield results? The medical Nin Yano-yu is more capable than we imagined. Under her leadership, the cloning technology has overcome several hurdles, and it should be ready for experiments in a few months. Uchiha Ming said solemnly. Uchiha Fugaku smiled. It seems we have indeed found a treasure. Yano-yu is truly a talent. Of course. Uchiha Ming nodded and then said, However, we must also be cautious of that dog Danzo. Pay more attention to Yano Yu's orphanage, as she cares deeply for that place. I'm afraid Danzo might use some underhanded means to force her back to root. I will keep an eye on that. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said, I will have people stationed at the orphanage to ensure its safety. After Yano Yu produces results, Uchiha Fugaku will pay great attention to her. Even if she does not handle the transplant of Senju Hashirama's cells, the cloning and directed cloning are of great significance to the Uchiha clan, especially directed cloning. If it can be overcome, you wouldn't have to worry about the blindness of the Mangekyō Sharingan anymore. Is there any progress on the transplant of Senju Hashirama's cells? Uchiha Fugaku asked. This was also something he was very concerned about. The combination of wood release and Sharingan is a very enticing prospect. There hasn't been any progress yet. We are still exploring, and animal experiments have all, without exception, failed. Uchiha Ming shook his head. As expected of the god of ninjas, the first Hokage, even the power left behind after his death is so strong that transplanting other people's cells poses no issues. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. Indeed, as he said, in the ninja world, those who possess chakra can transplant other people's cells or even organs without significant problems. Kakashi and the original Mist Jonin are good examples. One transplanted a Sharingan, and the other a Byakugan, both mastering them quite well. It is not like transplanting Senju Hashirama cells, which is fraught with complications. One can only say that Senju Hashirama cells are very special. Wood release may just be one of its manifestations. After skipping over the matter of Senju Hashirama's cell transplant, Uchiha Ming asked, when does the third Hokage plan to step down? The situation should be clear by now, right? Orochimaru is no match for the Yellow Flash, and most of the village's Jonin support the Yellow Flash. Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment and said, the third has not announced an exact retirement date, but it is highly probable to be within the next month or two. The only thing left is to make a trip to the daimyo. Are you planning to deal with Danzo after the third steps down and Minato takes office? Uchiha Fugaku asked. That is indeed the plan. Uchiha Ming admitted calmly. Chapter 33. Starting the mission, this matter cannot be rushed. Even if the third Hokage abdicates, Danzo is still the Hokage's advisor, holding a high position and great power. With the third Hokage still around, I fear that the human experiments cannot be completely dealt with. Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly. He looked at Uchiha Akira and said, if we want to act, we must wait until Minato has completely taken control of Konoha. Otherwise, Minato will have too many constraints, and we will inevitably be restricted. I understand this. Uchiha Akira nodded and said, once Minato is in power, he will have the full support of our Uchiha clan, and with the assistance of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, it won't take long to bring Konoha under control. Danzo's hostility towards our Uchiha clan is too great. The position of Hokage's advisor and the root organization cannot be controlled by him any longer, Uchiha Akira continued. The reason Danzo can act as he pleases is precisely because he has the root organization independent of the Umbu and his identity as Hokage's advisor. Without these two identities, Danzo would be like a tiger without claws, posing little threat to the Uchiha clan. Just like Mito Minyin and Nara Shikaku, although they are advisors, their power is not very significant. They cannot interfere too much in Konoha's political affairs. And it is only because Sarutobi Hiruzen is their old friend that they can speak up. Minato is not Sarutobi Hiruzen after he takes office. The advisor's suggestions will definitely not be as effective as during Hiruzen's time. You are right. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said, we must find a way to pull Danzo down from the position of Hokage's advisor, and we need to find a way to dismantle his root organization. This person is too dangerous. The only concern is whether the Golden Flash has the determination to do so. Uchiha Akira said. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at him and said, you can rest assured. Minato has never lacked determination. The current Minato's courage cannot be compared to the gradually aging third Hokage. Then I can rest easy. Uchiha Akira nodded. Uchiha Fugaku had spent much more time with Minato than he had, and he understood Minato better. Since he said so, it meant that Minato indeed had great courage and determination at this moment. That night, the ninja tools purchased from Cat Granny's shop arrived. A chubby orange tabby cat, about half a person tall, licked its paw and said indistinctly, Cat Granny asked me to tell you that we have some leads on the person we were tasked to find. Upon hearing the cat's words, Uchiha Akira immediately understood and took out a bag of dried fish from the drawer and handed it over, saying, is it from the Uzumaki clan, or the clan that can attain sage mode? The orange cat, named Fat Orange, slowly pulled the bag of dried fish towards itself and said, Cat Granny said it's from the Uzumaki clan, apparently in the Rain Village. A young woman. Her abilities are exactly as you described, She has a huge life force and can heal the injuries of those who bite her. We ninja cats have memorized that woman's scent. When you go to the rain village, a cat will tell your location. Fat Orange said slowly. I understand, thank you. Uchiha Akira smiled, his lips curling up. Fat Orange looked at Uchiha Akira seriously and said, Cat Granny said this information is worth 3 million, and she wants you to transfer the money as soon as possible. Just a moment. Uchiha Akira said as he walked into his room. In a short while, he came out with a scroll and said, This contains 4 million. Please give it to Cat Granny. Are all of you ninjas this rich? Fat Orange was somewhat surprised. Although it was just a cat, it knew that 4 million was a huge sum. Even if it ate the most expensive dried fish every day, it could last 10 years. Fat Orange thought, there are always more ways than difficulties. Uchiha Akira laughed. For others, making money might be difficult, but for Uchiha Akira, it was a piece of cake. The Sharingan was not just for show. With the Sharingan, those companies, organizations, and underground black market trading places were all glittering treasure troves, just waiting to be taken. He was not like the current ninjas. As a transmigrator, it wasn't that he was reckless, but rather that he had no qualms about dealing with these companies and organizations. Under the illusion of the Sharingan, Uchiha Akira could never be short of money. The next morning, Uchiha Akira and his 3 temporary teammates gathered in front of the main gate of Konoha. Uchiha Akira looked at the 3 and introduced himself first. Uchiha Akira, proficient in fire release, lightning release, and wind release. Yamanaka Shikaku, who wore a trench coat and hood with sunglasses, was the second to speak. Yamanaka Shikaku, skilled in the Yamanaka clan's insect manipulation techniques. Next was the stunningly beautiful and cold Yamanaka Kori, proficient in gentle fist. Finally, the serious Yamanaka SH reintroduced himself. Yamanaka SH skilled in the Yamanaka clan secret techniques, such as body flicker technique. The 3 of them were dressed differently, completely lacking the characteristics of Konoha ninjas, and there were no family identity traits either. This mission was to infiltrate the land of rain for intelligence gathering, so they would naturally not boldly where the Konoha Jonin vests. Even Yamanaka Kori had a piece of cloth bandaged on her forehead to cover the blue caged birthmark. Here are the details of this mission. Please read through them carefully. If you have any questions, ask them now. Uchiha Akira said as he handed a scroll to Yamanaka Shikaku, who was at the front of the line. Yamanaka Shikaku took the scroll and opened it, carefully reading it. Soon, the 3 of them finished reviewing the scroll. This mission is of high difficulty and has been classified as an S-rank mission by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since there is no third-party client, each of them will receive at least 100,000 Ryo as a reward upon completion of the mission. The official mission rewards from Konoha are naturally not as high as those from third-party clients. Looking at the silent trio, Uchiha Akira asked, Do you have any questions? If not, we will set off. Captain, there are no questions. Yamanaka Kori's voice was as clear as a spring. Uchiha Akira nodded slowly and said, Then we set off. During the mission, follow my orders. Understood. The 3 answered loudly. Then each took out a mask to wear. Seeing this, Uchiha Akira slightly nodded and also took out a tiger pattern mask to wear. With a few falling leaves fluttering down, the 4 figures disappeared from the spot and headed straight for the land of rain. Not long after Uchiha Akira and his team left Konoha, Danzo, who was in the route, also received the news. Lord Danzo, Uchiha Akira has already led his team to the land of rain. A masked root ninja half knelt on the ground, respectfully reporting the news to Danzo, who was sitting in a high seat in the hall. Danzo nodded slightly and said, Immediately notify the root teams hiding in the land of rain to leak some of the things we have done to Akatsuki and also leak Uchiha Akira's information. Yes. As soon as the words fell, the root ninja disappeared in an instant. Very good. This way we can see the spectacle of dogs biting dogs. Danzo's lips curled up, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Chapter 34 Nagato. One day later, Uchiha Akira had just led his team into the land of rain. It turned out that Konoha's Umbu had disguised themselves as ninjas from various great nations to burn, kill, and plunder in the land of rain. In the depths of a huge skyscraper, Nagato stood like a withered reed, with black rods inserted into his back, and a cold light flickering in his pair of purple Rinnegan. Not far beneath his feet, a ninja wearing a cat face mask and dressed in Konoha's Umbu attire lay on the ground, having long since lost his breath. It was indeed Konoha that joined forces with Hanzo against us. Xiaonan's delicate face was filled with coldness, and a surge of killing intent could not be contained in her heart. Konoha, remembering Yahiko's calm acceptance of death, Nagato's eyes were filled with killing intent. Xiaonan looked at Nagato and asked, Nagato, Has the human path discovered any intelligence? Konoha is making moves again. The third Hokage has dispatched an elite team into the Land of Rain with the intention of assisting Hanzo in eliminating us, Nagato said, a cold smile appearing on his face. Konoha plans to assist Hanzo in eliminating us? Xiaonan's eyes were filled with killing intent, her expression dark as water. Who are they? Xiaonan looked at Nagato. The leader is from the Uchiha clan, named Uchiha Kira. Aside from him, the others do not need to be concerned about. Nagato said, Uchiha Kira? Xiaonan slowly nodded and said, I've heard that he made quite an impression on the battlefield between Konoha and the Hidden Mist, single-handedly taking down 4 of the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. This person's strength should not be underestimated. Nagato nodded, saying his strength is indeed considerable. According to Mr. Madara, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails also fell to him, which led to the Six Tails breaking free from its seal and falling into Mr. Madara's hands. Nagato, what should we do now? Xiaonan looked at the emaciated Nagato, her expression somewhat serious. Can you handle him in your current state? Just then, footsteps came from the direction of the skyscraper's entrance. Disguised as Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito wrapped in Akatsuki appeared before Xiaonan, accompanied by Zetsu, resembling a pitcher plant. And leading the way was Pain from the Deva Path. Pain spoke in a detached tone. Xiaonan, the people from Konoha have arrived just in time. Mr. Madara has just transmitted the Six Paths technique to me, and it's a perfect opportunity to test it on Uchiha Kira. Is it really all right? I've heard that the 6 Paths of Pain require 6 people to be complete. Now, we only have the Deva Path, the Animal Path, and the Hell Path. Isn't that a bit too risky? After all, can we really handle such a powerful ninja as the Six Tails? Xiaonan looked worriedly at Nagato. Xiaonan. Nagato lifted his head, his expression unchanged. Don't worry, Xiaonan. I have fully mastered the legendary eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths, and I have transcended from a human to a god. How can mortals be a match for a god? Nagato, I must remind you, Uchiha Obito interjected at this moment. Uchiha Kira is likely not an ordinary Uchiha. He may have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Mangekyō Sharingan? Nagato looked at Uchiha Obito, who was wrapped in Akatsuki, and asked Mr. Madara, is it the same eye as yours? Uchiha Obito scoffed, of course not. Mine is the highest ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, which is incomparable to the Mangekyō Sharingan. So the Sharingan also has levels. Xiaonan murmured softly. Of course. Uchiha Obito chuckled lightly. While the Mangekyō Sharingan may not be as powerful as the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, it is still extraordinarily strong and should not be underestimated. Its strength is by no means beneath that of a village's shadow. As he spoke, his crimson Sharingan fixed on Nagato, warning, once the Mangekyō Sharingan is awakened, it will obtain 2 immensely powerful ocular techniques, the specifics of which only the one who awakens them knows. Nagato, don't let her guard down, Uchiha Obito said meaningfully. Rest assured, Mr. Madara, Nagato said calmly and indifferently. No matter what ocular techniques they are, they're insignificant under the divine power of the Rinnegan. Then we will await your news. As Uchiha Obito's voice fell, he vanished in a thin air before Nagato. With Uchiha Obito's departure, Zetsu spoke up, Nagato, this time I'll provide the intelligence. As his voice fell, he too slowly sank into the skyscraper and disappeared. Xiaonan stared at the place where the two had left for a long time, then turned her head to look at Nagato. Nagato, I still can't believe this so-called Uchiha Madara. The legend says Uchiha Madara is the Azura of the ninja world. I don't think he would be such a secretive coward who dares not show his true face. It's all right, Xiaonan. Nagato shook his head and said, our relationship is merely one of mutual use. Both parties are well aware of this. After capturing the tailed beasts, it will be time for us to confront each other. Nagato looked at Xiaonan and said, this masked Madara's goal is undoubtedly the tailed beasts. He needs our help to capture the tailed beasts. And I also need his yang release techniques, 6 Paths techniques, and intelligence capabilities. Xiaonan was silent for a moment before saying, Nagato, during our interactions, I hope you still keep an eye on this so-called Madara. We cannot fully trust his words. Of course, since Yahiko's death, the only person I can trust absolutely in this world is you, Xiaonan, Nagato said in a low voice. Upon hearing Nagato's words, Xiaonan revealed a sorrowful expression. Yahiko's death was an everlasting pain in their hearts. Seeing the sadness on Xiaonan's face, Nagato said solemnly, Xiaonan, Yahiko's ideals will be realized through our hands. The reason people cannot understand each other is precisely that they do not share similar experiences, have not felt the same pain, and cannot empathize. Only by reviving the Ten Tails and letting the 5 great nations experience true suffering will they be able to understand us, the people of small nations, and thus achieve peace. Nagato. Upon hearing Nagato's words, Xiaonan's face showed a look of confusion. After Yahiko's death, Nagato's temperament changed drastically. The theory that Jiraiya once held, that mutual understanding between people could bring about true peace, had undergone a new evolution in Nagato. Xiaonan sighed inwardly. After experiencing true practice, she had long understood how naive Jiraiya's theory was. Mutual understanding among people does not mean that all needs disappear, nor does it prevent them from drawing sword against each other, nor does it prevent hatred from being born, much less does it mean letting go of hatred. Xiaonan reined in her thoughts and looked at Nagato. Nagato, you are currently unable to move freely. This time, I will go out with you. Nagato did not refuse Xiaonan's suggestion. His own condition was indeed not good, since forcibly summoning the Outer Path Geto statue and using the Chakra Dragon to attack. His life force had been drained by the statue, and he had yet to recover fully. Moreover, more importantly, his legs had been injured by Hanzo's explosive tags, rendering them useless. He needed someone to assist him in his movements. Nagato looked at Xiaonan. Xiaonan, let's set off. According to the intelligence we just received, Uchiha Akira's team has already entered the Land of Rain. Chapter 35. Nagato's attack on the other side. Uchiha Akira was leading his temporary team as they wandered through the Land of Rain. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally provided him with specific directions and locations for investigation. They were to investigate these key locations first before moving on to free exploration. Boom! The Land of Rain is known for its perpetual downpours, with few clear days. At this moment, the sky was filled with flashes of lightning and booming thunder, and heavy rain poured down. After entering the Land of Rain, Uchiha Akira and his team were already soaked. After spending a day investigating several places marked by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 4 of them had found nothing. Have your insects discovered anything? Uchiha Akira asked, looking at Aburame Shigekuni with his Crimson Sharingan. The Aburame clan specializes in insect manipulation techniques, breeding various types of insects that sometimes yield surprising results. Aburame Shigekuni adjusted his sunglasses, insects crawling all over him, and calmly replied, no discoveries. And you? Uchiha Akira turned to Hyuga Keru, asking, did your Byakugan find anything? Captain, there are no discoveries. The signs of battle here are at least 2 months old. With no abnormalities, Hyuga Keru's cold voice rang out. Uchiha Akira nodded, speaking in a deep voice. Let's move on to the next marked location. Not long after they left, a completely white Zetsu emerged from the muddy water. How could those mere Byakugan and insects discover the technique of the Zetsu? Perfect. I should inform Nagato. He's been looking for them all day. Saying this, the white Zetsu sank underground and activated the Zetsu technique. Before long, he appeared beside Nagato and Konan, who were moving through the Land of Rain. As soon as the white Zetsu appeared, he loudly announced, Nagato, we have found Uchiha Akira's traces in the area of Haikawa Mountain in the northern part of the Land of Rain. I understand. Nagato nodded, then looked at Konan. Haikawa Mountain is not far from us. We can go directly there and wait for them. This time, let Devapath deal with them. Konan, dressed in a black coat with red clouds, nodded and turned to the white Zetsu. You go ahead and set up the signal tower. We'll be there shortly. I understand. The white Zetsu responded and then sank underground, leaving the area. A signal tower was necessary for communication between Nagato and Pain. If they were too far apart, Nagato would be unable to control Pain. On the other side, near Haikawa Mountain in the Land of Rain, Uchiha Akira was leading Aburame Shigekuni, Hyuga and Yamanaka Shigeki as they rushed through the rain. This location was marked by Sarutobi Hiruzen as needing special reconnaissance. According to mission intel, there might be a base of the Akatsuki organization hidden here. Suddenly, amidst the pouring rain, Hyuga stopped, her expression serious as she looked in the 9 o'clock direction. Captain, there are 3 people coming from the 9 o'clock direction, and their chakra is enormous. They are approaching quickly. Prepare for battle. Uchiha Akira instructed in a deep voice. Understood. The 3 responded solemnly. Within a few breaths, 3 figures wearing black cloaks with red clouds appeared in Uchiha Akira's line of sight. The leader had orange hair and wore an IWA headband with a horizontal slash, 3 black nails on his nose, and an indifferent expression that made him seem almost lifeless. Following him was a person with orange braids, also wearing an IWA headband marked with a horizontal slash and a black nail on his forehead. Behind these two was a large orange-haired man with sharp black sticks piercing his ears and face. Seeing the newcomers, Uchiha Akira's heart tightened. It was indeed Deva Path Pain in person. If he guessed correctly, the two accompanying him were likely Animal Path and Hell Path. This is going to be tough. Uchiha Akira glanced at the stormy sky, managing to stay calm. Judging by the timeline, Nagato should have just recently turned dark and allied with Uchiha Obito. So the Rinnegan techniques might not be too familiar yet, far from being as powerful as later on. Rinnegan? 3 pairs? Upon seeing the newcomers, Hyuga and the others showed shock on their faces. They immediately recognized the unique dojutsu in the eyes of the approaching figures. Yamanaka Shigeuki's expression grew serious as he quietly said, "Captain, what should we do? If a battle breaks out, I'll handle the one in the middle. You 3 stall the other 2. Uchiha Akira calmly stated. The 3 had no objections, as their sensory abilities indicated that the leading enemy had the largest chakra, suggesting he was the strongest. Just as Uchiha Akira was finalizing his plan, Nagato also maneuvered the 3 pains to a short distance from them. Nagato showed no intention of speaking. As soon as the 3 arrived, Animal Path initiated the summoning technique. Summoning technique, accompanied by a cloud of smoke. An enormous green chameleon burst forth, then vanished before Uchiha Akira and the others. Summoning technique. Another low shout followed, and with the smoke, a massive 3-headed hellhound leaped out, charging toward the 3. Be careful, that invisible summoning beast is coming. Hyuga veins bulged as her Byakugan revealed the hidden summoning beast. Proceed according to plan. If the situation changes, you 3 should retreat from the battlefield immediately. As Uchiha Akira's voice fell, his figure transformed into a blue lightning bolt, disappearing from the spot and reappearing beside Hellpath. With a lightning glimmering ninja blade, Uchiha Akira aimed to deliver a decisive blow to Hellpath. Among the 6 paths of pain, Hellpath was the most central. Hellpath could continuously revive the other 5. Only by eliminating him could they truly resolve the pain threat. Otherwise, pain would always find a way to revive. Shinra Tensei. At that moment, Devapath Pain's cold voice rang out. As Uchiha Akira brought down his blade, he felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, a tremendous invisible power. With a loud bang, Uchiha Akira was blasted away several dozen meters, landing in a pile of rubble. Dragging his ninja blade along the ground, Uchiha Akira's crimson Sharingan narrowed. He was somewhat disheveled. Despite having mitigated part of the force, he still bore the brunt of it. The impact of Devapath Shinra Tensei left him slightly disoriented, his blood surging. Though it wasn't as strong as he had imagined, with his current physique, he still couldn't endure it many times. He must avoid taking too many direct hits from Shinra Tensei. In the next moment, his figure vanished. With lightning speed, he covered the distance in an instant. This time, Uchiha Akira directly launched a frontal assault on Devapath Pain. Shinra Tensei has a 5-second vacuum period. If he seizes the opportunity, there is still a chance. Chapter 36. The immature 6 paths of pain, such incredible speed. A look of surprise flashed in the eyes of Devapath Pain. Although the Rinnegan is more powerful than the Sharingan, it does not possess the perverse dynamic vision of the Sharingan. The dynamic vision of the Sharingan surpasses that of the Rinnegan. However, at this moment, there was not just Devapath present, but also Hellpath. Although Hellpath moved away immediately, it did not exceed the range of the Rinnegan's vision. Under the shared vision of the two, they barely managed to see the trajectory of Uchiha Mei's attack. Without time to think too much, a black rod created from yin-yang release appeared for his wide sleeves, gripped in his hand, and then aimed at the nearly lightning-fast thrust from Uchiha Mei. Clang with a sound of vibration, the ninja blade in Uchiha Mei's hand slashed down, and the immense force directly sent Devapath Pain flying over 10 meters. In the next moment, before Devapath Pain could react, Uchiha Mei charged in, his foot enveloped in electric light, landing a direct kick on Devapath's shoulder. Boom with a violent roar. Devapath Pain was kicked into a pile of rocks and boulders. Even in the pouring rain, it stirred up a cloud of dust. The commotion drew the attention of Y Ninja Shig, Hinata K, and Yamakami J-Ri, who were engaged in a fierce battle with Beast Path. Although the summoning beasts of Beast Path were not weak, the 3 of them could withstand it through cooperation. At first, they even gained a slight advantage. Y Ninja Shig's parasitic great insect technique directly burrowed into the body of the Hellhound, wildly reproducing and absorbing its chakra. This internally dismantled its ability to infinitely split. Moreover, under the of Byakugan, The camouflage chameleon could not hide, and under the attacks of the Yamakami clan's secret techniques and the High Ga clan's gentle fist, the chameleon quickly disappeared from the battlefield. However, Beast Path was clearly not so easy to deal with. With the emergence of summoning smoke, a massive rhinoceros and a gray 8-foot crow appeared within the smoke. This is bad. Yamakami J. could no longer tell whether the moisture on him was sweat or rain. Facing such enemies, his heart-turning technique was difficult to use effectively. Our task is to hold this person back and not let him disturb the captain. Why Ninja Shig adjusted his sunglasses. Subsequently, a large number of insects surged from his body, forming a cloud of insects that flew into the sky, meeting the 8-foot crow that was circling and laying eggs in the air. Looking at the beast path standing on top of a gigantic crab, Hinata K's eyes flashed with reluctance. This summoning beast had tough skin and flesh. Her gentle fist felt like just scratching an itch against it. There's no choice. We must try to hold him back. Yamakami J. was also helpless. He was really not suited to deal with such large summoning beasts. On this side, after kicking Deva Path pain away, Uchiha Ming instinctively frowned. The physical strength of this pain is a bit off. No wonder it was enhanced by yin-yang release. Uchiha Ming thought to himself, Deva Path pain speed and power were not as good as his, but one thing far exceeded him, the toughness of its body. At this moment, Deva Path pain's toughness was definitely not comparable to the time it attacked Konoha, when it could withstand Naruto's six-tailed attack directly. However, from the first contact, Uchiha Ming knew that simple punches and kicks would be hard to destroy Deva Path pain. Well then, let us first use ninjutsu to bait out his Shinra Tensei. With his thoughts turning, Uchiha Ming completed the hand seals, wind release, compressed storm. Within a breath, Uchiha Ming opened his mouth and spat out a dense white wind mass, which instantly expanded like a heavy cannon, with countless razor-sharp wind blades sweeping across the land, invading the sky, extinguishing the rainwater, and tearing the earth apart. Such a scale of wind release. Among the rocks, Deva Path Pain's gaze narrowed, and he brought his hands together, Shinra Tensei, with a stretch of his hands. An invisible repulsive force suddenly erupted, instantly destroying the storm of wind blades raging between heaven and earth. Even the place where Deva Path Pain stood formed a circular pit several meters in diameter. Not good. Suddenly, Deva Path Pain's expression changed, and he shot directly towards Hell Path. At this moment, Uchiha Ming had already reached Hell Path's side, launching a fierce attack. Among the 6 paths of pain, only Deva Path had the strongest power, possessing not only formidable taijutsu, but also a body that had been enhanced to a terrifying level by yin-yang release. However, the other 5 paths were not as strong as Deva Path, and their body strength was average, unable to withstand normal ninjutsu attacks. In a flash of lightning, the ninja blade in Uchiha Ming's hand transformed into a blinding bolt of lightning that fell with true speed like thunder. With a sound of slicing, accompanied by a spray of blood, the tall hell path was cleaved open by the lightning-imbued ninja blade in Uchiha Ming's incredibly fast attack. Hell path was instantly rendered useless. Damn it! Several kilometers away in a cave, Nagato let out an angry, low growl. Nagato, what's wrong? Conan looked at Nagato anxiously. It's nothing. Nagato shook his head, speaking in a deep voice. I was careless just now, which led to Hell Path being destroyed by Uchiha Ming. Hearing his words, Conan frowned and said seriously, Nagato, we may have acted a bit hastily. It would have been better to wait until you had created all 6 paths of pain before dealing with them. Nagato replied calmly, Conan, it's all right. It was just a moment of carelessness. From now on, I will deal with him seriously. Hearing his words, Conan immediately fell silent to avoid disturbing him. On the battlefield, under the siege of several giant summoning beasts, Hinata K, Y Ninja Shig, and Yamakami J struggled to defend. Large summoning beasts are not that easy to deal with. 8 trigrams air palm. Hinata K struck out with a palm, and a surging air cannon shot into the sky, smashing the explosive eggs dropped by the approaching 8-foot crow, causing a thunderous explosion in midair. Suddenly, a hint of joy appeared on Hinata K's face as he shouted, the captain has already taken out 1 enemy. Finally, there was some good news. Yamakami J revealed a wry smile. After experimentation, he found that these summoning beasts were not like living creatures at all. After using the heart-turning technique, it felt like a chaotic mass, almost mechanical. Under heavy cover, his heart-turning technique could not capture the beast path behind scenes. Meanwhile, Y Ninja Shig, who was manipulating insects to chase the 8-foot crow, revealed a hint of surprise beneath his otherwise expressionless face. Uchiha Mei's strength is so formidable. They have only just begun to fight, and he has already taken out an enemy with the Rinnegan. Beneath his sunglasses, a glint of cold light flashed in Y Ninja Shig's eyes. On the other side of the battlefield, seeing Hell Path being cleaved in two, Deva Path Pain's indifferent expression finally could not hold, and a boiling murderous intent surged from him. The mindset of someone who calls themselves a god has finally been broken. In an instant, he extended his hand towards Uchiha Mei. Universal Pull. Chapter 37. Thunder Domain Too Slow. Uchiha Akira's voice, tinged with a hint of disdain, echoed, and then, amidst the invisible gravitational pull, his figure transformed into a streak of lightning and vanished from sight. The universal pull is different from the almighty push. This Rinnegan ability has a process of continuous enhancement. In the original work, when Pain attacked Konoha and faced Kakashi, it was demonstrated. When he used this ability to pull Kakashi towards him, at first, Kakashi could clearly resist. However, as the gravitational force intensified, Kakashi ultimately could not maintain his form and was directly pulled in. However, Uchiha Akira was already aware of this, and from the very beginning, he unleashed his power to break free from the gravitational range of the universal pull. Seeing Uchiha Akira vanish without a trace, Pain's expression darkened. The opponent's speed was incredibly fast, and he had rich combat experience. His six-path techniques were not yet mastered, and he had missed the opportunity. The situation was a bit awkward now. On a mountain several miles away, Uchiha Obito stood atop a peak with Zetsu, who resembled a pitcher plant, gazing in the direction of the battlefield. Zetsu, what's the situation over there? Uchiha Obito asked in a deep voice. There were Byakugan users present, making it difficult for Uchiha Obito to get too close. However, this was not a problem for him, as Zetsu was there, and even the Byakugan could not detect the white Zetsu using the shifting technique. This was beyond doubt. White Zetsu had long been lurking in Konoha and was undetectable by the Byakugan. It seems Pain is at a disadvantage, Zetsu said with a hint of a smile. Disadvantage? Uchiha Obito stared at Zetsu and said, Is Uchiha Akira that strong? Zetsu shrugged and replied, That Uchiha's speed is too fast, and Pain's mastery of the six-path techniques isn't pure, plus he has too little combat experience. If this continues, Uchiha Akira will eventually take him down. Lord Madara, do you want to go help Pain? The hoarse voice of Black Zetsu came for Zetsu. Not yet. If possible, let Pain suffer a bit first. Uchiha Obito shook his head and chuckled. Besides, Pain's Deva path isn't that weak. It won't be easy for Uchiha Akira to deal with him. I'll step in at a critical moment to prevent Pain from having his own little thoughts, Uchiha Obito said in a deep voice. On another battlefield, Yamashiro Aki, Hinata Hayashi, and Aburame Shino were running around under the attacks of three giant summoning beasts, appearing somewhat overwhelmed. Among the three, Hinata Hayashi was in the best condition. Her strength was primarily in taijutsu, and she maneuvered skillfully against the onslaught of the three summoning beasts. Yamashiro Aki, in the worst condition, had average taijutsu, and under the relentless attacks, he found it increasingly difficult, with several cuts already opened on his body. Aburame Shino's situation was slightly better, but still not optimistic. The speed of the eight-headed crows was too fast for his insects to keep up. Moreover, after the incident with the hellhounds, the summoning beasts had a deep wariness of his insects and did not allow them to approach. Boom! The giant crab swung its massive claws, moving through the ruins of the battlefield, causing debris to scatter. It suddenly slammed down at Yamashiro Aki and Hinata Hayashi, who were trying to evade. This is bad. Too late. Yamashiro Aki's heart raced as he saw the large shadow covering him. Barbed wire palm. Just then, a cold voice came from nearby. With a loud boom, an invisible air cannon shot through the air, striking the descending crab claw and deflecting its attack trajectory. Boom, the massive crab claw hit the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. The hell path, standing atop the giant crab, was thus exposed to Yamashiro Aki's view. Good opportunity. In the midst of the smoke, Yamashiro Aki's eyes brightened as he quickly formed hand seals, mind turn technique. In an instant, his consciousness invaded the awareness of the beast path standing atop the crab. I got it. Yamashiro Aki felt overjoyed in his heart. The next moment, he froze, not even able to react before he sensed a blur before his eyes, finding himself in a peculiar place. It was a world composed of black and purple lines, with a pair of enormous Rinnegan coldly gazing down from above. Ah! What is this? Then, Yamashiro Aki felt a vast, cold will erupting from the Rinnegan, a will that was domineering, frigid, and exceedingly tenacious. In an instant, the will he had separated using the mind-turn technique was crushed into nothingness. Outside, Yamashiro Aki let out a scream, then collapsed weakly to the ground. What is happening? Hinata Hayashi's eyes narrowed upon witnessing this. At that moment, two massive crab claws were raised high and suddenly slammed down towards Yamashiro Aki's location. Just as she was about to rush over to help, her expression changed, and she leaped away to a distance. Boom! The gigantic eight-headed crow dove like a sword into the spot where Hinata Hayashi had just been. Accompanied by a tremor of the earth, smoke spread everywhere. In Hinata Hayashi's Byakugan, she could clearly see that Yamashiro Aki had been reduced to a puddle of flesh, dead beyond any doubt. This is bad. Hinata Hayashi felt a heavy sinking in her heart. Suddenly, her expression changed as she looked towards the battlefield of Uchiha Akira and Deva Path. There, the sky had undergone a tremendous change. Streaks of lightning flickered in the dark clouds. A massive vortex appeared, with lightning gathering like a river towards the center of the battlefield. In the boundless sky, it seemed as if an incredibly terrifying beast was hidden within the clouds. The sounds of thunder echoed, causing Hinata Hayashi's heart to tremble. The sky is changing, Hinata Hayashi shouted, then shot away into the distance, completely disregarding the possibility of being pursued by the summoning beasts. Not far away, Aburame Shino, hearing Hinata Hayashi's words, also hurriedly dashed away. Uchiha Akira, surrounded by strands of electric light, appeared on a high protruding mountain, looking down at the cold-faced Deva Path. It's almost time. Let's directly use the power of the celestial phenomenon and see if we can eliminate Deva Path. Uchiha Akira thought as he raised his right hand. Thunder Domain. With a crackling sound of electricity, a blue radiance extended from his right hand into the rolling black clouds. Boom! The next moment, endless lightning gathered like flowing water, and bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, striking towards the Deva Path below. In the blink of an eye, the entire world in Deva Path's view turned into a thunder domain. The endless thunder raged, and this terrifying scene made Pain, several kilometers away, narrow his pupils. A bad premonition surfacing deep within his heart. This is bad. Pain felt a heavy sinking in his heart, realizing that the opponent could harness the power of the heavenly thunder. He could hardly imagine the destructive power Uchiha Akira could unleash after taking advantage of the terrain of the Land of Rain. Chapter 38, Divine Punishment, Shinra Tensei. On the battlefield, Tendo Pain clasped his hands together, and an invisible repulsive barrier enveloped him. The thunder rained down from the sky, striking the spot where Tendo Pain stood, as if hitting an unseen barrier, and was deflected away. Faintly, amidst the blinding lightning, a circular barrier appeared around Pain, protecting him completely. Let's see how long your Shinra Tensei can hold. Uchiha Ming thought to himself, sneering. This Nagato had just turned dark and was not yet skilled in his six paths techniques, yet he only sent 3 Pains to confront him. In a land of rain, even if 6 Pains were present, Uchiha Ming dared to challenge him. This time the advantage is mine. This is bad. Feeling the thunder intensifying, Nagato's heart sank. Then, with a glare from his purple Rinnegan, vast amounts of chakra surged through the invisible connection into Tendo Pain. Huh! A low shout came from Tendo Pain. His eyes widened, and terrifying repulsive force erupted from him. In an instant, the dense thunder, like a domain of lightning, was forcibly pushed away by his activated Shinra Tensei, creating a safe zone of several meters around him. Interesting. Uchiha Ming's lips curled into a smile upon seeing this. Zzz. The next moment, the sky full of lightning suddenly erupted, countless bolts crashing down from the clouds like a waterfall of lightning. What the hell? How can his lightning release control the naturally occurring violent thunder so precisely? Nagato in the distant cave felt a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. There was no time to think too much. Nagato once again channeled his Rinnegan's chakra, as Tendo's body must not be compromised. This is Yahiko's body. Inside the invisible barrier, Tendo Pain's face twisted, as if the style had collapsed, facing the thunder that poured down like a river. The repulsive barrier of Shinra Tensei continuously shrank, quickly compressing to a radius of just 2 meters around him. Strands of lightning pierced through the barrier, striking Tendo Pain and scorching his black and red cloud cloak. Wisps of smoke began to rise from Tendo Pain. With Nagato's chakra flowing again, Tendo's Rinnegan widened, and a much more powerful repulsive force erupted. In an instant, it directly shattered the torrent of falling thunder, scattering it and unleashing endless lightning to rampage across the world. Seizing the opportunity to breathe, Tendo Pain immediately sprang into action, exerting his maximum speed to rush out of the lightning domain. For him, it was crucial to break free from the coverage of the opponent's lightning domain. Otherwise, he would surely be dragged to his doom. Seeing this, Uchiha Ming moved his right finger, and the lightning in the clouds became bolts that crashed down from the sky. In an instant, Tendo Pain was in dire straits. Even his enhanced physique through yin-yang release could not withstand too much natural thunder's assault. On the other side, the animal path did not dare to enter this lightning domain and could only linger on the edge, abandoning the pursuit of Aburame Shino and Nara Shikamaru. At this moment, Tendo Pain's safety was the most critical. Meanwhile, several kilometers away on a mountaintop, Uchiha Bito, with one scarlet Sharingan exposed, stared at the rolling thunderclouds with a grave expression. In his line of sight, the sky corresponding to the battlefield where Uchiha was located flickered with endless lightning, blinding flashes gathering from all directions towards the battlefield above. The endless thunder erupted, illuminating the world, and the booming thunder was immense. Even after inheriting Uchiha Madara's legacy, Uchiha Bito rarely found such a vast and impactful ninjutsu in his inheritance. This move utilized the power of nature. Even Uchiha Madara would have to take it head-on. A serious look flashed across Uchiha Bito's eyes. This ninjutsu, used under such favorable conditions, would be no problem for him with his Kamui, but for others, it would be disastrous. The speed of thunder is one of the fastest attacks in nature. Under normal circumstances, it is absolutely unavoidable. Even if it is not as fast as light, it is certainly beyond what a ninja can react to. Tendo Pain, created by Nagato, was done for. At this moment, the voice of Black Zetsu emerged from Abito's body. Abito, it's too late for you to go now. The attack speed of the thunder is even faster than your Kamui. It's too early to say that, Uchiha Bito replied coldly. Don't forget, Nagato can still summon the outer path Gedomazo. And the Gedomazo that has devoured the Six Tails won't be destroyed by this level of attack, right? Oomph. Black Zetsu scoffed. How could an attack of this level destroy the Gedomazo? It's far from it. I don't want the Gedomazo to get damaged. It's crucial for becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki and essential for the infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Bito looked at Black Zetsu. Don't worry, Black Zetsu replied confidently. This level of attack will only cause some trivial damage to the Gedomazo. As long as we continue to capture the tailed beasts and seal them inside, it will naturally recover. This Uchiha Ming is not to be underestimated. I need to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Uchiha Bito's eyes filled with cold, killing intent. At this moment, the battlefield underwent new changes. Countless thunders rolled and surged, as if brewing something terrifying. Dense lightning crackled, and bolts of lightning struck the earth with tremendous force. Tendo Pain, trapped in the lightning domain, was in a dire situation. His black and red cloud cloak had long been burned away by the thunder, revealing his muscular upper body. His orange hair turned charred. Within the lightning domain, countless bolts of lightning fell like the sharpest divine swords. He could only rely on his instincts to make predictions. It was impossible to dodge after the thunder strikes. The speed of thunder could even reach half the speed of light. He could no longer afford to wait until after the attack to evade. This is bad. Yahiko's body cannot be lost here. Nagato saw the anomaly in the sky, and his heart sank. He knew the opponent's real trump card was coming. At this moment, from the heavens above, endless roaring sounds emerged, and a sword made of endless lightning materialized, flickering within the bolts. This lightning sword continuously absorbed the rolling thunder, expanding and then rapidly shrinking again, only to expand once more after absorbing the thunder. In this cyclical process, a massive lightning divine sword, exuding an aura capable of annihilating all things and illuminating the heavens and earth, appeared above the sky, towering over the mountains. Chapter 39. Uchiha Bito appears in a cave several kilometers away. Nagato let out a low, deep roar, and his powerful chakra erupted without reservation. In the realm of thunder, Pain, the Deva Path, let out a low growl and slammed his palms onto the ground. Summoning technique. Outer Path Golem. Boom. Accompanied by endless smoke, a gigantic humanoid monster, as massive as a mountain, broke through the earth and appeared in the realm of thunder. Its half-buried body revealed an upper half that was larger than the tailed beasts, as if a mountain peak had suddenly emerged from the ground. Countless bolts of lightning struck down, leaving only faint blackened traces on its body. As soon as this monster appeared, it let out a roar toward the sky. Then its enormous body stretched forward, its two withered hands opened wide, engulfing Pain in the Deva Path. Outer Path Golem? Uchiha Mei's eyes narrowed as she saw the humanoid monster larger than a mountain. It didn't matter. Even if it was the Outer Path Golem, what of it? Let's try this natural power. Uchiha Mei stood atop the mountain, lightly waving her right hand, causing the heavenly punishment sword in the sky to suddenly vanish. In the next moment, a blue light burst forth, reaching from heaven to earth. In the boundless lightning, the thunder transformed into a raging storm, spreading in all directions. Wherever the lightning passed, mountains and earth were reduced to powder, and then this powder turned into green smoke amidst the dazzling lightning, which was subsequently engulfed by the endless lightning. In the blink of an eye, the boundless lightning spread, forming a massive blue sphere with a radius of several kilometers, enveloping the earth. Then came the resounding roar that shook the heavens and the earth, making the entire world tremble. The sound of a massive explosion echoed, scattering the clouds in the sky and allowing the land of rain to once again see the blue sky. Several kilometers away, Hinata and Yugao hid in different directions. The earlier commotion in the sky had shaken their minds, especially for Hinata. Possessing the Byakugan, she could see even more, which made her aware of how immense the power gathering in the sky was. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Hinata clearly felt the mountains behind her shaking violently. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of fractures echoed as the surrounding earth and mountains split open with deep black cracks, and then debris was swept away by a violent, boundless storm. What immense power! Hinata was shocked in her heart, thinking that if she had such power, perhaps she could also find a way to escape her cage. After a while, the endless lightning dissipated and the storm caused by the attack subsided. Amidst the vast dust, a figure as gigantic as a mountain quietly stood on the ground. On the scarred earth, Uchiha Mei bore some faint blackened marks and looked at the enormous figure standing in the smoke, her expression somewhat grave. A gust of wind, unknown where it came from, blew, dispersing the dust on the battlefield and revealing the true face of the giant figure like a mountain. At this moment, the golem was entirely blackened, standing in a huge pit resembling a giant piece of charcoal, with thick black smoke rising from its body. The originally open 5 fingers seemed to have melted away, the 10 gigantic fingers disappearing, leaving only the wrists. The branches behind it, resembling dry twigs, were also significantly shortened, almost worn down. Below the golem, Pain in the Deva path lay like a piece of charred wood on the ground, completely silent. Surrounding the place where the golem stood were scattered piles of blackened charcoal. Clearly, these were the bodily tissues that had fallen off after the golem was struck by lightning. After seeing the condition of the golem ahead, Uchiha Mei narrowed her eyes, knowing that the golem had not suffered fundamental damage. The chakra surging within its body, vast like rivers and oceans, was the best proof. How terrifying! Indeed worthy of being the seed of the divine tree. Even as just a shell, it could still sustain life, Uchiha Mei thought. Bang, a loud muffled sound came, and the entirely blackened golem turned into a massive cloud of smoke and dissipated, leaving only the charred Pain lying on the ground. At that moment, Uchiha Bido, wearing Akatsuki's biological armor, appeared out of nowhere, a sharp wooden spike aimed at Uchiha Mei. However, Uchiha Mei seemed to have anticipated this, her body flashing with lightning as she appeared over 10 meters away, as if she had teleported. Although Kamui's speed was incredibly fast, Uchiha Mei had been on guard against Uchiha Bido ever since entering the Land of Rain. After missing, Uchiha Bido sighed in disappointment. Uchiha Mei stood 10 meters away, her eyes narrowed, staring unblinkingly at Uchiha Bido. Sharingan? A hiding rat, who are you? Though she knew who this person was, it was not yet the time to reveal his true identity. Therefore, Uchiha Mei needed to put on a show. Uchiha Bido chuckled lightly, casually saying, "Who am I? Uchiha Madara." Ha! Uchiha Mei laughed heartily, disdainfully saying, "A hiding rat dares to claim to be Uchiha Madara? Would Uchiha Madara do such a sneak attack? Is Uchiha in such a state now? So naive? Ninja have always stopped at nothing to achieve their goals. No wonder since the first Hokage, the third Hokage that followed has not included Uchiha." Uchiha Bido's words were filled with disappointment. Humph! If you're truly Uchiha Madara, you should know why the Uchiha clan did not obtain the Hokage position. Uchiha Mei snorted coldly, sizing him up, and said icily, "Besides, what does the Uchiha clan's ability to obtain the Hokage position have to do with a hiding rat like you? Not to mention whether you are Uchiha Madara. Even if you are, what of it? Just someone abandoned by their clan. Oof, you little brat have quite a sharp tongue." Uchiha Sharingan was filled with anger. All right, you can deceive others, but don't deceive yourself. You call yourself Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Mei shook her head, laughing. Uchiha said blandly. People are always limited by their own understanding. The saying sitting in a well and watching the sky suits you perfectly. Uchiha Mei smiled indifferently. In a word, do you dare to show your true face? Hee. Uchiha scoffed. Why should I prove who I am in front of you? Indeed. Uchiha Mei nodded, casually saying you. A person acting under the guise of another, working in the shadows. How dare you reveal your true self? Saying this, she looked at Uchiha opposite her, meaningfully stating, once you lose this tiger skin, you might be nothing at all. Chapter 40 Retreat Jr. I want to see if your strength is as tough as your mouth. Uchiha felt a surge of unexplained anger at the words, and his voice immediately turned cold. Ha! Uchiha Mei laughed loudly, mocking, if you really are Uchiha Madara, or truly possess the strength of Uchiha Madara, why would you waste so much time talking to me? You'll know my strength soon. Uchiha narrowed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and instantly completed the hand seals, fire style, storm dance. The power of Kamui combined with fire style, distorting space to create a vortex-like storm, then spewing out a large amount of flames from his mouth. The swirling storm twisted the scorching flames into a massive, spiraling fire, charging towards Uchiha Mei. Faced with Uchiha fierce fire-style attack, Uchiha Mei had no intention of confronting him head-on. Although his brief confrontation with pain had consumed a considerable amount of energy and chakra, it was unnecessary to clash with Uchiha directly at this moment. Having inherited all of Uchiha Madara's powers and donned the Akatsuki cloak, Uchiha was a far more formidable opponent than Nagato. With his wood style enhanced by the Akatsuki cloak, it was hard to gauge Uchiha wood style level. However, based on Yamado's performance in the original work, Uchiha was at least on par with Yamato after being possessed by the Akatsuki cloak. This was already a very difficult level to deal with, especially for Uchiha Mei at this moment. In terms of defense, Uchiha didn't need any. His Kamui was the strongest defense. Therefore, Uchiha Mei had no intention of going toe-to-toe with Uchiha from the start. In the shattered battlefield, a flash of lightning appeared, and Uchiha Mei's figure was seen dozens of meters away. TCH. Uchiha was quite displeased. He noticed Uchiha Mei had no intention of confronting him directly. Boom! A loud roar echoed from the sky as the clouds that had been torn apart by the explosion began to regroup. Large dark clouds reappeared in the sky, with rolling thunder faintly visible. Damn it, with the weather in the land of rain, it's uncertain if I can take him down in a fight. Uchiha cursed inwardly. Uchiha Mei also had no plans to attack, but stood quietly in the heavy rain, observing Uchiha. After a moment of confrontation, a pale white Zetsu emerged from the ground. The Zetsu looked at Uchiha and said, Lord Madara, please help Nagato bring back the pain. Uchiha remained silent, merely nodding indifferently. The animal path that had just been summoned had already turned to ash in Uchiha Mei's attack. Forget it, it's better to retreat for now. With Uchiha Mei's strength boosted by the weather in the land of rain, he had reached a terrifying level. Even I can't easily take him down. A red light flashed in Uchiha eyes, and he then vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already beside the charred Pain. Before Uchiha Mei could react, Uchiha and Pain disappeared from the scene. The activation speed of Kamui is extremely fast. It doesn't create the phenomenon of ripples like a stone thrown into a lake. The absorption speed of Kamui is instantaneous, and even Kaguya couldn't perceive it. Her senses couldn't keep up with Kamui's speed. She could only sense its sudden appearance and disappearance. Therefore, after creating a certain distance, Uchiha acted without any reservations. His Kamui was too fast. There is no ninjutsu in the entire ninja world that can defend against the coming and going of space-time ninjutsu. After Uchiha vanished from the battlefield, Uchiha Mei did not let his guard down. Given Uchiha personality, it was possible he could launch a counterattack. Several kilometers away, Uchiha appeared in front of Nagato and Konin, bringing the charred Pain with him. Seeing Yahiko's charred body, Nagato's face flashed with guilt as he looked at Uchiha Mr. Madara, it's thanks to you this time, otherwise. Uchiha remained silent, merely nodding slowly. He then glanced at Nagato and said, You were too careless this time. Don't be so careless in the future. The power of the Rinnegan hasn't been fully developed. Yes, I understand, Mr. Madara. Nagato lowered his head slightly. Now he had lost the confidence of being a god, bowing his head and submitting before Uchiha Be cautious in the future. The land of rain is going to get lively. Konoha won't let this go easily. Uchiha Obito glanced at Nagato and Konan. You both need to prepare well. It's best to take control of the land of rain. Otherwise, Hanzo will definitely side with Konoha. Nagato remained silent for a while before saying, we will resolve the issue with Hanzo as soon as possible. Mr. Madara, Nagato looked at Uchiha Obito and asked, was Uchiha Mei's lightning style just now powerful enough to not cause significant harm to the golem? Uchiha Obito waved his hand, saying, the golem is naturally fine. After sealing the 6 tails, the golem has gradually begun to revive. Those injuries can be healed quickly. Why did Mr. Madara take action to eliminate Uchiha Mei? With the wood style you previously displayed, Uchiha Mei shouldn't be your opponent, right? Nagato looked at Uchiha Obito in confusion. After Nagato completed the creation of the pain, he was overflowing with confidence and suggested wanting to spar with Uchiha Madara. The result was that Uchiha Obito directly used wood style to show him a powerful attack. The sight of the wooden statue rising from the ground was still vividly imprinted in Nagato's mind. In the land of rain, both the time and place favored Uchiha Mei. Uchiha Obito shook his head. Based on his previous performance, his chakra is abundant, and he still has the energy to use the lightning style he previously employed with the help of the weather. My abilities are not yet the time to be revealed. It's not the critical moment yet, Uchiha Obito said solemnly. On the other side, more than 10 minutes passed, and Uchiha Obito had not appeared. It seemed he really had left. Uchiha Mei felt a bit of tension ease in his heart, although he didn't completely let down his guard. He began to clean up the battlefield with his ninja blade. After a few minutes, he stopped in front of a massive, charred piece of wood charcoal about 10 meters wide. A bright flash of knife light erupted, and he sliced through the charcoal, revealing the dry wood encased in black. It was indeed part of the body that had been blasted off by the golem's lightning punishment. After several strikes, he completely peeled away the 10-meter black charcoal, revealing the inner body structure of the golem, which was only about 2 to 3 meters in size, resembling a dry branch. Looking at the dry branch-like golem shell, Uchiha Mei stroked his chin and stored it in a scroll. This kind of thing should be very useful. Chapter 41. Surprise attack after searching for a while. Uchiha Mei stopped his actions. He had shattered several nearly 10-meter large blocks of black charcoal, but found no trace of the golem's body inside. They had all been turned into lightning-struck wood by his lightning release. How many years of lightning-struck wood is this? Looking at the scattered black charcoal, Uchiha Mei couldn't help but think of this. At this moment, Uchiha Mei's expression shifted, and he subtly glanced in a certain direction. Then his face quickly paled. He looked as if he had suffered a severe injury. Soon, hurried footsteps approached, and 2 figures quickly drew near from a distance. The newcomers were Hinata Kurenai and Aburame Shino. Upon arriving, Hinata Kurenai immediately looked at Uchiha Mei and asked, Captain, are you okay? Uchiha Mei's earlier lightning release had a vast range, exceeding the scope of her Byakugan, so she was unclear about the battlefield situation. I'm fine, just a little hurt. Uchiha Mei shook his head, looked at the two, and asked, where is Yamano Shigeyoshi? Shigeyoshi sacrificed himself, Hinata Kurenai said, lowering her head slightly, her voice somewhat somber. Uchiha Mei nodded, revealing a hint of regret. Captain, has the enemy been dealt with? Aburame Shino looked around vigilantly. It's just a temporary retreat. We can't let our guard down. Uchiha Mei shook his head. That scale of lightning release didn't manage to kill the enemy? Aburame Shino's eyes narrowed beneath his sunglasses, feeling it was hard to believe. Hinata Kurenai's beautiful face was also filled with surprise. She truly couldn't think of any ninjutsu that could withstand such a lightning release. In her view, even the 3rd Hokage, known as the strongest Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would only end up turned to ash. What kind of enemy is this? Hinata Kurenai murmured softly, looking at Uchiha Mei, puzzled. Captain, is the one with the Rinnegan really that powerful? Hearing her words, Aburame Shino also turned his gaze to Uchiha Mei. The one with the Rinnegan is indeed very strong. Uchiha Mei nodded solemnly. I can sense that he hasn't fully mastered the power of the Rinnegan yet. There are still some areas of unfamiliarity. It can be foreseen that this person's strength will greatly increase in the future. Even stronger? Aburame Shino's usually expressionless face twitched slightly. Uchiha Mei glanced at him and nodded. Of course, that person looked to be only about 15 or 16 years old, clearly with a vast potential for growth. You don't need to worry too much. My lightning release injured him quite a bit. He won't recover in 10 days to half a month. Uchiha Mei said lightly. He then instructed, You two clear the battlefield. Yes, Captain. Aburame Shino and Hinata Kurenai responded in low voices. While the two were clearing the battlefield, Uchiha Ming walked over to the rubble. Green light emanating from his hands as he pretended to use medical ninjutsu to heal himself. Based on his speculation, there had to be a root spy among his small team. This spy was either Aburame Shino or Yamano Shigeyoshi. Uchiha Ming had no intention of letting this spy return alive. The reason he was showing this facade was to lure the spy into taking the first move, making it easier for him to eliminate him. If no one took action, Uchiha Ming also planned to find an opportunity to directly use Jinjutsu to gather information. On the other side, Aburame Shino appeared to be seriously cleaning the battlefield, but in reality, he was multitasking by observing Uchiha Ming. He seemed to be more injured than he claimed. Beneath his sunglasses, a cold light flickered in Aburame Shino's eyes. As a member of the Root, he had received orders from the highest leader, the Hokage's aide Danzo, before setting out. During this mission, if the opportunity arose, he needed to eliminate Uchiha Ming. This was his true mission. Indeed, badly injured, my opportunity should come soon, Aburame Shino thought to himself. Noticing out of the corner of his eye that Uchiha Ming quietly coughed up a mouthful of blood, reflecting, the power of the Rinnegan is indeed terrifying. After returning to Konoha, I must remind Lord Danzo to be wary of the Rinnegan. The rustling sound came as the insects on Aburame Shino's body continued to gnaw at the golem's charred remains. Suddenly, his gaze froze, fixated on a piece of charcoal half the height of a person, where the insects transmitted a wave of fear and submission. What did that lightning release strike? Why are my insects feeling fear? Aburame Shino peeled back the piece of charcoal and saw a section of dead wood, several tens of centimeters long. A branch? Looking at the object inside the charcoal, Aburame Shino was taken aback, never expecting it to be a piece of wood. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Watching the exposed dead wood, Aburame Shino subtly glanced at Uchiha Ming, who was still focused on healing himself. Captain, I found something over here. With this thought, Aburame Shino immediately waved and shouted towards Uchiha Ming. As a member of the Root, he had never lacked decisiveness. Uchiha Ming, who was pretending to heal himself, opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the voice, calling out loudly, "What did you find?" "I found a piece of dead wood among these charcoals." "Captain, come over and take a look," Aburame Shino shouted. "I'll be there soon," Uchiha Ming's voice echoed back. Hearing their conversation, the vigilant Hinata Kurenai couldn't help but cast her gaze towards Aburame Shino's position. She had noticed earlier that her Byakugan couldn't fully see through several pieces of charcoal at the scene. This detail troubled her, but she didn't intend to voice it, as it concerned the ability of the Byakugan. If she spoke out, it could be used against her in the future. After all, she was just a branch family member. She didn't want to experience the taste of being a caged bird again. As Uchiha Ming gradually approached, Aburame Shino showed no signs of abnormality. He stood quietly to the side, waiting. "Captain, this is what I found in the charcoal." Aburame Shino pointed to the piece of gray-yellow dead wood that was wrapped in charcoal, only a segment exposed. Looking at the gradually wet gray-yellow deadwood, he asked curiously, "Captain, what exactly is this? Can the enemy use wood release?" "It's not wood release. This is something summoned by the enemy. I don't know what it is either," Uchiha Ming said as he took a few steps forward, bending down to observe it closely. Aburame Shino saw Uchiha Ming carefully examining the dead wood, a sinister cold light flickering in his eyes beneath his dark sunglasses. He quietly moved to Uchiha Ming's side, pretending to observe carefully, and said, "Could it be some special summoning beast?" "I don't know." Uchiha Ming shook his head, focusing intently on the dead wood. "Captain," at that time, as he spoke, Aburame Shino produced a kunai glinting with cold light, thrusting it directly into Uchiha Ming's abdomen with a soft sound. "Got him." Feeling the sensation of the kunai penetrating, Aburame Shino's mouth curled into a proud smile. However, the next moment his smile froze. With a sizzling sound, Uchiha Ming, pierced by the kunai, transformed into a blinding flash of lightning, enveloping Aburame Shino. Chapter 42, Idle Chest Lightning Clone. Wrapped in lightning, Oil Girl Sharingan struggled to utter these words. Then, he saw a pair of crimson Sharingan reflected in his eyes before losing consciousness. So he couldn't hold back after all? Amidst the rain, Uchiha Ming looked at the fallen Oil Girl Sharingan with a cold smile and murmured, "Finally, I've got a handle on Danzo." Not far away, the vigilant Hinata Aiha wore a shocked expression as the situation unfolded completely exceeded her expectations. Out of nowhere, Oil Girl Sharingan launched an attack on Uchiha Ming. However, Uchiha Ming seemed to have anticipated it, effortlessly countering in the blink of an eye. She even suspected that Uchiha Ming had intentionally lured Oil Girl Sharingan into making a move. Just as Uchiha Ming was about to interrogate Oil Girl Sharingan, large and small lumps suddenly began to form on his body. The next moment, a crunching sound of gnawing came from inside him. Upon hearing this noise, Uchiha Ming's expression turned grim as he muttered, "So there's this trick too." The insects inside Oil Girl Sharingan's body were consuming their host's flesh, and they had gone out of control. Now, Oil Girl Sharingan was merely a shell. His inner flesh had been completely devoured. Within moments, black insects began to break through his skin and crawl out. Danzo really is cautious. Uchiha Ming exhaled, then unleashed a fire technique that incinerated the swarming insects into ashes. Not far away, Hinata Ayaka hesitated, watching Uchiha Ming expertly erase the evidence. She felt that she should have fled by now. However, her rationality told her it was too late to run. She couldn't outrun Uchiha Ming at her speed. "Ayaka, you saw it too?" Oil Girl Sharingan attacked first. Uchiha Ming's voice rang out. Hinata Ayaka nodded and said, "Captain, it was indeed Oil Girl Sharingan who struck first." Uchiha Ming nodded, not concerned about Hinata Ayaka's thoughts, and said, "Please, Ayaka, use your Byakugan to help me check if there are any similar branches hidden among the black charcoal on site." "Sure, Captain," Hinata Ayaka replied. With her help, Uchiha Ming obtained 2 pieces of 10-tails shell fragments, each several tens of centimeters in size. "Captain, what should we do next?" After clearing the scene, Hinata Ayaka looked at Uchiha Ming and asked, "Should we continue with our mission?" She didn't mention what had just happened, as if it had never occurred. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Ming replied, "Let's find a place to rest for a while. The battle we just experienced must have been exhausting." The Land of Rain had been a battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War, almost destroyed by the conflict between several great nations. Under Hinata Ayaka's Byakugan guidance, the two found an abandoned village, barely offering them a shelter from the rain. After resting for a while, Uchiha Ming looked at Hinata Ayaka by the campfire and asked, "Ayaka, how do you plan to report today's events when you return?" Hinata Ayaka fell into a long silence upon hearing his question. After a while, she spoke up. "What does the captain want me to report?" "Just report the facts. No need to worry too much," Uchiha Ming said lightly. "Report the facts?" Hinata Ayaka showed a puzzled expression. Throughout their journey, she had roughly figured out Oil Girl Sharingan's true identity. If she wasn't mistaken, Oil Girl Sharingan was likely a member of the root organization under the Hokage's assistant, not an ordinary ninja. As a member of the prestigious Hyuga clan, even though she was from the branch family, she knew that Danzo had always been at odds with the Uchiha clan, and their conflict had a long history. Indeed, Uchiha Ming nodded and said, "Just say what you see. There's no need to worry too much. I will also report the situation of the mission truthfully." If they had truly captured Oil Girl Sharingan, Uchiha Ming certainly wouldn't have reported it like this. However, now that they hadn't caught anything on Danzo, it didn't matter. Without evidence, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't move against Danzo. Hinata Ayaka gazed deeply at Uchiha Ming and then nodded, "I understand. This time, I will report the specifics of the mission to the Hokage truthfully." After resting for a while, Hinata Ayaka asked again, "Captain, should we continue with the mission?" "What do you think, Ayaka?" Uchiha Ming countered, "I think it would be a bit dismissive of this task if we just return now. After all, it's an S-rank mission. What do you say, Captain?" Hinata Ayaka looked at Uchiha Ming with a hint of a smile. Uchiha Ming pondered and said, "It seems Ayaka doesn't want to return to Konoha." The scene fell into silence, and the atmosphere turned cold. After a while, Hinata Ayaka's cold voice broke the silence. "I really don't want to go back to Konoha. Only when I'm out here on missions do I have a sliver of insignificant freedom. Returning to Konoha is like returning to a birdcage." Uchiha Ming stroked his chin and asked, "Has Ayaka never thought about unlocking the birdcage?" Hinata Ayaka's beautiful face instantly darkened, and she said with a hint of coldness, "It's easy to say. The Hyuga clan is strictly hierarchical. The branch family sounds nice. But in reality, they are merely servants of the main house. What power do servants have to try and unlock the cage?" Hinata Ayaka's pale eyes glanced at Uchiha Ming a few times, and she spoke coldly, "Captain, you should worry less about our Hyuga matters. Elder Danzo, this Hokage's assistant, is not easy to deal with." Uchiha Ming showed no sign of anger, his face revealing a hint of apology as he said, "Ayaka, I overstepped." She undoubtedly craved freedom, and from her character, it was clear she was willing to take action. Deep down, she harbored great resentment towards the Hyuga main house and even the entire Hyuga clan. Uchiha Ming felt that this person might be useful in the future. Aiha, the land of rain is not safe right now. It's the enemy's stronghold. I think it would be better for us to return to Konoha first. What do you think? Uchiha Ming brought up the earlier situation. It seems the real situation isn't as simple as the captain said. The enemy won't recover in 10 days or half a month. Aiha tilted her head at Uchiha Ming. Uchiha Ming shrugged and said, I'm not afraid of you laughing. We haven't even seen the enemy's face. Aiha's expression changed. Uchiha Ming's words startled her, completely beyond her imagination. In that case, we shouldn't linger in the land of rain, Aiha said solemnly. Looking at Uchiha Ming, the strength of this organization completely exceeds what the village expected. Continuing our investigation will put us in great danger. The next evening, the two returned to Konoha and went to the Hokage's office to report on the mission situation. Chapter 43 Report on Task Situation Back. So soon? Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite surprised to see the two of them. Uchiha Akira said in a deep voice, the situation was unexpected. We felt that this matter couldn't be delayed and had to be reported at the first opportunity. Unexpected situation? Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a serious expression. A bad premonition arose in his heart, making him feel somewhat uneasy. After glancing at the two of them, he suddenly realized something and asked in a deep voice, did Yamashiro Toshiro and Oil Woman Shirgai sacrifice themselves? The enemy is powerful. Yamashiro Toshiro bravely sacrificed himself during the battle. Uchiha Akira replied solemnly. Ah, what a pity. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and asked, what about Oil Woman Shirgai? Why haven't I seen him? Uchiha Akira calmly replied, Hokage-sama, Oil Woman Shirgai might be a spy for the enemy country. After he attempted a sneak attack on me during my fight with the enemy, he committed suicide on the spot. Even if he was affiliated with Danzo, it wouldn't matter unless there's decisive evidence. Therefore, we can only say it this way for now. Dealing with Danzo is not the right time yet. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned, almost thinking he had misheard. He quickly regained his composure and turned to Noera Katsu. Katsu, is it really as Akira said? Hokage-sama. Noera Katsu respectfully lowered her head and said seriously. Just as Akira said, Oil Woman Shirgai committed suicide on the spot after failing to ambush Akira. Ugh, damn Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled heavily, his face darkening. There was no need to think. It was definitely Danzo's order. With regret, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Akira and said, Akira, I'm truly sorry about Shirgai. It's my failure as Hokage to not recognize people. I'm glad you're alright. Hokage-sama, you don't need to blame yourself. Who could have thought that someone from the Oil Woman clan would defect to the enemy and become a spy? Uchiha Akira said calmly. Yes, I will have the clan leader of the Oil Woman clan pay more attention to this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his smoking pipe, took a deep breath, and then exhaled forcefully, as if he were expelling all his inner anger. Then, Uchiha Akira and Noera Katsu exchanged glances, and both took out a scroll, placing it on the table. At the same time they spoke, Hokage-sama, this is the specific situation of the task. You'll know what is going on after you take a look. Alright, let me see what the situation of this task is. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and opened the scroll handed to him by Noera Katsu, browsing it carefully. Upon seeing it, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression froze, his eyes filled with shock, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Rinnegan, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured softly, a hint of unease appearing on his somewhat aged face. Soon, he put down Noera Katsu's scroll and opened Uchiha Akira's scroll. The ability of the Rinnegan is still different. I assenti it. The previous person had summoning abilities, while this person's abilities are repulsion and attraction. Sarutobi Hiruzen browsed through it, his brows furrowing tightly. Repulsion, attraction, and the ability to summon extremely large, unknown summoning beasts, able to withstand the convergence of lightning from several kilometers away. The more he browsed, the heavier Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank. Uchiha Madara. Upon seeing the content that claimed to be Uchiha Madara, Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled, almost sitting back down in the Hokage's seat. He really claimed to be Uchiha Madara? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became extremely serious, and he stared unblinkingly at Uchiha Akira. It really claims to be Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Akira nodded calmly and said, I suspect he possesses space-time abilities, arriving and leaving extremely suddenly. Space-time abilities. Does Uchiha Madara have such abilities? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured softly, his face filled with confusion. He then continued to browse through the task scroll. The front was the explanation of the task situation, followed by Uchiha Akira's intelligence analysis of the enemy's abilities. The Rinnegan's repulsion is extremely strong, with a 5-second interval for repulsion, an unknown interval for attraction. Very little combat experience, and suspected to be a puppet rather than a real body. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered the contents on the scroll, his face heavy with concern. After frowning and thinking for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen heavily knocked on the desk. With a whoosh, 3-masked Umbu appeared in an instant, kneeling in front of the Hokage's desk. Go notify the advisors, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Minato, and the heads of all the ninja clans, telling them to drop what they're doing and gather in the third-floor conference room within an hour. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded in a deep voice. Yes, Hokage-sama. As soon as his voice fell, the three of them instantly disappeared from the spot. Akira, Katsu, you both come over to participate in the meeting as well, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Uchiha Akira and Noara Katsu. Half an hour later, in the Hokage building's conference room, many prominent figures from Konoha had gathered. Once everyone was seated, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out the copied scroll and passed it to those present. He glanced around the room and said solemnly, "This is the intelligence just collected from the Land of Rain. Everyone, take a look. The Land of Rain." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Jiraiya's heart stirred. Recalling his 3 disciples, he wondered what the situation was for Yahiko and the others now. Surely it must have improved significantly with them in the Land of Rain. Lost in thought, Jiraiya opened the scroll and began to browse carefully. Upon seeing it, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, standing there in shock. He quickly unfolded the scroll, his eyes filled with disbelief, as if he had seen something incredible. Jiraiya couldn't believe that the content on the scroll was real, his face full of incredulity as he murmured, "Impossible. This cannot be." Sitting next to Jiraiya, Orochimaru and Minato looked at him in surprise, their faces revealing thoughtful expressions. Jiraiya knew the master of the Rinnegan, and their relationship was not simple. Orochimaru, being Jiraiya's friend, quickly guessed the situation. It seemed that the master of the Rinnegan was deeply involved with Jiraiya-sensei, and their relationship was indeed complicated. Minato began to have his own speculations. Jiraiya's unusual reaction drew the attention of those present, and they all turned their gaze toward him. While the news about the Rinnegan was indeed shocking, according to the intelligence, it had not fully matured yet, so Konoha still had room for maneuvering. However, Jiraiya's strange behavior was evidently more worthy of attention, leading to similar speculations in the hearts of those present. Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was filled with anger. Jiraiya seemed to not hear, completely immersed in his own world. Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen, infuriated, shouted loudly, his powerful chakra spilling out, causing the entire room to tremble slightly. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still at his peak, and his chakra was indeed much stronger than that of an ordinary shadow-level ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was grim as he questioned, "What is going on? Do you know the master of the Rinnegan?" Chapter 44. The Meeting Old Man I. Jiraiya looked up and saw the furious face of Sarutobi Hiruzen, which gave him a start. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite terrifying when angry. He said in a deep voice, "You better clarify the situation. The Rinnegan is the eye of the legendary Sage of 6 Paths, which to some extent indicates that the myths surrounding the Sage of 6 Paths may not be false. No one knows how far someone with these eyes can go in the future. Hiruzen, the matter of the Rinnegan also involves the so-called Uchiha Madara. This must be clarified. Otherwise, we'll be too passive." Danzo narrowed his eyes, watching Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya glanced at Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, then turned to Uchiha Itachi, who was standing beside Uchiha Fugaku, and asked with a nervous expression, "Is the leader of Akatsuki really named Nagato?" "It is indeed Nagato." Uchiha Itachi nodded and said, "That's what the self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara said." Hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Jiraiya slumped in his seat, feeling utterly dispirited. Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose eyes seemed to be spewing flames, slammed his hand on the table, leaving a handprint on the solid wooden surface. "Jiraiya, you better explain this clearly. Although I am old, cleaning up our own house is still easy." Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly stared at Jiraiya. The people present showed no particular expressions upon witnessing this scene. They were just quietly waiting for the development of the situation. Jiraiya sighed deeply, weakly supporting himself on the table, and began to recount. "During the Second Shinobi World War, after I fought against Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Hanzo, 3 children. After hearing Jiraiya's narrative, everyone present revealed different expressions, momentarily unsure of what to say. There were too many points of contention, and they didn't know how to comment. Orochimaru recalled the events of that time, although it was a trivial matter in his memory. As a powerful ninja, he still remembered it. Orochimaru chuckled softly, saying, "At that time, I suggested killing those 3 children. If we had killed them back then, there wouldn't be so many problems now." Orochimaru. Jiraiya glared angrily at Orochimaru after hearing his words. "Jiraiya, why didn't you bring them back to Konoha?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was chilling, his eyes filled with deep confusion. "You clearly know that all 3 of them are rare geniuses, and one of them possesses the legendary Rinnegan. Why did you let them grow freely in the Land of Rain?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger was almost igniting him. "Is it the so-called prophecy? The so-called prophecy of the Child of Destiny?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was cold as he questioned. "Now I see how you plan to fulfill the prophecy of Mayaboka Mountain. He has joined forces with the self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara." "Who is Uchiha Madara? You should know that. Your Child of Destiny's prophecy of bringing peace to the world. Does it mean that the Child of Destiny will kill everyone? If there is no one, then naturally there will be peace. Is that what it means?" His heart ached to the point of almost being unable to breathe. "The Rinnegan. This is the eye of a legendary sage of 6 paths. If one possesses even a 10th or a 12th of the sage of 6 paths power, it could sweep through the ninja world. Originally, this power had a great chance of belonging to Konoha, but now it has become opposed to Konoha." "Teacher." Jiraiya opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. The fact that Nagato was now against Konoha had become an established fact, which could not be changed. "Put away your thoughts of correcting your mistakes." Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to see through Jiraiya's mind and said coldly, "Even if you can defeat him, don't forget there is also the so-called Uchiha Madara." "Teacher, Jiraiya slumped weakly on the table, feeling utterly defeated. "This is unacceptable." Tsunade glared at Jiraiya, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, how should we handle this matter now? My suggestion is to gather a large number of experts and eliminate the danger in its infancy." Danzo interjected. "We should take advantage of the fact that the owner of the Rinnegan is still young and has not truly grown. We still have a chance to eliminate it. If he fully realizes the power of the Rinnegan, Konoha may not be able to deal with him." Sarutobi Hiruzen remained non-committal but looked at Jiraiya, speaking in a deep voice. "How much do you know about the Rinnegan? What kind of abilities do those eyes possess?" Jiraiya was suddenly at a loss for words. After a long pause, he sheepishly said, "I actually don't know what abilities the Rinnegan has." As soon as this was said, the people in the meeting room felt a sense of absurdity. After spending 3 years together, during which he was their teacher responsible for teaching ninjutsu, he actually didn't know the abilities of the Rinnegan. Wasn't he that a bit ridiculous? Of course, this thought would not be voiced by those present. They merely thought about it internally. After all, Jiraiya was one of the legendary 3 and held a high status in Konoha, being a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Such thoughts were only meant to be kept in their hearts. "You don't know?" Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly wanted to slap Jiraiya, wondering what kind of statement that was. Jiraiya lowered his head and muttered, "Sorry, teacher, I really don't know." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and looked at Uchiha Itachi, who was beside Uchiha Fugaku. "Itachi, you are one of the 2 people present who have fought against the Rinnegan. What do you think of the Rinnegan?" Uchiha Itachi spoke in a deep voice. "Undoubtedly. The Rinnegan surpasses our Uchiha clan's Mangekyō Sharingan. Its vast ocular power is not something the Sharingan can compare to." "Son, what is your view?" Tsunade then looked at Hinata, who was beside Hyuga Hayashi. "My strength cannot accurately sense the boundaries of the opponent's ocular power. If the one fighting me is just a puppet, then even that puppet's ocular power far exceeds my Byakugan," Hinata calmly recounted. Mito Menyen and Tsunade exchanged glances. Then Mito Menyen seriously looked at Uchiha Itachi. "Are you suggesting that if the owner of the Rinnegan grows up smoothly, their upper limit is even above the Uchiha Madara of that year?" "It's possible." Uchiha Itachi nodded. There was not much doubt about Uchiha Itachi's words among those present. As a family of bloodline ocular jutsu, they were professionals in terms of ocular power. As soon as this was said, the meeting room immediately erupted into a small-scale discussion. Who is Uchiha Madara? Although those present did not know his true strength, they could understand that his power was not on the same level as current ninjas. Over so many years in the ninja world, there have only been 2 people with such power. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara. "So, what do you think of the so-called Uchiha Madara? How strong is he?" Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his painfully throbbing head, looking at Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 45, New Research Project from his unwillingness to show his true self. I don't think he is the real Uchiha Bido. Uchiha Akira showed a contemplative expression and said, however, that person should have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, and he definitely has some connection with Uchiha Bido. He might even be one of his successors. What about his strength? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. From our brief encounter, his fire release mastery is extremely high, and his neural reaction speed is incredibly fast. He is definitely not an ordinary ninja. While speaking, Uchiha Akira glanced at Minato Namikaze and continued. Moreover, he possesses space-time ninjutsu similar to that of Minato, and his proficiency may not be low. This is troublesome. Space-time ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the veins on his forehead throbbing, and his blood pressure was rising. For enemies with space-time ninjutsu, many arrangements would be ineffective. Minato Namikaze's fame is closely related to the Flying Thunder God technique. An enemy with space-time ninjutsu, if he wants to leave, there is nothing that can stop him. There is no ceiling barrier in the ninja world that can deal with space-time ninjutsu. Kurenai Yuhi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked in a deep voice, Hiruzen, what should we do? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. For the time being, he had no ideas. Gathering experts to launch a direct attack on the Land of Rain was definitely not feasible. They had no idea where Akatsuki's headquarters was, and entering would only alarm the snake. That place is under their influence. If Akatsuki noticed something amiss, they could hide even deeper underground, which would be even more troublesome. After thinking for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly realized that Konoha had no way to deal with the opponent. He looked at everyone present and asked solemnly, do the Jonin have any thoughts? The Jonin looked at each other, and after exchanging glances, no one spoke. An enemy with space-time ninjutsu is not easy to deal with. If they could find the opponent's headquarters, it would be better. They could try to launch a surprise attack. If they could separate the two, there might be a chance to eliminate the ninja with the Rinnegan. However, now that they didn't even know where the enemy's headquarters was, this approach was naturally out of the question. This meeting was doomed to have no result, and they couldn't come up with any conclusions. At the end of the meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only remind the ninjas present to pay close attention to the movements around Konoha, strengthen their vigilance, and have the Uchiha clan increase their patrols around Konoha. As for Jiraiya, he was temporarily placed under house arrest by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he was not allowed to go out. The length of time depended entirely on Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. After all, Konoha didn't need Jiraiya at the moment, and placing him under house arrest was also to protect him. To prevent him from rushing to the Land of Rain in a fit of passion and getting himself killed for nothing. Uchiha Akira did not rush back to the Uchiha clan's home immediately. Instead, he first went to the Divine Sky Biological Research Base. There was a dedicated laboratory for him to store some items he had obtained, such as the severed tail of the Six Tails and the 10 Tails husk he had acquired in the Land of Rain. This laboratory could only be accessed by him. Others did not have the authorization. Looking at the sapling of the divine tree and a large withered branch formed from the flesh of the outer path golem on the table, Uchiha Akira stroked his chin, and a contemplative look flashed in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he cut a fist-sized piece of Six Tails flesh from a nearby container and placed it on a half-meter-sized withered branch. Then, Uchiha Akira opened his crimson Sharingan and stared at them intently. After a while, Uchiha Akira's expression changed, and he murmured to himself, the withered branch formed from the golem's flesh indeed possesses the instinct to absorb chakra. Through the vision of the Sharingan, he could clearly see that the Six Tails flesh placed on the withered branch of the golem was being pulled as if by an invisible vortex. At the point of contact, the Six Tails flesh continuously transformed into chakra and infiltrated the withered branch. Half an hour passed, and the fist-sized piece of Six Tails flesh completely disappeared as if it had never existed. The withered branch formed from the golem's flesh also showed no change, indistinguishable from the common withered branches found in the forest. What would happen if all the flesh of the golem absorbed the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts? Would it achieve the true resurrection of the 10 Tails flesh? Could it indirectly obtain the 6 paths power of the 10 Tails? Uchiha Akira stroked his chin, feeling that this matter had great potential and was definitely worth trying. He did not expect to cultivate a divine tree from this little flesh of the golem, but if it could lead to some significant results, that would be good. However, even though this thing was called a divine tree, it was actually alive, not a tree in the normal sense. Being able to obtain the 6-path power through this method would be a huge surprise for him. At worst, he could emulate Kinshiki and Kinshiki by directly swallowing the flesh of the 10 Tails, thus becoming a pseudo-ten-tails Jinchuriki. A pseudo-ten-tails Jinchuriki would still possess some of the powers of a true ten-tails Jinchuriki and the existence of Six Paths power. The strength and essence of life would not be on the same level as ordinary ninjas. With these thoughts in mind, Uchiha Akira brought a half-meter-long withered branch formed from the golem's flesh out of the office and sought out Yakushi Nan, who was busy in the laboratory. Although Uchiha Akira did not have high hopes for cultivating a divine tree from the golem's flesh, what if they really developed something? That would be great too. Even if they couldn't cultivate a divine tree, producing some secondary products would also be good. Uchiha Akira had never underestimated the power of a collective. Ming Jonin, do you need something from me? Yakushi Nan, wearing a white lab coat, looked at Uchiha Akira, who was holding a withered branch, looking a bit confused. Uchiha Akira did not directly say what he needed, but instead asked, "Have you been busy lately?" "It's okay. This level of work intensity is nothing compared to when I was a spy. At least I still have time to go back and take care of those kids." Yakushi Nan replied with a gentle smile. "That's good." Uchiha Akira nodded and said, "If you have time, establish a new working group to study the properties of this branch thoroughly from inside to outside, with the ultimate goal of making it sprout and grow again." Yakushi Nan took the branch from Uchiha Akira and examined it carefully before nodding seriously. "I'll set up a new research team to study it, but when we will discover its properties is uncertain." From Uchiha Akira's words, it was clear that this branch was not an ordinary branch, and it might not even be a branch at all. Therefore, Yakushi Nan chose to be cautious and would not easily make promises. "I understand." Uchiha Akira nodded and said, "Just focus on your research. If you need more personnel, go directly to human resources and have them recruit more people." "I understand. You can rest assured, Ming Jonin. I will definitely ensure that the research progress does not lag due to a lack of researchers," Yakushi Nan replied solemnly. Chapter 46. The Book of Sealing the events that occurred in the Land of Rain did not spread widely in Konoha, and other major countries were unaware of the great battle that took place there. Although Konoha and various parties had not signed a peace treaty, the scale of the conflict did not escalate. Instead, it diminished. Peace had arrived. Time passed, and a month later, the election for the fourth Hokage of Konoha was held as scheduled. The process was not complicated and was not particularly grand. After holding a speech in the village, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, announced his abdication and the candidates for the fourth Hokage. Following that was the voting ceremony by the Jonin, which was essentially a formality. There were no unexpected incidents during this time. Everything proceeded as expected. After the voting by the Jonin, the Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze, overwhelmingly defeated Orochimaru to become Konoha's fourth Hokage. Finally, with the approval of the Fire Country's daimyo, Hiruzen Tsurutobi officially abdicated, and Minato Namikaze was formally inaugurated as the fourth Hokage in the latter half of the 50th year of Konoha. After holding a grand speech in Konoha, Minato Namikaze officially became the fourth Hokage, taking control of the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world and reaching the pinnacle of power. Immediately after becoming Hokage, Minato established his own Umbu and Shadow Guard. Most of the Umbu from the third Hokage were still under the command of Hiruzen Tsurutobi and had not fully transferred power to Minato. Forming a new Umbu was not easy. From personnel selection to training, it could not be accomplished in a day or two. In the Hokage office, Minato sat in the Hokage's position, staring blankly at the pile of documents on his desk. After a long time, he shook his head and sighed. Being Hokage and managing Konoha was not as he had imagined. There were too many constraints. Recalling previous events, Minato's golden hair seemed a bit dim. Just earlier, he had a dispute with 4 advisors from Konoha. He had originally intended to include members of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan in the newly formed Umbu to establish his own foundation. However, he never expected that Mito Kamen, Shimura Danzo, Tsunade's grandmother, and Hiruzen Tsurutobi would firmly oppose this idea, expressing their strong disagreement and showing very agitated emotions. They even went so far as to say that the Uchiha clan was a naturally evil clan. For a moment, Minato was astonished. How could those who had made great contributions to the village hold such views? While feeling indignant, Minato also felt somewhat constrained. Forget it. This matter cannot be rushed. I should first fulfill the promise I made before. With that thought, Minato heavily knocked on the desk. Then, an Umbu wearing a mask half-kneeled before the Hokage's desk. Minato instructed, "Go to the Uchiha clan and ask Uchiha Itachi to come to the Hokage's office." "Yes, Hokage-sama." As the Umbu's voice fell, he disappeared. Half an hour later, Uchiha Itachi arrived at the Hokage's office and saw Minato, who was busy writing documents. "Hokage-sama." Uchiha Itachi greeted first. Hearing the voice, Minato looked up with a gentle smile and took out a large scroll from the drawer, saying, "This is the sealing technique. I promised you that you could choose 2 ninjutsu from the sealing techniques. Take a look and let me know which ninjutsu you want." "I will." "Thank you, Hokage-sama." Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi remembered this matter. He then took the scroll and placed it on a nearby table in front of the Hokage's desk, opening it to browse. Although he had forgotten about this matter, Uchiha Itachi already had a plan in mind regarding which ninjutsu he should choose. With the rising power levels in the ninja world, in the later stages, only taijutsu, senjutsu, sealing techniques, and a few special types of ninjutsu could exert their effects. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi's choices would naturally be among these types of ninjutsu. As a conventional ninja, the 8 gates formation was indeed powerful, but it was not suitable for him. So he excluded this powerful taijutsu first. After excluding the 8 gates formation from taijutsu, Uchiha Itachi found himself without a better option for the time being. Superhuman strength? While searching, Uchiha Itachi paused when he saw a certain chakra explosion technique from the Senju clan. In a sense, it could indeed be considered taijutsu. Uchiha Itachi glanced at the introduction of superhuman strength and had an idea in his mind. The principle of this technique is to precisely control chakra, then gather chakra in any part of the body and explosively release it to achieve extreme strength. The stronger the chakra, the more precisely it can be controlled, and the more powerful the explosive force. Just like Tsunade, every time she used superhuman strength, the chakra explosion was not just a tremendous force. It was like a large summoning beast in human form. This superhuman strength technique might still be very useful in the future when the power levels in the ninja world soar, Uchiha Itachi thought to himself. He considered this technique, named superhuman strength, as an alternative option. Flying Thunder God Technique. Upon seeing this ninjutsu, Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly. Space-time ninjutsu has a very long shelf life, just like time without a rollback. From the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, to Boruto Uzumaki in the Boruto series, the value of space-time ninjutsu has always been significant. Although he now possessed a Mangekyō Sharingan, theoretically, he no longer needed the Flying Thunder God technique. This Mangekyō Sharingan was not his original one and was not an eternal Mangekyō, so he might not be able to solve the issue of his eye power being sealed in the future. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi also listed the Flying Thunder God technique as an alternative ninjutsu. Dark Sealing? Forget it. After glancing at the introduction, Uchiha Itachi skipped this powerful S-rank ninjutsu. Dark Sealing was indeed powerful, capable of accumulating vast amounts of chakra, but as a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi was not lacking in chakra. Since his arrival in this world, he had never fought to the point of exhausting his chakra. In normal battles, it was very difficult for anyone to deplete his chakra. Spirit Transformation Technique. Upon seeing this ninjutsu, Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly. This technique was also one of the ninjutsu he wanted to master. It is a very powerful S-rank ninjutsu with a high learning difficulty, the creator unknown. And since the founding of Konoha, only Kakuzu had learned this ninjutsu. This technique can separate the spirit from the body, transforming into a spiritual body, allowing the user to strike directly in the spiritual state, achieving the goal of instantly killing enemies. Besides being used to kill, this technique is also an unrestricted perception ninjutsu. Regardless of the distance or whether the user knows the opponent's location, once transformed into a spiritual body, they can directly sense the opponent's position and instantly reach them, even being able to grant chakra. Of course, the application of this technique is not limited to this. According to the introduction, it has many techniques related to spiritual bodies and souls. It can be said that, in a spiritual state, this technique is somewhat similar to the Flying Thunder God technique, but with more functions and comprehensiveness. Chapter 47. Choosing Ninjutsu. After flipping through the pages for a while, Uchiha Ming found the last section of the sealing techniques. True forbidden techniques, like the Edo Tensei, were not recorded in this sealing book. Techniques like the multi-shadow clone technique, while labeled as forbidden, were indeed documented in the sealing book. This indicated that, in the eyes of the second Hokage, the multi-shadow clone technique was not considered a true forbidden technique. The sealing book contained numerous ninjutsu, igniting Uchiha Ming's enthusiasm. The sealing techniques he had been longing for were also recorded within. Although his current mastery of sealing techniques was only average, Having just grasped the Uchiha clan's ancestral Uchiha fire formation, he believed he had a talent for sealing techniques. As his learning had been smooth and unobstructed, despite his excitement, he did not choose sealing techniques as his first option. Uchiha Ming felt confident that he could obtain them without much trouble. He planned to go to the grass-hidden village after some time to bring back Kei-Rin's mother. At that time, Kei-Rin's mother might possess the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, even if she didn't have them, Uzumaki Kushina might be willing to teach him a few sealing techniques due to his bringing back 2 clan members. Therefore, Uchiha Ming did not consider sealing techniques as an alternative. What should he choose? Uchiha Ming stared at the open sealing book, momentarily caught in hesitation. According to his original plan, the Flying Thunder God technique and the Spiritualization technique were both must-have ninjutsu. However, after seeing the secret technique of superhuman strength, Uchiha Ming had to reconsider his choices carefully. Bluffing Shuemin noticed Uchiha Ming lost in thought amid his busy work, but decided not to disturb him, instead smiling slightly. He remembered the first time he was brought by Jiraiya to view the sealing book and choose ninjutsu. He had looked just like this. Fortunately, he made the right choice back then. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a 4th Hokage today. For now, Kamui was sufficient, and the Flying Thunder God technique could be set aside for the time being. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Ming made his decision. He decided to choose the secret technique of superhuman strength and the spiritualization technique. Of course, choosing was one thing, but being able to learn them was another. This was the case for all S-rank ninjutsu. Most people lack the ability to learn them. Choosing the spiritualization technique was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but a choice made after careful consideration. According to the introduction, the spiritualization technique was evidently closely related to In release, and the Uchiha clan Sharingan was one of its manifestations. Moreover, as a transmigrator, his mental strength was far greater than that of an ordinary Uchiha. Therefore, Uchiha Ming approached the spiritualization technique with a mindset of trying it out. However, only a very small number of people could learn ninjutsu of this level, and he did not have absolute confidence that he could master it. He could only hope for a better chance than an ordinary person. The ninjutsu recorded in the sealing book was not suitable for everyone to learn. It was prepared for a select few with talent. However, Uchiha Ming was confident about the superhuman strength secret technique. He believed he had a good grasp of his chakra control. As the saying goes, a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Learning the superhuman strength technique would give him a significant boost in strength. Hokage-sama, I have made my choice. Uchiha Ming restored the sealing technique to its scroll form and approached the Hokage's office. I will choose the superhuman strength secret technique and the spiritualization technique. The spiritualization technique? Bluffing Shumen's blue eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He had not expected Uchiha Ming to choose this ninjutsu. Bluffing Shuemin solemnly reminded him. Are you sure you want to choose the spiritualization technique? Currently, no one in Konoha masters this ninjutsu, and if you choose this technique, you will only have the notes from predecessors as a reference. I am certain, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Ming nodded. Very well, please wait a moment. Bluffing Shuemin said, opening the sealing book. His hand glowed with blue light. After pressing down on the sealing book twice, he handed it back to Uchiha Ming, saying, I have unlocked the seals for the superhuman strength secret technique and the spiritualization technique. Record them yourself, and do not teach them to others. For someone with the Sharingan, recording ninjutsu was a simple task. After receiving the sealing techniques, Uchiha Ming used his Crimson Sharingan to quickly record the superhuman strength secret technique and the spiritualization technique completely in his mind. After recording the 2 ninjutsu, Uchiha Ming returned the sealing book to Bluffing Shuemin, saying, Hokage-sama, if there is nothing else, I will return to my training now. Wait, Bluffing Shuemin said, Ming. This is the only note left by the late Jonin Kato Dan, who was the only one in the village to master the spiritualization technique. Take it back and study it. It might be helpful to you. Uchiha Ming solemnly accepted the scroll, saying, Thank you, Hokage-sama. This is what I should do as Hokage. If you master the spiritualization technique, it will be the greatest gratitude to me, Bluffing Shuemin said with a smile. Back home, Uchiha Ming took out 2 blank scrolls and wrote down the superhuman strength secret technique and the spiritualization technique, then began to study them carefully. Although he had perfectly stored the 2 ninjutsu in his memory, Uchiha Ming preferred to browse through the physical forms. The sense of ritual was important. For him, the superhuman strength technique was not very difficult. After carefully browsing through it, he felt confident. The higher the precision of chakra control, the easier it was for a ninja to learn this secret technique. Those with insufficient chakra control would not only progress slowly but could also injure themselves. Being crippled was a minor issue. A massive amount of chakra gathering and exploding could lead to complete annihilation. Following the techniques recorded in the superhuman strength secret technique, Uchiha Ming gathered chakra in his fingertips and gently pressed it against the ground. With a crisp sound, the ground of the courtyard immediately cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. Looking at the spiderweb-like cracks on the ground, Uchiha Ming nodded in satisfaction, muttering to himself, "Not too difficult." Next, Uchiha Ming only needed to improve his proficiency in the superhuman strength technique to be able to unleash it from any part of his body. And that would mean he had mastered this secret technique. After a brief attempt, Uchiha Ming turned his attention to the spiritualization technique. During the writing process, he had not carefully browsed or contemplated it. He had merely copied down the content recorded by his Sharingan. As he delved deeper into the browsing, a smile crept onto his face as he softly murmured, "No wonder others cannot learn the spiritualization technique. The key issue is that their spirit is not strong enough." Indeed, to practice the spiritualization technique, one's spirit must be far stronger than that of ordinary people to even begin. Only with a sufficiently strong spirit can one transform into a spiritual body, which is the most challenging step. It is also the most difficult hurdle to overcome. Kato Dan was able to practice this S-rank ninjutsu precisely because his spirit was innately strong, far exceeding that of ordinary people. Coincidentally, my spirit is innately strong, far beyond that of normal ninjas. After a brief attempt at training, Uchiha Ming even felt that this ninjutsu had a custom-made feel just for him. Chapter 48. Vortex Rika. Of course, he knew that it was impossible. The creator of this ninjutsu could not have known its very ancient origins. The key to the spirit transformation technique lies in turning one's spirit into a spiritual body. Completing this step is considered mastering it. After this step, the rest is merely about flexible application and continuous improvement of proficiency, which is not much different from other ninjutsu. This ninjutsu is quite suitable for the Uchiha clan members who have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. After a brief attempt, Uchiha Akira nodded in satisfaction. In his view, the spirit transformation technique is indeed suitable for the Uchiha clan members with the Mangekyō Sharingan. Undoubtedly, the spirit transformation technique is a secret technique of in release, which is in the same realm as the Uchiha Sharingan. Furthermore, after awakening their eyes, the Uchiha clan members experience corresponding enhancements in their mental aspects, although this is not the main area of focus. Nevertheless, after awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan, the Uchiha clan members are certainly much superior to ordinary people in terms of mental capacity. Compared to other ninjas, the Uchiha clan has a greater possibility of mastering the spirit transformation technique. After Minato Namikaze became the fourth Hokage, small-scale conflicts in the ninja world still occurred occasionally. But overall, peace had returned. Although the 5 great nations and their 5 great ninja villages had not truly signed a peace treaty, large-scale wars had indeed ceased, and everyone had entered a phase of recuperation. Time passed quickly, and it was now the end of the 50th year of Konoha. After relentless training, Uchiha Akira had basically mastered the secret technique of great strength, and after several sparring sessions with his clan members, he was already quite familiar with its application. The learning difficulty of the spirit transformation technique was high, but Uchiha Akira had managed to get the hang of it and could now transform his spirit into a spiritual body. Although he still lacked in practical application, he had barely managed to master this ninjutsu. Of course, he had not yet had time to grasp the abilities related to the spirit transformation technique, such as spiritual body splitting, spiritual body regeneration, spiritual body perception, and chakra bestowal. As the year-end approached, Uchiha Akira planned to go to the grass village to bring back Vortex Rika. According to information from the Ninja Cat, Vortex Rika was the name of a member of the Vortex clan in the grass village. Uchiha Akira believed that Vortex Rika was most likely the mother of Cheyenne. Uchiha Makoto's second child had already been developing for nearly 3 months. Moreover, Cheyenne was a month older than Sasuke, and according to the information from the Ninja Cat, Vortex Rika had indeed been pregnant a month earlier than Uchiha Makoto. Now, while she could still move relatively easily, it was the best time to bring her back to Konoha. After the child was born, it would be very inconvenient to bring her back. Additionally, according to the Ninja Cat's information, Vortex Rika's situation was not good. Initially, her situation in the grass village was not too bad because her husband was a Nin from the grass village. She had someone to take care of her. Although she was treated like a medicine person, her life was manageable. However, 2 months ago, that Nin died in an accident. Since then, her situation had deteriorated significantly. Especially recently, her ability to heal others' injuries after being bitten had become known. Now, Vortex Rika had effectively become a living blood bag in the grass village. And if things continued like this, she would not survive for long. Life force does not appear out of thin air. Uchiha Akira speculated that this ability essentially involves the redistribution of life force. An individual's life force is overall limited. A small amount can be distributed without issue, but a significant loss would definitely endanger oneself. Therefore, Uchiha Akira decided to take action and bring her back. Now that Minato Namikaze was in power, the Uchiha clan situation in Konoha was relatively better than under the third Hokage, without so many constraints. As Minato gradually took control of Hokage's power, Danzo's root organization had fully contracted, and even their activities had significantly decreased, becoming much less active. It was impossible for Uchiha Akira to leave the village without anyone noticing. Several high-ranking members of Konoha were aware of his departure. Without transplanting Hashirama Senju cells, he could not use Kamui recklessly. Otherwise, after a few uses, that I would be ruined. The grass village is a small ninja village, far less prosperous than Konoha, and one could see the end of it at a glance. The streets were very old, as if they hadn't been maintained for decades, giving a sense of being decades behind the times, with no hint of modernity. The people walking on the streets were dressed in tattered clothes, their eyes dull, giving off a lifeless feeling. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps sounded, and 4 ninjas wearing grass village headbands rushed into the village, carrying several half-dead individuals on their backs. Upon entering the village, they immediately shouted, "Quick, someone is injured! Hurry and bring that red-haired woman over." Amidst the commotion, passers-by turned their attention to the shouting group. Injured again? They really are careless. This level of injury is nothing. With that woman around, these wounds will be healed in no time, not even a minute. Ever since that woman came, we don't have to be so careful on missions anymore. As long as no one dies on the spot and can make it back to the village, they want to die. Who can argue with that? That red-haired woman is truly a treasure for our village. The people walking on the street discussed, directing their gazes toward the house locked with a huge padlock in the corner of the street. After a commotion, the group carrying the injured opened the locked house. Inside the room sat a young woman with long red hair, dressed in rags, on the edge of a bed. Her face was expressionless, her eyes hollow and lifeless, as if she had lost her soul. A chain bound her hands and feet, tying her up in this house. Her exposed pale arms were covered with marks from having been bitten. When she saw someone enter, the red-haired woman trembled and curled up in fear, as if trying to shrink into the corner of the wall. "What are you hiding from?" The person at the door, seeing this, revealed a sinister smile and shouted, "Hurry up and come over. Be obedient, or we'll have to make you." Hearing his words, the red-haired woman shakily got up and slowly moved toward them. "Oomph." The person at the door saw her like this, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He directly reached out and grabbed the chain tied to the wall, then yanked it hard. "Ah!" The red-haired woman let out a startled cry, being pulled down to the ground and dragged in front of the others. That person grabbed the red-haired woman's clothes and directly pulled her arm towards an injured person sitting on the ground. Just then, a hefty orange cat jumped in through the window, appearing brightly in front of the group. The orange cat's yellow eyes scanned the people present, its chubby face full of disdain. Just as the grass village ninjas were about to shoo it away, a series of rapid footsteps echoed. Hearing the footsteps, the group quickly looked towards a doorway. Then, a pair of crimson Sharingan met their gaze. With several thuds, the 7 people in the room collapsed to the ground. Chapter 49. Returning to Konoha after Uchiha Akira appeared, he wasted no time. He looked at the red-haired woman whose face showed fear and directly drew his ninja blade, striking the iron chains several times. With a series of clinks, the chains broke. Gaining her freedom, the red-haired woman lunged and pulled out a kunai from the ninja tool pouch of a Kusa ninja. She aimed the kunai at the fallen Kusa ninja and stabbed down violently. With several muffled thuds, she pierced the neck of the Kusa ninja multiple times, blood spilling everywhere. "Die, die, die." The red-haired woman kept screaming, stabbing the unconscious Kusa ninjas on the ground repeatedly, a satisfied smile on her face. Uchiha Akira looked at her and said in a deep voice, "Have you vented enough? We should be leaving soon." After all, Kusa village was a ninja village, and if a lot of ninjas surrounded them later, it would be a bit troublesome to escape with someone. "I'm really sorry. I was blinded by hatred just now." Uzumaki Rika exhaled deeply, throwing the blood-stained kunai aside, and looked at Uchiha Akira. My name is Uzumaki Rika. Did Konoha send you here? Let's leave Kusa village first. Uchiha Akira picked her up and used a lightning body flicker to leave. At this moment, Kusa village had realized that enemies were invading, and many Kusa ninjas were gathering towards Uchiha Akira's location. With blue lightning flashing, Uchiha Akira charged through the approaching Kusa ninjas with Uzumaki Rika in his arms. Relying on the dynamic vision brought by Sharingan and the extreme speed and strength from the lightning release. Where Uchiha Akira passed, chaos ensued. After wreaking havoc among the Kusa ninjas, he swiftly dashed out of Kusa village. After running over 10 kilometers with Uzumaki Rika, Uchiha Akira set her down. Thank you. Once she confirmed her safety, Uzumaki Rika immediately thanked Uchiha Akira. You're welcome. Uchiha Akira waved his hand and asked, can you still walk? Can you still use chakra? Uzumaki Rika nodded firmly and said, yes, I can still hold on. On the way, Uzumaki Rika looked at Uchiha Akira and asked again the question she had in Kusa village. Did Konoha send you here? No. Uchiha Akira shook his head. This is my personal action. After hearing Uchiha Akira's words, Uzumaki Rika fell silent for a while, looking somewhat disappointed. After a long time, she asked, are we returning to Konoha? That's right. Uchiha Akira nodded. The Uzumaki clan once had a deep friendship with Konoha. After returning to Konoha, you'll have a new life, and no one will treat you as a tool for healing. Will Konoha really accept me? If not, you could just drop me off in some town in the land of fire. I can find a way. Uzumaki Rika's face showed worry as she said softly, moreover, your actions don't conform to Konoha ninja standards, right? The Hokage won't punish you for this, will he? It might even provoke a conflict between Kusa village and Konoha. If you don't say anything, who would know I brought you back from Kusa village? Uchiha Akira said nonchalantly, seeing that she still had some concerns. Uchiha Akira reassured her, don't worry, our Uchiha clan can handle this. I hope so. If you get punished because of me, that wouldn't be good. Uzumaki Rika still looked unconvinced. Uchiha Akira was very grateful to her. If he hadn't rescued her from Kusa village, she would have eventually been drained of her life force by the Kusa ninjas. After wandering for years, Uzumaki Rika remained kind-hearted. Don't worry. Uchiha Akira continued to comfort her, saying the Hokage's wife is named Uzumaki Kushina, and she is from the same Uzumaki clan as you. It is said that she is a descendant of a very important figure from the land of whirlpools. Really? Upon hearing Uchiha Akira's words, Uzumaki Rika's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, when did the third Hokage remarry the new Hokage's wife? Uchiha Akira's cheeks twitched slightly as he replied, Konoha now has the fourth Hokage. The third Hokage has already retired. I'm sorry for offending your Hokage. Uzumaki Rika lowered her head with a hint of guilt. Her situation in Kusa village was not good. The man there had only taken an interest in her because of her appearance, and generally, he restricted her. Therefore, she didn't know much about the outside world. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Our Hokage doesn't care about these things. Uchiha Akira shrugged and said, on the contrary, if he sees someone from the Uzumaki clan like you, he will definitely be very happy. Is that really the case? A look of longing appeared on Uzumaki Rika's face. She felt a glimmer of hope for her future. Due to Uzumaki Rika's slower speed, Uchiha Akira took 2 days to bring her back to Konoha. After returning to Konoha, Uchiha Akira did not immediately inform Minato Namikaze. Instead, he took her to the Shinten Biological Research Institute for an examination. After confirming that there were no issues, Uchiha Akira had some of her bodily tissues collected secretly for future cloning purposes. Finally, he discreetly informed Minato Namikaze about Uzumaki Rika. Uzumaki Rika's matter, Uchiha Akira felt, was best kept a secret. Minato Namikaze, who was at work, received Uchiha Akira's message and immediately came to the Shinten Biological Research Institute. There were no unexpected developments. Uchiha Akira and Uzumaki Rika had already coordinated their story. According to Uchiha Akira, Uzumaki Rika was someone he discovered by chance in a remote town in Konoha, not someone he rescued from Kusa village. Minato Namikaze did not express any opinions or make any comments on Uchiha Akira's words. Uzumaki Rika was significant for Konoha and could serve as a backup for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Regardless of her origins, Minato Namikaze could not let her go based on both reason and emotion. From the perspective of the higher-ups, Uchiha Akira bringing her back was entirely correct and a great thing. On the same day, Uzumaki Rika was granted permanent residency in Konoha and became a member of the Hidden Leaf Village. Uchiha Akira did not intervene much in Uzumaki Rika's affairs. He knew that Minato Namikaze would arrange everything properly. He brought her back mainly for his own purposes regarding the Kairigama technique. When he took her to Shinten Biological Research for examination, he had already ordered the researchers to obtain some of Uzumaki Rika's bodily tissues for future cloning use. It could be said that Uchiha Akira had already achieved half of his goal. Soon, Uchiha Akira's other half of his goal was also reached. 3 days after bringing Uzumaki Rika back to Konoha, Uchiha Makoto came to him with a scroll. Makoto-ne. Uchiha Akira greeted Uchiha Makoto, who had a slightly rounded belly. Uchiha Makoto nodded slightly and said to Uchiha Akira, "Kushina heard that you have been studying sealing techniques recently. These are some of her notes and insights on sealing techniques. She asked me to bring them to you as a thank you for bringing her clansmen back to Konoha." Uchiha Akira took the scroll and said, "Please thank the Hokage's wife for me when you see her, Makoto-ne. I am indeed studying sealing techniques, and these notes are very important to me. Don't worry." Uchiha Makoto replied. A sound of footsteps approached, and the staff from the police department came to the two. Chapter 50. The Pseudo-Divine Tree Someone. A bit anxious, said to Uchiha Akira, "Akira, the people from Shinten Biological wanted me to inform you to come over. The person in charge there is looking for you. It seems there is something important." Uchiha Akira looked at Uchiha Meichin and said, "Sister Meichin, I'll go over first." Uchiha Meichin naturally knew what Shinten Biological was working on, and she replied, "You go ahead. I will handle things with Kushina." Upon arriving at the Shinten Biological Research Institute, Uchiha Akira headed straight for the office of Yakushi Nanoyu. As he entered her office, his gaze was immediately captivated by a green potted plant about 50 to 60 centimeters tall on her desk. It was a small tree, lush with foliage, exuding a strong vitality. Yakushi Nanoyu stood beside it, quietly observing the little tree. "This tree, such a strong vitality, this is chakra." Uchiha Akira instinctively activated his Sharingan, and then his eyes widened in surprise. "Akira-sensei," Yakushi Nanoyu greeted him upon seeing Uchiha Akira enter. "You made the branch I gave you sprout?" Uchiha Akira scrutinized the small tree in the pot. Yakushi Nanoyu's ability to revitalize the golem's tissue and make it sprout was something he hadn't anticipated. Sort of, Yakushi Nanoyu nodded, glancing at the potted plant. Her expression a bit strange as she said, "Akira-sensei, what you gave me wasn't just a branch, was it? It should be the flesh and blood of some creature, right?" Uchiha Akira glanced at her and nodded, saying, "That's right. It's not just a branch, but rather the flesh and blood of some creature." After receiving his confirmation, Yakushi Nanoyu understood, saying, "No wonder cultivating it with a method of blood and flesh would cause it to sprout and revive." Then, Yakushi Nanoyu looked at the door and whispered, "It wouldn't be the flesh of the first Hokage, would it?" Uchiha Akira chuckled lightly, saying, "No, you can rest assured." "That's good to hear." Yakushi Nanoyu sighed in relief. After researching for these days, the characteristics exhibited by that branch reminded her too much of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The overwhelming vitality, the ability to absorb chakra, rapid reproduction speed, powerful healing abilities, and strong aggressiveness, along with the derived would-release properties, were all too similar to the cells of the first Hokage that she knew. "Why do you think this is the flesh of the first Hokage?" Uchiha Akira asked curiously. "Does its characteristics closely resemble those of the first Hokage's flesh? It's not just a matter of similarity anymore." Yakushi Nanoyu smiled wryly, saying, "When I started the research, I even suspected that this was an aberration of the first Hokage's tissue. So it means that the characteristics exhibited by this thing are consistent with the flesh of the first Hokage?" Uchiha Akira looked at her in surprise. "I can't say they are identical." Yakushi Nanoyu pondered for a moment before saying, "I participated in the cell transplant experiments of the first Hokage at the root. This thing seems more like an enhanced version of the first Hokage's cells. So, compared to the first Hokage's cells, the flesh I gave you is stronger?" Uchiha Akira asked, as if confirming this matter. "Basically, you can understand it that way." Yakushi Nanoyu nodded, saying, "Of course, we have not fully researched it yet. But from the characteristics displayed so far, it can indeed be said to be a more powerful version of the first Hokage's cells." Uchiha Akira thoughtfully said, "So if we successfully transplant these cells, we could also gain would release?" "Theoretically, yes," Yakushi Nanoyu nodded, then advised, "However, given the characteristics of these cells, the difficulty of transplantation is even greater than that of the first Hokage's cells. Moreover, I have conducted relevant transplant experiments for animal testing, and unsurprisingly, all of them failed." Yakushi Nanoyu's tone became serious as she said, More importantly, these are just the preliminary findings. This thing has more hidden aspects beyond the characteristics it has displayed. Uchiha Akira slowly nodded, knowing that Yakushi Nanoyu was saying all this to dissuade him from stepping into forbidden territory, like Konoha did in the past, conducting human experiments to gain wood release. As the first prominent clan of Konoha, the Uchiha clan controlled the police force. And if they were to conduct human experiments in secrecy, they could undoubtedly hide it for a long time. At this moment, Uchiha Akira's crimson Sharingan fixed on the green little tree on the table, and he said in a deep voice, "Is it growing a bit too fast?" In the brief time they had been talking, the little tree in the pot had shot up over 10 centimeters, growing faster than bamboo. Upon hearing his words, Yakushi Nanoyu quickly turned to look at the table, and then she exclaimed in surprise, "It wasn't this fast before. What's going on?" The chakra in the tree has increased and is gathering towards the top. Uchiha Akira murmured. As if realizing something, he quietly said, "Maybe it's about to flower and bear fruit." Flower and bear fruit? Yakushi Nanoyu looked at Uchiha Akira in confusion, not understanding how he came to that conclusion. Though puzzled, Yakushi Nanoyu's hands didn't stop. A green light appeared on her hands as she carefully sensed the tree trunk. However, as soon as her glowing hand touched the trunk, the chakra manifested as green light seemed to be drawn in like an invisible vortex, disappearing entirely. Yakushi Nanoyu gasped, quickly retracting her hand, looking at the little tree in the pot with uncertainty, murmuring, although it could absorb chakra before, it was nowhere near this level. "Let us observe for now," Uchiha Akira said, to stop Yakushi Nanoyu from taking further action. Hearing Uchiha Akira's words, Yakushi Nanoyu also withdrew her hands. In the Shinten Biological Research Institute, Uchiha Akira was the one in charge. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and the little tree in the pot grew to about 1 meter tall. At the top of the lush trunk, a fist-sized, deep purple bud emerged. As time passed, the purple bud slowly began to bloom, eventually revealing a dark red fruit about the size of a baby's fist. The fruit was entirely dark red, with black lines resembling a pattern faintly visible on its surface. Seeing the dark red fruit atop the tree, Yakushi Nanoyu looked at Uchiha Akira in astonishment. "It really has flowered and borne fruit." Uchiha Akira was not as surprised. He looked at Yakushi Nanoyu and said, "Investigate what this fruit is useful for. It might have some extraordinary effects." He certainly did not believe this was the true fruit of the divine tree, as that was clearly impossible. This was merely a product cultivated from the tissue that the golem shed. If they infused the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts into this sapling and let it flower and bear fruit again, perhaps its fruit would exhibit some characteristics of chakra fruit. For now, it could only be considered a special fruit with unique effects. Chapter 51. Sublimation Potion. As time passed, 50 years in Konoha flew by, and it was now February of the 51st year. Previously, the fruits produced from the pseudo-divine tree, cultivated using the golem's bodily tissues, had been studied by the pharmacist Nanoyu, who discovered their effects. The effects of these fruits were indeed remarkable, capable of breaking the innate shackles of the body, raising personal physical and mental limits, thus enhancing the overall chakra limit correspondingly. However, the amount of increase was not substantial. Multiple doses were needed before significant enhancement could be achieved. Moreover, according to Nanoyu's report, consuming the pseudo-divine tree's fruits directly did not yield such effects. The fruits were deadly to normal ninjas. Consuming them was akin to suicide. The truly effective component was a special substance within the fruits, which needed to be extracted and refined into a special potion to achieve such effects. Looking at the report submitted by Nanoyu, Uchiha Akira smiled slightly, pleased that the research institute had finally produced results since its establishment. A single fruit contained enough of the special substance to prepare just one potion, and it seemed that mass production was not feasible. Uchiha Akira stroked his chin, pondering. According to the experimental data, to achieve a noticeable enhancement, one would need to take the potion continuously for at least 6 months, with 6 months being one cycle. During this period, one potion would need to be taken every 3 days. Thus, an individual's limits could be significantly enhanced. This was not the potion's ceiling. According to the analysis report, only after 3 years of continuous use would the maximum enhancement be reached. Uchiha Akira looked at Uchiha Fugaku, who also appeared pleased, and asked, "Patriarch, do you think we should sell the sublimation potion to the outside world?" The sublimation potion was the official name for the potion made from the extract of the pseudo-divine tree's fruit. "Let's hold off for now," Uchiha Fugaku mused for a moment, shaking his head. According to the research institute, the output of the sublimation potion is low, only producing 10 to 15 potions a day. This amount is something our Uchiha clan can fully utilize ourselves. Limited by the golem's bodily tissues, there were not many pseudo-divine trees, only a little over 10. Most of these pseudo-divine trees could bloom and bear fruit on the same day after being infused with enough chakra, but some had yet to do so. The specific reasons for this remained unknown. That's true, Uchiha Akira nodded, saying, actually, we could use this potion to win people's hearts. According to some news, this year we'll see the birth of heirs from various ninja clans. A potion that can elevate personal limits will surely be very popular, Uchiha Akira said with a faint smile. But there aren't enough sublimation potions to win them over. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and replied, I only plan to prepare one for Minato's child. The others will depend on the situation. Uchiha Akira agreed. The Hokage's child is indeed worth the investment. Just as the two were discussing how to use the sublimation potion made from the pseudo-divine tree's fruit, Uchiha Obito in the Land of Rain received a report from White Zetsu, who was lurking in Konoha. The pale half-body of White Zetsu looked at Uchiha Obito and said, Madara-sama, the White Zetsu infiltrated in Konoha has reported that the 4th Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Kushina, is pregnant, with the estimated due date around October. After hearing this news, Zetsu beside Uchiha Obito reminded him, Madara-sama, when a Jinchuriki gives birth, the seal's strength will weaken, which might be an opportunity for us. The threat posed by Minato is too great. If he doesn't die, he will surely pose a significant obstacle to our plans. I know about this. You don't need to remind me. Uchiha Obito glanced at Zetsu and said, do you think Konoha is weak now? This opportunity exists, but if we mishandle it, we could be finished. As Minato's student, Uchiha Obito had a good understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique. He was well aware of Minato's strength. The technique was mastered in Minato's hands, and even with his Kamui, he might not necessarily defeat Minato. Our high-end combat power is indeed lacking. When it comes down to it, they're only you and Nagato. Compared to the current Konoha, we are still far too weak, said Black Zetsu in a hoarse voice. Uchiha Obito nodded and said solemnly, that's why I'm currently contemplating a battle plan. Given the current situation, my strength alone is insufficient. Nagato is not much use in his current state. The distance between Pain and his body cannot be too far. If Pain participates in the battle, Konoha has Byakugan and many sensory ninjas, which poses a significant risk to Nagato's body. I know all of this. Uchiha Obito nodded and said solemnly, I plan to help Nagato recover his health. This way, he can also become a combat force. With Nagato and Pain's assistance, I can then focus on dealing with Minato. For Uchiha Obito, helping Nagato recover was not difficult. Nagato had forcibly activated the outer path golem, which caused his life force to be drained, resulting in his current emaciated state. Furthermore, his legs had been destroyed by Hanzo's explosive tags, leaving him crippled. The solution was simple. He just needed to transplant a pair of legs cultivated from Hashirama Senju's cells. This way, not only would Nagato's life force recover, but his legs would also be restored. For Uchiha Obito, who mastered Yin-Yang release, transplanting Senju Hashirama cells was not a challenge. Black Zetsu solemnly reminded him, Obito, don't forget that you're not the real Madara. If Nagato becomes too strong, he might slip out of your control. Cut it out, Black Zetsu. Madara should be the one worried about this, not me. Uchiha Obito scoffed, saying his Rinnegan is on Nagato. For Madara's resurrection, he still needs Nagato to carry it out. So the one who should be most anxious is you, who embodies Madara's will. Black Zetsu chuckled slowly, saying, Obito, you've grown a lot in less than a year. Ha! Uchiha Obito laughed and said, in a certain sense, I now hold the initiative. The stronger Nagato becomes, the better it is for me. Uchiha Obito said meaningfully, even if I don't have a Rinnegan, I can still control the golem with the powers of both the Senju and Uchiha, and I can also perform the 6 Paths 10-Tail Seal and become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. The role of the Rinnegan is to summon the golem from the moon, not a prerequisite for becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Similarly, it is not a must for performing infinite Tsukuyomi. There are 2 ways to perform infinite Tsukuyomi. One relies on Kagaya Otsutsuki's Rinne Sharingan, and the other relies on the Divine Tree. Black Zetsu fell silent for a while before saying, all right, Obito, this time you win. For Black Zetsu, this current situation was merely cooperating with Uchiha Obito in a play. It didn't matter to him who became the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, as long as someone did. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly, proudly saying, I need you to cooperate with me on the Nagato matter. place a curse mark on him to prevent him from becoming uncontrollable in the future. Chapter 52. Health in a Dim Cave. Nagato was using Yin-Yang Release to strengthen Tendo Pain. Suddenly, Uchiha Bido appeared beside Nagato. Nagato looked at the sudden appearance of Uchiha Bido and asked, Mr. Madara, is there something you need? Uchiha Bido looked at Nagato and said in a deep voice, Nagato, your current condition must make movement quite inconvenient, right? After a moment of silence, Nagato replied, Mr. Madara, I once forcibly controlled the outer path golem, which drained my life force, rendering my legs beyond healing. It was the forced use of the outer path golem that had drained his life force, leading to his current emaciated state. I know about this. Uchiha Bido nodded and said, for others, replenishing life force might be a very difficult task, but for me, it's nothing. Nagato suddenly lifted his head, a look of joy on his face as he looked at Uchiha Bido. Is it true, Mr. Madara? Having been rendered a practical invalid with his legs crippled, he had relied on Konan to take care of him before creating the 6 paths of pain. If he could regain his health, Nagato would certainly not miss this opportunity. Only a healthy self could unleash the true power of the Rinnegan. The 6 paths technique was merely a forced method to separate the various abilities of the Rinnegan. The true power of the Rinnegan is only strongest when focused on the original body. Of course it's true, Uchiha Bido said with a smile. As long as you receive the transplant of Senju Hashirama's cells, you can restore your lost life force. Senju Hashirama's cells? A look of confusion appeared on Nagato's face as he asked, isn't he the first Hokage of Konoha? His cells have such an effect. Indeed, Hashirama's cells not only possess extremely powerful life force, but successful transplantation can also grant the ability to use wood release. Uchiha Bido said with a tone of nostalgia. Hashirama's wood release is the best manifestation of his powerful life force. Any injury can heal rapidly on him without the need for medical ninjutsu. His chakra is even larger than that of tailed beasts. Under his wood release, tailed beasts are merely toys. God of Shinobi is the best title for him. Senju Hashirama is indeed powerful to such an extent. He truly deserves to be called the God of Shinobi, Nagato exclaimed. Of course, after all, he is my only rival. Uchiha Bido's tone was filled with nostalgia. Nagato looked at Uchiha Bido seriously and requested, please help me, Mr. Madara. Of course, Uchiha Bido said with a smile, get ready. I will prepare new limbs for you. Your legs are unusable and need replacements. After Uchiha Bido left, Konan emerged from the shadows behind Nagato. Seeing the worried expression on Konan's face, Nagato comforted her. Konan, don't worry too much. Even if there are any hidden moves, they cannot escape my Rinnegan. I always feel that this so-called Uchiha Madara is full of malice. It's all right, Konan, Nagato reassured her. As long as I regain my health, with the passage of time, my strength will eventually surpass his, and then there will be no need to worry so much. In this world, strength is what truly speaks. Nagato's voice became cold and rigid. Konan looked at Nagato with concern, but didn't say anything more. Ever since Yahiko's death, and after Nagato truly began to wield the power of the Rinnegan, he seemed to have become a different person. The change in Nagato's personality was so thorough that it took Konan a long time to adapt. Not long after, Uchiha Bido returned, bringing Nagato, who was now equipped with new limbs, into the depths of the dark cave. In the depths of the cave, Konan looked anxiously at the tightly closed door. 2 hours later, the door opened. A light and cheerful sound of footsteps came from within. Under Konan's expectant gaze, Nagato walked out from the depths of the room. At this moment, Nagato's red hair was bright, and his previously emaciated body had regained fullness, returning to his former self. Konan even felt that Nagato was in better condition than before. Nagato. Konan quickly stepped forward and approached him. How do you feel now? Konan. Nagato looked at her with a smile. I feel unprecedentedly good now. Even better than before I was injured. The effect of Senju Hashirama cells, is that powerful? Konan found it hard to believe. Yes, Nagato nodded, taking a few steps forward, clenched his fists and smiled. The effect of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama cells is even more powerful than I imagined. And look, Konan. While speaking, Nagato quickly completed the hand signs. Crack the hard ground split open, and a green sapling emerged from the crack. In the blink of an eye, the sapling grew into a tall tree, 3 times the height of a person. Would release? Konan looked at Nagato in surprise, then exclaimed, I didn't expect that transplanting the first Hokage cells would have such an unexpected benefit. It's not an unexpected benefit. Nagato shook his head and said, Madara already knew I would gain wood release, So after completing the treatment, he immediately taught me the wood release techniques. Madara taught you the wood release techniques? Conan was somewhat surprised and said, is he really that kind-hearted? Doesn't he fear that you'll break free from his control? He certainly isn't that kind-hearted, Nagato sneered. He wants me to master wood release quickly, saying that he has a plan against Konoha that requires my strength in the near future. Against Konoha? Conan frowned and said, Konoha is powerful, with nearly 10 elite shinobi. This is too dangerous. Nagato, find a way to refuse him. You are still far from reaching your peak. We cannot be blinded by hatred, Conan advised seriously. Conan, don't worry, Nagato shook his head and said, I haven't been blinded by hatred. If Madara's plan truly fails, I definitely won't go to Konoha with him. Hearing Nagato say this, Conan sighed in relief. She was afraid that Nagato would be blinded by Yahiko's death and recklessly seek revenge. Konoha, Uchiha clan leader's residence. Itachi Uchiha's father, Fugaku Uchiha, stood with his arms crossed, looking sternly at his son. For this exceptionally talented son, Fugaku had high hopes. Father, Itachi Uchiha, though only a little over 4 years old, was very quiet, giving off a sense of maturity far beyond his age, unlike an ordinary 4-year-old child. He quietly looked at his serious father, Fugaku Uchiha. Fugaku Uchiha said sternly, Itachi, starting tomorrow, you will go to our Uchiha clan's Shinobi Biological Research Institute every 3 days. Once you get there, just follow the arrangements. I understand, father. Itachi Uchiha nodded seriously. The purpose of sending Itachi there was naturally to have him injected with a newly developed enhancement serum from the Research Institute. Due to production limitations, the enhancement serum could only be allocated to about 40 people, so every spot had to be carefully calculated. This serum is suitable for any age group. Chapter 53. Preparations in advance. The first to use the sublimation potion must be a powerful upper ninja from the clan, followed by the exceptionally talented children. Uchiha Itachi, as the son of the Uchiha clan leader, possesses extraordinary talent and has previously been on the battlefield alongside Uchiha Fugaku. His talent is overwhelmingly strong among the new generation of the Uchiha clan and even among the new generation of Konoha. With his talent, he naturally earned a spot to use a sublimation potion. Uchiha Fugaku plans to carefully cultivate his exceptionally talented child from a young age, intending to groom Uchiha Itachi as a candidate for the next Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku believes that his child has this potential. Just as Uchiha Fugaku was contemplating Uchiha Itachi, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Uchiha Akira had come to visit. What a rare guest. Uchiha Fugaku smiled and said, Akira, what brings you here? Aren't you busy researching sealing techniques lately? Uchiha Akira smiled and replied, I remembered something and felt it necessary to come and discuss it with the clan leader. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's expression grew serious as he led him into the study and asked, what is so important that you made a special trip? It's about the Hokage. Uchiha Akira said, the Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku looked at him in confusion. I heard that the 4th Hokage's wife is pregnant? Uchiha Akira inquired. That's right. She is indeed pregnant. Is there a problem? Uchiha Fugaku asked, looking at Uchiha Akira with confusion. The news of the 4th Hokage's wife being pregnant was something that couldn't be hidden among the higher-ups of Konoha, nor could it escape the intelligence agencies of other ninja villages. Many people were already aware of it. I've heard that when a Jinchuriki gives birth, the seal on the tailed beast may weaken to some degree. Uchiha Akira said, there is indeed such a saying. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, frowning as he said, Akira, you must not act recklessly. Hearing the warning in Uchiha Fugaku's words, Uchiha Akira waved his hand, saying, rest assured, I'm worried that someone might take advantage of the timing of the Jinchuriki's childbirth to cause trouble. I think you should remind Lord Hokage about this. It would be best not to let too many people know the exact time of the 4th Hokage's wife's childbirth to avoid unexpected incidents. For Uchiha Akira, having the couple of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina alive was more beneficial to him. As long as Minato was alive, dealing with Danzo or the Akatsuki organization will be much less worrisome. With Minato at the forefront, Uchiha Akira could focus on his own development. Are you suspecting that the so-called Uchiha Madara will take advantage of the childbirth of the Jinchuriki to make a move? Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly. Exactly. Uchiha Akira nodded and said, although he is not the real Uchiha Madara, he must have a close relationship with him. Uchiha Madara harbors hatred toward Konoha. If it weren't for the 1st Hokage stopping him back then, Konoha would have already been destroyed. It is not impossible for that person to inherit Uchiha Madara's will, so it is better to be cautious. If he seizes the opportunity to release the Nine Tails, it would be troublesome. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said, This matter is indeed worth being vigilant about. The power of the Nine Tails is too great. Once it is released, it would be difficult to handle. Uchiha Fugaku continued. Tomorrow I will go and discuss this matter with Minato. We cannot be careless. As for Minato, Uchiha Akira could only do this much. He didn't have much of a relationship with Minato, and it wouldn't be appropriate to bring up this matter directly. So he could only rely on Uchiha Fugaku to discuss it. He could only hope that Minato would heed Uchiha Fugaku's advice and strengthen the secrecy regarding the exact time of Uzumaki Kushina's childbirth, preventing Uchiha Obito from finding an opportunity. Hopefully it will be useful. Uchiha Akira sighed inwardly. He wasn't sure whether the specific time of Uzumaki Kushina's childbirth could be kept secret. The hidden abilities of White Zetsu were too powerful. Normal methods couldn't detect them at all, and White Zetsu could move freely in Konoha. Uchiha Akira thought, I have reminded them about what needs to be reminded. Now I need to prepare for the worst. Just as Uchiha Akira was lost in thought, Uchiha Fugaku said, Akira, what do you think of Itachi? Uchiha Akira came back to his senses and replied, without a doubt, Itachi is a true genius. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Akira and said, I plan to have this child become Minato's disciple. What do you think? Uchiha Akira stroked his chin. If Uchiha Itachi successfully became Minato's disciple, it would definitely be a good thing. Of course, this was premised on the fact that the Night of the Nine Tails did not happen, or that he successfully survived it. After becoming a disciple, the Uchiha clan would also become part of the Hokage's lineage, and Uchiha Itachi would have the capital to compete for Hokage in the future. To become Hokage, one must be part of the Hokage lineage. Otherwise, the probability of becoming Hokage is very low. Unless there are significant changes in Konoha that force the current Hokage lineage to pass the Hokage position to outsiders. For instance, if someone with strength comparable to Uchiha or Senju Hashirama appears and makes a great contribution, then regardless of who the current Hokage is, they must consider the next Hokage candidate. If Itachi could become a disciple of the Hokage, that would definitely be a good thing, Uchiha Akira said. I think the probability of Minato accepting Itachi is still quite high, Uchiha Fugaku said. Uchiha Fugaku has full confidence in Uchiha Itachi, whether it's ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or taijutsu. Uchiha Itachi learns quickly. Among the ninjas he has seen, Uchiha Itachi has the highest talent. Surely, such an outstanding disciple would not be rejected by Namake's Minato. To be fair, if it were him, he wouldn't refuse to accept such a talent as a disciple either. Moreover, his wife, Uchiha Makoto, and Uzumaki Kushina are close friends. When the time comes, a little persuasion might just seal the deal. However, he did not plan to discuss this matter with Minato right now. Uchiha Itachi was still young, and there was still 1 or 2 years before he would start school. Even if Minato were to take on a disciple, it would surely be after Uchiha Itachi graduated. Uchiha Fugaku said with a hint of longing, I plan to wait until Minato's child is born before discussing this matter with him. By that time, Itachi will be almost ready for school, and I intend to have him graduate early and become Minato's disciple. As for Uchiha Fugaku's thoughts, Uchiha Akira could only wish him success. Based on the current situation in Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku's plan had a high probability of success. Even if the Night of the Nine Tails broke out, given the current combat strength of Konoha, they would be fully capable of suppressing it. That day, Uchiha Fugaku went to the Hokage building, found Minato, and informed him of what Uchiha Akira had said. Chapter 54. Mastering the Spirit Transformation Technique upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's account. Minato Namake's showed a serious expression. Fugaku, I really owe you for this reminder. I have indeed been a bit lax regarding Kushina lately. That's to be expected. If it weren't for your reminder, I wouldn't have thought of this matter, Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile. Please thank him for me, Minato Namake's replied. Watching Uchiha Fugaku's departing figure, Minato thought to himself, I really need to strengthen the defenses around Kushina. I should find a third Hokage and borrow his umbu. Arriving at the advisor's office, Minato briefly shared his thoughts. This matter cannot be overlooked. Hiruzen Tsurutobi nodded seriously and said, How about this? I'll send 2 teams to take turns protecting Kushina. Thank you, third Hokage, Minato said with a hint of joy, expressing his gratitude earnestly. Minato, at that moment, the voice of Mito Kazumi came, I must remind you, you can't fully trust the Uchiha clan right now. They have a history of coups. They can be useful, but you need to be cautious regarding matters as significant as the Jinchuriki. Hearing this, Minato felt somewhat displeased, but he didn't show it. In his view, the Uchiha clan had outstanding military achievements and were trustworthy allies. Although there had been a coup during the second Hokage's reign, The Uchiha clan had proven themselves through their actions over the years. After so many years, still being wary of the Uchiha clan was somewhat disheartening. Moreover, he was confident he could suppress any dissenting voices. Minato nodded and replied, I understand. I won't let them interfere with Kushina's matters. Good. Mito Kazumi nodded in satisfaction, saying, we still need to have the necessary precautions. The Jinchuriki is of great importance and must not be taken lightly. Exactly. At this moment, Tsurugi Koharu, who had been silent, spoke up. She looked at Minato and said solemnly, Minato, leave Kushina's safety to us. We can't let the Uchiha clan get involved in this matter. Tsurugi Koharu's tone was cold as she warned. Also, I heard that Kushina has been getting close to Uchiha Mikoto. Minato, during this special time, you need to limit Kushina's interactions with Uchiha Mikoto. This is not a time for her to be willful. Minato felt helpless in his heart and could only respond. I understand. I will remind Kushina to be cautious. Yes, don't be careless. Tsurugi Koharu nodded in satisfaction. Time passed quickly, and soon it was July the 51st year. At the end of the month, the second son of the Uchiha clan leader was born. Uchiha Fugaku named the child Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke. This name once belonged to Hiruzen Sarutobi's father, a powerful ninja. Uchiha Fugaku named him with the hope that this child would grow to be as strong as Sarutobi Sasuke. Of course, such a name must have been agreed upon by Hiruzen Sarutobi. The birth of this child did not cause any waves. Konoha remained peaceful. Half a year later, with the support of the Uchiha clan and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akamichi clans, Minato Namikaze was no longer a nominal Hokage. He had taken control of Konoha. Finally, he had truly mastered the spirit transformation technique. Uchiha Itachi let out a long breath. After practicing the spirit transformation technique for more than half a year, Uchiha Itachi had finally perfected this powerful S-rank, ultra-high difficulty ninjutsu. Next, he would attempt to use the spirit transformation technique. Uchiha Itachi completed the hand seals and then sat cross-legged on the ground. A faint, imperceptible white light emerged from his body, and then a somewhat transparent Uchiha Itachi stepped out from the sitting body. This was the spirit form of Uchiha Itachi. Is this the spirit form? He could use the Sharingan normally, but other ninjutsu could not be used. Uchiha Itachi looked down at his current appearance and felt a very peculiar sensation. He was emitting a hazy white light, appearing somewhat transparent, and he felt as if he had no weight at all. It was as if he could reach any corner of the world with just a thought. In the next moment, the spirit form of Uchiha Itachi vanished, like a streak of light sweeping across the sky, and in an instant, he disappeared from Konoha. After the spirit transformation technique converted his spirit into a spirit form. Although it wasn't teleportation, his flying speed was extremely fast, comparable to the speed of light. When he reappeared, he had already reached the place where Konoha had previously fought against the hidden mist. Upon arriving here, Uchiha Itachi opened his spirit perception ability and tried to sense the location of the Six Tails. He had previously come into contact with the Six Tails and obtained its chakra. So if the Six Tails were still in the ninja world, Uchiha Itachi could directly sense its location through his spirit perception ability. Sure enough, he could not sense the chakra of the Six Tails anymore. It was likely sealed by Uchiha Obito into the outer path golem. Uchiha Itachi was not surprised by this result. Then, he should look for the location of the outer path golem. Uchiha Itachi opened his perception again. In an instant, he sensed the familiar chakra of the golem from the distant land of rain. This chakra was vast and immense. Within Uchiha Itachi's spirit perception, the chakra of the golem was like an endless ocean, boundless. Within the vast chakra, the rising was filled with brutality and madness. Truly terrifying. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but sigh. The sealing one-tailed beast had already startled Uchiha Itachi. This is Uchiha Obito. This is Pain's Six Paths. This is Nagato. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi's expression became a bit subtle. Something was off about Nagato's condition. The chakra of Pain's Six Paths came for Nagato, and since Uchiha Itachi had fought against Pain before, he could naturally sense Nagato's chakra. Nagato's condition was a bit strange. Why did I sense a chakra aura similar to Uchiha Obito's on him? Could it be that he also transplanted Senju Hashirama's cells? Uchiha Itachi thought of this possibility the moment he sensed it. In his perception, Nagato's chakra was somewhat similar to that of Uchiha Obito, both containing vitality. He had seen this feeling on Senju Hashirama cells before. Such fast movement speed, Nagato has indeed recovered. Sensing Nagato's speed, Uchiha Itachi's heart tightened. Although the spirit form's perception ability couldn't see the situation over there, he could still sense the specific location. From Nagato's current speed, his legs must have fully recovered. Uchiha Obito had given Nagato a boost. This is not good. If Nagato grows stronger, Uchiha Itachi thought. With the transplantation of Senju Hashirama cells, Uchiha Itachi could no longer guess what Nagato's limits were. Possessing the Rinnegan, along with the vast chakra of the Uzumaki clan, and having transplanted Senju Hashirama cells to gain would release, theoretically, Nagato's potential had already surpassed that of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Chapter 55. The heavens do not follow human wishes. Upon sensing this scene, Uchiha Ming immediately dismissed the idea of flying over in his spirit form to directly kill them. The hungry ghost path of the Rinnegan is highly likely to restrain spirit forms, and with Nagato in good condition, recklessly going over could lead to a very tragic outcome. Being in a spiritual form does not mean invincibility, and it cannot ignore all obstacles like the Flying Thunder God technique. Spirit forms can be blocked by barriers and can be trapped by them. Moreover, the Rinnegan has abilities that target souls. The probability of successfully ambushing the incapacitated Nagato is very high. However, with Nagato being swift in his ambush actions, physically healthy, implanted with Hashirama Senju's cells, and possessing great power, it would be unwise to proceed. Perhaps a surprise attack on Uchiha Obito could be tried instead. As Uchiha Ming's thoughts flowed, he felt some stirrings of action. Uchiha Obito does not possess the Rinnegan, so there is still a possibility for a successful ambush. Forget it, it's better to be cautious. After all, his other Mangekyō Sharingan is in my hands. With that Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha Obito will eventually fall into my hands. In the end, Uchiha Ming hesitated at the last moment. He still did not have complete confidence in being able to kill Uchiha Obito. This tactic can only be used once. If it fails once, it will be very difficult to use it a second time. Thus, Uchiha Ming felt that this tactic must be used at the right moment, to succeed in one strike and ensure that he has no chance of a comeback. Clearly, now is not the time. This is the 8 tails Jinchuriki. This is the 2 tails Jinchuriki. This is the 4 tails Jinchuriki. This is the 5 tails Jinchuriki. There's still. Uchiha Ming sensed several Jinchuriki's chakra in succession. These individuals are all ninjas he has encountered on the battlefield, and Uchiha Ming remembered their chakra signatures, allowing him to sense them through his spirit form. If he had not remembered the corresponding chakra in advance, he would not have been able to sense them. It requires prior knowledge. In Konoha, Uchiha Ming opened his eyes while sitting on the ground, and his spirit form returned to his body. After a preliminary attempt, Uchiha Ming was very satisfied with the spirit transformation technique. Perhaps Orochimaru's inspiration for the impure world reincarnation came from the spirit transformation technique. Uchiha Ming thought. As time passed day by day, it soon reached October. He finally managed to thoroughly understand the sealing technique training notes of Uzumaki Kushina. Completing this task brought a smile to Uchiha Ming's face. He had obtained these notes for over half a year, and during this time, he spent half of it studying sealing techniques. Although it is said to be Uzumaki Kushina's notes on sealing techniques, in reality, it is a combined work with Namake's Minato. While there are no ready-made sealing techniques in it, it contains the analysis and understanding of sealing techniques during their training process. However, after Uchiha Ming read it carefully, he understood that once he fully comprehended these notes, it would be no problem to reverse engineer the sealing techniques within. Now, his level in sealing techniques can be said to have reached a substantial level. In the entire Konoha, there are not many people who surpass Uchiha Ming in sealing techniques. Of course, the sealing technique levels of Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Kushina are still beyond Uchiha Ming's current reach. Through Uzumaki Kushina's training notes, he could indeed reverse engineer the 4-symbol seal. However, he still could not do what Namake's Minato did, stacking 2 4-symbol seals to create an 8-trigram seal. With my current level in sealing techniques, it is sufficient. It will not be lacking for sealing tailed beasts, Uchiha Ming pondered. Thinking of tailed beasts, Uchiha Ming's heart stirred, and he thought, if I remember correctly, the 10th of October is Naruto's birth date. I don't know if the warnings were taken seriously by the higher-ups in Konoha. Upon thinking of this, Uchiha Ming felt inexplicably anxious. Forget it. I should still tell Uchiha Fugaku and let him communicate with Namake's Minato to increase the defensive measures. Uchiha Ming went to the clan leader's residence and found Uchiha Fugaku, explaining the matter to him. After hearing Uchiha Ming's words, Uchiha Fugaku showed a rare bitter smile and said, Ming, let's leave this matter be. The higher-ups in Konoha are too wary of our Uchiha clan. After I spoke to Minato about that matter last time, He told me in a private gathering that the safety of Uzumaki Kushina during childbirth has already been taken over by several higher-ups. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and said, "Now that Uzumaki Kushina is about to give birth, it would not be good for us to get too close." Is that so? Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Uchiha Ming was taken aback, then chuckled and said, "Since that's the case, then so be it. It can only be this way." Uchiha Fugaku felt somewhat helpless and a bit frustrated. He had done what he needed to do, and the rest depended on the actions of Namake's Minato and the higher-ups in Konoha. As time passed day by day, it quickly reached the 10th of October. The 10th. The original Naruto was born today. I hope the butterfly effect is strong enough that the Nine-Tails night does not occur. As night fell, Uchiha Ming stood on the roof of his house, gazing at the cloudless night sky with the moon like a jade plate, fully prepared. As time ticked away, it soon reached around 9 o'clock in the evening. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Uchiha Ming let out a sigh of relief and murmured, around 9 o'clock, "It seems that nothing should happen now." However, the heavens do not follow human wishes. Just as Uchiha Ming finished speaking, a roar filled with endless brutality came from the center of the village. Turning around, Uchiha Ming's face turned grim as he gazed at a location several kilometers away, where a giant orange fox, towering like a mountain, appeared in the center of the village. Accompanied by this roar, a dark red chakra pillar shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, dark red chakra clouds gathered in the sky. The dark red chakra spread like a river bursting its banks. In an instant, the entire Konoha was shrouded in red chakra mist, appearing hazy. The Nine-Tails' eyes reflected a scarlet Sharingan, clearly indicating it had been controlled by a Sharingan Jinjutsu. Nearby, people looked up and could see two figures standing on the massive head of the Nine-Tails. One wore a one-eyed tiger stripe mask, dressed in a black robe, revealing a scarlet Sharingan. The other had red hair, an icy expression, and wore a black coat with red clouds, faintly showing a pair of indifferent purple Rinnegan. Boom, the giant Nine-Tails moved. It stood upright, and each swing of its paw caused the ground to crack, turning houses to dust. In an instant, screams echoed throughout the area. "Damn it!" Uchiha Ming cursed darkly, hurriedly rushing towards the location where the Nine-Tails appeared, just as quickly as his movements. Many Uchiha clan Nin also rushed out of their homes, heading towards where the Nine-Tails had appeared. Chapter 56. The Nine-Tails breaks free as they reach the entrance of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku joined forces and rushed towards the location where the Nine-Tails had appeared. Uchiha Fugaku's expression was grim. This was the worst-case scenario for the Uchiha clan. He had thought that, after his warning, the higher-ups would ensure the safety of the Jinchuriki. He never expected it would turn out like this. Just when the group was about a kilometer away from the Nine-Tails, three masked ninjas dressed in umbu attire appeared, blocking their path. After revealing themselves, the leader spoke. "The Hokage has ordered that the Uchiha clan is responsible for protecting non-combat personnel and must not proceed to the battlefield without orders." Upon hearing this, the Uchiha clan members looked to Uchiha Fugaku. Before Fugaku could respond, Uchiha Itachi stepped forward, his crimson Sharingan coldly fixed on the three. Before they could react, Uchiha Itachi unleashed his Jinjutsu. In an instant, their consciousnesses began to blur as he took control. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. Looking at the three trapped in Jinjutsu, Uchiha Itachi questioned, "Who sent you here?" "Danzo-sama," the three replied in a somewhat mechanical voice. "So, you are falsely relaying the Hokage's orders?" Uchiha Itachi asked again. "This is an arrangement made between Danzo-sama and the third Hokage. The Uchiha clan is responsible for the safety of non-combat personnel." The leader of the umbu answered mechanically. Hearing this, the Uchiha clan members were outraged. Such a decision was a blatant insult to the Uchiha clan. Falsely relaying the Hokage's orders. "Take them down." Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Toka and said, "Toka, you keep an eye on them. The rest of us head straight to the battlefield. Let's go." Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand and charged towards the battlefield. The Uchiha clan members hesitated not and immediately followed Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi straight to the battlefield. Soon, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku arrived at the site where the Nine-Tails was rampaging. On the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen was fiercely engaged in combat with the Nine-Tails alongside many of Konoha's elite ninjas. Has Uchiha Obito been taken away by Namake's Minato? Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan scanned the area, spotting only the Nine-Tails and Nagato. The many elite ninjas of Konoha were surrounding the Nine-Tails. while Sarutobi Hiruzen and Nagato were locked in intense combat. Seeing the arrival of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh of relief. Initially, under Danzo's persuasion, he had arranged for the Uchiha clan to evacuate non-combat personnel. However, after arriving with the Konoha elite, he regretted that decision. The enemy was not just the Nine Tails. There was also Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan, completely disrupting Sarutobi Hiruzen's plans. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to suppress the Nine Tails, Nagato moved in and interrupted his attack. It was evident that Konoha's elite ninjas were unable to inflict effective damage on the Nine Tails. Their various ninjutsu seemed like mere tickles, failing to break through even the Nine Tails' naturally erupting chakra barrier. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer had the mind to consider why the Uchiha clan was here. All he wanted was to subdue the Nine Tails as quickly as possible. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku exchanged glances, then nodded at each other. With a crackle, electric sparks erupted from Uchiha Itachi, his chakra boiling over as he vanished from sight. Seeing this, Nagato, who was in a fierce clash with Sarutobi Hiruzen, narrowed his Rinnegan and shouted, "Shinra Tensei!" An invisible repulsive force erupted, instantly forming a massive barrier around him. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated as Uchiha Itachi's fist, imbued with immense power, struck the invisible barrier. What? Nagato's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly believe someone could withstand Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Itachi's body flickered with electric sparks as he unleashed his chakra without reservation. Then came a series of cracking sounds, as if something invisible was shattering. Not good. Nagato's Rinnegan widened. He unleashed his full power. Boom! A blinding white light erupted from the collision point between Uchiha Itachi and Nagato. Both Uchiha Itachi and Nagato were sent flying back several meters. In the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen transformed into a shadow, leaping high into the air, wielding a black staff transformed from the Monkey King, and fiercely struck down towards Nagato amidst the ruins. His timing was perfect, as it was just when Shinra Tensei was cooling down. Seeing this, Nagato squinted his eyes and extended his hand, causing thick tree roots to extend and weave together in front of him, forming a massive wooden shield. He even mastered wood release. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, increasing the force in his hand. With a thunderous bang and a few cracking sounds, the shield Nagato had hastily created was shattered into debris by Sarutobi Hiruzen's staff. However, Nagato also used the moment the shield blocked Sarutobi Hiruzen's staff to escape from his attack range. Doton, Lava Flow, Katon, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, before Nagato could steady himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen's earth technique was upon him. Watching the surging mud river and the clawing fire dragon approaching, Nagato calmly extended his hand. F in Jutsu, Absorption. The aggressively rushing mud river and the fire dragon were absorbed by the hungry ghost path, completely disappearing. He can absorb ninjutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and immediately halted the ninjutsu he was preparing. Uchiha Itachi emerged from the rubble, having just used the secret technique of great strength to clash with Shinra Tensei, causing his blood to surge. He was just now recovering. Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly reminded Itachi, "You don't need to use ninjutsu against this person." "I understand, Hokage-sama." Uchiha Itachi nodded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Nagato. Nagato's displayed power was somewhat beyond expectations. His growth speed was alarming. For a moment, they faced off against Nagato, and the situation became somewhat delicate. On another part of the battlefield, Uchiha Fugaku's 3-tomo Sharingan underwent a series of changes, forming a complex kaleidoscopic pattern. He looked at the rampaging Nine Tails, and the kaleidoscopic power erupted without reservation. In an instant, the Nine Tails, which had been causing destruction, came to a halt. Its eyes, filled with 3 pitch-black tomo, transformed, ultimately forming the exact same pattern as Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscopic Sharingan. It was controlled by Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscopic Sharingan Jinjutsu. Seeing the Nine Tails stop and stand still, the Konoha ninjas erupted in cheers. As the cheers rang out, Nagato's heart sank. He naturally saw the Nine Tails standing still, caught up with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Itachi. He could not escape and could only watch helplessly. However, just as the smiles of the Konoha ninjas had not yet faded, the chakra on the Nine Tails suddenly erupted, stirring up a crimson chakra storm, and the complex kaleidoscopic pattern in its eyes vanished, reverting to the Nine Tails' original pupils. "Damn, Uchiha, you think mere kaleidoscopic Sharingan can control me?" The Nine Tails roared to the sky, and its massive claws came crashing down towards Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 57. Ninetales and Nagato Susanoo. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes narrowed, and the power of his Mangekyō Sharingan erupted with full force. A massive amount of dark yellow chakra erupted from his body, and a giant half-human, half-skeleton figure, over 10 meters tall, appeared, enveloping Uchiha Fugaku. Although this 10-meter-tall Susanoo was impressive, it seemed somewhat insignificant compared to the mountain-like Ninetales. The Ninetales' enormous claw, infused with immense power, came crashing down, directly sending Uchiha Fugaku's dark yellow Susanoo flying. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, and Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo was sent tumbling hundreds of meters away, leaving a trail of shattered buildings, reduced to rubble. The Ninetales let out an excited roar, but did not pause its attack. Its mountainous body charged towards Uchiha Fugaku's location, causing the earth to tremble. The distance of several hundred meters was covered in an instant. Roar! With an excited roar, it aimed to smash the Uchiha, who had just briefly controlled it into a pancake. In the next moment, a 10-meter-tall, half-human skeleton rose from the rubble, and in the blink of an eye, it grew into a colossal figure over 20 meters tall. Then, chakra veins and flesh sprouted from the skeleton, donning a massive and sturdy Tengu armor, wielding a gigantic chakra sword. The third stage of Susanoo revealed itself. Susanoo brandished its sword against the oncoming Ninetales with a single strike. Amidst the swirling dust, a dark yellow sword energy shot through the air, slicing through the atmosphere with a whistling sound. Hiss! The Ninetales' pupils constricted, and it opened its mouth to unleash a crimson chakra bomb directly at the sword energy. Boom boom, accompanied by the sound of an explosion. The sword energy clashed with the chakra bomb, triggering a violent explosion. In the next moment, the seemingly gigantic yet fast-moving Susanoo lunged forward, swinging its enormous chakra sword down. Uchiha Fugaku knew he couldn't give the Ninetales a chance to charge up. The power of the tailed beast bomb was something even his Susanoo couldn't defend against. Facing Uchiha Fugaku's fierce attack, the towering Ninetales whipped its Ninetales like whips, entangling the massive sword that Susanoo had swung down. Seeing Susanoo entangled by its own tails, a mocking expression appeared on the Ninetales' face. Then, the Ninetales opened its large mouth, gathering a visible blue-black dual-colored yin-yang chakra. Uchiha Fugaku's pupils shrank upon seeing this. He knew it was a precursor to the tailed beast bomb. In the next moment, another dark yellow chakra sword materialized in Susanoo's other hand. Wielding the chakra sword, Susanoo suddenly slashed down towards the Ninetales' head. The speed was so fast that even the Ninetales couldn't react in time to block it. Boom boom, blinding light and heat erupted, and an energy storm ravaged the land. A massive mushroom cloud appeared on the battlefield, shaking the entire Konoha. As the light dissipated, Susanoo reverted back to its skeletal form, and Uchiha Fugaku, enveloped by Susanoo, was gasping for breath, blood flowing from his eyes. In contrast, the Ninetales only had a bit of charred skin, and even that was quickly disappearing. Dozens of meters away, Uchiha Fugaku watched this scene, his heart sinking. Where did Minato go? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Uchiha Fugaku knew that if he confronted the Ninetales head-on with his strength, he could only stall for a while. Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan. At this moment, a loud shout came, and Jiraiya pressed a massive blue sphere, over 10 meters in size, down towards the Ninetales. Ridiculous! The Ninetales let out a low growl, and several massive tails whipped towards it, colliding with Jiraiya's Sage Art Rasengan. Bang, the two forces held for barely a second before the enormous Sage Art Rasengan exploded, being shattered by the Ninetales. Jiraiya was propelled backward by the force, leaving a long mark on the ground. At this moment, two great toad sages from Myaboka Mountain stood on his shoulders. Sage mode? Indeed very powerful, but it seems not very skilled. According to the clan records, Jiraiya's mutated traits were too many. Uchiha Fugaku thought quickly and soon got the gist. Just as he suspected, Jiraiya's Sage mode was not proficient. Without the help of the two great sages, he couldn't enter Sage mode alone. Little Jiraiya, how did the Ninetales get out? Shima, the sage, looked serious as he observed the Ninetales being surrounded by many Konoha ninjas. Where's Minato? Why isn't he here? Fukasaku, the sage, asked in confusion. Jiraiya replied solemnly, I don't know how this happened either. If it weren't for this sudden incident, I would still be under house arrest. Fukasaku, seeing Uchiha Fugaku attacking the Ninetales side. Is that the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan? I didn't expect there would still be someone in this era who could wield such power. Please cooperate with me, both sages. Ordinary ninjutsu won't have much effect on the Nine Tails. I plan to use that sage technique, Jiraiya said, looking gravely at the rampaging Nine Tails. The 5 right gate guards? We understand. The 2 sages nodded. This was a powerful sage technique formed by combining Jiraiya's oil, Fukusaku's wind, and Shima's fire. They needed to call the Konoha Jonin away. Otherwise, they would be affected. As Jiraiya contemplated, the ground suddenly trembled with continuous vibrations. This is such a level of wood release. Jiraiya and the 2 sages turned to look, and in the distance, dense and enormous tree roots broke through the ground, spreading out in all directions. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Obito weaved through the massive tree roots, dodging. The roots grew and spread at an incredible speed, quickly covering both battlefields. After a chase and dodge, all the tree roots stopped moving quickly, intertwining and laying across the ground. The entire battlefield looked like it had transformed, filled with chaotic tree roots. Uchiha Obito and Sarutobi Hiruzen thus gathered together with Uchiha Fugaku and Jiraiya. Nagato. Looking at the approaching Nagato, Jiraiya momentarily appeared dazed, but he quickly regained his composure. After nearly a year of house arrest, Jiraiya had come to understand many things. The Nine Tails also temporarily ceased its attack. Watching both sides warily, particularly focusing on Nagato, the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths. I didn't expect someone in this era would awaken those eyes. Upon seeing Nagato approach, the Nine Tails felt a chill in its heart, sensing something ominous. As a tailed beast created by the Sage of 6 Paths, it understood the power of the Rinnegan well. If that eye's power could be truly unleashed, it would not stand a chance. In an instant, a bizarre standoff formed among the 3 parties. Chapter 58. 3-way standoff. Are you alright? Uchiha Akira looked seriously at the panting Uchiha Fugaku. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku appeared quite disheveled, with blood flowing from his eyes and his body covered in charred marks. I'm fine. It won't affect my ability to continue fighting, Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice. Just then, a sound of breaking air echoed, and a figure enveloped in green light rushed in, instantly reaching the side of the group. Might Guy looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said solemnly, I apologize, Lord Hokage. I disobeyed your orders. Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders were that all Chunin and Genin were to be non-combat personnel, responsible for the evacuation and safety of non-ninjas, and not to participate in frontline battles. Guy, it's fine if it's you. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Now is not the time to dwell on such matters. Lord Hokage, Uchiha Akira said, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. I think we should discuss how to deal with the Nine Tails and Nagato. Hearing Uchiha Akira's words, everyone present turned their gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen. There was no choice. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer Hokage, during critical moments, he still had the final say. Holding a black rod, Sarutobi Hiruzen scanned the Nine Tails and Nagato with a serious expression. After some contemplation, he said, Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan, can absorb ninjutsu, so regular ninjutsu will have no effect. Senjutsu might work, and taijutsu will definitely be effective. As Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, he looked at the Nine Tails. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan has a certain restraining effect on the Nine Tails, and the Rinnegan is even superior to the Sharingan. My suggestion is that you, Uchiha Fugaku, and you, Uchiha Akira, temporarily hold off the Nine Tails, while the 3 of us focus on eliminating Nagato. Uchiha Akira and Uchiha Fugaku exchanged glances and nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan had a certain degree of feasibility. Given Nagato's current strength, if the 3 of them went all out, they might indeed be able to quickly eliminate Nagato. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Akira could indeed hold off the Nine Tails. After all, they had not yet used the powers of their Mangekyō Sharingan. Lord Hokage, at this moment, Uchiha Akira looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, if the situation becomes irretrievable, I will use my Mangekyō Sharingan's ability to kill the Nine Tails. Upon hearing Uchiha Akira's words, everyone present felt a chill in their hearts. Uchiha Akira's confidence in his ocular technique indicated that the technique capable of killing the strongest tailed beast must be incredibly terrifying, far beyond what an ordinary Mangekyō Sharingan could achieve. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent for a moment before nodding and saying, if things cannot be salvaged, then let us kill the Nine Tails. If we in Konoha cannot obtain the Nine Tails, we must not let other forces get it. While Konoha was discussing how to deal with the Nine Tails and Nagato, both the Nine Tails and Nagato had their own thoughts. This level of wood release already has a bit of Senju Hashirama's flair. Is that the Rinnegan kid? The Nine-Tails narrowed its enormous eyes, looking at Nagato, who was standing among the endless roots of trees, and couldn't help but recall the time when Senju Hashirama captured it, which had made it feel quite beaten. The psychological shadow the Nine-Tails had regarding would release was almost comparable to that of the Sharingan and Rinnegan. In this situation, the Nine-Tails was already considering retreat. It had numerous enemies present, all of whom were its foes. Both the Rinnegan and would release had a restraining effect on it. More importantly, there was an Uchiha with an ocular power so strong that it could forcibly control it, which was the real reason the Nine-Tails wanted to flee. Although the Rinnegan was powerful, it was clear that Nagato was still too immature, and the Nine-Tails was not too afraid. Moreover, this level of would release could not bind it. The Nine-Tails was not like other weak-tailed beasts. If things got bad later, it would just run away. No one in Konoha could capture it now, the Nine-Tails thought. On the other side, Nagato looked at the increasing number of Konoha ninjas around him, and then glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, feeling a growing pressure. Although he had made significant progress in strength after a year of growth, he had not yet reached his peak. And facing such shadow-level power and elite Nin made him feel somewhat uneasy. After witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen's battle, Nagato realized that Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength seemed to surpass Hanzo, especially with that black rod, which had immense power that was impossible to withstand. What is going on with Obito? Did he get taken out by the fourth Hokage? Nagato wondered inwardly. Just as he was pondering, he noticed a movement and looked towards a nearby position. Uchiha Obito, wearing a tiger stripe mask, appeared there without him noticing. His gaze cold as he looked towards Konoha. Obito's chakra has diminished. It seems he suffered losses in his clash with the fourth Hokage. Nagato showed a thoughtful expression. He looked towards Konoha and discovered that Minato Namikaze, wearing the Hokage robes, had also returned, cradling a red-haired woman in his arms, who was holding a newborn child. The Uzumaki clan? Nagato's eyes narrowed. This was the first time he had seen another member of the Uzumaki clan. On the other side, seeing Minato return with Kushina Uzumaki, the others showed expressions of joy. Minato, how's the situation over there? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked eagerly. Minato Namikaze looked gravely at Uchiha Obito beside Nagato. His expression was not good, and he said in a deep voice, "That masked man claims to be Uchiha Madara. Not only does he possess would release, but he also has the Mangekyō Sharingan. His space-time ninjutsu is beyond mine. If I don't have any special abilities, I'm afraid I won't be able to deal with him." Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened, and he pressed further, "Is he really Uchiha Madara? It shouldn't be Uchiha Madara, although he is seen through my Flying Thunder God technique to a certain extent." Minato Namikaze shook his head. The previous battle had been extremely dangerous. The opponent was very familiar with the Flying Thunder God technique, but fortunately, he was unaware that Minato had developed the second phase of the Flying Thunder God, which allowed him to barely win the previous battle and lift the Nine-Tails summoning contract. However, even though he took a hit from the Rasengan, it seemed he had not suffered significant damage. Minato looked solemnly at Uchiha Obito. "Minato, what's your plan next? Are you going to face that so-called Uchiha Madara alone?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. The only one present who could deal with an enemy possessing space-time ninjutsu was Minato Namikaze. None of them had that capability. "Third Hokage, don't worry, I'll handle him. I've figured out his abilities, and he has my Flying Thunder God mark on him. Given the chance, this so-called Madara is undoubtedly doomed." Remembering what had happened to his wife, a murderous intent filled Minato's handsome face. Hearing his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression brightened. If the enemy bore the Flying Thunder God mark, then Minato's victory was assured. At this moment, Uchiha Akira and Uchiha Fugaku exchanged glances, and then Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Chapter 59. The Heavenly Star of the Earth. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Minato Namikaze and said, "Minato, there is something I must remind you of." Minato Namikaze looked seriously at Uchiha Fugaku and replied, "Please, go ahead, Fugaku." With a grave expression, Uchiha Fugaku said, "The enemy who claims to be Uchiha Madara may possess a forbidden technique known as Izanagi, which is a forbidden technique of our Uchiha clan. Its effect allows one to treat unfavorable events, including death, as if they never happened, only converting favorable events into reality. The duration of the technique's maintenance varies based on individual ability. Minato, do not be careless. You need to always pay attention to whether the opponent forms the signs of the rabbit, boar, or sheep." This was decided after Uchiha Akira and Uchiha Fugaku exchanged glances and communicated via Jinjutsu just moments ago. From the current situation, Uchiha Akira believed it was necessary to inform Minato about the effects of Izanagi. They could no longer assume that events would unfold like in the original story. If Minato was caught by a Bido using Izanagi, it would be disastrous. Such a technique, not just Minato, but the expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya were also grave. Is there no technique that can counter this ninjutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Fugaku with a troubled expression. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and said no. This is a forbidden technique of our Uchiha clan, and the cost of using it is the Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. Fugaku, in your opinion, how long can the person claiming to be Madara maintain this forbidden technique if he uses it? Minato Namikaze asked in a deep voice. I can't say for sure. The effect of the forbidden technique depends entirely on the individual. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and said, the differences between individuals are significant. However, since he possesses the Mangekyō Sharingan, he should at least be able to maintain it for a range of 2 to 5 minutes. I understand. Minato Namikaze took a deep breath and glanced at Kushina Uzumaki, who was leaning against a rock, her aura weak, cradling her newborn child with great difficulty. Seeing this, Minato said solemnly, everyone, we cannot delay any longer. We must resolve the enemy as soon as possible and reseal the Nine Tails. At that moment, Kushina Uzumaki spoke up. Minato, let Fugaku and the others drive the Nine Tails over. I can help them bind it. Kushina, you. Minato's body trembled, and he opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Minato, while I still have strength, please let me help, Kushina Uzumaki said with great difficulty. Minato Namikaze looked at the two and said solemnly, Fugaku, Akira, I entrust the Nine Tails to you. We understand. Uchiha Akira and Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Suddenly, the Nine Tails moved. Its massive mouth opened, and black and blue chakra gathered in vast amounts. In just a few breaths, a dark-tailed beast bomb several meters in size formed. The Nine Tails exhaled, and the tailed beast bomb rolled toward Konoha with immense force. Not good. Minato Namikaze's gaze sharpened, and he vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he had already flashed into the air, intercepting the tailed beast bomb. Flying Thunder God technique. Countless Flying Thunder God runes appeared, forming a black net. The dark-tailed beast bomb was directly swallowed by this giant net. In the next moment, a deafening explosion resounded, and from a distance, the ground seemed to erupt like a second sun. The blinding light illuminated a large area of the sky, making the battlefield clear. Seeing this, the Nine Tails squinted its eyes and, without hesitation, turned to flee outside of Konoha, wanting to escape the battlefield. Noticing this, Uchiha Akira transformed into a blue flash of lightning and sped away, crossing hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, appearing right in front of the Nine Tails. Damn Uchiha! The Nine Tails felt furious and swiped a massive paw down at Uchiha Akira. With a loud boom, the roots of the trees on the ground were torn up by its paw, shattering into pieces. Roar! The Nine Tails let out a great cry, its enormous body staggering backward repeatedly. Just moments ago, it felt something heavy strike its left foot. The force was so powerful that it felt like being hit by a giant summoned beast. Ah! The Nine Tails yelled, its front legs swinging in afterimages as it madly attacked Uchiha Akira, who was darting back and forth on the ground. Then, in less than a blink of an eye, it felt another heavy blow and stumbled back several steps. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze, who was about to take action, finally relaxed a bit. Uchiha Akira being able to hold off the Nine Tails was enough. On the other side, Uchiha Obito recalled what had just happened, his Sharingan filled with killing intent. He looked at Nagato and said in a deep voice, Nagato, I'll go deal with the fourth Hokage. You handle the Konoha ninjas and be careful. I understand, Madara. Nagato replied solemnly. The battle was about to erupt, and Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Might Guy charged at Uchiha Obito and Nagato. As soon as the two sides made contact, Minato and Uchiha Obito flickered and disappeared from the battlefield, opening up a new battlefield. Jiraiya looked at Nagato from a distance with a pained expression and shouted angrily, Nagato, how have you become like this? Have you forgotten everything I taught you? You can still turn back. Nagato coldly glanced at Jiraiya with his Rinnegan and said indifferently, Jiraiya-sensei, I have not forgotten what you taught me. Then why have you allied with someone like Madara? Why are you doing these things? Jiraiya angrily questioned Nagato. It is precisely because what you taught me, Jiraiya-sensei, does not work after practical application. Nagato replied flatly. Nagato! Jiraiya was momentarily at a loss for words. Nagato's response was something he had never anticipated. Jiraiya-sensei, please do not hold back later. Our paths have completely diverged. and I have found the true way to peace." Nagato said coldly. "What is this so-called method of peace you speak of?" Jiraiya, hearing his words, suddenly raised his head to look at Nagato. "Are you and that so-called Madara planning to use the tailed beasts?" Nagato's expression was indifferent as he replied coldly. "Jiraiya-sensei, if you survive today, you will know in due time. Would release, flower tree world." Nagato brought his palms together, and the roots, sprawling across the ground, began to writhe. Then, massive flower buds sprouted from the enormous roots, about to bloom in just a few breaths. "Damn it, even the flower tree world." Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed under his breath and shouted loudly, "Do not breathe. Everyone use wind release to blow the pollen away." In the next moment, the battling ninjas all used various wind release techniques in one direction. Wind release, gale palm. Wind release, air flow dance. Senjutsu, wind release, storm X2. Senjutsu, wind release, great breakthrough. As the elite ninjas of Konoha unleashed their wind release techniques, a fierce wind swept across the battlefield. The toxic pollen created by the flower tree world was blown far away by the gale. Indeed, facing Konoha's many elite ninjas, this level was far from enough. Nagato's Rinnegan narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing through. Konoha should first resolve these ninjas. With a clap of his hands, Nagato shouted, "Heavenly Star of the Earth." Chapter 60. Divine might. A black ball the size of a thumb flew into the sky from Nagato's hand as it closed. Crack, crack, crack. With the appearance of this black ball, the cracking sounds continued incessantly. Huge tree roots on the ground wrapped around massive stones and pulled them up from the earth, rising toward the sky. Everywhere one looked, there were countless fragments soaring upward, making it impossible to see the extent of this technique's influence. In an instant, a considerable number of Konoha ninjas were caught by this powerful gravitational pull, helplessly being drawn into the sky. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and my guy also felt an immense attraction coming from above. Even with their current strength, they were unable to resist this tremendous force. As the ground beneath them continued to crack, the three of them were slowly being pulled toward the sky. Damn it, this is the sealing technique of the Rinnegan. The Ninetales was naturally affected as well. The area they were in was also within the range of the Earth Explosion Stars. Although this Earth Explosion Stars was insignificant compared to the Six Path Sages, being pulled up would still cause some trouble. The Ninetales pondered, intending to retaliate against the gravitational core above. It certainly knew where the weakness of this technique lay. On the other side, Uchiha Ming halted his attack on the Ninetales, as he could not avoid being affected by this technique either. Looking up at the ever-growing sphere in the sky, the crimson light in Uchiha Ming's eyes flickered as he shouted to Uchiha Fugaku not far away. "Clan leader, attack that black ball in the sky." "I understand." Uchiha Fugaku narrowed his eyes, gathering a large amount of chakra in his right eye. He glared with his right eye and shouted, "Amaterasu." Boom, boom. In the next moment, the eternal black flames of Amaterasu ignited the black sphere in the sky, instantly forming a massive black fireball. Not good. The burning speed of Amaterasu is too slow. Feeling the gravitational pull that showed no signs of weakening, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze sharpened, and his dark yellow rib-like Susanoo transformed into a half-skeletal form. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the sphere in the sky ignited by the flames of Amaterasu and immediately understood everything. He shouted, "Use your strongest ninjutsu to attack the ball in the sky." With a bang, Sarutobi Hiruzen created 4 shadow clones. 5 nature transformation, great Rasen bomb technique. Wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth. 5 elemental ninjutsu intertwined and fused together, shooting up toward the black ball in the sky. Senjutsu, 5 right gate guards. Jiraiya and the 2 sages on his shoulders simultaneously launched their attack. This combined senjutsu was grand in scale, as a sea of flames surged toward the gravitational core in the sky, dyeing the heavens red. On the other side, my guy had already opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates of chakra, and he roared, unleashing countless punches. Dragon strike. Instantly, a massive, misty dragon head shot through the air, reaching the gravitational core, encircled by black flames. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku executed another attack, Yasaka Magatama, a massive object resembling a giant Sharingan, formed from powerful chakra, was thrown by Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo toward the gravitational core in the sky. The continuous attacks struck the gravitational core, triggering a massive explosion. Boom, boom. Under the assault of the 4 great powers, the gravitational black ball in the sky shattered, raining down a sky full of black flames like celestial flowers scattering. Instantly, the entire ground was ignited by the black flames. Trouble. Watching the black flames in his field of vision, Nagato frowned. The Earth explosion stars being broken was within his expectations, but the black flames of Amaterasu were something he hadn't anticipated. In the situation, his would-release ninjutsu was rather difficult to deploy. TCH Amaterasu. The Nine-Tails scoffed, its powerful chakra erupting. A strong chakra storm instantly cleared the surroundings, scraping the ground, and naturally swept away the black flames of Amaterasu. It directly cleared a large area of the battlefield. Seeing the Nine-Tails' actions from a distance, Nagato's eyes brightened, and he clasped his hands together, shouting, Shinra Tensei! An invisible repulsive force erupted and spread, instantly sending the Amaterasu flames flying back hundreds of meters. Many Konoha ninjas could not withstand it, being sent flying back. Jiraiya and the others quickly dodged the flames flying around. My guy, panting heavily, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya and said solemnly, Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama, we can't delay any longer. We must resolve the enemy quickly, or the battle's range will expand. Our Konoha ninjas are suffering too many casualties. As he spoke, my guy unfastened the buttons of his green vest, letting it fall away. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted, immediately realizing Might Guy's intentions, and he spoke up. Guy, you can't use that technique yet. It's not time. Hokage-sama, there's no time left. The fourth Hokage's wife can't hold on much longer. Might Guy shook his head, a smile breaking on his face. My youth burns at this moment, and I have no regrets. In fact, this is what I have hoped for. Gayu. Jiraiya opened his mouth, wanting to dissuade him, but found it hard to begin. After all, it was their lack of strength that led to such measures being necessary. On the other side, Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Bido were darting about, relying on their respective space-time ninjutsu to entangle each other endlessly, unable to gain the upper hand. Compared to Uchiha Bido, Namikaze Minato was more anxious, but he had not found a suitable opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the man claiming to be Uchiha Madara. Hokage, it seems this battle is mine. Uzumaki Kushina's life is already like a candle in the wind, Uchiha Bido said smugly. You have lost the opportunity to defeat me. I have completely seen through your flying thunder god technique. Namikaze Minato glanced at the battlefield, which was now isolated by the black flames of Amaterasu. The fire was immense, and the wall of flames towered several dozen meters high. Although he could not see the situation on the battlefield clearly, Namikaze Minato still confidently said, Madara, it's too early to talk about victory or defeat. I believe in my comrades. Oh, then I will wait and see. Uchiha Bido said as he raised the iron chain and charged towards Namikaze Minato. Wait and see. In response, Namikaze Minato used his special kunai. On the other side, Uchiha Mei approached Uchiha Fugaku, looking at the panting Uchiha Fugaku, with his crimson Sharingan glaring. The two entered the world of Jinjutsu. In the world of Jinjutsu, Uchiha Mei looked at Uchiha Fugaku and said solemnly, Clan leader, things have come to this point. Next, I will attempt to directly use my technique to kill the Nine-Tails. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said, How can I assist you? I still have some energy left and should be able to cooperate with you. Can you still use the Mangekyō Sharingan's Jinjutsu to briefly control the Nine-Tails? Uchiha Mei asked. I can manage just barely. Uchiha Fugaku replied. The Nine-Tails would not just sit and watch them gather and discuss. It directly launched an attack on the two, swinging its enormous claws down, intending to crush them on the spot. Just then, Uchiha Fugaku's aura surged, and the skeletal form of his Susanoo instantly sprouted flesh, donning the Tengu armor, growing into a massive being over 20 meters tall. Susanoo, wielding swords in both hands, swung down at the Nine-Tails, as its chakra sword struck fiercely against the Nine-Tails' massive claws. The Nine-Tails was unexpectedly knocked back several dozen meters. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. In the next moment, a pair of intricately patterned kaleidoscope Sharingan imprinted on the Nine-Tails' eyes. The Nine-Tails stood frozen in place. Uchiha Mei, seeing this, had his left eye suddenly change, entering the kaleidoscope state, his gaze locking onto the Nine-Tails' head. Kamui. Chapter 61. The Nine-Tails' severed leg in the visible space around the Nine-Tails' head, swirling ripples began to form. It was as if a whirlpool had suddenly appeared in the calm waters of a lake. The head of the Nine-Tails looked like some kind of distorted fluid, about to be twisted off by an invisible vortex. Roar! A terrifying roar echoed, and the massive body of the Nine-Tails retreated repeatedly. In that critical moment of life and death, it broke free from Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyō Sharingan Jinjutsu. The Nine Tails escaped the attack range of Kamui, severing its head from the threat. The space was distorted. The Nine Tails felt immense fear, knowing that the previous attack could have killed it. No matter how strong its defenses were, it couldn't survive an attack in such a twisted space. Uchiha Ming saw the Nine Tails break free from Uchiha Fugaku's Jinjutsu. In retreat, its head from the range of his Kamui. He immediately changed his strategy, focusing his gaze on the Nine Tails' right front leg. He concentrated chakra and ocular power into his left eye. Uchiha Ming prepared to disable the Nine Tails' mobility. He wasn't worried about the Nine Tails' body being discovered by Uchiha Bido after being sucked into the Kamui space. Such a coincidence was unlikely to happen unless the severed Nine Tails' body happened to fall on Abido's vanishing form in the Kamui space. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku locked his gaze on the Nine Tails' head, pouring all his chakra and ocular power into his right eye. Amaterasu! Boom! In an instant, fierce black flames ignited at the location of the Nine Tails' head. Uchiha Fugaku's sudden attack left the Nine Tails with no chance to evade. Roar the Nine Tails let out an angry roar, its crimson chakra gushing out like a spring. As the water-like chakra erupted, the location where the Nine Tails' head was ignited underwent a bizarre transformation. Its flesh and fur morphed directly into dark red chakra. Then the Nine Tails shook its massive head like a windmill. As it did so, the Amaterasu flames were continuously flung off along with the enormous amount of chakra. Soon, the burning Amaterasu flames on the Nine Tails disappeared. Before the Nine Tails could catch its breath, it suddenly looked at its right front leg. The space rippled again, instantly enveloping the Nine Tails' thigh. Roar! Accompanied by a piercing scream from the Nine Tails. A dull sound followed, and its massive body fell forward to the ground. The upper part of its right front leg was severed by Uchiha Ming's Kamui. Thus, the lower part of the Nine Tails' right front leg was severed from its body and fell to the ground, losing a leg for support. The Nine Tails immediately lost its balance and collapsed. Uchiha Fugaku watched this scene, feeling a sense of awe. Is this the power of Mei's ocular technique? Twisting space. One extraordinary ocular technique. Damn Uchiha! The Nine Tails roared to the sky, mixed with fear and anger. It truly thought it was about to die. The people on the other two battlefields turned their attention toward Uchiha Ming and the others upon hearing the Nine Tails' cries. Although the battlefield was isolated by the flames of Amaterasu, they could still vaguely see the massive body of the Nine Tails lying on the ground. Upon hearing the Nine Tails' cries, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a chill in his heart and thought, has the situation reached this point? Did Uchiha Ming fail to kill the Nine Tails with his Mangekyō Sharingan? My guy, who was about to open the eighth gate, smiled upon seeing the scene. It seems they have dealt a heavy blow to the Nine Tails. I need to step up my efforts as well. In another battlefield, Uchiha Bido narrowed his eyes, allowing the attack from Namake's Minato to pass through him. He gazed at the source of the Nine Tails' screams and thought, it seems that there's some Uchiha over there with incredible ocular techniques, managing to severely injure the Nine Tails. Madara, what do you think? I told you I believe in my comrades from Konoha. Namake's Minato smiled confidently at Uchiha Bido. Hokage, you are rejoicing too soon. Uchiha Bido sneered and said, don't forget, Uzumaki Kushina, who was pulled from the tailed beast, is doomed. Hearing this, Minato narrowed his eyes, a killing intent erupting from him like the cold air of winter. Uzumaki Kushina was his Achilles heel. In the next moment, an unusual change occurred in Minato. Orange eyeshadow appeared on his eyelids. Sage mode activated. Though he wasn't very accustomed to using Sage mode, the boost it provided in this situation was still considerable. He decided to eliminate this Master Bido using Sage mode. Minato's mind moved, and a multitude of flying thunder god kunai, wrapped in sharp wind chakra, shot towards Uchiha Bido like a net. Sage mode, huh? Teacher, you have more tricks up your sleeve. Uchiha Bido felt a jolt in his heart. As a successor of Uchiha Madara, he certainly had Sage mode. After entering Sage mode, his personal strength would receive a tremendous boost several times over. So fast. The teacher's speed is even greater than before. Uchiha Bido felt a heavy sensation in his heart, allowing Minato's attack to penetrate his body. He thought to himself, should I use Izanagi to pretend to be at a disadvantage, and then use the Flying Thunder God mark on me to lure the teacher into a killing blow before ambushing him? Or should I simply pretend to be at a disadvantage? After entangling with Minato for 2 rounds, Uchiha Bido made a decision. It would be better to simply pretend to be at a disadvantage. If the village's Uchiha informed the teacher about Izanagi's effects, this could backfire and make the teacher wary, so it's better to attempt a desperate strike. When he first clashed with Minato, he had lost under the second stage of Flying Thunder God, and even received the Flying Thunder God mark. At first, he was unaware of it, but later, after donning the Akatsuki's biological armor, he discovered the truth when their chakras intermingled. Knowing this, a bold idea formed in Uchiha Obito's mind. He planned to use the Flying Thunder God mark to kill his teacher, Minato-sensei. You certainly wouldn't expect that the Flying Thunder God mark you carefully left behind would become my weapon against you. Uchiha Obito sneered internally, confident in his performance. On the other side, at the Nine-Tails battlefield, Uchiha Ming had a trickle of blood from his left eye. He looked at the Nine-Tails, which had fallen out of balance, and a smile crept onto his face. With one foot lost, the difficulty of dealing with the Nine-Tails had greatly decreased. Next, he needed to reseal the Nine-Tails back into Uzumaki Kushina and then team up with Namake's Minato to deal with Uchiha Obito. Once Uchiha Obito was resolved, Nagato would become a sitting duck. Thinking of this, Uchiha Ming felt quite pleased. As long as he could deal with Uchiha Obito and Nagato, peace would basically be assured in the future. Chapter 62. The Deathgate Strike. As he watched the Nine-Tails struggle to rise, Uchiha Ming's gaze shifted, and the power of his left eye erupted once more. In an instant, a vortex-shaped ripple in space appeared at the base of the Nine-Tails' right hind leg. Then, the Nine-Tails let out a deafening scream as Uchiha Ming twisted and broke its right hind leg, causing the thigh to drop to the ground. At this moment, the Nine-Tails was in a pitiful state, with its right front leg and right hind leg broken at the base. Blood gushed forth from the wounds like a waterfall, forming a crimson lake. In this lake of Nine-Tails blood, red bubbles emerged, and strands of tailed beast chakra arose, transforming into red smoke that drifted away. Not far from the Nine-Tails, Uchiha Fugaku approached Uchiha Ming, who was covering his eyes. Looking at the Nine-Tails, he asked, "What should we do now? Even in this state, we need to keep an eye on the Nine-Tails and can't all rush to help Minato." The clan leader suggested, "Let's first bring the Hokage's wife over and seal the Nine-Tails back. As for what's happening over there." Just then, Uchiha Ming suddenly turned his head towards the battlefield where Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were. Although the market was quite far away, he could still sense an overwhelming aura surging towards them like a tsunami. Even the black firewall created by Amaterasu began to distort, overwhelmed by this incredible force. That is, Uchiha Fugaku looked in that direction, his expression filled with shock. What an astonishing aura is at the final gate of the 8 gates. The Death Gate? In the distance, a terrifying wave of energy surged, pressing the Amaterasu firewall almost to the ground. Both Uchiha Ming and Uchiha Fugaku witnessed a blinding red light shoot up into the sky. The source was none other than Might Guy. Uchiha Ming murmured, "What terrifying power." The Death Gate of the 8 gates. It's too late. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, entangled with Minato, sensed the dire situation and thought to himself that it was now nighttime. There's no helping it. Nagato, you better fend for yourself. Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes, glancing at Minato, thinking the world on Nagato's side might be an opportunity for me. On the other side, Nagato looked at Might Guy, who was enveloped in a surge of blood-colored steam, and his face paled. The threat of death was closing in from all sides. Nagato knew that if he couldn't withstand this strike, he would undoubtedly die. There was no possibility of survival. He gathered all his chakra to his heart. Knowing he had only one chance with the 8 gates, Death Gate, Nagato narrowed his eyes as he watched Might Guy gathering strength. Nagato unleashed his chakra without reservation. Would release, would domain wall. With a series of explosive sounds, the ground cracked open with numerous fissures, and thick tree roots intertwined to form 5 solid tree walls between Might Guy and Nagato. The rising tree walls did not give Nagato a sense of security. He changed his hand seals and shouted, "With shield, Fang of the demon." A giant shield, resembling a demon's face with sharp fangs, emerged from the ground, enveloping Nagato inside and providing him with solid protection. In just a few breaths, Nagato completed the use of 2 high-level wood-release techniques. At the same time, Might Guy completed his charge, and upon seeing the towering wooden city walls ahead, he erupted in a blood-colored steam, letting out a low roar. Meteor fall. In the next moment, a red light erupted on the battlefield. The seemingly indestructible wooden walls crumbled before the red light, creating a massive hole. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the red light pierced through the 5 tree walls and struck the nearby demon face shield. A loud, thunderous sound echoed across the battlefield, resonating throughout the entire Hidden Leaf village. The Fang of the Demon was a legendary artifact of the Thousand Hands Cannon, a technique that once served as an absolute defense for Senju Hashirama, withstanding attacks from Uchiha Madara Susanoo without a scratch. Now, Might Guy's power after opening the 8 gates was naturally not on par with Uchiha Madara Susanoo, but Nagato was not Senju Hashirama either. The defense of his technique was far inferior to that of Hashirama. Crack, crack, crack. As the two forces collided, the shield emitted a series of cracking sounds, and in an instant, it was about to shatter. Seeing this, Nagato clasped his hands together, unleashing the full power of his Rinnegan, Shinra Tensei. Boom! In an instant, the demon-faced shield created by the technique shattered as the meteor-like force from Might Guy collided with Nagato's maximum output of Shinra Tensei. After breaking through 6 of Nagato's defensive techniques, the red meteor had already dimmed significantly, and it was now possible to see the blood-colored steam enveloping Might Guy, greatly reducing its power. However, even so, Nagato's expression changed. His face twisted, his teeth clenched, and low growls escaped his lips. This is bad. Suddenly, Nagato's pupils contracted, and he quickly twisted his body to the side. Boom! A deafening sound rang out as a tangible repulsive barrier was shattered, creating a large hole in front of Nagato's eyes. A giant foot, wrapped in wisps of blood-colored steam, struck Nagato's left chest. Crack! Nagato spat out a mouthful of blood, his body transforming into a streak of light as he flew backward, crashing into a pile of rubble. Puff! Among the rubble, Nagato's chest was deeply dented, and he continuously coughed up blood. Yet, he was still alive, merely heavily injured. After implanting Senju Hashirama's cells, his recovery and resistance to damage had significantly increased. Might Guy's strike, after being weakened 7 times, was no longer capable of delivering a fatal blow to him. At this moment, Might Guy lay on the ground, completely blackened, having lost all signs of life, with wisps of white mist rising from his body. Seeing the current situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya rushed towards the pile of rubble where Nagato lay, realizing it was the best time to take care of Nagato and not let Might Guy's sacrifice be in vain. Summoning technique. A slightly weak voice came from the rubble. Bang! Accompanied by a puff of smoke, 6 figures leaped out from the mist, surrounding and protecting Nagato. It was the 6 Paths of Pain. At such a close distance, there was no need for a signal tower. The orange-haired female who leaped out of the smoke pressed her hand down. Summoning technique. A giant 8-headed crow emerged from the smoke, carrying Nagato as it flew towards the direction of Uchiha Bito. Chapter 63. The battlefield. Nagato rode the 8-headed crow towards the direction of Uchiha Bito, while the remaining 6 Paths of Pain stayed behind to hold off Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya. He was severely injured, and if he did not retreat from the battlefield, it was highly likely that he would be found and killed by Sarutobi and Jiraiya during the fight. The 8 gates of the Dunjia formation was surprisingly powerful. Even a mere Chunin could use it to this extent. Nagato clutched his chest, breathing heavily. On the ground, Sarutobi and Jiraiya had already engaged in battle with the 6 Paths of Pain. Senjutsu, Utama Rasengan. Jiraiya raised a large Rasengan and pressed it forcefully toward the Deva Path Pain in front of him. Preta Path. The bulky Preta Path jumped out, standing in front of the Deva Path, raising its hands to counter the massive Rasengan. Before the naked eye, Jiraiya's Rasengan visibly shrank. Sarutobi noticed this and swung his golden staff with great force, extending rapidly with his overwhelming strength. The Deva Path stepped forward 2 paces, reaching out its hands. Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive force erupted. Bang! With a muffled sound, Jiraiya was sent flying, but Sarutobi's golden staff remained unaffected, crashing directly against the invisible barrier, pushing Pain back several steps. That old man is incredibly strong, Nagato thought to himself, surprised by Sarutobi's immense strength. Is this all you've got? Sarutobi narrowed his eyes and let out a low growl, feeling his muscles swell beneath his armor, chakra bursting forth, increasing his strength. With a bang, the black golden staff pierced through the repulsion, striking the Deva Path Pain, sending it crashing into a pile of rubble. Then, the black staff swept across, catching the Preta Path off guard, twisting its form and rendering it motionless. Summoning technique. With a low shout, a large amount of smoke billowed. The 3-headed hellhound, rhinoceros, crab, and chameleon, the beast path gathered chakra and summoned 4 large summoning beasts in one go. With the aid of the 4 summoned beasts, the remaining pains finally had a moment to breathe. However, this respite was only temporary, as the four summoned beasts were quickly defeated under the combined efforts of Jiraiya and Sarutobi. Seeing Nagato getting closer to the battlefield of Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha, Sarutobi took a deep breath. Without the puppet to absorb ninjutsu, let's see how you deal with this. In an instant, his four shadow clones appeared. 5 elements, great multiple shuriken technique. Wind, fire, earth, lightning, and water. 5 types of ninjutsu transformed into a torrent, instantly flooding a large area of ruins, crashing towards the remaining 5 paths of pain like a raging tsunami. On the other side, Jiraiya also unleashed one of his trump cards, Senjutsu, 5 right gate guards. A combination of oil, fire, and wind. This technique from Jiraiya appeared to be on par with Sarutobi's great multiple shuriken technique. In an instant, the Deva Path of Pain stepped forward, extending its hands and taking a deep breath. Shinra Tensei. The invisible repulsive force erupted again, separating Sarutobi's great multiple shuriken technique and Jiraiya's 5 right gate guards, preventing them from breaking through the barrier created by Shinra Tensei. Behind it, the Azura Path, Animal Path, Human Path, and Hell Path spread out, as they certainly could not gather together at this moment. However, it was already too late to escape. Senjutsu, Utama Rasengan. In midair, Jiraiya pressed the large blue orb down towards the beast path. At the same time, Sarutobi's black golden staff was raised high, ready to strike down on the Azura Path. The Azura Path, originally intending to aid the beast path, had to stop its actions and focus on Sarutobi. Sarutobi's strength was immense, and ordinary attacks could not deflect his golden staff. With a loud bang, Jiraiya, in Sage mode, moved to high speed, and with a single Utama Rasengan, he took out the beast path. In a deep pit, the beast path lay motionless. Although Sarutobi was unable to take out the Azura Path, his attack was aimed directly at the Deva Path. At this moment, it was the cooldown time for Shinra Tensei, and the Deva Path could not effectively respond to Sarutobi's golden staff. Just as the golden staff was about to crash down on the Deva Path, it was a loud bang. A plume of smoke erupted, and not only did the Deva Path disappear, but all remaining pains vanished as well. TSK Sarutobi was quite displeased, saying, "They actually released the summoning." Due to Nagato's poor condition at this moment, the 6 paths of pain could not exert their original strength. Not wanting to see all 6 paths of pain lost here, he had no choice but to release the summoning. At this point, the 8-headed crow had already taken him to the vicinity of the battlefield between Uchiha Obito and Namikaze Minato. Sarutobi and Jiraiya would not reach here in time. With the disappearance of the beast path, the 8-headed crow also vanished. However, Nagato did not care. As he fell, he quickly formed hand seals, summoning technique. In the next moment, the 8-headed crow reappeared, spiraling around the battlefield with Nagato. Seeing the injured Nagato lingering at the edge of the battlefield, Minato's mind turned, and he immediately made a new decision. In an instant, several flying Thunder God kunai shot towards Nagato. Nagato saw the incoming kunai, took a deep breath, and brought his palms together. Shinra Tensei. With a few clinks, the incoming flying Thunder God kunai were immediately deflected by the expanding repulsive force. A flash of golden light passed, as Minato dodged the wood-release spike in Obito's hand and appeared not far away. In the next moment, several kunai, wrapped in wind chakra, shot toward Nagato again from his right hand. It seemed he had made up his mind to eliminate Nagato first. Nagato was extremely important. He could not be allowed to die here. Obito narrowed his eyes, thinking, however, Nagato's arrival may not be a bad opportunity. Perhaps I can use this chance to eliminate Sensei Minato while truly subduing Nagato. This is bad, Nagato thought as he saw Minato frequently appearing. Despite his best efforts to control the 8-headed crow to fly further away from the Thunder God kunai, as Minato abandoned Obito, Nagato could only see the kunai getting closer and closer. The 5-second cooldown of Shinra Tensei was too fatal for him. 5 seconds was already a considerable amount of time for Minato and the others. After another cooldown of Shinra Tensei, Nagato heard a sound of something cutting through the air behind him. Turning his head, he saw a flying Thunder God kunai in his line of sight. Not good. Nagato's heart sank as a strong sense of death surged within him. Chapter 64. Sacrificing oneself to set a trap just when Nagato thought he was finished. Uchiha Obito's figure appeared out of nowhere beside him. Uchiha Obito reached out to touch Nagato, intending to transfer him into the Kamui space. What an opportunity. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He knew that Uchiha Bido must be physical when absorbing, and this was his chance. The next moment, Minato, holding a kunai wrapped in wind chakra, vanished. Biafik. A vibrant splash of blood erupted before Nagato's eyes. Minato, wielding the wind chakra-infused kunai, slashed down Abido's shoulder, creating a gruesome gash. Ugh! Two muffled grunts sounded simultaneously. One came from Uchiha Bido, who was absorbing Nagato, and the other from Minato, who had cut through half of Abido's body. As Abido's body was severed, Minato was also pierced in the left chest by a sharp wooden spike, and a mass of sharp roots erupted from his back. This sharp wooden spike was used by Zetsu, while Minato was attacking Obito, taking advantage of the moment. Just as Uchiha Abido needed to materialize during absorption, Minato's attack was also a great opportunity for the enemy to strike. Did Madara actually sacrifice himself to save me? In the final moment of being sucked into the Kamui space, Nagato watched this scene, his face filled with disbelief. What a cunning plan, what audacity. Using Nagato's sacrifice to kill me. Minato spat out a mouthful of blood, and while he still had some strength left, he directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish from that place. The so-called Uchiha Madara had already been heavily injured by him. During the process, he kept a close eye on Madara's movements and did not perform the Izanagi seal. This meant that Madara had indeed suffered serious injuries by stepping into the trap. PFF after Minato left, Uchiha Bido also violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Half of his body was nearly cut open, and his injuries were severe. This time, I won sensei. Amidst the pain, there was a sense of triumph as Obito's thoughts entered the Kamui space. Although half of his body was composed of cells from Hashirama Senju, such injuries still required immediate treatment, otherwise he would die. On the other side, Minato appeared beside Kushina Uzumaki, his face extremely pale as he felt his life force rapidly draining away. The earlier wood release insertion technique was originally aimed at his heart, but he managed to react just in time, preventing immediate death. He took out a complicated talisman and pressed it to his forehead, with an intense surge of sage chakra pouring from the talisman, transforming into white sage power that flowed into his body. This was a unique sage talisman from Mount Myaboku, which could only be created by true sages. It was said that Mount Myaboku possessed a genuine sage talisman, a true treasure capable of reviving the dead. The talisman Minato took out was merely a replica of that talisman. However, even as a replica, it still had a powerful effect. Although the current injuries could not be healed by the faux talisman, it could extend his life for a while, preventing immediate death. With his current injuries, the faux talisman could not heal him. He definitely would not survive, and most only a few minutes left. Minato, the already very weak Kushina Uzumaki, saw Minato's state, tears streaming down her face. Kushina, don't cry. We still have things to do. Saying this, he smiled and turned his gaze to the child in Kushina's arms. I have entrusted the future to Naruto. Our child will definitely surpass his parents and become a truly great ninja. Minato, Kushina Uzumaki, tears flowing, looked at Minato with a dazed expression. Enduring the intense pain, he bent down to pick up Kushina Uzumaki, and his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already beside Fugaku Uchiha and Mikoto Uchiha. Seeing Minato in this condition, Fugaku and Mikoto were shocked, especially Mikoto, who never expected this outcome. Minato, Fugaku hurriedly approached. Fugaku, Mikoto, no time for talk. Minato looked at them seriously and said, Madara has been heavily injured by me. First, help me seal the Nine Tails into Naruto. In the distance, dozens of meters away, the massive Nine Tails lay on the ground, trying to prevent Mikoto from continuing to break its legs like a cat lying down. It turned its head to look this way, a clear smile appearing on its enormous fox face as it mocked. What a turn of fortune, huh? The four present ignored the Nine Tails taunts. Mikoto handed Naruto, who was in Kushina's arms, to Minato, placing him on a large rock. Kushina, struggling to stand up from Minato's embrace, had a sorrowful expression on her face. She first glanced at Naruto on the rock, then looked at the increasingly pale Minato, her heart filled with grief. Today should have been a wonderful day. Suddenly, Mikoto's expression changed, and she quickly turned to look in the direction of the Nine Tails. At the moment Mikoto turned to look, the Nine Tails, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly stood up. What? What is happening? The Nine Tails actually grew 2 legs again? Fugaku's eyes widened in shock. Yes, the Nine Tails had grown 2 legs, and the 2 legs that had been twisted off were now lying quietly on the ground. Roar! The Nine Tails let out a howl. In the next moment, the two nine-tails legs that had been lying quietly on the ground underwent a strange transformation. A massive amount of dark red chakra erupted from the two severed legs, forming two pillars of chakra that shot into the sky. Then, the blood that had been flowing on the ground seemed to come to life, writhing as it wrapped around the two severed legs, transforming into two enormous crimson spheres. In the next moment, an extremely rich life force burst forth from the two spheres. This change was so sudden and swift that Mikoto and Fugaku had no time to stop it. Damn it, when did the nine tails start to move? Fugaku's face turned grim. They had been outsmarted by a beast. Boom boom, two explosive sounds rang out as the two enormous dark red chakra spheres exploded, and the scarlet chakra turned into a storm, spreading in all directions, suppressing the Amaterasu flames to the ground. As the chakra spheres exploded, what was inside was revealed to be two small nine-tails, with orange fur, a surging chakra, and nine tails waving fiercely. They looked identical to the nine-tails except for their size. Although they were small nine-tails, they still stood over 20 meters tall, which was still a huge creature for ordinary ninjas. The nine-tails has this ability? The transmigrator Mikoto was stunned. This was his blind spot in knowledge. Ha! The nine-tails roared excitedly. Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato, and the two Uchiha brats. Let's see how you handle this now. Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato were heavily injured and on the verge of death. Fugaku had been battling for a long time, and his chakra was nearly depleted. Mikoto had used the Mangekyō Sharingan twice in quick succession, and the nine-tails had already prepared for it, thinking it would not be easily caught by that terrifying Mangekyō Sharingan again. This time, the advantage is with me, Kyubi. The nine-tails felt confident, bubbling with joy. How can a Kyubi lose? Chapter 65. The nine-tails divide nine-tails. You're getting a bit ahead of yourself. With me here, do you still think you can act so arrogantly? Uzumaki Kushina's gaze turned icy as the sound of clanking chains echoed. Golden chains manifested out of thin air behind her. The golden chains danced and intertwined, and the nine-tails' triumphant laughter was immediately silenced, seeing the dense array of chains rushing toward it. The nine-tails immediately began to sprint across the battlefield. Too late. Uzumaki Kushina's cold voice reached the nine-tails' ears. In the next moment, the nine-tails felt its body tighten, losing balance as its massive form collapsed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the multitude of golden chains shot through the air, binding the fallen nine-tails like a rice dumpling. Damn the diamond ceiling. Damn the Uzumaki clan. The nine-tails roared to the sky, howling in frustration, cursing Uzumaki Kushina. I am not willing to accept this. Amidst the roar, the nine-tails struggled frantically. As the nine-tails thrashed, Uzumaki Kushina's face turned pale. The chains of the diamond ceiling showed signs of being broken. Seeing this, Uzumaki Kushina had no choice but to retract the chains that were chasing the two small nine-tails, manipulating them to wrap around the main body of the nine-tails. With more golden chains encircling it, the nine-tails lost its chance to struggle. This is a sealing technique specifically designed for tailed beasts, a secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, one of their unique abilities, which can be learned through training or awakened naturally. Cough. Cough after binding the nine-tails. Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help but cough. The pale-faced Uzumaki Kushina looked at Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. Fugaku, Mikoto, I leave the remaining two small nine-tails to you. I suspect these are beings formed from the nine-tails dividing part of its consciousness and injecting it into its remaining body. The nine-tails can do such a thing? Uchiha Mikoto instinctively remarked. Uzumaki Kushina forced a smile and weakly replied. The nine-tails chakra contains a very powerful life force. Tailed beasts are chakra beings, essentially chakra itself. It's not too difficult for them to divide their consciousness. Similarly, if the nine-tails were to self-split, it wouldn't be a hard task. The rest is up to you. Uzumaki Kushina said, looking at Namikaze Minato, let us seal the nine-tails into Naruto's body. Like Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina believed in her child and trusted that the village and her friends would help take care of him, allowing him to grow up healthy. She had already made up her mind. Namikaze Minato nodded, bending down with difficulty to pick up Naruto, then walked with Uzumaki Kushina toward the collapsed nine-tails. Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku exchanged glances, then rushed toward the two small nine-tails that were trying to break free from the diamond ceiling. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The two of them activated their Sharingan, the crimson kaleidoscopic patterns locking onto the eyes of the two small nine-tails. In the next moment, the two small nine-tails froze in place, their pupils transforming into the kaleidoscope pattern. Their kaleidoscope Sharingan couldn't control the Nine Tails for long. But the mental strength of these divided forms was evidently far weaker than that of the main body. Controlling the two small Nine Tails with the illusion of the kaleidoscope Sharingan was still manageable. At that moment, a gap suddenly appeared in the wall of Amaterasu flames at the edge of the battlefield, and a surge of flames flowed like water into a scroll on the ground. In no time, a large amount of Amaterasu flames was absorbed into the scroll. Beside the scroll, Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen anxiously peered through the opening. After seeing the situation inside, they were shocked and immediately jumped through the gap, rushing toward Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Minato, it was my fault for not arranging enough protection and for not keeping things secret well enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the menacing spikes behind Namake's Minato, his voice trembling with regret. Seeing Namake's Minato's current condition, Jiraiya looked like he had lost his soul, murmuring, Minato. If I had gone with Kushina during her childbirth. Jiraiya-sensei, Lord Third, don't blame yourselves. You've done enough. Namake's Minato showed a hint of guilt, saying, I was careless in the battle with Master Madara. He set a trap, and it seems he got the upper hand on me. Minato, you've done enough. You can't blame yourself for this. Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. Watching such an outstanding junior pass away before him made his heart ache terribly. He had high hopes for Namake's Minato, believing that under his leadership, Konoha could bridge the gaps between the major ninja clans and reach a new peak. Jiraiya anxiously looked at the two sages from Mount Myaboku on his shoulders and asked, Sages, is there really no way? There is no way, unless the great sage intervenes. Shima shook her head, feeling a bit down. She was also saddened by the loss of such an excellent summoner. It's impossible for the Great Toad Sage to intervene, and they also doubted the Great Toad Sage's current state. Doesn't Mount Myaboku have sage symbols? If, can we borrow a sage symbol? Jiraiya asked, unwilling to give up. Little Jiraiya, the true sage symbols are treasures of the great sage, and only the great sage can use them. Fukasaku shook his head and said, Moreover, there are no true sage symbols left now. They were used up in ancient times. Jiraiya-sensei. Namake's Minato looked at Jiraiya and said, Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei, and the two sages. There is no need to trouble the great sage anymore. Minato. Jiraiya's expression instantly drooped, and his spirit seemed to fade by more than half. Namake's Minato was one of the candidates he considered as the prophesied child. He had once held higher expectations for him than for Nagato. Now he was about to lose both of his disciples. Namake's Minato forced a smile, then quickened his pace alongside Uzumaki Kushina, walking toward the bound Nine Tails, now resembling a rice dumpling. Uchiha Makoto looked at Minato and Kushina with a helpless sigh. At this moment, sealing the Nine Tails back into Uzumaki Kushina's body would allow her to survive. Not only Uchiha Makoto knew this, but Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Kushina also understood it. However, the two of them had no such intention. If Namake's Minato could survive without outsiders saying anything, Uzumaki Kushina would do the same. But in the current situation, there was no possibility for Namake's Minato to survive, and Uzumaki Kushina had lost her motivation to live. At such a time, nothing outsiders said mattered. It was better to go along with their wishes. Uzumaki Kushina looked at the struggling Nine Tails and coldly said, Nine Tails, stop your futile resistance. You know you absolutely cannot resist my diamond ceiling. Kushina. At that moment, Namake's Minato spoke up, saying, Kushina, I can't hold on any longer, but you can raise Naruto. Minato. Uzumaki Kushina's tears flowed freely. Kushina, Naruto needs you. Namake's Minato forced a faint smile and softly said, Naruto has already lost me as his father. He cannot lose his mother too. A childhood without a mother is bleak. Kushina, promise me live on. Minato. Uzumaki Kushina tearfully nodded. I understand. I will take care of Naruto and raise him. Don't worry. Chapter 66. The Revenge of the Nine Tails, not far away. Uchiha Ming was somewhat surprised to hear the conversation between the two. He had thought that with the inevitable passing of Minato Namake's, Kushina Uzumaki would also follow suit. However, he did not expect that Kushina would heed Minato's advice and choose to continue living. Well, after all that has happened, the final outcome is at least a bit different. Uchiha Ming thought. He just didn't know what Minato would do next. If he didn't use the Reaper Death Seal, how could he separate the yin and yang of the Nine Tails? Or would he directly reseal the main body? Or was the division of the Nine Tails already sufficient? Uchiha Ming watched the two, his mind racing. Once the Reaper Death Seal is used, the Shinigami will consume the target's soul. This means the Nine Tails would be swallowed by the Shinigami. In the current situation, using the Reaper Death Seal seems unwise to Uchiha Ming. After all, once separated, that part would be devoured by the Shinigami and could not remain in the physical world. Kushina looked at Minato and asked, "Minato, what do you plan to do?" Minato did not hesitate much and said directly, "I plan to seal the main body of the Nine Tails into our child and seal the separated part into you. The separation is enough for me to survive." Kushina nodded and said, "But, Minato, don't you think the burden on our child is too heavy?" "There's no choice." Minato shook his head and said solemnly, "That Sharingan of Uchiha Madara holds unimaginable darkness. I have a premonition that to deal with him, the power of the Nine Tails is indispensable." Minato paused and continued, "And then there's Nagato. He is also a huge source of danger. The Rinnegan belongs to the Sage of Six Paths. If fully developed, it will undoubtedly possess godlike power." Kushina fell silent for a moment, and then said with some resentment, "Minato, you're truly an incompetent father. The child has just been born, and you already want him to bear such a heavy responsibility." Roar! At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed, causing the Nine Tails to struggle wildly, its strength surpassing any previous attempt. Kushina's face turned pale as the golden chain surrounding them emitted a clanking sound. Stretched to the limit. Nine Tails stopped struggling. Kushina began, but suddenly she stopped as a crimson chakra tentacle burst from ground, piercing through her abdomen and creating a massive hole. In the next moment, the tentacle, sharp as a sword, collapsed and dissipated. The sudden turn of events left everyone present stunned. They never expected that the Nine Tails, which seemed to be firmly locked down, could pull off such a move. Huh. How does it feel to be on the receiving end of my long-planned attack? This is my revenge on you. The Nine Tails howled, its laughter reckless, roaring, "Kushina Uzumaki, Minato Namikaze, you underestimate me too much. I am not some mere cat or dog. I am the strongest tailed beast. To think you treat me like fish on a chopping board. This is the lesson I give you." Just as the other four were about to take action, the chains formed by the adamantine sealing chains tightened further, and the Nine Tails was directly suspended in the air, completely losing its ability to move. "Minato!" Kushina spat out a large amount of blood, looking helplessly at Minato. "I'm sorry, I can't be there to watch Naruto grow up." Minato sighed helplessly and said softly, "Kushina." As his voice fell, Minato quickly formed hand seals and then shouted, 8 trigrams sealing. In the next moment, dense black sealing symbols spread from him towards the Nine Tails. In an instant, the massive Nine Tails was covered in the 8 trigrams sealing symbols. The Nine Tails could only move its eyeballs, looking at the sealing symbols on its body, struggling madly and roaring. Finally, it could only let out a furious roar filled with rage, Minato Namikaze. In the next moment, the sealing symbols on the Nine Tails connected, transforming into a black sphere that enveloped the Nine Tails. Within that sphere, a faint red glow shimmered. As the symbols retracted, the enormous black sphere floated closer, gradually decreasing in size until it became a fist-sized dark sphere. After floating above Naruto for 2 breaths, the dark sphere fell directly into Naruto's abdomen. Accompanied by a surge of rich red light, the black sphere disappeared into Naruto's body. Finally, the dense sealing symbols formed an 8 trigrams style sealing pattern on Naruto's abdomen. Soon, this sealing pattern also faded away, and Naruto's lower abdomen returned to normal. After completing the sealing, Minato and Kushina seemed to lose all vitality. Kneeling weakly on the ground, gazing deeply at the newly born Naruto. Half kneeling on the ground, Minato and Kushina exchanged a glance, each understanding the other's feelings, and then simultaneously reached out to touch Naruto for a moment. Kushina, with her bloodied hand, caressed Naruto's small face, while Minato looked towards the approaching Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Ming. Looking at the four, he spoke in a very weak voice. "Third Hokage, Jiraiya-sensei, Fugaku, Ming, please take good care of Naruto from now on." "I'm sorry. We will take good care of Naruto." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded heavily. Tears streamed down Jiraiya's face as he nodded vigorously, choked up. Uchiha Fugaku nodded with a face full of sadness. Uchiha Ming also nodded, feeling a sense of sorrow in his heart, helplessly sighing, realizing that this was the result after all the twists and turns. "Please keep Naruto's identity a secret. I have too many enemies, and they might target him. Perhaps I should wait until he has some means of self-protection before revealing his identity. As for the 2 small Nine Tails, I am powerless." "Third Hokage, Jiraiya-sensei, Fugaku, May you decide what to do. As he spoke, Minato's voice grew fainter until he bowed his head and fell silent. The four present understood that Konoha's golden flash, the fourth Hokage, had passed away. With Minato's passing, Kushina's movements also completely ceased, and she lost her vitality at the same time. Looking at the two who had passed away, the four present wore expressions of sorrow, with Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen being the most affected, followed by Uchiha Fugaku, and finally Uchiha Ming. Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly appeared much older. He sighed, laying the bodies of Minato and Kushina flat on the ground. Jiraiya stared blankly at the bodies of the two, his white hair dimmed, and his spirit seemed to have faded significantly. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent. The once beautiful dreams turned to ashes at this moment. Realizing that the Hokage supported by the Uchiha clan had met such an end, the deceased have passed. We should discuss how to handle the remaining two small nine-tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to speak. Chapter 67. Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. Only his status was suitable to speak on this topic, and with him present, the others were not appropriate to voice their opinions. Seal it away. After all, it's a part of the Nine-Tails and possesses its power, Uchiha Akira said. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. This answer was to his liking. He then asked, but how do we choose the Jinchuriki? Not just anyone could be a Jinchuriki. Who in the village do you think is qualified? Wasn't the Jonin Akira just back from bringing a member of the Uzumaki clan? I heard she had a child a few months ago. The Uzumaki clan is quite suitable to be Jinchuriki, Jiraiya said quietly. That's not appropriate. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, I know Uzumaki Kushina, but she has just arrived in Konoha, and we don't know her background well enough. What about Uzumaki Kushina's daughter, Uzumaki Karen? A newborn child surely can't be a spy with ulterior motives, Jiraiya added. Though he was under house arrest, he still had some understanding of village matters. After all, he was the Hokage's teacher, and it was impossible to truly confine him. It was just a gesture. That could be a candidate. Sarutobi Hiruzen still hesitated. He did not trust someone who had just arrived in Konoha less than a year ago. At that moment, Uchiha Akira and Uchiha Fugaku exchanged glances and entered the world of Genjutsu. How about letting Sasuke be the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails? Uchiha Akira proposed. As the saying goes, it's better to be prepared than sorry. The power of the Nine-Tails is the closest to that of the Ten-Tails. If we can grasp it, we should. Uchiha Fugaku initially wondered why they were communicating through Genjutsu alone, but upon hearing Uchiha Akira's words, he was instantly astonished. Sasuke? Does he have that qualification? Uchiha Fugaku hesitated. The requirements for a Jinchuriki are not low. Don't underestimate Sasuke. With his qualifications, he can easily be the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, Uchiha Akira said. As the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, Sasuke certainly had the qualifications. Why have Sasuke take on this role? Uchiha Fugaku looked at him in confusion. He still recognized Uchiha Akira's words. His mastery of sealing techniques was exceptional. With the fourth Hokage lost, the third Hokage will likely reclaim his position. As the third ages, Danzo will undoubtedly become more active. Our Uchiha clan needs to possess enough power to make Danzo wary, Uchiha Akira explained. The fragment of the Nine-Tails might not be enough to make Danzo and the higher-ups too cautious. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. The main body of the Nine-Tails is powerful, and currently, no one in the village can subdue it. However, a fragment is different. There are those who can handle a fragment, Uchiha Akira stated. This is just one of our bargaining chips. We need to strengthen the Uchiha clan. We cannot afford to lose more cards. With the fourth Hokage and Mato died dead, they've lost 3 major powers. After the recent battle, they must consider the suggestions put forth by our Uchiha clan, Uchiha Akira continued. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, saying in that case, let's have Sasuke become the Jinchuriki of a Nine-Tails fragment. What about the other Nine-Tails fragment? Uchiha Fugaku asked again. Let the village handle it. If they really can't find anyone, then I can take on that role as the Jinchuriki, Uchiha Akira said nonchalantly. You? Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. Uchiha Akira's response was unexpected. The conversation in the Genjutsu world quickly ended. Uchiha Akira stepped forward, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya, and said solemnly, Third Hokage, Lord Jiraiya, I have a candidate. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite surprised and asked, Jonin Akira, please speak. The second son of clan leader Fugaku has the qualifications to become a Jinchuriki, Uchiha Akira stated. Then, Uchiha Fugaku also stepped forward and said, Third Hokage, for the sake of the village, I am willing to let Sasuke bear the fate of becoming a Jinchuriki. Hearing their words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted slightly, revealing a contemplative look. What exactly were they planning? Did they want to take advantage of this opportunity to seize the power of the Nine Tails? Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts churned, and for a moment, he hesitated. Though it was merely a fragment of the Nine Tails, it still possessed a portion of its true power. Instinctively, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to reject their suggestion. However, when the words reached his lips, he found it difficult to voice them. On one hand, they truly couldn't find a suitable person to be the Jinchuriki. On the other hand, the strength displayed by the Uchiha clan could not be underestimated. The Uchiha clan alone had 2 shadow-level powerhouses within Konoha, and with Uchiha Shursui, who was stationed at the national border, they had at least 3 shadow-level strongmen. Their suggestion had to be taken seriously. Just then, Uchiha Fugaku let out a muffled groan, covering his eyes as 2 streams of blood flowed from between his fingers. What is wrong, Fugaku? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya quickly approached to inquire. Though there were tensions with the Uchiha clan, they were still part of Konoha, having just lost the 4th Hokage and his wife. Losing another shadow-level warrior would be a significant blow to Konoha. My ocular power has been exhausted. We need to make a decision quickly regarding the Nine Tails fragment. I can't control it for much longer, Uchiha Fugaku said, his face contorted in pain. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya's expressions changed. This was not good news. Without the Sharingan to control the Nine Tails fragment, they could not allow it to remain calm. If the Nine Tails fragment lost control, it would lead to another battle. With Konoha in such a state, they could not afford another war. Akira, how are you? Can you hold on? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Akira. I can hold on for a bit longer, Uchiha Akira said solemnly. The spirit of the Nine Tails fragment was far weaker than that of a normal-tailed beast. After all, it was a temporary wool cut from the Nine Tails, so controlling it wasn't too difficult. Uchiha Fugaku purposely did this to urge Sarutobi Hiruzen to make a quick decision. All right, then let's have Sasuke be the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails fragment. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, but what about the other Nine Tails fragment? Teacher, let Uzumaki Kushina's daughter, Uzumaki Karen, be the one. She's the most suitable candidate, Jiraiya spoke up. That, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated and said, would Uzumaki Kushina agree? The fate of being a Jinchuriki is not easy to bear. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not agree, but after thinking for a while, he realized that Konoha indeed had no better candidates. If there was a candidate, it would also be from the Uchiha clan. Having one Nine Tails fragment in the Uchiha clan was already enough for him to be concerned. He could not allow both to fall into their hands. I'll go talk to her. If she really doesn't agree, then we'll discuss it again, Jiraiya said in a serious tone. Then it's settled, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. So, who will oversee the sealing? Ordinary sealing techniques cannot seal tailed beasts. The Nine Tails is the strongest tailed beast, and its fragment is likely above ordinary tailed beasts. Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded. I'll do it, Uchiha Akira volunteered. Are you sure about your sealing skills, Ming? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with concern. There's no problem, Uchiha Ming nodded and replied. I learned a lot from watching the 4th Hokage seal the Nine Tails just now. Then I'll leave it to you, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. As for sealing techniques, Sarutobi Hiruzen had some proficiency, but it was somewhat lacking when it came to dealing with tailed beasts. Chapter 68. Opportunity arises as they were talking. Jiraiya walked to the edge of the Amaterasu firewall, performed the fire sealing technique, and sealed away a large area of flames, revealing a passageway. He then left through the opening. Matters related to the Jinchuriki were considered confidential within the village, and it was not appropriate for too many people to know. At least, since the Jinchuriki was still young, it was not wise to let too many people know about their identity before they had fully grown. Therefore, Jiraiya did not intend to let any of the Konoha Jounin outside the firewall in. As for inside the firewall, after the great battle, all the ordinary Jounin had perished. After Jiraiya left, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Fugaku and said in a deep voice, Fugaku, hang in there a little longer. Jiraiya has already gone out. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, his expression somewhat twisted. The after effects of continuously using the Mangekyō Sharingan had begun to appear. His eyes not only hurt, but his vision had also become blurry. Of course, he could still hold on for a bit longer. About 10 minutes after Jiraiya left, there was movement at the edge of the firewall. A hole suddenly appeared in the wall of black Amaterasu flames, and Uchiha Mikoto entered, holding a 3-month-old Uchiha Sasuke. She moved quickly and reached the others in no time. Seeing the bodies of Minato and Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto displayed a look of sorrow and murmured, Kushina. Staring at the 2 corpses, She remained silent for a long time before finally walking over to Uchiha Fugaku's side. Seeing Fugaku in his current state, Uchiha Mikoto said softly, "Sasuke is here, as the son of the Uchiha clan leader. I believe he can bear the fate of the Jinchuriki. Don't worry." Uchiha Fugaku managed to force a smile and confidently said, "The so-called tragic fate of the Jinchuriki does not exist in our Uchiha clan." Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Akira and said solemnly, "Akira, I entrust this to you." Then, Uchiha Mikoto carried Uchiha Sasuke to a spot not far from the nine-tailed beast that Fugaku was controlling, placing him on a flat stone slab. Uchiha Akira nodded, and while forming hand seals, walked to Uchiha Sasuke's side. Upon reaching him, he just finished forming the 8 trigrams sealing technique. Originally, Uchiha Akira's sealing techniques were not sufficient to stack 2 4-symbol seals to form the 8 trigram seal. Although he knew it was possible, he didn't know how to do it. After watching Minato use the 8 trigram seal, all the problems he faced were resolved, and he successfully mastered the technique. In the next moment, dense sealing runes spread out from under Uchiha Akira's feet, instantly covering the entire body of the 9-tailed beast that Fugaku was controlling. Subsequently, the seal on Uchiha Akira's hand changed, causing the sealing runes covering the 9-tailed beast to expand, enveloping it and transforming into a nearly 30-meter black sphere. Within the pitch-black sphere, a faint red glow could be seen flickering. As Uchiha Akira continued to change the hand seals, the massive black sphere also changed in size. As it gradually approached Uchiha Sasuke, the black sphere shrank little by little. Finally, when it reached above Uchiha Sasuke, the nearly 30-meter massive black sphere had transformed into the size of a fist. As the black sphere merged into Uchiha Sasuke's abdomen, a burst of red light illuminated, and the pattern of the 8 trigram seal emerged on his lower abdomen. Finally, everything returned to calm, and the pattern of the 8 trigram seal faded from view. The sealing was complete. After the seal was completed, both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto, who had been watching everything with serious expressions, breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the wailing Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Mikoto carefully held him in her arms, gently stroking him. Sarutobi Hiruzen also breathed a sigh of relief, as it appeared that Uchiha Sasuke, as the Jinchuriki, had no immediate problems. At least the sealing was completed, and with Uchiha Akira present, there was no fear of the seal breaking in the future. After sealing a division of the 9-tailed beast, the people present all exhaled in relief. After a while, Jiraiya arrived at the scene with Uzumaki Kushina and the newly born 4-month-old Uzumaki Karen. It was clear that he had spent a great deal of effort to persuade Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina tightly held Karen and lowered her head to greet Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said helplessly, "I apologize to you both." Uzumaki Kushina, with red eyes, softly said, "Third Hokage, I hope that Konoha will treat Karen well in the future, and I will be satisfied." She knew a little about the Jinchuriki. It was certain that the childhood of a Jinchuriki would not be very happy, always accompanied by dark matters. "You can rest assured," Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. "Regarding the identity of the Jinchuriki, Konoha will maintain strict confidentiality. This matter will only be revealed to the child once she truly comes into contact with the power of the tailed beast. Then I can rest assured," Uzumaki Kushina softly replied. This sealing went without any unexpected incidents. Everything was so smooth. As the black sphere descended, a burst of red brilliance flickered, and the pattern of the 8 trigrams seal manifested and then vanished. With the sealing completed, the battlefield fell into silence. I hope everyone keeps the matter of the Jinchuriki confidential. This is a significant issue, and it's inevitable that enemies may covet the Jinchuriki, Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously, looking at the people present. At the beginning of the battle against the 9-tailed beast, many Konoha ninjas participated. However, as the battle intensified, after Nagato used the Shinra Tensei, Uchiha Fugaku's Amaterasu flames ignited the earth. The entire 9-tailed battlefield was cleared out. Therefore, now only they knew the identity of the Jinchuriki. I must remind everyone present that Nagato and Obito's goal may be to collect tailed beasts, so this matter must not be taken lightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke seriously again. "We understand the seriousness of the situation." Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said, "As for the identity of the Jinchuriki, our Uchiha clan will definitely not disclose it. You can rest assured about that, Third Hokage. I still trust your Uchiha clan." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. After completing the seal, Uchiha Akira sealed the blood exposed by the 9-tailed beast one by one. After finishing these tasks, it was already late at night. After extinguishing the Amaterasu flames, he realized just how vast the scope of this battle was. A large portion of Konoha was almost destroyed, resulting in heavy losses. Moreover, during this turmoil, the fourth Hokage couple had perished, and many Jounin were severely injured. Konoha was indeed gravely wounded. Later that night, after returning to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Akira sat on the steps of the porch, feeling extremely depressed. After doing so much, was this really the result? Uchiha Akira felt helpless in his heart. It wasn't because of Konoha's severe damage, but because he thought that after all he had done, the outcome should have been different this time. However, this time the situation had returned to square one, which made Uchiha Akira feel indignant. Suddenly, Uchiha Akira's eyes brightened, thinking, perhaps now is a good opportunity to deal with Uchiha Bido. Uchiha Bido was already severely injured. He had just defeated Minato and was at his peak of confidence. When one is successful, it is also the time when they're the most relaxed. Uchiha Akira formed hand seals and activated the spirit transformation technique. As he released his spiritual perception, Uchiha Bido immediately sensed the chakra of Uchiha Itachi far away in the land of rain. Chapter 69. Attack on Uchiha Bido. Is he with Nagato? Or should we wait until he is alone to launch a surprise attack? Uchiha Ming made a decision. Yes, Uchiha Ming has decided to wait until Uchiha Bido is alone to launch a surprise attack, striving to kill him in one blow. According to Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Bido has already sustained serious injuries while setting up his plans. Moreover, after the battle, Uchiha Bido is bound to be somewhat relaxed. In this case, the opportunity Uchiha Ming is waiting for may arise. On the other side, in the land of rain, the heavily injured Uchiha Bido had just emerged from the Kamui space with the similarly injured Nagato. Both of their conditions were not good. Even though they had transplanted Senju Hashirama-S cells, their recovery abilities had significantly improved. The severe injuries they sustained made it difficult to recover fully. Although most of the power of Might Guy's kick was intercepted, the residual force was still hard to endure. Minato Namikaze's strike was aimed directly at Uchiha Bido's life. Even with Uchiha Bido's setup and preparations, he still suffered near-fatal injuries. However, his recovery ability was stronger compared to Nagato's, as half of his body was made up of Senju Hashirama-S cells, and he was also wearing the biological armor of a Bido. Thus, it can be said that not only Uchiha Bido and Nagato were heavily injured, but also a Bido, the most unique white Zetsu. Mr. Madara, are you alright? Nagato asked with a pale face, worriedly looking at Uchiha Bido. From his perspective, Uchiha Bido had sacrificed himself to save him. If it weren't for saving him, Uchiha Bido would not have sustained such serious injuries. Under the tiger-striped mask, Uchiha Bido's face was somewhat pale, but he was in a good mood. Given the current situation, Nagato had already been subdued by him, and Minato Namikaze was undoubtedly doomed. This operation against Konoha could be deemed a great success. My injuries were more severe when I fought Hashirama back then. This level of injury won't take my life. I just need to rest for a while, Uchiha Bido said confidently. Hearing his words, Nagato sighed in relief and said, "Thank you very much for saving me this time, Mr. Madara." No need to mention it. Uchiha Bido lightly shook his head and said, "You are the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, destined to be the savior of this world, the one who brings peace to the world. It is only right for me to save you." Seeing Nagato looking somewhat ashamed, Uchiha Bido's mouth curled up beneath the mask. He knew that Nagato had truly been subdued by him and was beginning to trust him. Nagato coughed, blood spilling from his mouth, and weakly said, "Mr. Madara, I'm still not working hard enough. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this situation. You're still young. There's no need to rush. Once you truly master these Rinnegan eyes, you will surpass Hashirama and become a god walking among humans." Uchiha Bido said earnestly. "I will work towards that direction," Nagato said seriously. Cough cough. Uchiha Bido suddenly coughed several times, startling Nagato, mainly because Uchiha Bido's injuries looked quite serious. Half of his body had a huge gash. Nagato even suspected that it might just be a bit of adhesion. It was quite tragic. "Nagato, I need to go heal myself first. Your medical ninjas are still lacking a bit. I need to treat myself. You take care here, and let Konan pay more attention," Uchiha Bido instructed. "Understood, Mr. Madara." Nagato nodded earnestly. The next moment, Uchiha Bido disappeared from Nagato's sight. Not long after Uchiha Bido left, Konan hurriedly walked out from the depths of the dark cave. Seeing Nagato's tragic state, Konan was shocked and quickly asked, "Nagato, what happened? Didn't Team Madara say it was foolproof? Conan, Nagato weakly shook his head. If it weren't for Madara sacrificing himself to save me this time, I might have already died at the hands of the fourth Hokage. Madara sacrificed himself to save you? Conan momentarily doubted if she heard it wrong. Madara might not be as bad as we imagined. Nagato then recounted what had happened in Konoha to Conan. After hearing it, Conan furrowed her brows. She didn't believe Madara would be that kind of person, so kind-hearted. Seeing Conan's expression, Nagato said softly, Conan, maybe Madara really isn't the person we thought he was. As time passes, we may come to know his true nature. Maybe Conan didn't want to argue with Nagato, and said, Nagato, you should heal first. Your injuries look serious. Don't delay any longer. Me fine. Nagato shook his head and said, after transplanting the first Hokage Senju Hashirama cells, my recovery ability has greatly improved. This level of injury is not lethal. You're still fine. Conan was very dissatisfied and complained, look at how you are now. Hurry and let the medical ninjas treat you. Nagato had no choice but to say, all right, I'll go now. On the other side, Uchiha Obito appeared in a dark cave in the Land of Rain. Uchiha Obito had already separated from Obito, and both were equally injured. Compared to Uchiha Obito, Obito didn't show any signs of pain. Instead, he still looked as lively as ever. Obito tilted his head, allowing his shoulder to crack and bend as he watched Uchiha Obito treating himself, curiously asking, Obito, does your current injury feel like the urge to poop? After receiving Uchiha Madara's inheritance, Uchiha Obito's medical ninjutsu skills were not low. In the original story, he was able to perform my surgery for Sasuke, so now using it to treat himself was just about okay. While using medical ninjutsu to treat himself, Uchiha Obito felt somewhat irritated as Obito's chatter made it hard for him to concentrate. He scolded, Obito, stop babbling. If you keep it up, I'll turn you into poop. Wow, Obito is angry. Obito jumped up, making a scared expression. So scary, never mind. I'll go play with Black Zetsu. Get lost. Stop bothering me. Uchiha Obito was very impatient. Watching Obito leave, Uchiha Obito was not worried at all that Obito would die from his injuries. Obito was different from White Zetsu. He was very special, being a life born from the God Tree's bud and the Outer Path's Gedomazo, with recovery abilities surpassing Senju Hashirama. Such injuries would heal by themselves in a few days without needing extra treatment. Forget it. I might as well go into the Kamui dimension to avoid being bothered by Obito, just as Uchiha Obito activated Kamui. A faint white light flashed in front of his eyes. Spirit Transformation Jutsu. Just as Uchiha Obito had this thought, the hazy white light entered his body. The speed was so fast that he couldn't react. Chapter 70. Death without closure. As the white light entered Uchiha Obito's body, he stood frozen in place, as if turned into a wooden statue. In the starry mental space, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Ming stood facing each other. Surprisingly, even in this mental realm, Uchiha Obito was still wearing a mask, not revealing his true face. This showed how deeply the identity of Uchiha Madara was imprinted in the depths of Uchiha Obito's heart. Uchiha Obito's expression was somewhat grim. He had just been hit by Uchiha Ming's sudden attack, causing significant damage to his spiritual body. If it weren't for his inheritance of Madara's yin-yang release and the awakening of his Mangekyō Sharingan, resulting in a qualitative change in his spirit, he would have undoubtedly died from that blow. He was certain that anyone else who had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan would have met the same fate against Uchiha Ming's previous strike. It was his powerful spirit and mastery of yin-yang release that allowed him to react in time and avoid a fatal blow. However, even so, he had still sustained considerable injuries from Uchiha Ming's ambush. You actually mastered the spirit transformation technique. This surprises me. Uchiha Obito thought to himself, his expression dark beneath the mask. Uchiha Ming looked at Uchiha Obito in surprise. He was initially taken aback that Obito could react to his ambush, but then felt it was to be expected. After all, Uchiha Obito was not an ordinary person. He inherited Madara's yin-yang release and awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, making him naturally superior to ordinary individuals in terms of spirit. Observing Uchiha Obito's spirit body, which now appeared somewhat thin, Uchiha Ming smiled lightly. You didn't surprise me. What surprised me is that even in this mental space, you still hide your true face. It's quite interesting. As he scrutinized Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Ming chuckled. It seems you really are someone who can't be seen. At this point, Uchiha Ming did not expect to be able to kill Obito on his home turf after he reacted. Although he was currently in a spiritual state and had the upper hand in spirit over Uchiha Obito, This was still Obito's mental space, his territory. Continuing to fight did not guarantee he could take down Obito. Sure enough, after hearing Uchiha Ming's words, Uchiha Obito became somewhat enraged, revealing his right eye with 3 crimson tomo spinning, transforming into the Mangekyō pattern. As Uchiha Obito's ocular power erupted, Uchiha Ming immediately felt a tremendous repulsive force surging from all directions. This time you can consider yourself lucky, Uchiha Ming said harshly, then followed the repulsive force to leave Uchiha Obito's mental space. In the dark cave, a faint white light, almost invisible, flickered and vanished. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Ming's spirit returned to Konoha, reuniting with his body. After that attack, Uchiha Obito definitely won't dare to stay outside to recover. Next, I just need to enter the Kamui space and wait for him. Uchiha Ming showed no hesitation, his left eye widening as ripples appeared in space. And a dark time-space passage emerged. Soon after, Uchiha Ming's figure disappeared, from a failed attack to returning to his body and opening the Kamui time-space. Uchiha Ming took less than 2 seconds. After Uchiha Ming left, Uchiha Obito, who had been dazed, moved slightly. He actually mastered the spirit transformation technique. Uchiha Obito murmured quietly. Looking at the dark cave, he felt that Uchiha Ming could strike again at any moment. Although the spirit transformation technique was an S-rank ninjutsu and did not have a cultivation method in Madara's inheritance, there were relevant records. After mastering the spirit transformation technique, the speed of the spirit body, while not as instantaneous as the Flying Thunder God technique, was still incredibly swift, akin to the speed of light. If locked onto in a short distance, there was practically no chance of evasion. The Flying Thunder God technique also had an attack wind-up for the user. But the spirit transformation technique had no such wind-up. Once hit, if the spiritual strength was inferior to that of the user, the outcome would be disastrous, at the very least resulting in severe injury. His previous situation had been fortunate. He absolutely could not treat his injuries outside. He needed to enter the absolutely safe Kamui time-space to treat himself without worry. Uchiha Obito gathered his thoughts, his mind circulating as he activated Kamui, then vanished into the dark cave. Inside the Kamui time-space, Uchiha Obito appeared. Looking at the vast column before him, a sense of solid security arose within him. In this Kamui time-space, he was in an absolutely safe environment. No attack in the world could hit him while he was within the Kamui space. Uchiha Obito murmured softly. Here, even if Uchiha Ming learned the Flying Thunder God technique, it would be useless. Suddenly a soft sound reached his ears, followed by an unimaginable pain in his heart. Looking down, he saw a kunai wrapped in wind chakra breaking through his left chest from his back. Yes, even the Flying Thunder God technique couldn't sense the mark within the Kamui time-space. But what if I came in? Uchiha Ming's cold voice, as frigid as ice, echoed in Uchiha Obito's ears. To Obito, Ming's words felt like a whisper from death. How could you enter here? Uchiha Obito struggled to turn his head and saw a hole in the ground. It was clear that Uchiha Ming had emerged from underground to deliver a fatal blow from his back. Uchiha Ming looked at the blood pouring from Uchiha Obito's mask. Sneering, Uchiha Obito, you don't even know how I got in. It's over, Uchiha Obito. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito's pupils contracted, but before he could react, a bright blade of light burst forth, instantly slicing across his neck. With a swoosh, a red line appeared on Uchiha Obito's neck, and then a large amount of blood gushed out like a spring from the line. Bang! With a muffled sound, Uchiha Obito's head, wearing a tiger-striped mask, fell to the ground. As Obito's head hit the ground, Uchiha Ming withdrew his other hand, becoming alert and cautious. Although Uchiha Obito could not have used Izanagi beforehand, Uchiha Ming still remained careful. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Uchiha Ming waited for 10 minutes, and when nothing changed, he finally relaxed. Then, he formed seals to use shadow clone technique, lifting the mask off Uchiha Obito's head that lay on the ground. Once the mask was removed, he saw a twisted face filled with unwillingness. It was the lifeless Uchiha Obito, unable to close his eyes in death. Chapter 71. Speculation on the opening of the eternal kaleidoscope. Haha. Watching Uchiha Obito's unblinking expression, Uchiha Mei let out a hearty laugh. After laughing for a while, Uchiha Mei took a long breath. Things have finally taken a different turn. This is the biggest change he has made so far, having killed one of the masterminds behind the scenes. With this, a hidden threat has been resolved. Uchiha Mei was in a very good mood. Then, he gouged out Obito's 2 eyes. That's right, Obito had two eyes, but only the right eye was his own Mangekyō Sharingan. The left eye was merely a consumable for his Izanagi. This time, when Uchiha Ming launched a surprise attack in the Kamui space, he had not anticipated this situation at all. Thus, he couldn't perform the hand seals in advance to use Izanagi. Subsequently, Uchiha Ming placed the left eye into a container and replaced his own eye with the right one. What a pity. After completing the eye transplant, Uchiha Ming shook his head in slight disappointment. The experiment of implanting Senju Hashirama's cells still showed no signs of success, and he couldn't use Kamui as casually as Obito did. Without Senju Hashirama's cells, it was impossible for him to use Kamui freely. Given his current condition, if he were to use Kamui as casually as Obito, he would soon go blind. Forget it, better to conserve it. Uchiha Ming looked at Obito's corpse, and an idea struck him. Half of Obito's body was composed of Senju Hashirama's cells, and he should take it back to the research team to see if they could figure something out. He took out a scroll and stuffed Obito's headless body inside. As for his head, Uchiha Ming directly destroyed it on the spot. With Obito resolved, the next step was to find a way to open his own Mangekyō Sharingan. In the Kamui space, Uchiha Ming fell into deep thought. To obtain the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, he must open the Mangekyō Sharingan himself. In his current situation, even if he transplanted another pair of Mangekyō Sharingan, he would not be able to unlock the eternal Mangekyō. This is because he had not actually opened the Mangekyō Sharingan himself. He lacked the conditions to cultivate the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan must be based on one's own Mangekyō Sharingan, merging it with another pair of Mangekyō Sharingan to potentially achieve eternal light. In other words, Obito's Mangekyō Sharingan could only be used as a material for fusion in the future, similar to how Uchiha Sasuke fused with Uchiha Itachi's eyes. This was the information Uchiha Ming obtained after examining the stone tablet at the shrine. It is worth noting that the birth of the eternal Mangekyō on the shrine stone tablet does not require a blood relative's Mangekyō Sharingan, but can be any other person's Mangekyō. Opening the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan carries significant risks. The Uchiha clan has attempted this multiple times in history, with only Uchiha Madara succeeding thus far. Including the original work, only two people have succeeded, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke. The two who opened their eyes share two common characteristics. They both transplanted their brother's Mangekyō Sharingan and are reincarnations of Indra. According to the content of the shrine's stone tablet, the key to whether one can open the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan does not lie in whether they transplanted a blood relative's Mangekyō Sharingan, but rather whether they possess Indra's chakra. He speculated that only the reincarnation of Indra can unlock the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. In other words, one must possess Indra's power to open their eyes. Of course, it may actually require the transplantation of a blood relative's Mangekyō Sharingan to achieve this. It might also be necessary to meet both of the above conditions to truly open the eyes. However, Uchiha Ming believes that the method of opening the eyes recorded on the shrine's stone tablet should be reliable. Since it does not specifically mention the need for a blood relative's eyes, the crucial aspect is likely not here. Although the stone tablet was tampered with by Kaguya, Uchiha Ming believes that Kaguya would not falsify information regarding the birth of the Rinnegan. Kaguya clearly understands how the Rinnegan is born, and perhaps she initially assumed that those who open the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan are reincarnations of Indra. The key point likely still lies in Indra's chakra. For Uchiha Ming, opening the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan is a very important task he must undertake next. Once he successfully opens the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, most of the issues in Konoha could be resolved. The matter of the eternal Mangekyō can be put on hold for now. The next thing to consider is how to open his own Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha Ming thought. He knows that the method to open the Mangekyō Sharingan is simply to undergo a great emotional stimulus, which can come from either positive or negative emotions, allowing the Sharingan to evolve. However, the key issue is that he is a traveler and cannot think of anything that would stimulate his emotions enough to reach the threshold for the Sharingan to evolve. To be fair, Uchiha Ming does not feel that anything in this world or the passing of any person could make him open his eyes. However, it is not entirely hopeless. With his personality, it is impossible for him to open his eyes, but after mastering the spiritualization technique, he can autonomously split off a blank spiritual entity. At that time, he could inject this spiritual entity with preset memories and then perform a real stage play for it. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Ming finally came up with a method that combines the spiritualization technique. The spiritualization technique includes the use of splitting the spiritual entity, which Uchiha Ming can easily accomplish. To open the Mangekyō Sharingan, it is worth it to inflict some damage on the spiritual entity. Moreover, the damage to the spiritual entity is not irreversible. As long as he later devours the split-off spiritual entity and fuses it back together, it can be restored. The method for opening the Mangekyō Sharingan requires careful consideration. The Sharingan is the eye that reflects the mind, and the abilities gained upon opening the eyes will resonate with the deepest thoughts in one's heart at the moment of opening. The injected memories and the scripted play must be chosen carefully. Otherwise, if I end up with Amaterasu or something like that, it will be better not to open my eyes at all. Just thinking about the possibility of gaining abilities like Amaterasu or Kagaya's techniques after opening his eyes made Uchiha Ming shudder. Amaterasu is purely a shockwave. If you wear thicker armor and get hit by it, you can just take it off. Kagaya's techniques are even more of a shockwave within shockwave. A technique that controls the form changes of Amaterasu. It's simply unbearable to watch. Tsukuyomi is slightly better, but it's also a skill of little use, mainly for show in later battles. Uchiha Ming has always felt that Amaterasu should not be used for combat. It should be used for teaching instead. Being able to freely control the flow of time in the illusion world is too much of a waste if not used for teaching. Chapter 72 Post-War Conference. The next morning, the atmosphere in Konoha was somber. After the news of the fourth Hokage couple's demise during the Ninetales incident spread last night, everyone in Konoha found it hard to believe that it was true. They could not accept that the gentle fourth Hokage, who shone like a small sun and illuminated everyone, had sacrificed himself. The ninjas of Konoha were especially incredulous. In their minds, the golden flash, Minato Namikaze, was unimaginably powerful. Each time he appeared, accompanied by his golden flash, enemies would tremble in fear, and he could always turn the tide of battle. Although the Ninetales had broken free from its seal and unknown enemies had appeared, all the ninjas believed their Hokage would still be able to overcome the adversaries. However, the news that came in the morning was so abrupt that it was difficult to accept. Konoha Cemetery is the resting place for heroes who died for Konoha. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and numerous Konoha ninjas are buried here. It is a spiritual refuge for the villagers of Konoha. A light rain began to fall from the sky as many Konoha ninjas dressed in black mourning attire lined up in an orderly manner. Leading them was Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed in black mourning clothes, followed by the heads of various ninja clans, and then the upper ninjas of Konoha. Today was not only the funeral for the fourth Hokage couple, but also for those who died fighting for Konoha last night. All ninjas who perished in the battle would be buried in this cemetery together. The funeral farewell ceremony lasted until noon. In the afternoon, in the meeting room of the Hokage building, the heads of various ninja clans gathered for a scheduled meeting. The havoc caused by the Ninetales and Nagato's earth-shattering star had inflicted significant damage on Konoha, with severe casualties and economic losses. The casualties mainly affected the participating upper ninjas. Non-combat personnel suffered little harm due to their timely evacuation. On a large table lay a map of Konoha, and Sarutobi Hiruzen held a stick, gesturing on the map as he spoke. Here, we will make it a shopping street. Here, we will still follow the original plan and create a food street. This was the arrangement for the streets damaged last night. Does anyone have anything to say? If not, we will adjourn. Everyone be cautious. The enemy possesses space-time ninjutsu and should not be underestimated. Seeing that no one spoke, Hiruzen announced the end of the meeting. Wait. At this moment, Danzo stood up, looking around and fixing his gaze on Uchiha Fugaku. In a deep voice, he said, "Why didn't the Uchiha clan take responsibility for protecting the evacuation of non-combat personnel last night? Do you not even follow the Hokage's orders? Are you trying to rebel?" As soon as he said this, many clan heads present turned their attention to him. The battle last night had been fierce, and they had initially participated. Although as the intensity of the battle increased, and Nagato used large-scale would-release techniques, they could no longer engage in the fight. They were not blind. The Uchiha clan had exerted tremendous effort on the battlefield last night. The Hokage's orders? Uchiha Fugaku looked Danzo up and down, puzzled. What do you mean by that? Advisor Danzo? The Uchiha clan did not receive any orders from the fourth Hokage to be responsible for the evacuation of non-combat personnel last night. In fact, we captured a few Umbu who were falsely transmitting the Hokage's orders, and they said they were sent by you to relay the message. Uchiha Fugaku stood up, confronting Danzo without hesitation. What do you mean by falsely transmitting the Hokage's orders? Do you think yourself the Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku, you are truly audacious. Danzo trembled with anger, furious that he dared to retort him. He looked at Hiruzen and said, Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan is truly lawless. They even disregard your orders. This matter must be taken seriously. Uchiha Fugaka looked at him with a cold smile, showing no signs of fear. With 3 Kaga-level powerhouses in the Uchiha clan, Fugaka's confidence had increased significantly. Although they were not as numerous as the Kaga-level ninjas from the Hokage's faction, they were not to be easily disregarded. Konoha had to consider the Uchiha clan's opinions in any decision. All right, Danzo. Hiruzen glanced at Danzo with indifference and said, last night's battle, the Uchiha clan performed excellently. If it weren't for their participation, we wouldn't know what Konoha would look like now. Hiruzen continued coldly. This matter ends here, and there is no need for further discussion. Focus on your own tasks. He turned to Uchiha Fugaku and expressed regret. Fugaku, I was the one who assigned Danzo to handle the evacuation. So this must be a misunderstanding. Remembering last night's events, Hiruzen felt a cold sweat. He realized his initial decision had been clouded by Danzo's words. If the Uchiha clan had not disregarded orders and rushed to the battlefield, Konoha's losses would have been much worse. Is that so? Then I misjudged Advisor Danzo. Uchiha Fugaka smiled and sat back down. Hiruzen, you. Danzo was stunned, looking at Hiruzen in disbelief. This matter ends here. Hiruzen said coldly. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo left with a dark expression, waving his sleeve. Hiruzen watched his back and said faintly, Danzo, I am the Hokage. The others present remained silent as they watched the two argue. At their level, they understood a bit about the relationship between Hiruzen and Danzo. The phrase fighting at the head of the bed and reconciling at the foot perfectly described their relationship. Despite their fierce argument, things would eventually return to normal. After Danzo left, Hiruzen looked at everyone and said, the meeting is adjourned. I will discuss the Hokage position with you all after consulting with the daimyo. The news of Uchiha Madara leading Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan, to attack Konoha and release the Nine Tails, leading to the demise of the 4th Hokage, couple quickly spread throughout the ninja world. This news caused a huge uproar, stirring up hidden currents in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara and the Rinnegan were both unimaginably significant pieces of information that could not be ignored. The Rinnegan is said to be the eye of the sage of 6 paths, possessing unimaginable powers. According to the information that came from Konoha, the Rinnegan user who attacked Konoha that night was still quite young, far from reaching their peak. However, even at the age of 15 or 16, their strength already surpassed that of ordinary Kaga-level ninjas. As time passed, it was hard to imagine how powerful they would grow. Uchiha Madara's name was also well known. If he hadn't suddenly turned against Hashirama Senju, the current situation of the ninja world could be very different. He was not as easy to deal with as Hashirama. Uchiha Madara was a complete warmonger, an ambitious individual who would never be content with peace. Chapter 73. Aftermath of the War Iwagakure, Suchikage Building, Suchikage's office. Inoki looked at the intelligence report submitted by the intelligence department, his old face wrinkled with fear. He could never forget the events that transpired when he accompanied his teacher, the 2nd Suchikage, to negotiate with Konoha. At that time, Uchiha Madara was so arrogant and powerful that just a glance rendered him immobile, paralyzed with fear. Remembering Madara's imposing presence still filled Inoki with deep dread. The scene had become his inner demon. Uchiha Madara, Rinnegan, Konoha, Inoki murmured softly, eventually breaking into a chuckle. The tall and sturdy Kuratsuchi looked at Inoki in confusion. His father had just been terrified. So how could he suddenly start laughing? Inoki glanced at his foolish son, unwilling to explain. With Uchiha Madara's return and the death of the 4th Hokage couple, Sarutobi Hiruzen must be even more distressed than he was. As a Konoha ninja, Hiruzen understood Madara's strength better than anyone. So the one truly suffering and fearful should be Sarutobi Hiruzen, not Inoki. This time, the attack on Konoha involved not only Uchiha Madara, but also a powerful ninja with the Rinnegan. And they were all enemies of Konoha. Thinking of this, Inoki felt pleased, glancing at the puzzled Kuratsuchi with a sense of helplessness. His son was strong, but too foolish to take on the responsibilities of a Kage. Inoki looked at Kuratsuchi and asked, Is Orochimaru still stationed at the border of the Land of Fire? Yes, father, according to our intelligence. Orochimaru is still stationed at the border between the Land of Grass and the Land of Waterfall, Kuratsuchi respectfully replied. Inoki stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before saying, Let's have our people infiltrate and apply some pressure on Konoha. I can't wait to see Sarutobi Hiruzen in a mess. I understand, father. Kuratsuchi said as he turned to leave. Wait. Inoki stopped him. Also, remind the intelligence department to quickly gather information on someone named Nagato. So far, they, as non-participating ninja villages, knew little about the Rinnegan, only that the person who possessed it was named Nagato. The Rinnegan, the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, have appeared in this era. Could it be that this age will once again give birth to an existence like Senju, Hashirama? Inoki frowned. If that's the case, then Iwagakure must prepare early. Perhaps in our lifetime, we will witness the disappearance of great nations. Kumogakure, Raikage's office. What did you say? That guy Minato Namikaze is dead? The burly Raikage's voice thundered with shock as he looked at the blonde secretary reporting the intelligence. The blonde secretary, looking helpless, had to repeat, Raikage-sama. According to our intelligence department's feedback, the fourth Hokage couple died last night. Impossible. Who could kill him? Raikage shook his head, extending his hand, and said solemnly, Bring me the report. I want to see who has the ability to kill him. Uchiha Madara. A dead man has emerged? Raikage AI looked at the report handed over by the secretary, momentarily doubting his own eyes. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? AI looked at the blonde secretary. The blonde secretary forced a smile. Raikage-sama, how could I make a mistake with such important information? So it really is a dead man who has reappeared. I slowly nodded, continuing to read the report. AI frowned and muttered, Rinnegan? Such a thing has emerged? Unexpectedly, even things from myth and legend have materialized. It's not impossible for that golden flash to have fallen into their hands. Raikage AI finally accepted this fact. He initially believed there was no one in the ninja world capable of killing Minato Namikaze, but seeing the perpetrator, he felt that Minato's death at their hands was not unjust, but rather normal. Raikage AI murmured to himself, since the Rinnegan has truly appeared, then the legends of the Sage of Six Paths are most likely true. The tales of the Gold and Silver brothers, possessing the bloodline of the Six Paths, might also be real. After pondering for a while, Raikage AI looked at the blonde secretary and ordered, Notify the intelligence department to quickly dig up information on this person named Nagato. With Uchiha Madara's reappearance and the emergence of the Rinnegan, a great change is coming to the ninja world. Raikage AI's eyes flickered with thoughts racing through his mind. Minato Namikaze is dead. Perhaps I should change the direction of my lightning release armor training. Meanwhile, the third Mizukage of Kirigakure, upon hearing this news, burst into uncontrollable laughter. His laughter was so loud that even those outside the Mizukage office building could hear it clearly. The third Mizukage harbored extreme hatred towards Konoha. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had lost 6 of their members at the hands of Konoha, and both the Three Tails and Six Tails had fallen to them. Just when they were about to retrieve Konoha's treasure, the Byakugan, they lost all their ninja scent to seize it at a critical moment. The blood feud between Kirigakure and Konoha was inescapable. Now, upon learning that Konoha was facing a disaster, the third Mizukage was the happiest person. Good riddance, good riddance. Ha. The third Mizukage's laughter echoed far and wide, causing many Kirigakure ninjas walking on the streets to turn their heads. The Kagaya clan member, who had survived thanks to Uchiha Ming, looked at the child-sized Yagura in confusion, asking Yagura what happened. Why is that old Mizukage so happy? As one of the high-ranking members of Kirigakure and a confidant of the Mizukage, Yagura had his own influence in Kirigakure, so he was aware of what was happening in Konoha. However, the Kagaya clan member had lost all his connections after their defeat on the battlefield. Although Yagura knew what was going on, he didn't want to share it with the Kagaya clan member. He shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but since the Mizukage is laughing so heartily, it must be a good thing. I'm sure everyone will find out soon. TCH. Hearing this, the Kagaya clan member shot a displeased glance at Yagura, said nothing, and shouldered his sword, Jainin, heading deeper into the fog. Yagura watched him leave expressionlessly. Then the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile as he whispered, Soon, I will be able to end this so-called blood mist and put the village back on the right track. Sunagakure, Kazekage's office. Raza looked at the intelligence report sent by the intelligence department, his face breaking into a radiant smile. During the Third Shinobi World War, Sunagakure suffered a disastrous defeat, losing even commission tasks to Konoha. Now, seeing Konoha's misfortunes, it was hard for Raza not to smile. So nice, why not let a few more die? It's a pity it's just Minato Namikaze and his wife. It's not enough to truly cripple Konoha. Raza murmured softly. After the Nine Tails incident in Konoha, the undercurrents in the ninja world surged, and friction and conflict between the great nations suddenly became much more frequent. 3 days later, the retired Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage once again. Chapter 74. Realizing Obito's disappearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old man, actually became Hokage again. Upon hearing this information, Nagato couldn't help but sneer. After 3 days of treatment, Nagato had fully recovered. Konan, puzzled, said, "In such a large Konoha, is it really that after Minato's death they couldn't find a successor for Hokage? They had to bring back the third Hokage, who is already on a downward slope. It's impossible. Konoha has plenty of talent, and there are many capable people who can take on the Hokage position." Nagato shook his head and said, "Jiraiya-sensei, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha, their abilities and strength are enough to take on the Hokage role. This is mostly just Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old guy, clinging to power." Nagato scoffed. Konan sighed a little, saying, "These old guys are all like this. Hans is like this, and so is Sarutobi Hiruzen." Hearing Konan's words, Nagato recalled Yahiko's situation, his expression turning cold as he said, "That guy Hans, I'll take care of him in a few days. Keeping someone like that is just a waste of resources." Konan nodded and said, "That's fine. It will also allow us to bring the Land of Rain under our control. The residents there have been suffering too much under Hans's rule. Hans, that old man, allowed ninjas from other great nations to rampage in the Land of Rain, making it extremely difficult for the residents to survive, let alone pursue a better life." Nagato sighed. "Under our governance, the Land of Rain will definitely get better," Konan comforted. "There's no doubt about it. Our abilities are certainly not comparable to someone like Hans, who clings to power," Nagato said confidently. Then, Nagato looked at Konan and spoke about something he had been considering for a long time. "Konan, I plan to recruit some powerful rogue ninjas. Our organization currently lacks high-end combat power, and if we need to deal with the tailed beasts in the future, we might struggle and need some help." Konan glanced at Nagato and softly said, "Nagato, you can decide on this matter. You are the leader of Akatsuki." Hearing her words, Nagato fell silent for a long time and shook his head. "No, in my heart, Yahiko is the true leader of Akatsuki." At that moment, footsteps approached, and Nagato and Konan turned to look. It was Zetsu, who looked like a pitcher plant, walking in. "Is something happening?" Nagato asked, puzzled. Obito might be in trouble. Zetsu immediately dropped a bombshell. Since Uchiha Obito returned from Konoha that night, saying he was going to recover, Kuro Zetsu had not sensed Obito's presence again, as if he had evaporated from the world. At first, Kuro Zetsu didn't think much of it, believing that Obito's injuries hadn't healed yet. However, as time passed, Kuro Zetsu sensed that something was wrong. Realizing something was off, he immediately found Tobi and asked what had happened that night. Obito was very wary of Kuro and White Zetsu, and did not allow White Zetsu's spores to remain in his body. Otherwise, Kuro Zetsu wouldn't have been so clueless. Obito was a crucial player in Madara's plan. Tobi told Kuro Zetsu that Obito was healing on his own and had gone to relieve himself, not being together with Obito. Upon receiving Tobi's answer, Kuro Zetsu keenly realized that something had happened to Obito. Obito was a key part of Madara's plan, one of the crucial means to ensure his resurrection. Of course, for Kuro Zetsu, whether Obito was alive or not was not that important. Now the Outer Path Golem had already been summoned to the ninja world. What Kuro Zetsu needed now was someone to collect the tailed beasts and become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. For Kuro Zetsu, the most important thing now was Nagato. As long as Nagato continued to capture the tailed beasts and revive the Ten Tails, everything would be fine. However, in Madara and Obito's plans, they had no intention of making Nagato the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, so Nagato didn't know how to become the Jinchuriki. Realizing this, Kuro Zetsu immediately changed his original plan. Nagato also had the qualification to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Therefore, after discovering Obito's disappearance, Kuro Zetsu first found Nagato, intending to give him a little help to make him stronger more quickly. Obito's disappearance was not necessarily a bad thing for Kuro Zetsu. He could operate more freely without restraint. Madara is in trouble. Nagato looked at Zetsu in disbelief, extremely surprised. How could this be? Zetsu. Madara might have had something come up temporarily. Perhaps he is healing and is just tied up for a moment. Nagato instinctively couldn't believe that the previously fine Uchiha Madara had suddenly disappeared. In contrast to Nagato's reaction, Konan felt a bit delighted upon hearing Zetsu's words. It was truly a blessing for Nagato. Such a scheming person like Uchiha Madara had encountered trouble, which was simply wonderful. Konan's heart was filled with joy. Now, Nagato's perception of Uchiha Madara had just changed, and Konan didn't think Madara would play such a disappearing act at this time. Based on his performance during this period, Nagato should be very important to Madara. Even if Madara had some scheme, Nagato held a significant position in it. Therefore, Konan didn't think Madara would intentionally disappear. Zetsu shook his head, and Kuro Zetsu's voice came. Logically speaking, 3 days is more than enough for him to recover. Based on his character, he wouldn't be silent for this long. Nagato frowned and looked at Zetsu. Puzzled, Zetsu, haven't you always been with Madara? Didn't you protect him while he was healing? Hee. Kuro Zetsu laughed and said, Madara doesn't like anyone around him while healing. Even I would be sent away. In any case, Madara must have gone missing. Kuro Zetsu said, looking at Nagato seriously. In my perception, Madara hasn't appeared in the ninja world for these past few days. He must have encountered something. Could it be that something happened to Madara while he was healing in his own space-time? Nagato recalled when Obito saved him, pulling him into a strange space. That place we can't enter at all. Apart from him, no one else can go in. So I lean towards the idea that something happened to Madara while healing in the outside world, Kuro Zetsu analyzed. Nagato remained silent for a while and said, let's wait a bit longer. With Madara's strength, I can't think of anyone who could cause his silent downfall. It seems that Obito performed very well in front of Nagato that night. He seemed to have gained Nagato's trust. What a pity. Kuro Zetsu scoffed at Nagato's expression. Kuro Zetsu shrugged and said, let's wait a little longer. Perhaps Madara really had something that delayed him. For him, teaching Nagato the real things was not urgent. After all, as time passed, it would eventually be proven that the disappearance of Uchiha Madara was indeed true. Chapter 75. Uchiha's new plan Konoha, Uchiha, Clan Shrine Basement. Why is that old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen back in power? Shouldn't there be a campaign for the 5th Hokage instead? Exactly. It's clear that these old geezers are responsible for the safety of the Jinchuriki, and yet the delivery time was leaked. How can he still have the face to continue being Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen is really clinging to power. Logically, the 5th Hokage should be contested by clan head Fugaku and Orochimaru. This time, with the Nine Tails being unsealed, our clan was at the forefront. And that old man of the 3rd Hokage played such a trick, stepping down only to come back to power. In the basement of a shrine, the Uchiha clan's ninjas were agitated, their crimson Sharingan flashing ominously in the dim light. Uchiha Fugaku stood before the ancestral stone tablet, feeling extremely displeased upon hearing this news. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen called Orochimaru back for another Hokage election, he wouldn't feel so indignant. Sarutobi Hiruzen's direct return to power was something he hadn't anticipated. Now, Konoha has people who could take over the Hokage position. Uchiha Fugaku let out a long breath and said in a deep voice, all right, let us calm down. Given the situation, we can only discuss the future path of the Uchiha clan. As soon as Fugaku finished speaking, the scene fell into a brief silence before quickly becoming noisy again. People were whispering to each other, aware that the Uchiha clan had bet on the 4th Hokage, which was initially a very successful investment. However, with the 4th Hokage's death, this investment now seemed awkward. It was indeed successful, but not entirely so. A large amount of manpower and resources had been invested, and the 4th Hokage had only been in office for a year, not yet reaching the harvest time. One could say that the Uchiha clan's previous investment had failed. Time passed slowly, and the discussions in the shrine basement reached no conclusion. With Sarutobi Hiruzen back in power, there was no room for the Uchiha clan to act too freely. This matter certainly wouldn't yield a result in the short term. Although the Uchiha clan was being treated unjustly, it hadn't yet reached the point of a coup as depicted in the original story. The Uchiha clan could still survive and believed they had hoped to obtain the Hokage position through normal means. Looking at the noisy clansmen, Uchiha Fugaku sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat helpless. Although their abilities weren't insignificant, their ambitions were grand, with some directly suggesting taking out the Hokage in secret and then promoting the clan head to power. The extreme ones were already planning to incite war, having the Uchiha clan strike like heavenly soldiers to decisively crush the enemy and, with overwhelming military merit, become Hokage. The main issue was that there were quite a few people holding such ideas. They were too eager to advance. Given the current situation of the Uchiha clan, it was somewhat understandable, especially since there were 3 Kage-level powerhouses and numerous Jonin among them. Such power could indeed dominate the course of a large-scale war. All right, let us leave it at that for now. Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand impatiently, signaling the end of the meeting. Then he looked at Uchiha Itachi and said, Itachi, stay for a moment. Uchiha Itachi, who was about to leave with the clan, stopped in his tracks. After a short while, only Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi remained in the shrine basement. Once the clan members left, Uchiha Fugaku changed from his previous seriousness to a bitter smile, saying, I didn't expect Minato to die just like that. The world is unpredictable. Who would have thought that the rising sun, Namake's Minato, would suddenly fall? Uchiha Itachi shook his head. Uchiha Fugaku sighed helplessly. With Minato gone, our Uchiha clan situation has returned to how it was before. From today's meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely let Danzo regain power to deal with our Uchiha clan. As he spoke, Fugaku's expression was filled with distress. At this moment in Konoha, the Uchiha clan was too powerful, with 3 Kage-level powerhouses and a multitude of Jonin, truly the #1 clan. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not fully trust the Uchiha clan, and now, in this situation, he would certainly seek to balance the Uchiha clan with others. Danzo is too underhanded. Why not take him out? A cold glint flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Now that he possessed the power of the double Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi had the confidence and ability to kill Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku was startled and quickly shook his head, saying, Danzo is not weak. He was first taken as a disciple by the second Hokage and then became a member of a Shadow Guard. Even if he cannot match Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is not someone who can be easily dealt with. Moreover, he has roots that are not weaker than the Umbu, making it difficult to resolve him in a short time. Uchiha Fugaku advised. Seeing that Uchiha Itachi was still intent on action, Uchiha Fugaku continued. We have already grasped his weaknesses. We just need the right opportunity to completely bring Danzo down. Uchiha Itachi stroked his chin and said, That is fine then. Since you say so, let us see what happens. Even if we fail, we still have a strength to back it up. After all, with the double Mangekyō Sharingan in hand, I'm confident I can take down Danzo. He asked, when does the clan head plan to use the cards against Danzo and Orochimaru regarding their unauthorized human experiments? Not in a hurry. It's not time yet. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed with a glint of coldness as he sneered. How can we easily use the cards of Danzo and Orochimaru's human experiments? At the very least, it must shake Sarutobi Hiruzen's position as Hokage, or even force him to step down. The clan head has intentions for the Hokage position? Uchiha Itachi asked in surprise. Uchiha Fugaku was silent for a moment, shook his head, and said, I'm not cut out for that. Then he looked at Uchiha Itachi with piercing eyes and said seriously, if the opportunity arises, I plan to push you to the position of Hokage. Originally, Uchiha Fugaku intended to proceed step by step, allowing his eldest son Uchiha Itachi to apprentice under Namake's Minato, gradually accumulating merit to run for Hokage. However, with Minato's sudden death, his plans were completely disrupted. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku realized he had no choice left. The Konoha upper echelons did not trust the Uchiha clan, and under normal circumstances, it would be nearly impossible for the Uchiha clan to become Hokage through legitimate elections. In such times, they could only use some special means to place a member of the Uchiha clan on the Hokage's throne. Now, the Uchiha clan had the strength to push a clan member to the Hokage position. Me? Uchiha Itachi was astonished. This was unexpected. Why was he suddenly designated as the Hokage? Uchiha Itachi was momentarily stunned. He didn't have much desire for the Hokage position. It didn't matter to him whether he became Hokage or not, as long as his research on the divine life forms progressed smoothly. Regarding his current situation, Uchiha Itachi was quite satisfied, with not much to consider. Once he became Hokage, there would be many more matters to think about. He was just afraid of the trouble. As the saying goes, in office, one must govern. When alone, one only needs to be responsible for oneself. Becoming Hokage meant being responsible for Konoha and the people of the Fire Country. Chapter 76, Tiener Wu Ming not bad. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said, Your strength is sufficient, and your intelligence and methods are not lacking. There is no problem in becoming Hokage. My achievements are insufficient. It will be hard to gain public support for the position of Hokage. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and continued, Moreover, there are Jiraiya and Tsunade over there. Even if the third Hokage steps down, there are still choices. Uchiha Fugaku sneered and said, Jiraiya has the stain of Nagato. He can forget about becoming Hokage. Tsunade has already become disillusioned with the higher-ups and is no longer invested in them. There is no need to pay too much attention to her. And as for so-called achievements, are they really that important? Uchiha Fugaku squinted his eyes and said disdainfully, when Sarutobi Hiruzen succeeded as Hokage, did he have any achievements? His position as Hokage didn't even follow the normal procedures. It was entirely appointed by the second Hokage. Was he not able to sit firmly in that position? Uchiha Itachi pondered for a moment and said, "Now that you mention it, it does seem that way." Previously, Uchiha Itachi hadn't given much thought to the position of Hokage, so he hadn't considered related matters. "You don't need to worry about reputation. These could be artificially created later," Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile. Uchiha Itachi smiled back. He had thought about it before, so he hadn't paid much attention. Now that Uchiha Fugaku mentioned it, he certainly understood the underlying logic. The title of the so-called strongest Hokage, the god of shinobi, was nothing but marketing hype, right? This was something that knowledgeable ninjas were aware of. "So are you tempted?" Uchiha Fugaku asked with a smile. Based on his observations, he had long noticed that Uchiha Itachi didn't have much desire for power. It was more like an optional state. For someone like him, if there was an opportunity to become Hokage, a little push would encourage him to make an effort. If he ultimately failed, he could still maintain a good mindset. Uchiha Itachi smiled and said, "No matter what, it's still the position of Hokage, the pinnacle of power in the ninja world. The temptation is still there." Hearing his words, Uchiha Fugaku knew that Uchiha Itachi had somewhat agreed. If Uchiha Itachi truly had no thoughts about the position of Hokage, then there would be nothing to discuss. "Then let us wait for the right moment, and let Sarutobi Hiruzen become a relic of the old era," Uchiha Fugaku said confidently. After Uchiha Itachi left, a smile appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's face, and he thought to himself, "As expected, when I used my right eye as Uchiha Ming to glimpse the future back then, it was the right decision to guide Itachi." After opening the Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku gained 2 dojutsu. One was Amaterasu, known for its strongest fire techniques, and the other was Uchiha Ming, which could glimpse the future. The former could be used freely as long as his eye power was sufficient. The latter was entirely different. The cooldown time for this technique depended on his eye power and how many potential futures he glimpsed. However, even glimpsing just one possible future would result in a cooldown time measured in months. Furthermore, how far into the future he could see, what kind of future, and what fragments were all random and could not be specified. It all depended on luck. After opening his eyes, Uchiha Fugaku felt lost about the future of the Uchiha clan. As the clan leader, he had no idea which direction to lead the Uchiha clan. After learning about his dojutsu, Uchiha Fugaku thought for a long time before quietly using the technique called Uchiha Ming. He wanted to use this dojutsu to find a way out for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku glimpsed multiple futures and saw many future scenes. Among them was a scene of Minato Namikaze donning the Hokage cloak and ascending to the Hokage position. That was why he placed heavy bets on Minato Namikaze. The reason he looked favorably upon Uchiha Itachi was also because he saw a scene of Uchiha Itachi rampaging on the battlefield in the glimpsed future. Although it was only a few disconnected future scenes, Uchiha Fugaku decided to focus on nurturing Uchiha Itachi after seeing them. Unfortunately, the future glimpsed by Uchiha Ming was too random, and the cooldown time was too long. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. The last time he glimpsed the future, the dojutsu fell into a long cooldown period of 8 years. "Forget it. The decisions I made after seeing the future are not necessarily correct. The information from these future fragments is limited and might mislead me. If it backfires, that will be bad. If I can't use it, then so be it." Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and left the shrine. After Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to power, in response to the increasingly intense conflicts at the border, Danzo's root organization began to become active again. Since the news of Minato Namikaze's death spread, various ninja villages began to stir again, sending teams to infiltrate the land of fire and wreak havoc at the borders. Among them, especially the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages were the most active. During the Third Shinobi World War, the capabilities of the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages were preserved the best. The border of the land of fire is very long. To deal with the provocations from the two villages, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to send a large number of ninjas to defend. Even though it was just small-scale incursions and disturbances, it was enough to give Sarutobi Hiruzen a headache. In the Land of Rain, at the tallest building in the Hidden Rain Village, Nagato held Hanz's neck, his expression extremely cold. "You've grown so quickly. I underestimated you." A weak voice came from beneath Hanz's gas mask. "It was Yahiko who underestimated you." Nagato's purple Rinnegan was filled with killing intent, as he coldly said. "It was precisely because both Yahiko and I underestimated you, believing you to be a person of substance, that we walked in the trap you set." As he spoke, Nagato exerted force with his 5 fingers, and in an instant, the sound of bones shattering echoed. Hanza's body trembled and immediately lost all signs of life. Looking at Hans's corpse, Nagato murmured, "This old man does have good physical quality. He would make a great vessel for the Deva path. This also solves a problem. After all, Hans was once called a demigod, even in his old age. His physique still surpassed Yahiko's. As Nagato's strength increased, he keenly felt that even with the enhancement of yin-yang release, the Deva path made from Yahiko's body was starting to lag behind him. It could no longer bear the eye power and chakra he transmitted. The Deva path made from Yahiko's body had reached its limit. Hans's physical quality far exceeded Yahiko's, and his limit was higher, making him an excellent choice for creating the Deva path. Let Yahiko rest. I will fulfill his dream in his stead." Nagato silently murmured. The next moment, he looked toward the entrance of the tall building, where a figure resembling a pitcher plant walked in. Chapter 77. Passing on the fire, do we have any news about Mr. Madara? Zetsu asked. It's been a month since the discovery of Uchiha Obito's disappearance. During this time, Obito has not shown up, as if he has evaporated from the world. In this period, Nagato has basically confirmed that Uchiha Madara is missing. Now asking Zetsu to continue searching is merely holding onto a glimmer of hope. Black Zetsu shook his head, controlling his body, and said no. It seems that Madara has indeed met with an accident. Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Nagato remained silent for a long time, finally sighing and saying, "I never expected that someone with Mr. Madara's strength would die so quietly. It's truly hard to believe. The world is unpredictable. No one knows which will come first, tomorrow or an accident." Black Zetsu said calmly, "I suspect that Mr. Madara was ambushed while healing. Otherwise, with his strength and his space-time ninjutsu, no one in the ninja world could have harmed him," Nagato analyzed. "Zetsu, you are well informed. Do you know of any ninjutsu in the ninja world that could silently kill someone?" Nagato asked. Black Zetsu pondered for a moment and replied, "There are very few techniques that can do this. Only Konoha has such a technique." "Oh, what ninjutsu is it?" Nagato pressed on. "The technique of spiritualization," Black Zetsu explained. "This is an incredibly powerful S-rank ninjutsu that can transform the spirit into a spiritual body. The spiritual body can attach itself to the enemy, causing their spirit to extinguish directly. Although this is not a space-time ninjutsu, the movement speed of the spiritual body is extremely fast, truly at the speed of light. The spiritual body can not only kill enemies, but also possesses a strong perception ability, no matter the distance. The spiritual body can sense previously marked objects and can relay information and intelligence." After listening, Nagato furrowed his brow and said solemnly, "Could it be that Mr. Madara was killed by a Konoha ninja who possesses the technique of spiritualization, and then notified the Konoha ninja hidden in the land of rain to take his body away?" Black Zetsu nodded. "There is a possibility. They're not always with Uchiha Obito, so what Nagato said is not impossible. This technique of spiritualization sounds terrifying, even more so than the Flying Thunder God technique in some respects," Nagato said quietly. "The technique of spiritualization is indeed frightening. If the chakra is marked in advance by someone who has mastered the technique of spiritualization, it is indeed hard to defend against, but it is not without weaknesses. After all, there is no perfect ninjutsu," Black Zetsu said. "Oh, please enlighten me." Nagato's eyes lit up. In his view, if Uchiha Madara was indeed killed by the technique of spiritualization, then this technique is undoubtedly very dangerous. If it could ambush Uchiha Madara, then could it not ambush me as well? After transplanting the cells of Senju Hashirama, Nagato realized how powerful Uchiha Madara, who was once on par with Hashirama, was. He was now far from Madara's level. "Your Rinnegan and some special barrier techniques," Black Zetsu replied. Now, Nagato is a crucial part of his plan. He cannot die without clarity. Therefore, Black Zetsu has not concealed anything about these matters. "My Rinnegan?" Nagato showed a thoughtful expression, and soon he thought of something. Looking at Zetsu, "Is it the ability of the Hell Realm?" "That's right." Black Zetsu nodded and said, "The ability of the Hell Realm just happens to counter the technique of spiritualization. With the Rinnegan, you need not worry about the technique of spiritualization at all." Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Nagato breathed a sigh of relief. Black Zetsu added, "As for the barrier ninjutsu to guard against the technique of spiritualization, I will teach you." "Thank you," Nagato said earnestly. He himself was not afraid, but that did not mean that the people around him were not in danger. The speed of the spiritual body in the technique of spiritualization is extremely fast. If not set up in advance, the enemy can completely carry out an assassination right under his nose. "No need to worry. I am the will inheritor of Uchiha Madara. Helping you is only right, Black Zetsu said solemnly. Mr. Madara. Nagato was silent for a moment before finally coldly saying, I will avenge Mr. Madara in the future. That guy Madara. Black Zetsu said with a tone full of satisfaction. Madara finally did not misjudge you. Fortunately, he had thought that if anything happened to him, he would entrust everything to you. Mr. Madara. Nagato felt somewhat moved. This was the first time, aside from Yahiko, Konin, and the once Jiraiya, that someone had trusted him so much. What did Mr. Madara want to entrust to me? Nagato asked with a serious expression. Black Zetsu said with utmost seriousness, his legacy, the correct method to use the outer path golem, and Madara's dream, infinite Tsukuyami. The correct method to use the outer path golem? Is there something hidden about the outer path golem? Mr. Madara's dream, infinite Tsukuyami? What does that mean? Nagato asked. Black Zetsu smiled and said, let me explain one by one. Nagato nodded seriously. Let's start with the outer path golem. Black Zetsu began, saying, you know the origin of the outer path golem. It is the seed of the god tree, and it will truly resurrect as the 10 tails only after gathering the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts. The proper use of the 10 tails is not what you think, using tailed beast bombs to bombard indiscriminately, but rather sealing it with the 6 paths 10 tails coffin seal, becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki, and achieving complete sage transformation, gaining the power of the sage of 6 paths. Nagato murmured softly. 10 tails Jinchuriki? Sage transformation? The sage of 6 paths is the 10 tails Jinchuriki. That's right, the sage of 6 paths is the first 10 tails Jinchuriki. It is precisely because of the 10 tails that the sage of 6 paths became so powerful, like a true deity. Black Zetsu affirmed his words. Of course, his words contained both truth and falsehood. Just think, if you possessed the power of the sage of 6 paths, wouldn't it be easy to make the world feel pain? Black Zetsu's words were full of temptation. Nagato nodded and said, indeed, if one possesses the power of the sage of 6 paths, they can easily make the world feel pain, understand pain, and thus give birth to peace. Then what about Mr. Madara's dream, infinite Tsukuyami? Nagato asked again. That is an ultimate illusion technique that can trap everyone in the world in an illusion. In the world of the illusion, it will create a world unique to each person based on their thoughts, allowing everyone to obtain true happiness. This is the only way to achieve peace in the world, Black Zetsu explained. Nagato opened his mouth, showing some contemplation on his face. He had to admit that this was indeed a true way to achieve peace. Pulling the entire world into an illusion and creating a world belonging to each person could indeed allow everyone to attain happiness. Seeing Nagato's interest, Black Zetsu continued. During this time, you must have realized that reality is beyond saving. Everyone lives in hell. Infinite Tsukuyami is the method to turn hell into a paradise. What a pity, after all. An illusion is just an illusion. Nagato suddenly sighed and said, indeed, Mr. Madara's dream is beautiful, but an illusion is ultimately an illusion. It is nothing but fake. There will always be a day when one awakens from a dream. Chapter 78. Research success. My dream has awakened when Yahiko committed suicide in my hands. Nagato said, his tone gradually becoming firmer. What I need to do now is inherit Yahiko's dream. Use my own methods to make the world feel pain. Let people understand each other, and thus bring about peace. Nagato looked at Black Zetsu and calmly said, so, I'm sorry, but I cannot replace Madara in realizing this dream of infinite Tsukuyami. Black Zetsu, feeling utterly helpless, replied, is that so? What a pity. Infinite Tsukuyami is indeed the only way to achieve peace in the world. That much is certain. Nagato shook his head and said, infinite Tsukuyami is a denial of reality, and also a denial of humanity itself. If one denies oneself, then what is the point of using infinite Tsukuyami? I won't do that. I will bring peace in my own way. Nagato's resolve strengthened. Nagato, do you still have hope for the real world? Your approach will only make people hate you. It is impossible to foster understanding between people. Your methods will only fill the world with more suffering. Black Zetsu advised. To resurrect his mother in a more perfect form, Black Zetsu was also desperate. That's right. Pain, hatred, and suffering have always existed alongside humanity. As long as there are people, they are destined to be unerasable. These are not meaningless things. They are reasonable existences. Nagato's expression was firm as he said, only by experiencing pain can one grow better, can one better appreciate other beautiful things. And can one cherish the hard-won peace even more. Seeing Nagato's resolute expression, Black Zetsu knew his persuasion had failed. Nagato and Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito are simply not on the same path. His mindset and that of the Uchiha are not the same at all, even after suffering heavy blows. Nagato did not have the thought of escaping reality. I see Black Zetsu's side. In that case, Nagato, continue on your path. When you find it unworkable, at least there is still the option of infinite Tsukuyomi as a fallback. Nagato said very generously, "It's all right. Even if I fail, I will not use infinite Tsukuyomi as a way to escape reality. If I fail, I fail." Black Zetsu assessed Nagato and said with great satisfaction, "Not bad. You really are impressive. I believe Madara would be comforted to see you like this now." Although he said that, Black Zetsu still felt a deep sense of regret in his heart. However, he had no better options. There were no suitable candidates to replace him now. After thousands of years, reaching this point was the closest he had come to resurrecting Kagaya Otsutsuki. He no longer wanted any unexpected events to occur. Even without using infinite Tsukuyomi, the Ten Tails Jinchuriki could still resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki. Although in an imperfect state, she could fully recover later on. Saying this, Black Zetsu took out a large scroll and handed it to Nagato, saying, "This is Madara's legacy. The Six Paths, Ten Tails seal, and infinite Tsukuyomi are all on it. How to use these things is up to you. I will not interfere at all." Nagato took the scroll, feeling a surge of emotions. He never expected things would evolve to this point. "I will make good use of this scroll and find the person who harmed Mr. Madara to take revenge," Nagato said firmly. "Let's start with Konoha." Nagato turned to look in the direction of the land of water, his face filled with killing intent. Konoha, Uchiha clan. Uchiha Mei was training in the training grounds. Uchiha Mei had never been lax in her physical training. While ninjutsu could be countered or rendered ineffective, taijutsu would never go out of style. Therefore, she placed great emphasis on martial arts. Strictly speaking, the path she was currently on was nin taijutsu, not purely like Might Gai's taijutsu. Her strength secret technique had basically reached its limit. To further enhance her destructive power, she needed to improve her chakra quality or develop a bloodline limit similar to boil release. Uchiha Mei looked at the ravaged training area and shook her wrist. Bloodline limit. Boil release. Just as Uchiha Mei was pondering information about boil release, a sound of footsteps entered her ears. "Mei, what powerful destructive power!" Uchiha Jin exclaimed as he looked at the training ground. "Jin, is there something going on with the divine biological research?" Uchiha Mei asked. Uchiha Jin was one of the security personnel responsible for the safety of divine biological research, so he must have come for a reason. "They're looking for you at divine biological research. They want you to come over as soon as possible," Uchiha Jin said. As expected, the person looking for him was Yakushi Nanoyu. In the office, Uchiha Mei looked at Yakushi Nanoyu, who was writing something, and asked, "Have you achieved results in your research?" "Senior Shinobi Mei, your intuition is really accurate." Yakushi Nanoyu raised her head and smiled, saying, "A few days ago, we made a breakthrough in cloning technology." "You realized cloning technology?" Uchiha Mei was surprised. It had only been a little over a year, and she hadn't expected that Yakushi Nanoyu had led the team to a breakthrough in cloning technology. "That's right. This technology can already be put to use." Yakushi looked at Uchiha Mei and said in a tone of caution, "I advise you to use it cautiously. There aren't significant issues with the technology itself, but there are major ethical and moral concerns." "I understand about this." Uchiha Mei smiled and said, "That's why we have research on directed cloning." "That is true." Yakushi Nanoyu nodded. Looking at her, Uchiha Mei asked, "Is there any progress on the directed cloning front?" Yakushi Nanoyu shook her head and replied, "Currently, there haven't been any major breakthroughs. To realize this technology, continuous investment is still needed." After chatting for a while, just as Uchiha Mei walked outside Yakushi Nanoyu's office, a researcher from Divine Biological Research found him. "President Mei, Group Leader Hiroshi wants you to come over. He says there has been a significant breakthrough in the research." The newcomer whispered. Mizutani Hiroshi is the person in charge of the secret research project on Senju Hashirama's cell transplantation at Divine Biological Research. He is not like ordinary researchers. Although he is not a ninja, he can skillfully use chakra and has a certain level of research in this area, making him an anomaly among researchers. Moreover, he has a high level of expertise in biological research, which is why the Uchiha clan spent a lot of money to hire him at Divine Biological Research. The reason he was chosen was that he had low morals and had done some things in the past, with his weaknesses firmly grasped by the Uchiha clan. Previously, after Uchiha Mei killed Uchiha Obito, he handed Obito's corpse over to Mizutani Hiroshi for research. Mizutani Hiroshi is a middle-aged man who has become overweight. When he saw Uchiha Ming appear, he immediately walked up and said obsequiously, "President Ming, there's been a significant breakthrough in the mysterious cell transplantation project." "What breakthrough?" Uchiha Ming asked calmly. "It's mainly due to the corpse you handed to us a month ago. After studying that corpse, we made a significant breakthrough." Mizutani Hiroshi paused and then continued. "We discovered that the key to whether the mysterious cells can be successfully transplanted lies in achieving balance between the two parties." Uchiha Ming pondered and said, "Yin-yang balance?" Chapter 79. Turmoil. Yes, Mizutani Hiroshi flattered. "The president is truly impressive, hitting the nail on the head right away. Tell me, what exactly is going on?" Uchiha Ming's expression was calm. He knew that this guy was intentionally dragging things out. Seeing Uchiha Ming's demeanor, Mizutani Hiroshi awkwardly smiled and said, "To put it simply, the mysterious cells that the president gave me contain powerful life force, which should belong to the category of yang release in ninja terms. In this case, they can only be transplanted into a yang release life form of similar level." As he spoke, he cautiously glanced at Uchiha Ming and said, "For example, someone like you." Although he wasn't a ninja, as someone who could skillfully use chakra, he had some understanding of the strong figures in the ninja world and certain clan bloodlines. He knew that the Uchiha clan Sharingan was a manifestation of yin release. The more powerful the Uchiha, the higher the evolution level of the Sharingan, and thus, undoubtedly, the higher the level of yin release they possessed. As a researcher, Mizutani Hiroshi was confident in this regard. "What do you think the probability of success would be if this cell were transplanted into me?" Uchiha Ming asked calmly. Mizutani Hiroshi showed a contemplative expression, and after a while, he said, "Theoretically, if someone is strong as you underwent the transplant, there should be no possibility of failure." "President, may I ask, have you activated the legendary Mangekyō Sharingan?" Mizutani Hiroshi cautiously inquired. Uchiha Ming glanced at him and gently nodded. As soon as Uchiha Ming looked at him, Mizutani Hiroshi broke out in a sweat. Seeing Uchiha Ming nod, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Theoretically, after activating the Mangekyō Sharingan, your yin release power would be roughly on par with the yang release power in these cells, making it easy to achieve balance. Can you use cloning technology to create a replica for verification?" Uchiha Ming asked. Mizutani Hiroshi pondered for a while before nodding. "Based on our current cloning technology, it is theoretically feasible, but since we have never actually tried to clone a ninja with a bloodline limit, we need to verify whether it will work." "Can that corpse I gave you still yield pure Uchiha somatic cells?" Uchiha Ming asked. Mizutani Hiroshi nodded. "No problem, that can be done. You handle this matter and complete it as soon as possible," Uchiha Ming instructed. "Understood. I will complete the experiment as soon as possible," Mizutani Hiroshi replied solemnly. With the help of chakra, the cultivation time for the clone was greatly reduced, thanks entirely to artificial intervention. When Uchiha Ming left Shinten Biotech, he was in a very good mood. In just one day, 2 major breakthroughs were achieved in Shinten Biotech's research. The cloning technology was one thing, but if the transplant of Senju Hashirama cells proved to be truly feasible after verification, then Uchiha Ming would have no more worries. With double Kamui and Senju Hashirama cells, there would be no one in the ninja world who could pose a threat to him. However, just as he reached his doorstep and had not yet opened the door, a member of Umbu flashed beside him and said, "Ming, the Hokage wants you to go to the Hokage office immediately." Uchiha Ming raised an eyebrow and immediately rushed towards the Hokage. Logically speaking, there shouldn't have been any major incidents at this time. The end of the 51st year in Konoha. Upon arriving at the Hokage office, Uchiha Ming saw Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting in the Hokage seat, his face serious, filled with anxiety and anger. "Ming, there has been an incident at the border," Sarutobi Hiruzen stated in a deep voice before Uchiha Ming could speak. "According to the latest intelligence, that Nagato with the Rinnegan attacked the forces stationed at the border." "Nagato attacked the forces stationed at the border?" Uchiha Ming was taken aback. "Exactly." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded solemnly. "According to the latest news, our border defense forces suffered heavy losses. Shursui, to cover the retreat of the troops, engaged in a fierce battle with Nagato, and his fate is currently uncertain." Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, a flicker of killing intent flashed in Uchiha Ming's eyes. Although he and Uchiha Shursui were not very close, and had even been suspected of being overly brainwashed by the higher-ups, he was still one of the pillars of the Uchiha clan, an indispensable force. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Ming and said solemnly, "I have already notified Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who are also stationed at the border, to go rescue Shursui." However, to prevent any accidents, you should go first. I will arrange for Umbu to provide support afterward. Understood. Uchiha Ming nodded, and then disappeared from the Hokage office. Nagato. After Uchiha Ming left, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, his face filled with killing intent. After leaving the Hokage building, Uchiha Ming returned home and immediately used the spiritization technique. His spirit transformed into a spiritual body, and in an instant, he extended his perception, allowing him to sense Uchiha Shirsui's chakra. Uchiha Ming was familiar with Uchiha Shirsui's chakra, so he was able to locate him through the spiritization technique. Somewhere on the border of the land of water towards the land of fire, Uchiha Shirsui's chakra was flickering like a candle in the wind, extremely weak. More than 10 kilometers behind him, Nagato's chakra was rapidly approaching. Uchiha Shirsui's condition was dire, almost at the brink of death. He could not afford to delay any longer. He had to use Kamui to get there, or Nagato would arrive. In the next moment, Uchiha Ming's spiritual body returned to his physical form. Focusing his thoughts, Uchiha Ming activated Kamui and vanished from his home. When he reappeared in the ninja world, Uchiha Ming found himself in a dense forest along the border of the land of water, facing the land of fire. At that moment, Uchiha Shirsui looked miserable. His Jonin vest was tattered, his body covered in bruises and wounds, and blood was still fresh around his eyes. His life force had plummeted to rock bottom, and he looked like he could die at any moment. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, Uchiha Ming let out a deep breath, then carried him on his back and disappeared, directly leaving through Kamui space-time. It was not a suitable choice to confront Nagato head-on with a severely injured comrade. Although he had double Kamui, he lacked Senju Hashirama's cells. Moreover, Nagato was aware of some information about Kamui. If he couldn't subdue Nagato in a short time, it would be uncertain who would emerge victorious. In any case, double Kamui without the enhancement of Senju Hashirama cells was not as powerful as imagined. After a while, Nagato arrived at the place where Uchiha Shirsui had fainted. Looking at the empty tree trunk, Nagato's expression turned grim as he murmured, "Such speed. Is it space-time ninjutsu? Have the Konoha people really acquired Mr. Madara's eyes?" After releasing his perception, his expression grew even darker, within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. He could not sense Uchiha Shirsui's chakra at all. What a failure! Nagato muttered to himself, his face darkening. Chapter 80. Uchiha Shirsui, severely injured, and in critical condition, the sudden attack on the defenses of Konoha at the border of the Land of Fire was truly aimed at eliminating Uchiha Shirsui, disrupting a pillar of Konoha. Although Uchiha Shirsui was young, he had already made a name for himself. Given time, and with the growth of his body, he would undoubtedly become an exceptionally powerful ninja. On the night of the Nine Tails incident, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi left a deep impression on Nagato, as the two of them were able to hold back the Nine Tails and even inflict significant damage. Such strength was rare, even among the shadows. In order to carry out future plans to capture tailed beasts, Nagato believed he should act early to gradually eliminate Konoha's high-level combat power. This was for future grand plans, as well as for revenge against Konoha and to avenge Uchiha Madara. Since the people in Konoha had mastered Madara's ocular techniques, a swift resolution would be necessary for any future attacks. Nagato murmured to himself. However, Uchiha Shirsui was only a step away from death. Even if Tsunade came to heal him, it would be difficult for him to recover, and saying he was dead would not be an exaggeration. Thinking of this, Nagato's mood improved slightly. This surprise attack could be said to have achieved its goal. Next, it would be best to remain quiet for a while. Konoha would surely be on high alert, and this tactic might not be effective again, and Konoha could even use this to set traps, Nagato thought. Meanwhile, on a coastline 1,000 miles away, Uchiha Itachi appeared with Uchiha Shirsui. After appearing, Uchiha Itachi immediately used medical ninjutsu to treat Uchiha Shirsui's injuries. Half an hour later, Uchiha Itachi frowned as he looked at the unconscious Uchiha Shirsui. The injuries sustained by Shirsui were too severe. The excessive strain on his chakra and ocular power had drained a significant amount of his life force, which was beyond the scope of normal medical ninjutsu to heal. His condition was similar to Nagato's when he forcibly operated the outer path golem and had his life force drained. However, Uchiha Shirsui was not Nagato. He did not possess that enormous life force. Now, the remaining vitality could only barely keep him from dying. This is troublesome. Uchiha Itachi sighed. The life force was one issue, but the real reason Uchiha Shirsui could not awaken was due to the excessive strain and the use of the Mangekyō Sharingan, which had pushed his mind to the brink of collapse. If his mind were to collapse, then Uchiha Shursui would truly be dead. After checking, Uchiha Itachi found that Shursui's Sharingan was on the verge of blindness. Even if he were to awaken, he would not be able to sustain a battle. He was essentially crippled. This is difficult. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and sighed, picking up Uchiha Shursui and rushing towards Konoha. Given Shursui's current condition, there was probably no one in the ninja world who could heal him. Maintaining this half-dead state was not difficult, but bringing him back to consciousness and restoring him to normal would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. After stabilizing Uchiha Shursui's condition, Uchiha Itachi intentionally delayed for 2 days before returning to Konoha. After sending Uchiha Shursui to the Konoha hospital and ensuring that the Uchiha clan members were watching over him closely, Uchiha Itachi then went to report to the Hokage's office. Upon learning about Uchiha Shursui's condition, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hesitate and went directly to the Konoha hospital to visit him personally. In the pristine hospital room, Uchiha Fugaku was already standing by the bedside, conversing with the attending physician. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen arrive, Uchiha Fugaku greeted him with little enthusiasm. "Hokage-sama." "Don't mind me," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, looking at the pale Uchiha Shursui on the bed, his expression gloomy. In his eyes, Uchiha Shursui was an Uchiha who embodied the true will of fire. Wholeheartedly devoted to the village, he had inherited the will of his friend Uchiha Kagami, and given time, he would surely be able to support the village. "What is Shursui's specific condition?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, looking at the quiet, attending physician beside him. The attending physician replied calmly, "Shursui's condition is very dire. Due to excessive strain on his body and forcibly refining chakra, he has lost a significant amount of life force. After Uchiha Itachi's treatment, he can only barely maintain his current state." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and spoke in a deep voice. "When will Shursui wake up? Is there any way to compensate for the lost life force?" When Shursui can wake up depends on whether his mind can recover from the brink of collapse. The attending physician shook his head and said, "As for the lost life force, there is currently no way to compensate for it." Mental collapse. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened further as he asked, "What happened?" The attending physician shook his head, looking at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku, and said, "This matter needs to be explained by Fugaku and Itachi. They understand it better than I do." Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately looked at the two of them. "Let me explain," Uchiha Itachi spoke up. "Shursui fought against Nagato, and in order to cover the retreat of the border patrol, he excessively strained his ocular power, resulting in significant mental trauma. Whether he can wake up is now uncertain. Is there really no way at all?" Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Uchiha Itachi smiled bitterly and said, "Unless his life force can be restored, allowing the body to nourish the mind." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. "This is a vicious cycle. There is currently no way to compensate for the loss of life force. If there were, then ninjas wouldn't have peak periods of their lives. Is it really impossible to restore lost life force?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again, not willing to give up. The attending physician shook his head and said, "Perhaps there are miraculous secret techniques in the ninja world that can restore lost life force, but we in Konoha do not possess such things." Sarutobi Hiruzen felt hopeless, looking at Uchiha Shursui on the bed, his mood very low. A month ago, Konoha had already lost the two major pillars, Minato and Kushina. Now, losing Uchiha Shursui was a tremendous loss for Konoha. That night, after the news of Uchiha Shursui spread, the atmosphere in the entire Uchiha clan was very strange, appearing quite oppressive, with many people holding their breath, unable to vent their frustrations. In the patriarch's residence, in Uchiha Fugaku's study, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi sat across from each other. "It's such a pity for Shursui." Uchiha Fugaku sighed and shook his head, looking at Uchiha Itachi, asking, "I remember you went to the Research Institute today. Was there any breakthrough in the research there?" The matters of the Divine Biological Research Institute had always been fully handled by Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Fugaku did not concern himself with those affairs. The Research Institute only reported to Uchiha Itachi. While Uchiha Shursui's situation was indeed regrettable, they had to look forward. Moreover, it did not mean that Uchiha Fugaku had given up on Uchiha Shursui. A Uchiha who had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan could not simply be abandoned because of this. The reason for asking this was that the research at the Divine Biological Institute might have a significant impact on Uchiha Shursui's recovery. Chapter 81. Methods of Healing. Uchiha Akira nodded and said, "There has indeed been a significant breakthrough over there. The cloning technology has basically been conquered and is ready for use. More importantly, The transplantation of Senju Hashirama's cells has made major progress, and I have already initiated transplantation experiments over there. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku somewhat moved, Uchiha Akira continued to reveal the truly heavyweight news. This is really good news. Uchiha Fugaku exhaled deeply, showing a look of relief. He looked at Uchiha Akira and asked, transplanting Senju Hashirama cells into Shursui should be able to restore his lost vitality, right? If the transplantation can succeed, it can indeed help Shursui recover his lost vitality, Uchiha Akira said. Uchiha Fugaku sighed in relief. Every clan member of the Uchiha who has awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan is precious and must be preserved at all costs. How long will it take for the experiments at Shuntian Biology to be completed? Uchiha Fugaku asked. About 3 to 5 months, Uchiha Akira replied. After all, the clones used for the experiments will be accelerated in growth using many methods, shortening the maturation period. That's not too long. Shursui's current condition can still hold out. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in satisfaction. After thinking for a moment, Uchiha Fugaku said, once the transplantation of Senju Hashirama cells is successful, he may gain wood release. If that gets exposed, it won't be easy to explain to the village. It's not the right time to lay all the cards on the table. There's no need to worry about that. Uchiha Akira smiled and said, I have already mastered the spirit transformation technique. At that time, I can enter Shursui's mental space in a spiritual form. As long as I don't mention the transplant of Senju Hashirama cells, he will keep it a secret. Anyway, if they don't say anything, Uchiha Shursui won't know the specifics. You've mastered the spirit transformation technique. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Akira in surprise and said, if that's the case, then it's even better. But can't you use the spirit transformation technique to directly awaken Shursui? Uchiha Fugaku asked in confusion. Uchiha Akira said, Shursui's current condition cannot rely solely on his subjective will to awaken. His spirit is very weak right now. Even in my spiritual form, I can only enter his mental space to communicate. To awaken him, we still need to restore his lost vitality to a certain extent. I understand, Uchiha Fugaku nodded. After hearing Uchiha Akira's explanation, he understood. If it were merely a loss of vitality, Uchiha Shursui might still have a chance to awaken. However, Uchiha Shursui's vitality and spirit are on the brink of collapse. This situation cannot be revived merely by a strong will to survive. Let's wait for news from Shuntian Biology. Uchiha Akira said. The news of the attack on the defense forces along the border of the Land of Fire quickly spread throughout the ninja world. Along with it, some intelligence about Nagato was also disseminated, which naturally included information about the Rinnegan's abilities. After this information spread, it immediately appeared on the desks of the leaders of various major ninja villages. The intelligence about Nagato was undoubtedly the work of Konoha. On the night of the Nine Tails disturbance, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya fought against Nagato and collected a lot of information about the Rinnegan's abilities. In the office of the Tsuchikage in Iwagakure, Inoki looked at the reports submitted by the intelligence agency with a furrowed brow. The Rinnegan. Truly terrifying. It is indeed the eye of the sage of 6 paths. It can absorb ninjutsu. This means my dust release will completely lose its effectiveness. Inoki pondered how to deal with it if he were to confront Nagato. After thinking for a long time, Inoki finally shook his head. Realizing he had no way to counter Nagato, dust release would be restrained, and the ability to fly would also be countered by the gravitational and repulsive forces of the Rinnegan. Even taijutsu wouldn't work. Inoki found himself at a loss. Inoki murmured softly, the troublesome Rinnegan. In Kumogakure, in the Raikage's office. Absorb ninjutsu? Gravitational and repulsive forces? It seems my decision to change my training method was correct. Raikage sneered. Just right. I've recently learned my father's hell stab technique. I wonder if this so-called repulsive force can withstand my hell stab. At first, the 4th Raikage's lightning armor was different from the 3rd Raikage's. The former focused more on speed, while the latter emphasized defense and power. However, after the death of Minato Namikaze, the 4th Raikage changed his mind and began to focus on strengthening his defense and power. He had always wanted to surpass Minato in speed, so he concentrated on speed training. Now that Minato was dead, his speed was undoubtedly the fastest in the ninja world. All along, his defense and power had been weaker than his father's, making it one of his weaknesses. Undoubtedly, if his defense and power could also be strengthened, the 4th Raikage would become a Raikage without any shortcomings. He would likely surpass his father, the 3rd Raikage, and become the strongest Raikage in history. The reactions of the 3rd Mizukage and 4th Kazekage were different, but one thing was certain. They both held great apprehension towards Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan. The number of spies sent into the Land of Rain was greater than ever before. In reality, Nagato and Konan, who had already taken control of Mangekyō, also realized this fact. Konan stood by the window, watching the rainfall, and asked Nagato, what should we do now? How should we handle these spies sent by the major ninja villages? Let them operate in the Land of Rain, Nagato said calmly. As long as they don't discover our Akatsuki's existence, these spies will eventually leave. Konan looked thoughtful and said, do you plan to let Hanzo continue to control Mangekyō in the open while we hide in the depths of darkness? That's right, Nagato nodded and said. Our Akatsuki's goal is the tailed beasts. With this goal, we cannot be in the open. The tailed beasts are strategic weapons for the major ninja villages, crucial treasures. If an organization covets such treasures and has the ability to seize them, it will undoubtedly be targeted by the major ninja villages. However, now the major ninja villages already know of our Akatsuki's existence. Konan said with some concern. That's okay, came Nagato's calm voice. For the next period, our Akatsuki won't be very active. Time will make people forget everything, and they won't have the energy to focus on these matters. After obtaining the true legacy of Uchiha Madara, Nagato examined himself and felt increasingly that he needed time to train and settle down. Don't forget Konoha. Based on your attack on Uchiha Shursui, there must be someone in Konoha who has mastered the spirit transformation technique and space-time ninjutsu. Be careful of their ambushes, Konan reminded. Rest assured, I already have a plan for this matter. The perception ability of the spirit transformation technique can no longer sense us, Nagato said confidently. Chapter 82. Failed experiment. As the words fell, Nagato turned his body, and with a wave of his hand, a soft, white object flew towards Konan. Konan took the object, which was as soft as clay, and looked at Nagato, asking, what is this? This is a spore clone of white zetsu, which can mimic other people's chakra. If you carry it with you, the spiritualization technique won't be able to sense our chakra, Nagato explained. White zetsu has such an effect, Konan said in surprise, while she carefully stored the spore in her hand. The function of white zetsu goes far beyond this. Its abilities exceed our imagination, Nagato said, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. After obtaining the true legacy of Uchiha Madara, he realized how powerful white zetsu's effects were. Truly a creature created by the god tree, Konan sighed. After gaining Uchiha Madara's legacy, Nagato shared many ancient stories with Konan, including the origin and true nature of the Outer Path Golem. At that moment, a white zetsu slowly emerged from the ground not far from them. Upon its arrival, the white zetsu looked at Nagato and said, Nagato, we have found a suitable candidate to recruit into the Akatsuki organization. Oh, who is it? What's their name? Nagato immediately inquired. Currently, the Akatsuki organization only had him as a high-end combat power, and sometimes he felt overwhelmed when trying to accomplish certain tasks. The person is called Kakuzu. He is a bounty hunter with a secret technique called Earth Grudge Fear, which allows him to plunder others' hearts, extend his own life, and master the chakra attributes of the heart's owner, White Zetsu explained. Sounds like a strong individual, Nagato nodded. White Zetsu shrugged and said, he was once an elite ninja from Takegakure and had accepted a mission to assassinate the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Being able to escape from Hashirama's subordinates proves he has some level of strength. Considering that, he indeed has some skills, Nagato nodded and asked, where is he now? He's currently in the underground exchange in the Land of Water. He's been active in that country recently, White Zetsu replied. All right, Nagato nodded and turned to Konan, saying, Konan, I will trouble you with the Land of Rain. I will return as soon as possible. Konan said nothing, just silently nodded. In Konoha, Hokage office. After the smoke cleared, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, feeling very troubled lately. The border of the Land of Fire was increasingly restless, with Awagakure, Kimogakure, and Kirigakure all intensifying their infiltration efforts at nearly the same time. Numerous ninja squads were covertly invading the Land of Fire, causing chaos and destruction in the border towns and villages. The daimyo of the Land of Fire was furious and demanded that Sarutobi Hiruzen come up with a plan quickly. If the issue couldn't be resolved, he would have to consider cutting Konoha's military budget. For this matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen even dispatched Danzo. Clearly, the situation had escalated beyond a local conflict and had become a small-scale war. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already sent out everyone he could. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Danzo were stationed at different fronts, but even so, some areas were left unprotected, necessitating members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans to help fill in the gaps. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of sending Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi out. Konoha was currently lacking high-end combat power, and, given the situation, someone had to stay behind to protect the Jinchuriki. Nagato clearly harbored hatred towards Konoha, so it was necessary to be on guard. Additionally, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not want the Uchiha clan to gain too much merit, so he had to keep them in Konoha. If the Uchiha clan gained too much credit, it would pose a threat to his position as Hokage. The Uchiha clan had always held ambitions regarding the Hokage position, which was something that needed to be guarded against. The Hokage position of Konoha must not fall into the hands of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and walked to the window, looking down at Konoha, praying in his heart, "I hope the conflict does not escalate." However, the development of events did not unfold as Sarutobi Hiruzen prayed. Although the conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure was suppressed to a small scale, the conflict with Kumogakure intensified. Eventually, at the end of December in the 51st year of Konoha, the conflict escalated into war. 1,000 ninja from Kumogakure invaded the land of fire from the land of water, clashing with Jiraiya's Konoha forces, who were stationed at the border. Leading this invasion was the trusted aide of the Raikage, T-Dai. T-Dai had once been the right-hand man of the third Raikage, A, possessing the bloodline limit of lava release. Although his strength was not on par with Jiraiya, he was not to be underestimated. Caught off guard, Jiraiya's border defense forces suffered significant losses. Fortunately, Jiraiya summoned the toads of Mount Myaboku in time and entered Sage Mode, turning the tide and preventing the complete annihilation of his forces by Kumogakure. Despite the war between Konoha and Kumogakure, neither side truly exerted their full strength, mutually compressing the scale of the conflict to a lower intensity. As time passed, it quickly reached March of the 52nd year of Konoha. The war between Konoha and Kumogakure continued, with both sides exchanging blows along the borders of the Land of Fire. Although the intensity of the war was not high, the outbreak of conflict led to a significant increase in Konoha's military spending that year. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, who originally planned to cut Konoha's military budget, had to raise it again. This had little to do with Uchiha Itachi, who was currently looking quite displeased. Just earlier, Kamiyama Hiroshi, in charge of the transplant experiment for Senju Hashirama, had informed him that the cloning experiment had failed. The reason for the failure was unknown. The clone could not perfectly replicate the characteristics of the original. Not to mention the Mangekyō Sharingan, the clone didn't even possess the Sharingan. A clone without even the Sharingan could naturally not be used as a test subject for transplanting Senju Hashirama's cells. Uchiha Obito's clone was no different from an ordinary Uchiha clan member's body. It did not possess the powerful in release that emerged after awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan. It seems the cloning technology is not perfect enough. Uchiha Itachi thought, it is definitely possible to clone the Mangekyō Sharingan. By the time of Naruto, Orochimaru's test subject managed to achieve this, successfully mass-producing numerous Mangekyō Sharingan. The reason it can't be done now is simply that the current cloning technology is still immature. But why is Senju Hashirama's clone so perfect? Uchiha Itachi looked at the clone that bore an almost identical appearance to Senju Hashirama, his face full of confusion. Uchiha Itachi could clearly sense that the traits exhibited by Senju Hashirama's clone were almost identical to those of Senju Hashirama's cells. The intense vitality could be sensed even by ordinary ninjas. The traits they expressed were nearly completely consistent. Uchiha Itachi was certain that if the suppression on Senju Hashirama's clone's consciousness were lifted, allowing it to truly develop its own consciousness, the growth rate of this clone would be astonishingly fast. What exactly is the difference here? Uchiha Itachi was very puzzled. After pondering for a long time, Uchiha Itachi couldn't come up with a reason. This was not his area of expertise. As the saying goes, a different trade is like a different mountain, and being able to think of it would be strange. Chapter 83. Preparing for transplant, looking at the clone of Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Ming stroked his chin and formed the hand signs for the spiritualization technique. Once the signs were completed, a somewhat transparent spiritual body of Uchiha Ming appeared and merged into the clone of Uchiha Obito. As Uchiha Ming's spiritual body entered the clone's body, the next moment, the clone sat up straight. The clone stretched out its hand and clenched it, then carefully walked around the laboratory, as if familiarizing itself with the body. Clearly, Uchiha Ming had taken control of this body. With the spiritualization technique, it was not difficult for him to do something akin to possession. Sharingan. After familiarizing himself for a while, Uchiha Ming widened his eyes and attempted to activate the Sharingan. The next moment, the clone's dark pupils turned scarlet, and a pair of three Tomo Sharingan manifested. Realizing the change in his eyes, Uchiha Ming was taken aback. What had initially been an unintentional attempt unexpectedly succeeded. So, the clone's hardware is fine, it just lacks the drive? Uchiha Ming muttered softly. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Ming thought to let the clone further activate the kaleidoscope. However, this time, his eyes still bore the three Tomo Sharingan, and no change occurred. Failure. Uchiha Ming frowned, pondering the reason for the failure. After a while, he finally spoke. Perhaps it's like this. After reflecting, he believed there were a few reasons why the clone could not activate the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. First, he himself had not activated the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, so the drive could not activate the clone's unactivated hardware. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan he possessed had been activated by Uchiha Obito and Hitaki Kakashi, hence he could use it right away. Although the genetic information of this clone was consistent with Uchiha Obito, the clone's eyes still required the special chakra that appears after activation. Since Uchiha Ming himself had not activated the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he lacked that special chakra, thus he could not activate the clone's hardware. As for the other reason, it was quite simple. The cloning technique might not be perfect, leading to the clone not possessing the same characteristics as the original. What a pity. I haven't truly activated the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, so my thoughts cannot be verified. Uchiha Ming shook his head and controlled the clone to lie back in its original position. Then, his spiritual body emerged from the clone of Uchiha Obito and entered the clone of Senju Hashirama. What powerful life force! What powerful chakra! The clone of Senju Hashirama opened its eyes, producing a sound of surprise from Uchiha Ming. As soon as he entered this clone and began to refine chakra, Uchiha Ming was greatly shocked. The chakra in this body was abundant and inexhaustible, as if it could be drawn from an endless source. Chakra is composed of mental energy and physical energy. This was the first time Uchiha Ming encountered such a situation. Previously, it had always been that the physical energy could not keep up with the mental energy, but now there seemed to be a reverse trend. After synthesizing a large amount of chakra, he surprisingly felt a bit strained mentally. As a traveler, it was the first time this naturally strong-minded individual encountered such a situation. It was evident just how immense the physical energy of the clone of Senju Hashirama was. No wonder it was the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra. Senju Hashirama might have fully tapped into the potential of his body like Ashura did, Uchiha Ming thought. Ashura was different from Indra. Indra inherited the Sage of Six Paths ocular power and was born with extreme power. Ashura was relatively mediocre, but through diligent training, he brought out the power of his physical body, thus possessing strength comparable to Indra. Uchiha Ming carefully sensed this body for a long time before finally exclaiming, "Such a strong life force. Is this one of the traits displayed by Yang Release?" After controlling this body to wander around the laboratory for a while, Uchiha Ming's spiritual body finally returned to his original form. Once back in his body, Uchiha Ming placed a consciousness seal on the two clones. If he didn't do this, there was a possibility that these two bodies would develop self-awareness. Leaving Shinten Biological, Uchiha Ming headed straight for the Uchiha clan leader's residence. The situation with Uchiha Shursui could no longer be delayed. If he didn't replenish his life force soon, he would be done for. However, the current person in charge of the Uchiha clan was not him. This matter needed to be decided by Uchiha Fugaku. How is it? What are the experimental results over there? As soon as he entered, Uchiha Fugaku inquired. During this time, he had also begun to pay attention to the affairs of Shinten Biological. This morning, he saw someone from Shinten Biological arrive at Uchiha Ming's home. Based on what Uchiha Ming had said before, Uchiha Fugaku believed that the results of the cell transplant experiment using Senju Hashirama cells had come in. There was a bit of a problem with the experiment, and here's what happened. Uchiha Ming shook his head and explained the situation regarding the clones to Uchiha Fugaku. Of course, in his account, the clones were his own and not Uchiha Obito's. Uchiha Fugaku frowned and said, "So, we can't use the clones for the transplant experiment?" "Exactly. Such an experiment is meaningless and proves nothing." Uchiha Ming nodded. "Undoubtedly, based on Danzo's performance, if it were just a pair of ordinary Sharingan, it would definitely not be able to achieve balance with Senju Hashirama cells. Danzo's arm had used 5 pairs of Sharingan just to achieve balance. However, Shursui's situation could no longer be delayed." Uchiha Fugaku's brow furrowed. There was no time to perfect the cloning technology. If we must save Shursui, we can only skip the experimental step and directly implant Senju Hashirama cells into him. Uchiha Ming said solemnly. Uchiha Fugaku knew that Uchiha Mei's words were meant to prompt him to make a decision. Uchiha Shursui was alone, without blood relatives. Now only he, the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, had the authority to make this decision. What is the success rate? Uchiha Fugaku asked. Based on calculations, the success rate is over 90%, Uchiha Ming replied. That's enough. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said, all right, in principle, I agree to directly implant Senju Hashirama cells into Shursui. After a pause, Uchiha Fugaku continued. However, Mei, you need to use the spiritualization technique to explain this matter to Shursui, and he must keep it confidential. If Shursui insists on telling the village's higher-ups, Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and said, then forget it. I understand. Uchiha Ming nodded. The matter of implanting Senju Hashirama cells is serious. If Sarutobi Hiruzen finds out, it would definitely lead to conflict. Moreover, Uchiha Shursui was very close to the higher-ups of Konoha. If you're to leak it to them, that would be a huge problem. Subsequently, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Ming arrived at Shinten Biological. Uchiha Shursui had been moved here 2 months ago as part of their preparations. Upon reaching the room where Uchiha Shursui was located, Uchiha Ming did not hesitate and immediately used the spiritualization technique to enter Uchiha Shursui's spiritual space. Uchiha Shursui's spiritual space was pitch black and dead silent, completely different from the starry-like spiritual spaces of normal people. After a moment of perception, Uchiha Akira swiftly arrived at a certain location in the spiritual space like a flash of light. There he saw the almost transparent Uchiha Shursui sitting in a daze, hugging his knees. Chapter 84. The most deadly invisibility Shursui. The spiritual body of Uchiha Izumi emitted a wave. Sitting with his knees hugged, Uchiha Shursui seemed to sense something. He raised his head and stared blankly in the direction from which the wave came. Seeing Shursui's expression after he lifted his head, Uchiha Izumi frowned and thought to himself, this child hasn't turned into a fool, has he? Fortunately, after a while of staring blankly at Uchiha Izumi, Shursui's dazed gaze gradually became more animated. Senior Izumi. A faint wave of consciousness came from Shursui's spiritual body. Seeing that Shursui still had his awareness, Uchiha Izumi sighed in relief and asked, do you remember what happened? Shursui frowned slightly. After recalling for a while, he said, I remember. That enemy with the Rinnegan suddenly attacked, and in just a few moves, they crushed the border defense troops. Pain and worry appeared on his face as he murmured, the power of the Rinnegan is too strong. Ninjutsu is ineffective against him, and my body flicker technique was suppressed by his repulsion and attraction. He could easily extract the souls of our ninjas. I almost had my soul extracted too, and in the end, I had no choice but to forcibly use Susanoo to fight him. I don't know how many from a border defense troops managed to escape. What is the current situation, Senior Izumi? It's been almost half a year. Thanks to your desperate efforts to hold them off, most of the border defense troops survived, so don't worry. Uchiha Izumi replied, then I can rest assured. A smile appeared on Shursui's face. He looked down at his current state and seemed to understand something, showing an apologetic expression. I'm really sorry. It seems I can only come this far. I'm truly sorry for causing you trouble, Senior Izumi. At that moment, Uchiha Izumi spoke to Shursui. The Uchiha clan needs your strength. You cannot die yet. Shursui was taken aback and helplessly said, but you know my condition, Senior Izumi. I overexerted my spirit and body to use Susanoo, and now I'm practically half dead. In this situation, even Lady Tsunade's return wouldn't help. Shursui looked at Uchiha Izumi with confusion. Does the clan now have the ability to treat this kind of injury? You guessed correctly. Uchiha Izumi nodded affirmatively. Shursui was stunned, then seemed to understand something. Senior Izumi, it shouldn't be an ordinary method, right? It should be some means prohibited by the village. If the village allowed it, you wouldn't be here. You're very smart. Uchiha Izumi gave Shursui a deep look and said, it's indeed not an ordinary method, but it's not something that the village prohibits. It's just a bit special, and I need to inform you in advance. Your current condition is very bad. Your life force could run out at any moment, and you're only being kept alive by the clan's medical equipment. Only by transplanting a certain cell I accidentally obtained can you survive. Transplant a cell that you accidentally obtained, Senior Izumi? Shursui was taken aback. Things were not as he had imagined. It seemed it wasn't the kind of forbidden matter he thought. Yes. Uchiha Izumi nodded. That is a cell I accidentally obtained from a humanoid creature. This cell contains immense life force. Since it doesn't step into the village's forbidden territory, Then the clan can proceed as they see fit. Shursui relaxed and curiously asked, "Is there any hidden danger?" "Not really." Uchiha Izumi shook his head. "But after successfully transplanting that cell, you might acquire wood release." "What? I could gain wood release?" Shursui was astonished and quickly asked, "What kind of creature cell is it that could grant wood release after transplantation?" Once Shursui asked this question, Uchiha Izumi realized he didn't know that one could gain wood release by transplanting Senju Hashirama's cells. He also didn't know that Konoha had conducted experiments to obtain wood release through Senju Hashirama's cell transplants. Although Shursui was not weak, he was still young and inexperienced, unaware of many things in Konoha. For Uchiha Izumi, this was a good thing. He didn't plan to disclose the true nature of this matter to Shursui. If he discovered it later, it wouldn't matter. He could always say that everyone at the time didn't know it was Senju Hashirama's cells. "Have you seen this kind of humanoid creature?" Uchiha Izumi said, projecting the appearance of white Zetsu beside him. "I've never seen such a being." Shursui shook his head and then speculated, could it be related to Uchiha Madara, who attacked the fourth Hokage? Doesn't he also use wood release? Uchiha Izumi nodded. "Most likely." "I see." Shursui nodded. He now fully understood why Uchiha Izumi had come here first instead of directly transplanting that cell to him. If the transplantation succeeded and he gained wood release, it would be hard to explain if the village's higher-ups found out. Wood release was once mastered only by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and now only 2 people possess it, both of whom are enemies of the village. If the Uchiha clan were to suddenly produce another user of wood release, it would raise suspicions about whether the Uchiha clan was colluding with the village's enemies. If he were to be bolder, it could even lead the higher-ups to suspect that the Nine Tails was released by the Uchiha clan in collusion with external enemies. The thought of the Uchiha clan being so suspected by the higher-ups sent a chill down Shursui's spine. This was definitely not what he wanted to see. He had always been dedicated to integrating the Uchiha into Konoha and coexisting peacefully with Konoha. Though still young, Shursui understood that some things should not be spoken. Once the chain of suspicion formed, it would be over. If the transplantation is successful and I gain wood release, I will keep this secret and never let anyone else know about it, Shursui said with a serious expression. Hearing him say this, Uchiha Izumi knew his guidance had taken effect. Shursui had already imagined the consequences of the village as higher-ups discovering this. He understood that Shursui would keep this secret to allow the village and his clan to coexist peacefully. As the saying goes, a gentleman can deceive by being straightforward. Uchiha Izumi thought to himself, if the transplantation is successful and you gain wood release, try not to use it, and don't disclose the method used to save you to the village as higher-ups. Uchiha Izumi nodded and said meaningfully, some things cannot be clearly explained. Human hearts are unpredictable. Shursui took a deep breath and said, I understand. I won't let the clan be suspected by the village. Chapter 85. Successful transplant, Our clan situation is not good right now. The village leadership has never really trusted us. On the night of the Nine Tails disturbance, the village's order was to have us responsible for the evacuation of non-combat personnel. This shows that our clan is not trusted by the village. Uchiha Akira said with a hint of emotion. Fortunately, clan leader Fugaku was decisive that night and went straight to the battlefield. Otherwise, our clan would have been in a very difficult position, Uchiha Shursui said with a sense of relief. All right, I've said what needs to be said. I need to go out and prepare, Uchiha Akira said to Uchiha Shursui. You need to be ready. The success rate of the transplant is not 100. I understand. I will be prepared for failure, Uchiha Shursui nodded in response. Outside, Uchiha Fugaku was guarding Uchiha Akira's body. One of the weaknesses of the spirit transformation technique is that it leaves the physical body in one place. If someone discovers the body while the spirit is unaware, it would be disastrous. Kato Dan was a tragic case, as his spirit went out to wreak havoc, but the body left behind was found, leading to his unfortunate demise. Seeing Uchiha Akira open his eyes, Uchiha Fugaku quickly asked, How is it? What did Shursui say? Uchiha Akira smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, Shursui has agreed to keep it a secret. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku showed a curious expression and asked, How did you get Shursui to agree to keep a secret? As far as I know, the village holds significant weight in Shursui's heart. In Shursui's heart, the clan is not less important than the village, Uchiha Akira replied with a smile. Then, he briefly recounted his conversation with Uchiha Shursui in his mental space. This was mainly to prevent any slip-ups in conversation between Uchiha Fugaku and Shursui once Shursui woke up, so they needed to communicate in advance. After listening to Uchiha Akira's account, Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly and said with a smile, "It's fine not to tell him the truth. Guiding the origin of the Senju Hashirama cells to that Uchiha Madara is a good move." He looked at Uchiha Shursui, who was on the hospital bed with tubes inserted, and said, "Let's begin and perform the transplant as soon as possible." Uchiha Akira nodded, then directly took out the prepared Senju Hashirama transplant serum from the storage scroll and proceeded to transplant it into Uchiha Shursui on the hospital bed. As the green transplant serum was completely injected into Uchiha Shursui's body, both Uchiha Akira and Uchiha Fugaku opened their Sharingan to lock onto Uchiha Shursui on the hospital bed. After the transplant serum was injected into Uchiha Shursui's body, the previously motionless Uchiha Shursui immediately reacted. Visibly, the area where the serum was injected turned pale, and as time passed, the area continued to spread, resembling a skin disease. However, in reality, this was a sign that Uchiha Shursui cells were being devoured in large quantities by the Senju Hashirama cells. Uchiha Fugaku observed and murmured, "This doesn't look good. The erosion ability of the Senju Hashirama cells is too strong. It can't be failing, can it?" Uchiha Akira frowned. At that moment, Uchiha Shursui's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing a pair of dim Sharingan. At first, the two thought Uchiha Shursui had awakened, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was merely a physiological response. As Uchiha Shursui instinctively opened his eyes, the spreading pallor gradually ceased, and his skin slowly returned to normal. The next moment, Uchiha Shursui's body trembled as if he was experiencing immense pain, and unconscious screams escaped from his mouth. Before long, Uchiha Shursui on the hospital bed calmed down, and the area where the transplant serum was injected completely returned to its normal skin color. In the eyes of the two, they could clearly see chakra beginning to emerge within Uchiha Shursui's body. Clearly, this was a positive sign, indicating that Uchiha Shursui's consciousness had begun to revive, instinctively refining chakra. "It seems to have succeeded?" Uchiha Fugaku murmured. Uchiha Akira subtly nodded and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, it has succeeded." They could both see Uchiha Shursui's previously depleted vitality being replenished. His skin, which had turned abnormally pale due to significant loss of vitality, was now rapidly returning to normal. His previously weak breaths became steady and powerful. Sure enough, after nearly an hour of waiting in this specially designed hospital room, Uchiha Shursui suddenly sat up from the hospital bed. After sitting up, a momentary daze appeared on Uchiha Shursui's face, as if he had not clearly seen the surroundings. After blinking a few times, he took some time to adapt. "Clan leader Fugaku, Senior Akira, I apologize for causing trouble for the clan and you this time." Uchiha Shursui greeted them apologetically. "That's not important." Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand and said, "The most crucial thing now is your own body. Carefully sense your body and see if there are any discomforts." "I understand." Uchiha Shursui nodded, then closed his eyes to sense his chakra carefully. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Akira quietly waited nearby, not rushing him. After a while, Uchiha Shursui opened his eyes, and upon doing so, he suddenly froze. Seeing Uchiha Shursui's expression, Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brows and asked, "What's wrong?" "Clan leader Fugaku, my vision has been restored." Uchiha Shursui looked at Uchiha Fugaku in surprise. "Previously, after I fought against Nagato and forcibly used Susanoo, my eyes were on the brink of blindness, and now they have actually recovered." Uchiha Fugaku was overjoyed and incredulously asked, "Really?" Uchiha Shursui blinked a few times, his eyes rolling around, then nodded, "It's true." After receiving his confirmation, a brilliant smile appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's face. This news was undoubtedly unprecedentedly good news for him. Previously, on the night of the Nine Tails, after battling the Nine Tails, his vision had dropped to a freezing point. Now hearing such good news, Uchiha Fugaku was overjoyed. The transplant of Senju Hashirama cells could prevent the potential sealing of the Mangekyō Sharingan's ocular power, stopping him from going blind, essentially equivalent to obtaining a youth version of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku was overjoyed and thought, from now on, no one in Konoha can stop our Uchiha clan from rising. Is there anything else that has changed? At this time, Uchiha Akira asked. The amount of chakra has significantly increased, and its quality has also improved greatly, Uchiha Shursui said as he opened his Sharingan. After a moment of feeling, he continued. The ocular power of the Sharingan has also increased significantly. I feel that if I were to use Susanoo now, it could produce new changes. If I were to go against Nagato again, perhaps I wouldn't be so powerless. Uchiha Shursui clenched his fists, filled with unwillingness as he recalled that battle. It's hard to believe that someone called a genius could feel so powerless, barely escaping with his life after exhausting all his strength against the enemy. Chapter 86. Transplanting Senju Hashirama's cells, listening to his words. Uchiha Fugaku's face continued to smile. Compared to wood release, he preferred to use the Uchiha clan's Sharingan techniques, as that was the essence of the Uchiha clan. At this stage, as an Uchiha, he could not openly use wood release. Moreover, obtaining wood release through the transplantation of Senju Hashirama cells could not compare to Hashirama himself. In his view, for the Uchiha clan, acquiring wood release through the transplantation of Senju Hashirama cells was merely an embellishment compared to the effect of Hashirama cells in preventing the Mangekyō Sharingan from leading to blindness. Is there any way? Can I use wood release? Uchiha Ming asked next. Uchiha Shursui carefully sensed for a moment and said, "It feels like I can, but I don't know the hand seals for wood release, so it may take some time to figure out if I've truly acquired it. This matter is not urgent." "Take your time," Uchiha Ming said. "That's right." Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said, "You should rest well first. Leave the research facility only after your body is fully recovered." "I understand," Uchiha Shursui nodded. Looking at the two who were about to leave, he quickly spoke up, "Clan leader, Senior Mei, if the third Hokage asks how I recovered, what should I say?" After talking with Uchiha Ming, Uchiha Shursui instinctively didn't want the Uchiha clan in the village to have any connection with Uchiha Madara and Nagato from outside the village, not wanting the village's clan to be suspected by the higher-ups. "Just say you don't know, and push it on a clan leader Fugaku," Uchiha Ming replied lightly. This was something he and Uchiha Fugaku had already discussed, directly pushing the matter onto Uchiha Fugaku. He believed that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have the nerve to press further. Uchiha Fugaku could just find an excuse to deal with it. After leaving Uchiha Shursui's special hospital room, the two arrived at Uchiha Mei's private laboratory. The purpose of coming here was, of course, to transplant Senju Hashirama's cells. Uchiha Fugaku urgently needed to restore his vision. His current eye condition could not support a too intense battle. If an accident occurred and a war broke out, it was possible that he might go blind during the fight. Thus, Uchiha Fugaku was eager to proceed. Uchiha Ming had nothing to say about Uchiha Fugaku's decision, as he shared the same thoughts. Since Uchiha Shursui was able to successfully transplant even in such a dire situation, there was no reason for them to fail in their current condition. After Uchiha Fugaku lay down, Uchiha Ming took out the prepared transplantation agent and began the procedure. In the next moment, Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed drastically, and beads of sweat the size of beans began to emerge from his forehead. In just a few blinks, Uchiha Fugaku's clothes were soaked with sweat, making him look like he had just been pulled out of water. "Ah!" He then let out a painful scream, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Is it this painful?" It seems that Shursui's unconsciousness during the transplant was actually a good thing. Uchiha Ming was somewhat surprised. During the groaning process, Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan opened, first showing the three-tomo appearance, and then quickly transforming into the Mangekyō form, accompanying the activation of the Sharingan. A powerful Yin release energy surged forth, neutralizing with the Yang release it contained in Senju Hashirama cells, quickly achieving a balance of Yin and Yang. After a while, Uchiha Fugaku's scream stopped, and he lay panting on the examination table, his face filled with a look of fear. Uchiha Ming quietly stood by, not rushing to ask questions. More than 10 minutes later, Uchiha Fugaku slowly sat up and hoarsely said, "That was a terrifying pain, worse than death. I almost couldn't hold on." "How do you feel?" Uchiha Ming asked. Uchiha Fugaku carefully sensed for a moment and said, "Just as Shursui said, there's no difference. However, there's one thing I didn't notice." Uchiha Fugaku continued, "Senju Hashirama cells can greatly reduce the cooldown time of our Mangekyō Sharingan techniques." Uchiha Ming was aware that Senju Hashirama cells could reduce the cooldown time of the Mangekyō Sharingan techniques, so he did not show too much surprise or astonishment. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku revealed a look of realization and said, "That's right. Your techniques don't have cooldowns, so it's not very useful for you." Watching him come to that conclusion on his own, Uchiha Ming said nothing, just smiled slightly. After simply cleaning the examination table, Uchiha Ming lay down and took out the transplantation agent for Senju Hashirama cells to perform the transplant on himself. In the next moment, his expression twisted, mirroring Uchiha Fugaku's earlier condition. Every single cell in his body sent out pain signals, as if being cut by 1,000 blades. In the next moment, Uchiha Ming activated his Sharingan. With the activation of the Sharingan, he immediately felt a strange, cool sensation surge forth. The extreme pain he had just experienced significantly diminished. It seemed he didn't need to activate the Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Ming even had the energy to think. Unlike Uchiha Fugaku, who had to exert all his strength to resist the pain, it seemed that the stronger the yin release, the easier the transplant was. Feeling the changes in his body, Uchiha Ming realized, although it was still not easy, the level of pain he was experiencing was now bearable, unlike at the beginning when it had exceeded his limit of endurance. Time passed slowly, and soon half an hour went by. At this point, Uchiha Ming felt incredibly relaxed. It was as if he had endless strength within him, a state better than ever before. How do you feel? Seeing Uchiha Ming sit up, Uchiha Fugaku quickly asked. Very good. I have never felt such a perfect state before, Uchiha Ming said with a smile, his lips curling upwards. After successfully transplanting, Uchiha Ming gained a certain enhancement in chakra, but perhaps because his chakra quality was already very high, the increase was not significant. In contrast, the increase in his Mangekyō Sharingan's power was much greater. In comparison, while wood release was also good, it could only be considered a bonus. Now, with his double Kamui and Senju Hashirama cells, he could walk through the ninja world. He was confident he could defeat Nagato, even capture him. However, unfortunately, he could no longer sense Nagato's chakra using the spiritualization technique. He didn't know what method he had used to block the perception of the technique. This was not something he had just discovered recently. He had noticed this shortly after Uchiha Shursui was injured. Not only could he not sense Nagato's chakra, but even the chakra of the outer pass golem had disappeared from his perception. Regarding this, Uchiha Ming could only say that Kagaya's black Zetsu truly deserved to be called an antique. It definitely had more tricks up its sleeve than Uchiha Madara. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku spoke up, saying, Ming, now that our biggest problem has been resolved, I think we should focus on dealing with the higher-ups to push Sarutobi Hiruzen out of office and seize the position of Hokage. Chapter 87 Waiting for the right moment. This matter should indeed be put on the agenda. Uchiha Akira stroked his chin and said, but we still need an opportunity. There's no need to rush. Currently, Uchiha Akira no longer regards Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen with much respect. As the saying goes, with a heart full of weapons, the killing intent arises naturally. Power comes from violence, and in certain situations, violence can be directly transformed into power. Given the current situation, Uchiha Akira could simply take action to eliminate them, framing it on the so-called Uchiha Madara if necessary. Of course, this is a last resort. Ascending to the position of Hokage through violence would inevitably lead to an unstable foundation. If the people's hearts are unsettled, Konoha may collapse on its own. At that time, when Konoha falls apart, it wouldn't be possible to kill everyone, right? Therefore, to secure the position of Hokage, it is necessary to gain public support and ensure that the majority of Konoha's ninjas return to their allegiance. Only then can one ascend smoothly. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said, Indeed, our clan really needs an opportunity to help you accumulate achievements and gain public favor. Now we just need to wait. Currently, the major ninja villages in the ninja world are stirring, and a slight misstep could lead to war. Konoha no longer has the capacity to engage in two wars simultaneously. Uchiha Akira Nalit. The reason Sarutobi Hiruzen does not allow the two of them to go to the battlefield is clear: to prevent the Uchiha clan from gaining too much credit, to prevent Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Akira from gaining too high a reputation among the people of Konoha. Personal reputation is very beneficial for the next Hokage election. Orochimaru lost in the Hokage election precisely because his personal reputation could not compare to that of Minato Namikaze. That's true. I see that Iwagakure is also stirring. It may not be long before they enter the fray, Uchiha Fugaku said thoughtfully. As for how to deal with Danzo and Orochimaru, and to make Sarutobi Hiruzen step down, Uchiha Fugaku was already confident. They were aware of Danzo and Orochimaru's forbidden research. With the help of Uchiha Akira's Byakugan, they had already located their laboratory. After Minato's death, Danzo became active again. Currently, their laboratory is still operational, conducting secret human experiments and transplanting cells from Hashirama Senju. As long as they have this leverage, dealing with the three of them should not be difficult. After discussing the main issues, Uchiha Fugaku seemed to think of something and looked at Uchiha Akira with a hint of smile, saying, Akira, what do you think of Itachi? I plan to let him graduate early and become a ninja sooner. Itachi is indeed a good kid, gifted and extraordinary. Uchiha Akira praised slightly. To be honest, Uchiha Itachi's talent as a ninja is indeed among the top that Uchiha Akira has seen. So far, he has not found anyone who can compare to Uchiha Itachi. Such a person can grow to the limit of their talent at an extremely fast speed. Unfortunately, Uchiha Fugaku's educational approach is too poor, leading to what should have been the backbone of the Uchiha clan becoming someone else's. This is truly sad. However, Uchiha Akira changed the subject and said, Clan leader Fugaku still needs to strengthen education. Spend more time with him when you have the chance, so he won't be taken advantage of by the higher-ups. You must know that the higher-ups of Konoha are always paying close attention to the talents of our Uchiha clan. Hearing his words, Uchiha Fugaku's face showed difficulty. He really was at a loss when it came to education. When he returns home, he would have a stern face and a serious demeanor. It is hard not to suspect that Uchiha Itachi's expressionless face is learned from him. The lines on his face are strikingly similar. I really am not good at this. It's mostly your sister Mikoto who communicates with him more, Uchiha Fugaku said awkwardly. In any case, communicate more with the child. He is still young, and there is still time to correct things. After a few years, when he has his own ideas, it will be difficult, Uchiha Akira advised. Uchiha Akira continued. Itachi's talent is extraordinary. If he is swayed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and tricked into the opposing camp, it would not be an ordinary problem. Hearing his words, Uchiha Fugaku finally realized the seriousness of the issue. If things go wrong, it would lead to a father-son conflict in battle. This issue must be taken seriously, Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly. In short, we cannot let Itachi have too good an impression of the higher-ups in Konoha, Uchiha Akira said. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, pondering. Itachi is very mature, with many thoughts. This matter needs to be subtly influenced. Perhaps coincidentally let him discover the evil deeds done by the higher-ups in Konoha. In short, pay more attention to Itachi. Do not think that he is a genius and leave him alone to grow. Uchiha Akira warned again. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, saying, Don't worry. He's a child I have high hopes for. He won't go astray. Regarding his confident words, Uchiha Akira merely smiled and said nothing. In the end, if Uchiha Itachi still cannot be taught well, Uchiha Akira would not mind guiding Uchiha Itachi himself to prevent his arrogance from overwhelming the Land of Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen received the news of Uchiha Shirsui's recovery immediately. In the Hokage office, Uchiha Shirsui knelt on one knee, respectfully looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was seated in the Hokage position. Shirsui, it's really great that you were able to recover, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his face full of smiles. It's all thanks to some of the clan-S seniors, Uchiha Shirsui said solemnly. Oh, your injuries were quite serious. I wonder what method Fugaku and the others used to restore your lost vitality? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked curiously, knowing that Uchiha Shirsui had recovered. Sarutobi Hiruzen was happy but also puzzled. At that time, the attending physician at Konoha Hospital said that Uchiha Shirsui had lost vitality, and only by replenishing the lost vitality could he be saved. Now that Uchiha Shirsui has been saved, it indicates that the Uchiha clan possesses a method of restoring vitality. I'm not sure what method the clan used to save me. Uchiha Shirsui shook his head, looking very confused. Regarding his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained non-committal. He still inclined to believe it. After all, Uchiha Shirsui is relatively young, and although he is strong, the elders of the Uchiha clan may not necessarily share the clan's true trump card with him. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, All right, you should go rest first. After lying down for so long, go do some rehabilitation training. There's no rush on the mission. Watching Uchiha Shirsui leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze flickered as he inexplicably thought of the masked man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara during the Nine-Tails attack. Could that masked man really be the so-called Uchiha Madara? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, his expression gradually becoming serious. Originally, they tended to think that the masked man could not possibly be the real Uchiha Madara, but now the Uchiha clan might possess some means of restoring vitality. Then the possibility of the masked man being Uchiha Madara greatly increased.